A blizzard trapped a billionaire and his team in a remote castle. His interpreter caught a mistake that could ruin his empire. As the storm raged, their professional tension turned into something far more personal. What happens when a woman used to staying in the shadows finds herself at the center of a dangerous man's secrets? The Language of Winter, a web novel, Billionaire-CEO Romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The airport is closed. Seren hears it first from the shuttle driver, a man in a heavy wool coat whose name she never caught, who picks her up at the gatehouse where she has been waiting 40 minutes in the dark with her bag and her travel French press and the thin hope that Austrian air traffic control would change its mind. He tells her the last plane turned back over Klagenfurt. The road to Ljubljana is already buried. Falkenfels Castle sits above them on the ridge, its windows cut sharp against the alpine black, and she watches it grow larger through the windshield as the snow closes in around the headlights like a fist. She should feel trapped. Instead, she feels confirmed. 3 years with Connaught Group. 3 years of sitting in the corner of rooms where no one remembers her name until a word goes wrong. 3 years of making powerful men sound precise in languages they do not actually speak. The Geneva offer came 2 weeks ago. Senior interpreter, full authorship credit, a desk with her name on it, and a direct line to the deputy director. She told no one. Not yet. The airport closure is not her crisis. The castle swallows her through a side entrance. A woman with sharp gray eyes and a Slovenian accent that flattens every vowel into efficiency meets her in the corridor, hands her a temporary badge, and tells her the advisory team missed the last connection from Vienna. They are stranded in Salzburg. The summit starts in 90 minutes. "I am Nella Ver," the woman says. "Operations, you are the interpreter." It is not a question. Seren follows her through stone corridors laid over with modern wiring, past conference rooms with biometric locks and windows that show nothing but their own reflection against the dark. The castle is beautiful in the way old money is beautiful, heavy and permanent and designed to make people feel small. Her boots leave wet prints on the limestone floor. "They will not reschedule," Nela says, walking fast. "The creditors have been in transit for 2 days. They are not interested in weather." I assumed. "You will work from the war room. Your position is behind the main table. The founder does not like being interrupted." Seren tucks the French press under her arm. "Then who interprets for the Korean delegate?" Nela stops at a heavy oak door. She looks at Seren with something that might be surprise or might be reassessment. "You speak Korean?" "I speak 6 languages. Korean is the 5th. The door opens. The room is all architectural silence, leather and old stone, and the soft hum of equipment on a table waiting for minds that have not arrived. The overhead lights are cold and surgical. At the head of the table, a man in a charcoal suit stands with his back to the door, studying a document screen that glows blue against the wall. Raffael Connaught does not turn around. He says, "Leave the briefs on the side table." 3 years. 3 years of quarterly summits, emergency calls, and midnight drafting sessions where she fed him the exact phrasing that closed a Rotterdam acquisition and a Milan partnership and a Luxembourg merger that no one outside the room knows exists. He has never once said her name. Not in a meeting, not in a memo, not in the hallway when she passed him carrying the files that contained his own signature. She sets her bag on the side table. The French press clinks against the wood. Nella withdraws. The door seals shut with a sound like pressure equalizing. Raffael Connaught turns. He is taller than she remembers. Or maybe she's just never been this close to him without a table and a hierarchy between them. His face is all sharp structure, cheekbones that could cut glass, a mouth set in permanent assessment. Dark hair silvered at the temples, eyes the color of winter stone. He looks at her the way he looks at every piece of infrastructure in his company. Functional, expendable, already accounted for. "You will be live in 5 languages," he says. "Korean, French, German, Mandarin, and English. The creditors will have their own interpreters on the line. You are not to correct them unless the error materially affects the terms. Understood?" "Understood." Do not interrupt direct negotiations. If I need clarification, I will signal. She waits. He does not signal anything. He turns back to his screen and the room absorbs him into the work. The call connects at 21 o'clock. Seren positions herself behind the main table, headset fitted, notebook open, pen moving before the first sentence finishes. The Korean delegate speaks first, a rapid assessment of the restructuring timeline that the creditor's interpreter renders into English with the precision of someone who learned the language from textbooks rather than air. Seren lets it pass. She watches the French delegate frown at something on his tablet. She watches the German consul adjust his glasses and make a note. She watches Raffael Connaught's hands, still on the tabletop, perfectly still, as if the whole negotiation is a chess game he has already played through to the end. The Korean delegate reaches the payment clause. The creditor's interpreter reads it back in English. Article 7, subsection 4. Payment acceleration triggers at 12 hours of non-performance during the restructuring window, effective from the date of ratification. Seren's pen stops. The room breathes. Someone types. The German consul nods once, a small economical movement that means agreement is forming. The clause is backward. She reads it again in her head, Korean to English, English to Korean, checking the verb structure that governs the trigger condition. The verb is not conditional. It is resultative. The acceleration does not start at 12 hours of non-performance. It starts at 12 hours from ratification, meaning the trigger runs concurrent with the restructuring window itself, meaning any delay in creditor approval would activate the clause before the debtor has time to respond. It is a trap wrapped in grammar. She opens her mouth, closes it. The CEO does not want to be interrupted. The Korean delegate says something else, a question about timeline confirmation, and the creditor's interpreter begins rendering it into German. Seren steps forward. Stop. The word lands flat and clean in the silence. The German consul looks up. The French delegate frowns. On the screen, the Korean delegate's face goes still. Raffael Connaught turns his head. She does not look at him. She addresses the room in English, then repeats the correction in Korean for the delegate on the line. The Korean text uses a resultative verb structure. The acceleration trigger does not begin at 12 hours of non-performance. It begins 12 hours from ratification, concurrent with the restructuring window. If ratified as written, a 48-hour review delay by the creditor block would already place the debtor in default. The silence stretches. The creditor's interpreter says nothing. The Korean delegate's face shifts, a flicker of recognition. A man realizing he almost signed something drafted to fail on him. Raffael Connaught says, "Verify." The word comes out flat, directed at no one. The German consul pulls up the source document. The French delegate switches screens. A junior analyst on the line, somewhere in a Vienna office, reads the Korean text aloud in halting syllables and confirms the verb structure. The room goes very quiet. Seren steps back to her position behind the table. Her hands are steady. The French press is still in her bag, untouched, and she wants coffee so badly she can taste the bitter edge of it. Raffael Connaught is looking at her. Not through her, not past her, at her. His eyes move over her face as if he is cataloging a document he has never been shown before. The winter stone in his irises catches the blue light of the screen, and for a moment she sees something there that does not fit the architecture of his authority. Not gratitude, not respect. Something raw. Something that looks like a man realizing he has been reading the wrong page of a map his whole career. "Your name," he says. It is not a question. It is a demand issued from a place in his voice she has never heard him use, a register that strips away the corporate armor and leaves something older underneath. Seren Szabo. The room holds its breath. Raffael Connaught holds her gaze 1 second longer than necessary. Then he turns back to the screen and says, in Korean, "The clause will be redrafted. Let us proceed." The negotiation resumes. Seren's pen moves across the notebook. She translates the German consul's objections, the French delegate's conditions, the Korean delegate's softened tone. She does not look at the founder again, but she feels his attention. It is a weight she has never carried before, heavy and warm and unfamiliar, like a coat that does not fit her yet but might, if she stays still long enough to let it settle. At midnight, the session breaks. The others fade from the screen one by one, leaving only the castle's walls and the snow pressing against the windows. Raffael Connaught does not leave. He stands at the head of the table, hands pressed flat on the wood, staring at the document screen as if it has betrayed him. Seren packs her notebook. The French press waits at the bottom of her bag, still innocent of coffee. "Ms. Szabo." She stops. He does not turn around. "The advisory team will not arrive before morning. You will remain in the war room for the duration of the summit. Quarters have been prepared on the executive floor." "I have staff quarters." "You had staff quarters." The difference lands between them. She watches his shoulders, the line of his spine, the way his fingers curl slightly against the table as if he is holding himself back from saying something the room is not ready to hear. "From tonight," he says, "you work beside me." He turns. Their eyes meet across the empty table. The snow has stopped falling beyond the windows, or maybe it has only thickened into something that makes the dark look solid. The castle settles around them, old stone and older secrets, and Seren feels the weight of the next 7 days pressing against her chest like a held breath. "I need to make coffee first," she says. Something shifts in his face, almost a crack, almost a thaw. "Then make it in my suite." He walks out. The door seals behind him. Seren stands alone in the blue-lit room with her notebook, her French press, and the knowledge that the Geneva offer she has been holding like a lifeline is already starting to feel like an escape route she might not want to take. The screen flickers. A new message appears from the Korean delegate's assistant, addressed to her by name. "The delegate requests you on all future calls. He says you are the only person in the room who actually heard him." She reads it twice. Then she tucks the notebook into her bag, picks up the French press, and follows the founder into the heart of the castle, where the lights are warm and the corridors are narrow, and every door she passes looks like it might lock behind her. Chapter 2. The executive floor smells of cedar and cold. The corridor is wider than the staff quarters hallway, lined with doors that have no handles, only biometric pads that glow a faint amber in the dim light. Seren follows Raffael Connaught past 3 of them before he stops at the 4th, presses his thumb to the pad, and waits for the lock to cycle. The suite opens into a room that is all glass and stone. A massive desk faces the windows where snow clings to the alpine glass like white silk. A seating area with a low fire burning in a stone hearth. A door half open to a bedroom she does not let herself look at. The ceiling slopes with the castle's original beams, blackened by age, and the whole space feels suspended between centuries. Raffael crosses to the desk without removing his jacket. He pulls up a screen, taps through documents, and does not look at her. "Coffee station through that door." He gestures with his chin toward a narrow alcove. "The machine is French. The beans are in the cupboard above it." She should say thank you. She should ask where she should sit, what he expects, how much of her time he plans to consume for the next 7 days. Instead, she says, "I brought my own press." He stops tapping, looks up. The winter stone eyes hold something that might be surprise or might be irritation. She has never been good at reading him because he has never given her enough data. "Then use mine," he says. "The water takes too long to boil in that alcove." It is not an invitation. It is a negotiation conducted in territory he does not know he is ceding. She nods once and moves past him into the alcove, where a matte black machine sits beside a tin of beans that costs more than a week of her salary. She measures, grinds, brews. The smell rises between them, rich and dark, and she feels the tension in his shoulders ease a fraction as the aroma fills the suite. She does not offer him any. He does not ask. They work in silence for the next hour. He reviews documents on 3 screens while she unpacks her notebook, organizes her briefing stacks by language, and waits for the next session to begin. The fire pops. The wind throws snow against the glass. Every few minutes he says something without looking up. "The German draft has a liability cap in Section 12. Check it against the French version." She finds the discrepancy. 4 words in the French that do not appear in the German, shifting the exposure onto Connaught Group's operating subsidiary. She flags it. He grunts. The Korean delegate wants the revised clause before the morning session, drafted in English and Korean, then send it to legal. She writes it. He reviews it, changes 1 preposition, and sends it. At 2 a.m., Nela appears in the doorway with a tray of bread, cheese, and a thermos of soup that smells like mushrooms and thyme. She sets it on the edge of the desk without comment, gives Seren a look that says, "I told you so," and disappears. Raffael does not touch the food. Seren eats standing by the window, watching the snow erase the world beyond the glass, and wonders if the Geneva offer is still real, or if this castle has already started rewriting her future. At 3 a.m., he says, "The advisory team is not coming tomorrow." She turns. He is staring at his phone, face unreadable. The Salzburg airport is closed until at least midday. The secondary route through Villette is blocked. They are telling me 48 hours minimum. 48 hours until they arrive, or 48 hours until the road's clear. The latter. He sets the phone down. The summit starts again at 8. We have 5 languages, 3 hostile creditor representatives, and no backup. She should feel panic. She feels something else, something that unfurls in her chest like a hesitant flame. This is the moment where her Geneva offer becomes irrelevant, because the work in front of her is too big to think past. "I can handle 5 languages," she says. "I have handled 6 before, for shorter sessions. But I need relief intervals, and I need someone to track the document versions in each language simultaneously. I cannot do that and interpret." He studies her. The firelight catches the silver in his temples, the sharp edge of his jaw, the fatigue he is trying to hide behind stillness. "You will have Nela and a junior analyst from legal. I will clear the room when you need a break." He pauses. "Tell me what else you need." It is the first time he has asked, not ordered, not assumed, asked. "I need you to trust the corrections I make in real time. If I stop a clause, do not verify it with someone else while the room waits. It creates doubt. The creditor block will exploit it." "And if you are wrong?" "I am not wrong." The words hang between them. She has never said that to anyone at Connaught Group. She has never been given a reason to. But the fire is warm and the coffee is strong, and the man across the desk is finally looking at her like she might be more than furniture. He holds her gaze. 3 seconds. 5. "Then I will trust you in real time," he says. The morning session begins at 8 a.m. with Oren Dean already on the screen. Oren is younger than she expected. Mid-40s, sharp jaw, eyes that smile without the rest of his face participating. He sits in a Vienna office, with bookshelves behind him and a single sheet of paper on the desk in front of him, as if he needs nothing else to dismantle everything in the room. "Mr. Connaught," he says, voice smooth as oiled glass. "I understand your advisory team is stranded. That must make things interesting." Raffael does not rise to it. "We have full operational capacity. Proceed." The negotiation grinds forward. Seren interprets the French delegate's objections, the German counsel's caveats, the Korean delegate's carefully worded concerns about the red-drafted clause. She catches a subtle shift in the English version of the payment schedule, a quiet insertion that changes the interest calculation window from 30 days to 22. She flags it. Raffael stops the session, verifies the discrepancy, and forces a correction. Oren watches her. Not through her, not past her. At her, the way a cat watches a bird it has not decided whether to hunt. "Ms. Szabo," he says, during a coffee break when the other delegates have muted their lines. "You are the interpreter, yes? Senior interpreter." "Senior?" He savors the word. "And how long have you been senior at Connaught Group?" 3 years. 3 years? He leans back. "Funny. I do not remember seeing your name on any of the document credit lines." She feels the Mara blonde. Raphael's jaw tightens on the screen beside her, but she does not let herself look at him. "My work is in the accuracy of the agreements, not the signature block," she says. Oren smiles. It does not reach his eyes. "Of course it is." He unmutes himself and addresses the room. "Let us return to the covenant structure. I have concerns about the liquidity buffer." The session resumes. But something has shifted. The other delegates are looking at her differently, as if Oren's attention has illuminated a corner of the room they had not thought to examine. Raffael redirects a question about the German liability cap to her. She answers. The French delegate asks for clarification on the Korean payment timeline. She provides it. Oren watches every exchange with the patience of a predator, counting steps. At 11 o'clock a.m., Oren speaks directly to her again. Ms. Szabo, in your professional assessment, does the current restructuring timeline give Connaught Group adequate breathing room, or is the schedule designed to force creditor concessions through artificial urgency? The room goes silent. The question is not for her, it is for Raffael. Oren has addressed it to her deliberately, knowing the protocol violation will destabilize the power structure. She can deflect. She can redirect to Raffael. She can hide in her role as interpreter and let the men fight over territory. Instead, she says, the schedule is aggressive because the debt maturity acceleration clause in the original agreement left no alternative. The breathing room is in the refinancing terms, not the timeline. If the creditor bloc insists on compressing the schedule further, they will trigger the very default they claim to want to avoid. Oren's smile sharpens. Thank you, Miss Szabo. That was remarkably clear. He turns his attention back to Raffael. You have a dangerous asset in that seat, Mr. Connaught. I hope you know what she is worth. Raffael's voice is flat. I am learning. The session breaks for lunch at 12:30. Seren stands in the alcove, hands wrapped around a fresh cup of coffee, and watches the snow fall. Her heart is beating too fast. She has never spoken like that in a negotiation. She has never been asked to. The door opens behind her. Raffael stands in the threshold, tie loosened, sleeves rolled to his forearms. He looks at her for a long moment, and she sees the rawer thing again, the thing that does not fit the armor of his authority. He will try to use you against me, he says. Oren, he will try to split the room by making you choose between your professional integrity and your loyalty to this firm. I know. Do you know how to handle it? She turns to face him fully. The coffee warms her palms. The fire crackles in the other room. The castle presses its winter silence against the windows. I handle it by being accurate, she says, every time, whether it helps you or hurts you. Accuracy does not have a side. He considers this. Then he nods once, a small concession that looks like it costs him. Then stay accurate, he says, and let me worry about the rest. She follows, coffee in hand, the weight of his trust settling onto her shoulders like a garment she is still learning to wear. The afternoon session is brutal. Oren probes every weakness in the covenant structure. He questions the valuation of Connaught Group's operating assets. He suggests, with exquisite politeness, that the restructuring terms reflect desperation rather than strategy. Through it all, Seren interprets, flags, corrects. The German council tries to slip a form selection clause that would move disputes to a Vienna court where Matej Karac has influence. She catches it. Raffael strikes it. At 4:00 p.m., the Korean delegate requests a private call. Raffael takes it in the alcove, while Seren reviews the French draft for hidden language. Her pen moves across the margin, marking ambiguities, annotating verb structures that could be read two ways. Her phone buzzes. A message from an unknown number. Ms. Szabo, you are wasted in that room. If you ever want to work where your name appears on the document, I have an office in Vienna. Think about it, oh. Dean, she stares at the screen. The offer is poison wrapped in silk, designed to drive a wedge between her and Raffael, between her and Connaught Group, between her and the Geneva future she has been saving herself for. She deletes the message without replying. But the question lingers, sharp as broken glass, because Oren Dean is the first person in years who has offered her something she actually wants, a seat where her work carries her name, even if the man offering it would use her up and discard her the moment she stopped being useful. She looks up. Raffael is still in the alcove, voice low, speaking Croatian into the phone. She catches fragments. Nimosher, pretisak, kikati. Cannot, pressure, wait. He does not know she understands. He does not know she has been trained to read lips and silences as carefully as speech. She watches his mouth shape words she should not hear, and the castle seems to contract around her, pulling the walls closer, sealing her into a room where every language she speaks is becoming a trap she has not yet learned to see coming. Chapter 3. The sweet smells of cedar and cold glass, and something bitter at the edges, like coffee left too long on a hot plate. Seren stands in the threshold of Raffael Connaught's private workroom and does not step forward. The room is all clean lines and expensive restraint, a long oak table littered with briefing stacks in 5 languages, a single lamp burning at the far end, and biometric locks clicking behind her like a cage sealing shut. She has been in this castle for 30 hours. She has not slept. "Come in," he says without turning around. "Or stand in the doorway until the motion sensor locks you out. Your choice." She steps inside. The door hisses closed. The first thing she notices is the silence. The war room hummed with screams and voices. This space is muffled, insulated, the kind of quiet that amplifies every breath. Raffael sits at the table's head, sleeves pushed to his elbows, dark hair falling forward as he annotates a page of German legalese. He does not look up. She sets her notebook at the opposite end of the table and pulls the French draft from the stack. For an hour, they work in parallel. Her pen moves through liability caps and payment waterfalls, marking clauses that could bend under pressure, flagging verb structures that want to mean 2 things at once. The fire in the adjoining room crackles. The castle moans under the weight of snow sliding off the roof. She does not look at him. She feels him anyway. It is the quality of his stillness, the way he does not shift or stretch or fidget the way other executives do when they are tired. He moves only when he chooses to, and every movement has intent. When he reaches for a new document, his hand knows exactly where to find it. When he writes a marginal note, the pen does not hesitate. He has been doing this alone for years, she realizes, building an empire inside rooms where no one watches him work. The draft in front of her is nearly clean. She has marked 3 ambiguities, each one small enough to pass unnoticed in a single language, dangerous only in the gap between the French and German versions. She circles the last one and sets down her pen. "I need coffee." He does not look up. Staff kitchen is 2 floors down. Nella keeps it stocked. "I need good coffee." That makes him pause. His pen stops. He raises his head slowly, and the winter stone eyes settle on her with something between surprise and suspicion. "The machine in the staff kitchen," she says, "is a crime against beans." The machine in the staff kitchen cost 12,000 euros. 12,000 euros of burnt plastic taste and false pressure. It is an insult to the entire concept of extraction. His mouth does something that is not quite a smile, but is closer than she has seen. "What do you want, Mrs. Szabo?" "Your coffee?" The silence stretches. She watches him decide whether to be offended or amused, and she watches him land on a third option she did not expect. Curiosity. "My coffee. I can smell it." There is a single origin roast in this suite that was ground within the last 4 hours, and someone who understands that water temperature matters. That coffee is not for the 12,000 euro machine. He leans back in his chair. The leather creaks. The fire pops. "You broke into my private stores. I followed my nose. It is a professional skill. You stole my coffee beans. I borrowed them. There is a difference." "What is the difference?" "I will return the grounds." The almost smile breaks through. It is small and reluctant, and gone in a breath. But she saw it, and the sight of it is more unsettling than his coldness ever was, because it makes him human, and human is harder to fight. He stands, walks to the cabinet behind his desk, pulls out a glass jar filled with dark, oil-shiny beans, and sets it on the table between them. "You use the AeroPress in the corner," he says. "Not the machine. The machine will ruin the bean structure." "I know how to make coffee." "Everyone says that. Most people are wrong." He sits back down, picks up his pen, and returns to the German brief as if the conversation never happened. But the jar stays on the table, a bridge between his end and hers, and she feels the weight of that small surrender like a stone dropped into still water. She makes the coffee. The AeroPress is good. The beans are Ethiopian, light roast, with a floral acidity that opens across her tongue like something waking up. She pours a second cup without asking and sets it at his elbow. He looks at it, then at her. "I do not share my coffee." "You do now." He does not drink it, but he does not push it away either, and that is its own kind of surrender. They work through the next draft in the expanded silence, the one that has room for the fire and the coffee and the small domestic sounds of pages turning. She flags a French interest calculation clause that uses selon instead of conformément ma, a difference that could shift discretion toward the creditor in a dispute. He reads her note, changes it, initials the margin. No words, just the rhythm of two people learning how to occupy the same space without colliding. At midnight, she reaches for the French stack and finds the English summary underneath it. She reads the top page once, twice. Then she sets it down and reads the corresponding German version, because something does not line up. There is a definitional gap, she says. He looks up. Where? In the collateral description. The English version defines operating assets as all present and future holdings of the Connaught Group and its subsidiaries, but the German version defines them as alle Gegengemdwaken and Unzukimthinking Beitliligügen. He goes still. Beitliligügen is narrower, she says. It means equity participations, not all assets. If the creditor block enforces under the German version, they can only claim equity holdings. They lose the claim on real property, intellectual property, cash reserves. Who drafted the German version? Council in Vienna, listed as independent. Nothing out of Vienna is independent. She waits. He stares at the gap between the two definitions, and she watches him calculate how many people inside his own operation have been turned. The Korean delegate's contract had a trap clause, she says. The forum selection clause would have landed Tavarkar's preferred court. Now the collateral definition in German is narrower than the English. This is not coincidence. No, someone is threading a needle through every language in this deal. He looks at her then, and the look is different from before. It is not assessment or curiosity. It is recognition. Stay on the French and German drafts tonight. Compare every clause against the English source. If there is a pattern, find it. I already know there is a pattern. Then name it. She opens her notebook and turns to the page where she has been tracking discrepancies since the first session. 3 columns. Language, clause, deviation. She slides it across the table. He reads in silence. His jaw tightens. 12 anomalies so far, she says. Korean payment trigger, Vienna forum selection, German collateral definition, French liability Kaftsugop, each one small enough to pass as drafting variants. Each one shifts leverage toward the creditor block. And toward Devor. I do not know the name you just used, but if the pattern holds, the person who wrote these clauses knew exactly which jurisdictions and which linguistic ambiguities would create the most favorable enforcement conditions for a specific party. The Korean clause would have triggered default within hours of ratification, not after non-performance. That is not a drafting error. That is a bomb. He sets down her notebook. The fire has burned low. The coffee is cold. She is exhausted in a way that goes past her bones into something deeper. The tiredness of a person who has been holding herself carefully for too long. Get some rest, he says. The draft is not finished. It will be here in the morning. 48 hours until the advisory team maybe arrives. I do not have time to rest. You do not have time to break, either. The words land like a door closing. She wants to argue, but the truth in them is too sharp. She closes her notebook, stands. Her legs feel hollow. The guest bedroom is through that door, he says. Biometric lock. Your prints are already in the system. When I moved you to this floor. She should feel grateful, protected. Instead, she feels the walls closing in, the biometric locks sealing every exit, the luxury becoming a velvet cage. She turns at the door. Why did you put me on this floor? He is already back at the draft, pen moving. But his hand stops. Because the staff quarters are a security risk, he says. Because if someone inside this castle is feeding information outward, you are the one person who can read every document in play. Because I need you close. He looks up. And because you stole my coffee, I want to keep an eye on you. The joke is dry and unexpected, and it nearly makes her laugh. She bites it back. She steps into the guest bedroom. The bed is enormous, white linen, cashmere throws. The window faces the alpine dark, snow pressing against the glass like something trying to get in. She sits on the edge of the bed and does not lie down, because she heard what he did not say. Because I need you close. Not because she is valued, not because she matters, because she is useful, and useful people get kept in rooms with biometric locks and no windows that open. Her phone buzzes. Orendine. Did you think about Vienna? She deletes the message without reading the rest, but the question stays, and the question is not about Vienna. The question is about whether being seen by a predator is any better than being invisible to the man who needs her enough to lock her in. She lies back on the bed. The ceiling is white. The castle breathes around her. Through the wall, she hears Raffael's voice, low, Croatian, the same cadence she caught earlier. She sits up, presses her ear to the cold plaster. His voice is careful, formal, the voice of a man speaking to someone he does not trust. Then she hears the name. Thaw. She freezes. The conversation ends. Footsteps approach the wall between them. She pulls back from the plaster, heart hammering, as the door to the suite opens and closes. Silence. She stares at the ceiling in the dark and knows, with a clarity that aches, that she has just heard something she was never meant to understand. Chapter 4. The guest bedroom is too soft, too warm, too silent. Seren does not sleep. She lies on top of the white duvet with her clothes still on, eyes open, replaying the Croatian syllables through her memory. Devar. The name has weight, the kind of weight that comes from history, not introduction. She pulls out her notebook at 4:00 a.m. and writes the 12 anomalies in a fresh column. Then she adds a 13th, the pause before the German version loaded during the morning session. 3 seconds. Enough time for a filter. Her grandmother taught her that silence is never empty. It is where people hide the things they do not want spoken. She dresses in the dark, braids her hair, and lets herself out. The executive floor is quiet. One lamp burns at the end of the corridor. She takes the stairs instead of the elevator, counting floors until she reaches the war room. The door is unlocked. Inside, the screens are dark. The long table is covered in printouts. She finds the French draft package first, 300 pages of debt restructuring language bound in a gray folder that has already been annotated in 2 hands. She reads the liability clause at section 14.2. Le débiteur ne peut être tenu responsable des dommages indirects. The debtor cannot be held liable for indirect damages, standard language. But the French version has an additional sentence the English source does not contain. Sans cause foule or doodle, except in cases of gross negligence or fraud. She reads it twice, 3 times. The English source says nothing about gross negligence. It defines liability as unlimited in the event of fraud or willful misconduct. The French version adds faute lourde, which French courts interpret broadly enough to include ordinary negligence if the damage is severe enough. The shift is small, deliberate. Someone expanded Connaught Group's exposure in French, while keeping the English version narrow enough to pass legal review. She flips to the German package, finds the corresponding clause. Hatung no brevo satzol de grobe halistikak. Liability only in case of intent or gross negligence. The German version narrows the exposure, using nur, only, instead of the English including but not limited to. She sits back. 3 languages, 3 versions of the same clause. English says one thing, French broadens liability, German restricts it. A creditor with access to the French version could claim broader recourse. A debtor relying on the German version would feel falsely protected. And between them, a web of cross-jurisdiction conflict that no single lawyer would catch unless they read all 3 side by side. She begins annotating. Red ink for discrepancies, blue for notes on jurisdiction, black for the questions she will ask. Dawn comes gray through the high windows. She does not notice when the door opens. You are still working. Raffael's voice. She does not look up. The French liability cap is inconsistent with the English source in section 14.2. The German version contradicts both. I am tracing the pattern back to the original draft date to see when the deviations were introduced. You have been here all night. I have been here since 4. He walks to the table, stands across from her. She finally looks up. He is wearing the same clothes as yesterday. His jaw has the shadow of a sleepless night. He looks at her annotations, the red and blue and black threading through the margins. How many? 13, counting the one you already know. But I have not finished the Italian side package or the cross-reference to the Slovenian property schedule. Show me the worst one. She pulls out the French liability clause and the German counterpart, slides them across. He reads in silence. Her neck aches, her eyes burn. She feels the caffeine withdrawal beginning, the familiar throb behind her temples. Someone had access to all 5 language versions, she says. They drafted the deviations to look like independent contract interpretation variances. Each jurisdiction sees something slightly different. No single version is obviously wrong, but if a claim is filed in a French court, the broader liability language would be the operative version. If the debtor tries to rely on the German version to limit exposure, the French language would override in a cross-border dispute under EU regulation. Concurrent jurisdiction. Yes. The creditor gets to choose where to file. France gives them the broadest liability window. Germany gives the debtor false confidence. The English version sits in the middle, clean enough to pass due diligence. He sets down the pages. Who wrote this? I do not know yet, but whoever it was understood contract law in 3 jurisdictions and knew the translation would never be reviewed against the source by a single person fluent in all 4 languages. You are fluent in all 4. I am one person, and I do not sign off on these drafts. I only interpret them in real time. The silence stretches. You caught it, he says. That is what matters. It is what I do. I catch the things other people miss because they assume the words mean the same thing in every language. That is not what I meant. She waits. He holds her eyes. His face is unreadable, but something in his posture shifts, a softening she has not seen before. You are not the support staff, he says. You are the only person in this building who can read the full board. I should have known that 3 years ago. She does not let the words settle. She cannot afford to. The morning session starts in 90 minutes, she says. I need coffee and a shower before I can face Arendine. Take 30 minutes. I need 60, 45, 50. Something flickers in his expression, almost a smile. 50, he agrees. She leaves the war room with her notebook and the gray folders, and she does not look back. The morning session begins at 8:30. Seren sits to Raffael's right. The Korean delegate is on screen. Arendine is on screen. The French counsel, the German counsel, the Italian observer. 6 feeds, 6 languages. She has worked on 3 hours of caffeine and adrenaline and the knowledge that every word in every language version carries a trap. The French counsel speaks first. Nous confirmons que la clause responsabilité est vérifiée conformément aux discussions de la Chambre haute. We confirm that the liability clause has been revised in accordance with the discussions of the previous session. Seren translates into English, then adds in her own voice without looking away from the screen. The French version still contains the faute-lourde language that is absent from the English source. That expansion has not been revised. It has been preserved. The French counsel goes still. Raffael looks at her. Confirm that, he says. The English source at section 14.2 defines liability as unlimited in the event of fraud or willful misconduct. The French version at section 14.2 adds faute-lourde, gross negligence, which is a lower threshold. The German version narrows liability to intent or gross negligence only. 3 versions of the same clause, 3 different exposures. The room is silent. I need the French version corrected to match the English source, she says. And I need the German version reviewed for the narrowing language. The discrepancy creates a jurisdiction advantage for the creditor block that was never negotiated. Arendine's face on the screen does not change, but his eyes move from her to Raffael and back. Ms. Szabo, he says, are you suggesting the drafting council deliberately introduced inconsistent language across the language versions? I am identifying a pattern of deviations that favors one party. I am not speculating on intent. I am stating the facts in the documents. The French counsel begins to protest. Raffael cuts him off. She is correct. Revise the French version to match the English source. The German version gets the same treatment. I want both confirmations on my desk within 2 hours. The French counsel nods. The German counsel is already typing. Arendine watches, and in that watching, Seren feels the shift. She is no longer invisible. She is a target. The session breaks at 10:15. Seren retreats to the small kitchen off the executive floor, finds the AeroPress and the Ethiopian beans in the cabinet Raffael showed her. She is measuring the grounds when her phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Impressive work this morning. You see what others don't. That is a gift. It is also a risk, OD. She does not delete it. She reads it twice, then puts the phone face down on the counter. The coffee is nearly ready when the door opens. It is not Raffael. It is a technician she has seen in the war room. Young, wire-framed glasses, a tablet in his hand. Miss Szabo? Yes. Can you confirm your access code for the executive floor? 2371. Why? He looks at his tablet. His face is pale. Someone used your credentials to access the server room at 317 this morning. She goes still. I was in the war room at 317, reviewing the French and German drafts. The war room is on the 3rd floor. The server room is in the sub-basement. I have never been to the sub-basement. Then someone used your credentials, he says, from inside the castle network. Chapter 5. The technician's pale face does not change. From inside the castle network, he repeats. The system logged your badge at the sub-basement door, 317. Exit at 323. 6 minutes. 6 minutes is enough to copy everything. It is enough to install something. She sets the AeroPress down. The coffee will be bitter now, over-extracted, but she does not care. Who else has access to credential logs? Security team. Nella Vedarm. Mr. Connaught. Show me the log. He hesitates, then turns the tablet toward her. She reads the entry. Badge 2371. Sub-basement door C. 317 and 12 seconds. Exit 323 and 48 seconds. 6 minutes, 36 seconds. No camera coverage in the sub-basement corridor, only the door itself. Who reviewed this log? I did, 15 minutes ago. Standard morning audit. Before anyone else? He swallows. Yes. So right now, you and I are the only people who know someone walked through the castle at 3 in the morning using my name. The technician's throat moves. He's young, too young for this kind of weight. What do you want me to do? He asks. For a moment, she wants to say nothing. Let the system absorb the anomaly. Let it dissolve into the noise of a castle under siege by snow and debt. That is what she has always done. Noticed the crack and smoothed it over, made herself useful by making the problem disappear. But she is tired of disappearing. Log it, she says. Timestamp the discovery, flag the entry as unauthorized, send a copy to Nella Veru and to Mr. Connaught. Confirmation. Her name on the report, her voice in the record. The technician nods and leaves. She pours the coffee. It is bitter. She drinks it standing at the counter, her phone face down, her notebook closed, her mind running through the 6 minutes and 36 seconds someone else stole from her. Nayla finds her in the corridor 20 minutes later. You look like someone slept in a conference room, Nayla says. I did. Which one? The war room. Nayla's mouth twitches. That one has bad lighting. The East Wing library has a couch, no cameras. Seren stops walking. No cameras? The old wing, stone corridors. The renovation budget ran out before they wired the third floor hall. Mr. Connaught does not know that. Are you telling me the castle has blind spots? Nayla's gray eyes are dry, amused, ancient. The castle has secrets, Ms. Szabo. The question is whether you learn them before they learn you. She starts walking. Seren follows. The tour begins at the generators. Main power runs from the grid, Nayla says, leading her down a narrow stone stairwell that spirals into the mountain. Backup is diesel. 3 tanks in the lower cellar, enough for 2 weeks. The heating system runs separate. If the grid fails, the castle stays warm and the war room stays online. The generator room is clean, organized, military. Seren runs her hand along the fuel line, cold steel. The ventilation system is newer than the walls, Nella continues. They installed it when Connaught Group bought the property. The old chimneys still exist, but they are sealed. Why tell me this? Because if someone wants to compromise the building, they will target the infrastructure, not the code. A power cut in a negotiation is a weapon. You should know where the switch is. Seren looks at Nella. The operations manager is not joking. You think someone will try? I think people who hide things in castles attract people who want to find them. They climb back up. The stairwell narrows, a turning, then another. The stone is cold and older than any contract in the building. Staff rotations, Nayla says, pulling a door open into a bright corridor. 12 people on the overnight shift, 3 from the village, 9 from the bunkhouse on the east grounds. I do background checks on everyone, but backgrounds are only as good as the last lie someone told. You trust them? I trust that they do not want to lose their jobs. That is different from trust. They pass the kitchen, the laundry room, the small gym. Nayla points out the emergency exits, the fire suppression system, the one door that leads to the roof. Snow load is high, she says. Do not go up there without telling me. The parapet is not safe. Seren files every detail, the shape of the corridors, the creak of the floorboards near the east stairwell, the way the light changes from electric to emergency yellow near the sub-basement stairs. They stop at the end of a long stone gallery. These lead to the residential wing, Nayla says. Old family quarters. No one uses them now. The keys are in my office, but the locks are original, 18th century. Any locksmith from Ljubljana could open them in 30 seconds. You are telling me the castle's security is theatrical. I am telling you that the biometric locks and the cameras are theater for people who want to believe they are safe. The real protection is what happens inside the people who work here. Loyalty, discretion, the choice not to open a door. Nayla looks at her. You understand the difference, Miss Szabo? Seren holds her gaze. I am starting to. Nayla leaves her at the executive floor. The corridor is quiet. The biometric locks hum. Seren walks to the suite door. It opens for her. The living room is empty. The fire has burned down to ash. She stands at the window. The alpine glass is cold against her palm. The snow has not stopped. It falls in sheets, erasing the valley, the road, the world beyond the castle walls. She thinks about the 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Someone walked through this building in her name. They knew her access code. They knew the server room was unguarded at 317. They knew the cameras in the sub-basement corridor were offline. They knew her. Or they knew how to find her. She presses her forehead to the glass. The cold seeps into her skin. And then she sees him. Raffael Connaught is standing at the end of the gallery, on the other side of a floor-to-ceiling pane that looks out onto the same snow. He is not on his phone, not reviewing documents, not pacing. He is just standing. His hands are at his sides. His shoulders are still. His face is turned toward the glass, but he is not looking at the snow. He is looking through it, past it, at something only he can see. He looks less like a billionaire than a man braced for history. She watches him for a long moment. He does not move. She does not move. And then, somewhere deep in the castle, a door opens and closes. A different kind of sound. Heavy. Iron. She turns toward the corridor. Footsteps. Not Nayla's, not the technician's. Heavier. She steps away from the window. The suite door is still open. She should close it. She should lock it. But she does not. She stands in the threshold, waiting. The footsteps stop. Then the lights dim. A flicker. A hum. And the biometric lock on the suite door resets. A soft chime. Red light to green. Someone has changed the access permissions. For the whole floor. Chapter 6. The suite door hums. Red light to green. And Seren's hand freezes on the frame. She steps back. The corridor is empty. The footsteps have stopped. The only sound is the soft pulse of the heating system and the distant drum of snow against the glass. She does not touch the lock. Instead, she stands in the threshold and counts. 5 seconds. 10. The light stays green. The door is open. Anyone on this floor could walk into her suite right now. She is reaching for her phone when he appears at the end of the corridor. Raffael Connaught moves without hurry. No jacket. Sleeves rolled. The overhead light catches the silver at his temples, the sharp line of his jaw. His face gives nothing. He stops 5 feet from her. The floor access was changed, he says. I know. Did you authorize it? No. He looks at her, a long, unblinking assessment. She does not look away. You know. I know everything that happens in this building within 15 minutes. Nayla flagged the log. The security team pulled the door record. Someone used your credentials for 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Seren crosses her arms. I was in the war room, 3rd floor, the entire time. I know that too. Then you also know it was an inside job. Someone had my badge number. They knew the sub-basement cameras are offline. They knew the timing. Raffael does not answer. His jaw tightens. She watches the micro-movement, the flicker of something behind the winterstone eyes. "You knew about the cameras," she says. "The server corridor camera was disabled before the summit. I approved the maintenance request." "Who submitted it?" He hesitates. "A beat. 2. I checked the request. It was filed under a name on the permanent staff roster. The person who submitted it logged in from a terminal on the main floor at 14 o'clock. Standard procedure. Nothing flagged." "But you do not believe it." "I believe that procedure is what people hide behind when they want you to stop looking." The words land between them like a door closing. Seren takes a breath. The corridor is cold. The stone seeps through her socks. "So what happens now?" Raffael steps closer, one step. The distance between them narrows to something that feels deliberate. "Now you do not stay in staff quarters. You move to the executive floor permanently. My floor. There is a secure suite 3 doors from mine. Biometric locks, private line, no access for anyone without my authorization. I already have a suite on the executive floor. That was the guest bedroom. This is different." "How?" He holds her gaze. "Because the guest bedroom was convenience. This is security. I am assigning private security to the floor rotation. No one enters without clearance." Seren's chest tightens. The words are correct, professional, protective, but she hears the shape beneath them. "You are locking me in," she says. "I am keeping you safe." "Those are not the same thing, Raffaele." His name, spoken aloud. She has not done that before. Not without a title, not in the hallway, not with this edge. He registers it, a shift in his posture, almost invisible. "Someone used your credentials," he says. "They walked through this building as you. They accessed the server room, which means they could have accessed the deal documents, the encrypted drafts, the version history. They could have planted anything. They could be watching you right now. Then find them. Do not cage me. I am not caging you. You are moving me into a suite with locks only you can override. You are putting guards on my floor. You are deciding what I need without asking me. I am deciding what I can live with if something happens to you." The words stop her. He did not mean to say them. She sees it in the way his mouth closes after, the way his hand tightens at his side. A crack in the armor, a single syllable of truth he did not plan to release. The corridor is silent. Snow presses against the glass. "I have spent 3 years in this building," Seren says, and her voice is quieter now. "I have translated every negotiation, every crisis, every late-night call. I have been in the room for every deal you closed and every deal that nearly broke you. And until 3 days ago, you did not know my name." He flinches, a real flinch, barely visible, but she sees it. "You do not get to protect me now because you finally noticed I exist. I noticed you exist the night you corrected the Korean clause. You noticed my competence. That is not the same as seeing me." Silence. He stands in the corridor with his sleeves rolled and his control fraying at the edges. She stands in the threshold with the biometric light glowing green behind her, a door that was opened without her permission, a suite that was never truly hers. "If someone targets the summit through you," he says, slow, deliberate, as if pulling each word from somewhere deep, "I will not forgive myself for putting you in a room where they could reach you. And if I let you lock me in a room where no one can reach me, what do I become?" He has no answer. She watches him search for one, watches the calculation behind his eyes, the habit of control grappling with something he does not know how to name. "Tell me what you need," he says. The same question, the one he asked in the war room, the night the advisory team was stranded. The question that cracked something open between them. She looks at him. The man who built an empire on masks. The man who stands in a cold corridor at midnight, asking her to define the terms of her safety because he does not trust himself to define them for her. "I need to be able to open my own door." He holds her gaze. Then he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a security fob. Black, matte, no markings. "The override for this floor," he says. "It overrides all biometric locks. There is no backup. If you lose it, I cannot get you out without cutting the power to the entire wing." He holds it out. She takes it. The metal is warm from his hand. The suite is 3 doors down, he says. I will have your things moved. He turns, walks back down the corridor. His footsteps are quiet against the stone. She watches him go. The fob is heavy in her palm. She does not know if he just gave her freedom or a test. She does not know if she is supposed to use it or prove she will not. And then the corridor lights flicker. Once. The emergency backup hums, kicks in, steadies. But in the second of darkness, she heard something. A click, a soft mechanical sound from inside her suite. She turns. The door is still open. The room is dark. The fire has burned to ash. She steps inside. Her hand finds the wall switch. The light comes on. Her notebook is on the table by the window, exactly where she left it. Her French press is in the kitchenette. Her bag is on the chair. And on the floor, in the center of the room, there is a single piece of paper. It was not there when she left. She picks it up. 1 sentence, printed, no signature. You are the only one who reads all 5 languages. Do not read this one out loud. Chapter 7. She reads the note 3 times. The paper is standard printer stock. The font is Arial, 12-point, unremarkable. No watermark, no header, no identifying mark. It could have come from any printer in any office in any wing of this castle. You are the only one who reads all 5 languages. Do not read this one out loud. Her thumb presses flat against the words, as if the pressure might reveal something hidden beneath the ink. The warning is precise. It knows what she is. It knows the limits of her skill set. It knows that she is the only person in this building who can move between the 5 languages of the summit without external translation support. Which means it was written by someone who understands the structure of the negotiation. Someone who knows the language set. Someone who has been in the room, or has read the room list, or has access to the summit briefing documents. She folds the note once, twice, slides it into the inner pocket of her jacket. Then she walks to the suite 3 doors down. The door is unlocked. The biometric panel glows green, accepting her without resistance. The master override fob is heavy in her pocket, unused. The suite is identical to her own in layout, but different in atmosphere. No personal effects, no half-empty coffee cup on the counter, no notebook with multilingual annotations spread across the table. This is a room prepared for occupancy, not yet inhabited. She stands in the center of it and listens. The castle makes sounds she's learning to read. The low hum of the heating system, the distant clatter of the kitchen 3 floors down, the muffled silence of snow pressing against the windows, and footsteps, approaching. She does not move. The knock comes, single, firm. She opens the door. Raffael stands in the corridor with a folder in his hand and shadows under his eyes that look carved rather than earned. He has not slept. She wonders if he ever does. Your things are being moved, he says. I came to bring you the working drafts for tomorrow. He holds out the folder. She takes it. Their fingers do not touch, but the space between them narrows by a degree she cannot measure. Thank you, she says. He does not leave. The note, he says. What was on it? She considers lying, considers showing him, considers the weight of the folded paper against her chest and what it means that someone in this building knows her role well enough to warn her about it. A threat, she says. His jaw tightens. Specific or general? Specific enough? Show me. She holds his gaze. Not yet. The answer lands like a line drawn in snow. He registers it, just not challenge it. But she sees the calculation behind his eyes, the habit of control adjusting to a variable he cannot force. Then work in my suite tonight, he says. If someone is watching you, I want you where I can see the approach. It is not a question. It is not quite an order. It is something between the two, a request dressed in the language of command, because he does not know how to ask without sounding like he needs her. She should refuse. She should draw another line. Instead, she says, I need coffee. He almost smiles. Almost. The suite is warmer than the corridor. A fire burns in the stone hearth, and the air smells of paper and old wood and something sharper beneath it. Vigilance, the chemical tang of a man running on adrenaline and will. They work at opposite ends of a long table. He reviews the English master drafts. She cross-references the Hungarian, French, and German versions, flagging inconsistencies in the margin with a pen she found in her pocket. The silence is not empty. It is full of small sounds. The turn of a page, the scratch of her pen, the crack of the fire settling in the grate, the soft intake of his breath when he finds something he does not like in the text. At some point, without discussion, they fall into a rhythm. He reads a clause aloud in English. She finds the corresponding clause in the Hungarian version and reads it back in Hungarian, flagging the divergence. He makes a note. She moves to the next. They do this for 2 hours. The work becomes a kind of dance, call and response across 4 languages, the boundaries between them dissolving into the shared task of catching every hidden blade before the morning session. At midnight, she stands to stretch and finds her legs stiff from sitting too long. She walks to the window. The snow has not stopped. The valley below is erased, a white void swallowing the road, the trees, the distant lights of the village. "We will not be leaving any time soon," she says. "No." She turns. He is watching her, not the drafts. The folder is open in front of him, but his attention is fixed on her silhouette against the glass. "What did the note say, Seren?" His use of her name lands differently in the quiet, intimate, intentional. She considers the question. "If I show you, you will try to control it." "Yes." "Then you understand why I am not showing you." He leans back in his chair. The firelight catches the silver in his temples, the sharp line of his jaw, the exhaustion he wears like armor. "I have spent 12 years building a life in which no one can reach me," he says. "I have learned to anticipate threats, to neutralize them before they arrive, to make myself untouchable. But you arrived 3 days ago, and already someone in this building is leaving notes in your room. And I do not know who, I do not know why, and I do not know how to protect you from a threat I cannot see." "Maybe you are not supposed to protect me," she says. "Maybe you are supposed to trust me." The silence stretches. Then he says, "I do not know how to do that either." And she hears what he does not say. "I have never had anyone worth trusting." At 1:00 a.m. she brews coffee using his AeroPress and the Ethiopian beans she stole from his cabinet. The ritual is familiar now. The grind, the bloom, the slow press. She brings him a cup without asking if he wants it. He takes it without thanking her. But he drinks it. And when he sets the cup down, his hand lingers on the ceramic as if the warmth is something he wants to hold on to. At 2:00 a.m., the phone on the side table lights up. A single chime. A notification. Raffael reaches for it. His expression does not change, but something in his posture shifts. A tightening, a readiness. "What is it?" she asks. He turns the screen toward her. The message is from Orrin Dean, addressed to both of them. "Tomorrow's first session, 7:00. I want Seren in the room before the rest of the parties arrive. I will direct my questions through her for the duration." Chapter 8. The phone screen glows between them. Orrin Dean's message carved in sharp black letters. "I will direct my questions through her for the duration." Seren reads the words 3 times. The implications settle like frost spreading across glass. Orrin is not testing her. He is repositioning her, putting her in the center of the table where everyone will have to watch her, answer through her, negotiate with her voice as the conduit. He is making her visible, and he is doing it to break something in Raffael's control. She looks up from the screen. Raffael's hand is still on the phone, his knuckles white, his face unreadable. "He is not doing this to elevate me," she says. "No, he is doing it to divide the room, to make the other parties watch me instead of you, to force you to either support me publicly or undermine me and lose the deal." Raffael sets the phone down. The fire has burned low, the coals casting long shadows across the stone floor. "Does it matter why he is doing it?" he asks. "It matters if you react. Then I will not react." But she sees the tension in his jaw, the way his thumb presses against the edge of the table as if he is holding himself back from something. He is not angry at Orrin. He is angry at himself for being outmaneuvered, for having no choice but to let Seren step into the light his rival has chosen for her. She should feel used. Perhaps she is. But beneath the calculation, beneath Orrin's tactical provocation, there is also the undeniable fact that in 12 hours, she will be the one the room listens to. She will speak. She will be seen. The thought terrifies her, and it thrills her. Sleep does not come. At 3 a.m. she leaves the suite and walks the corridor, the master override fob cold against her palm. The castle is silent, the kind of silence that has weight pressing in from the stone walls and the frozen glass. She finds Nela Viri in the kitchen. The operations manager sits at the small table with a cup of tea and a tablet, her gray eyes sharp despite the hour. She does not look surprised to see Seren. "Could not sleep either," Nela says. It is not a question. Seren sits across from her. The kitchen is warm, the radiator ticking in the corner, the smell of bergamot rising from Nela's cup. "You knew about the camera blind spot in the east wing," Seren says. "You knew about the old locks. You gave me the castle's vulnerabilities like a map." Nela sips her tea. "I gave you the truth. You are the only person in this building who seems to want it." "Then tell me something else." Nela sets her cup down. The ceramic clicks against the wood. She reaches into the pocket of her vest and pulls out a folded piece of paper, flattened and creased along sharp lines. She slides it across the table. Seren unfolds it. It is an email chain. Internal Connaught Group correspondence, headers and timestamps visible, the company logo stamped at the top of each message. The subject line reads, Geneva, Szabo reference request. The dates span 3 weeks. The first message is from a senior HR director at the Geneva Institute, addressed to Connaught's internal HR, requesting a professional reference and employment verification for Seren Szabo. The second message is from Connaught's HR director, forwarded to an executive she does not recognize, with the note, "Per standard policy, please confirm authorization to release." The third message is the reply. It takes her a moment to understand what she is reading. Hold indefinitely. Not authorized at this time. No explanation. No reasoning. No name signed beneath the directive. Only a title block that reads, Executive Office. Her stomach drops. "What is this?" she asks, and her voice sounds distant, as if spoken by someone else. Nela watches her with steady eyes. "The reference request for your Geneva position. It arrived 3 weeks ago. It was blocked at the executive level within 48 hours. Blocked. Not denied. Blocked. There is a difference. A denial would have generated paperwork, a reason, a trail. A hold is just a delay. Enough time for the opportunity to pass. Enough time for you to assume it was routine administrative drag. Enough time for you to give up and stay." Seren reads the line again. Hold indefinitely. Not authorized at this time. Who authorized this? The title field says Executive Office. That could be Raffael. It could be Petra Lviv. It could be someone in the upper tier who has access to that domain. The email is routed through an internal server. No signature block. No individual identifier. Seren's hands are cold. The paper trembles in her grip. 3 weeks ago, she says. Before the summit. Before any of this. Yes. So whoever blocked it knew I was applying. Knew I might leave. And decided I would not. Nela leans back in her chair. The tea has gone cold, but she does not reach for it. 3 years, Seren. 3 years of making yourself indispensable, of being the only person who reads all 5 languages, of catching clauses no one else sees. You built a career on being too valuable to lose, and someone in that building decided that the best way to keep you was to make sure no one else could have you. The words land like stones. No one else could have you. Seren thinks of every late night, every silent correction, every time she smoothed a mistranslation without claiming credit. She thinks of the way she kept her head down, her voice steady, her ambition invisible. She thought discretion was protection. It was a cage. I did this to myself, she says slowly. I never asked. I never demanded. I made it easy for them to assume I would stay. Nela shakes her head. You made it possible for them to take. That is not the same thing. She does not return to the suite. She walks the corridor with the folded paper in her pocket, the edges sharp against her thigh. The castle is dark, the windows showing only her own reflection and the endless white beyond. The Geneva offer was her exit, her name on the work, her voice, finally, attached to something she had built. And someone in this building decided she did not deserve that choice. She stops at the end of the corridor, where the old wing begins, where the cameras stop and the 18th century locks wait for any locksmith from Ljubljana. The note from her room is still in the pocket of her jacket. Do not read this one out loud. A threat she does not understand. A blocked reference she now has proof of. A summit that depends on her silence. She pulls out her phone and scrolls to the message for Oren Dean. I will direct my questions through her for the duration. She could call him. She could ask whose side he is really on. She could tell him what she knows, trade the information for something she needs. But she does not know if he is the one who blocked the reference. She does not know if he is the one leaving notes. She does not know if the hand reaching for her is meant to lift her up or pull her under. What she knows is this. Someone inside Connaught Group has been counting on her silence for 3 years, and she is done being silent. She turns. The corridor stretches behind her, dark and empty. The door to Raffael's suite is closed. She could walk through it. She could show him the email, demand an answer, watch his face to see if he knew. But if he knew, and he did not stop it, then he is part of the theft. And if he did not know, then the person who blocked it is still inside his empire, invisible, protected, waiting. She needs more than an email. She needs the name. She needs the proof. She needs to know who has been erasing her this whole time. She stands alone in the corridor, the master override fob in one hand, the folded paper in the other, and for the first time she does not feel like the help. She feels like a threat. The castle settles around her, old stone and newer silences, and somewhere in the dark, the person who blocked Geneva is sleeping soundly, believing they have won. They have not. They have only made her pay attention. Chapter 9. The war room fills at 6:58. Seren is already seated when the first delegate arrives, the French consul blinking at coffee that is too strong and a room that is too cold. She has not slept. She has not changed clothes. She has the folded email in her jacket pocket and the unsigned note in the other, and she has decided that neither of them will show on her face. Oren Dean enters at 7 o'clock exactly. He does not scan the room for Raffael. He scans for her. His eyes find her in the chair nearest the main screen, and something shifts in his expression, satisfaction or assessment, or both. Ms. Szabo, Mr. Dean. He takes his seat at the far end of the table, the creditor block's position, and folds his hands over a leather folder. The German consul arrives. The Korean delegate connects by video, his face grainy on the display. Raffael enters last, moving past Seren without touching her, without looking at her, but she feels the weight of his attention like a hand on her spine. The session opens. Oren directs his first question to Seren. Ms. Szabo, can you confirm that the English version of Section 14.2 has been reconciled with the French and German texts? Yes. All three now match? They reflect a single source text, yes. And the Korean annex? She does not hesitate. Still pending review. The original Korean payment terms contain a resultative verb structure that was not flagged in the first draft. I have noted it for correction before ratification. Oren tilts his head. You caught that. I did. At the opening session, when no one else did. The room is very quiet. The German consul studies his notes. The French consul pretends to check his phone. Seren holds Oren's gaze. Yes. He smiles. It does not reach his eyes. Remarkable. The session continues. Oren directs every substantive question through her, and she answers each one with the same precision, the same stillness, the same refusal to let him see that she is playing a part she did not choose. He probes the liability cap, the collateral definitions, the intercreditor mechanics. She meets every probe. She does not look at Raffael. She does not need to. She can feel the tension radiating from his end of the table, the effort it takes him to let this happen without intervening. She is the point of contact. She is the voice. And she hates that it took an enemy to give her what her own company never would. The break comes at 9:15. Seren steps into the corridor and presses her palms against the cold stone wall until her breathing steadies. The coffee in her stomach churns. The folded email burns against her thigh. She hears footsteps behind her. I did not know. Raffael's voice is low, meant only for her. She does not turn. About Oren's approach, he says. About the way he is using you. I did not know he would test you so openly in front of the table. You are right, she says. You did not know. The silence stretches. But that is not the only thing you did not know, is it? It is not a question. Seren. She turns. His face is unreadable, winter stone, but there is something beneath it, something that looks almost like fear. Tell me, what happened? She reaches into her jacket and pulls out the folded paper. She does not hand it to him. She holds it where he can see it, the internal email chain, the subject line, the date stamp, the directive. Hold indefinitely. Not authorized at this time. Is this your signature? He reads it. She watches his jaw tighten. No. Is it Petra's? I do not know. Then who? He looks up. His eyes meet hers. I will find out. How? I well asked. Ask. She laughs, a short, flat sound that echoes in the empty corridor. You think whoever did this will admit it? You think they will say, yes, I blocked Geneva because I decided Seren Szabo does not get to leave? Then what do you want me to do? She steps closer. I want you to tell me if you knew. I did not. Your system did. The words land. He flinches. Not visibly, not the way anyone else would notice, but she sees it. The fractional tightening of his jaw, the pause before he speaks. My system, he repeats. Your company, your culture, your leadership. 3 years of making myself indispensable, and someone in your building decided the best way to keep me was to trap me. She holds the paper between them. You built a place where that decision felt acceptable. Maybe you did not sign it, Raffael, but you made it possible. He does not deny it. He does not defend himself. He stands in the cold corridor with his hands at his sides and his face like carved stone, and he lets her words land. If I had known, he says finally, I would have stopped it. Would you? Yes. Before or after I found out. He has no answer. His phone buzzes. He glances at the screen. Something shifts in his posture, a subtle straightening, a guarded stillness that she recognizes from the night she overheard him speaking Croatian. He does not take the call. He silences it. But the name on the screen is visible for half a second. Daver. Take it, Seren says. It can wait. Take it. I want to see your face while you do. He looks at her. Something passes between them, something that is not trust and not quite suspicion, something that sits in the space where both used to be. He answers. Nesada. Not now. The voice on the other end is low, graveled, male, speaking rapid Croatian. Seren catches fragments, words, phrases, a cadence that sounds like authority. She does not look away from Raphael's face. She watches him listen. His expression does not change, but his hand tightens on the phone. His thumb presses against the edge until the skin whitens. The voice says something else. A name. Matej. Raphael's eyes flick to Seren. Just once. Just for a moment. And she knows. He is not the one who decided to block her reference. But he is not the man she thought he was either. The call ends. He lowers the phone. Seren. She does not answer. She folds the paper and puts it back in her jacket. We have a session in 40 minutes, she says, and she walks past him, back toward the war room, the note still in her pocket, the name Matej still ringing in her skull, and the certainty settling in her chest that she has been standing inside a story she did not know she was part of. Chapter 10. The war room hums with the sound of a printer warming up and the low static of 2 languages bleeding through an unused headset. Seren stands at the window, her back to the table, watching Orendine on his phone near the far wall. He speaks with his hand cupped around the mouthpiece, eyes tracking her while he talks. She cannot hear the words, but she can read his posture, the slight tilt of his head, the way he nods once and then ends the call. He approaches her. You are still standing? Last I checked, gravity still applies. He almost smiles. The Korean delegation is asking to review the corrected payment terms before the afternoon session. They want a clean version in their language, not a marked-up English original with translator's notes in the margin. I will have it ready. I know you will. He pauses. That is not a compliment, Szabo. That is an observation. You are the only person in this building who could deliver that in 40 minutes, and everyone at the table knows it. He walks away before she can answer. The door swings shut behind him. She pulls out her phone, opens the Korean annex, and starts cross-referencing the corrected structure against the original. The work steadies her. The rhythms of grammar, the weight of liability shifting with a single particle, these are things she understands. The door opens again. Raffaele enters, alone, his phone pressed to his ear. He does not look at her. He walks to the far corner of the room, the one near the secondary printer, where the acoustics are dead and the window looks out at nothing but snow. He thinks she cannot hear him. He is wrong. Nirako samti nisada. No, I told you, not now. The voice on the other end is too low to catch, but Raffael's face changes as he listens, the muscles around his mouth tightening, the skin at his temples pulling. He speaks again, faster, lower. Nema putrevezatim. Dugavose bifti gutol to petka. There is no need for that. The deal will be done by Friday. A pause. Nimogu kontrollera tisto unready. I cannot control what he does. The word on lands with weight. He, someone else. Someone Raffael cannot control. Seren keeps her eyes on the Korean annex, her thumb scrolling through clauses she has already memorized, her ears tuned to every syllable. Raffael's voice drops lower, almost a whisper. Gospodin nemogutil gasanitiove. Sir, I cannot explain it here. Gospodin, sir. The formality of it catches her. Raffael does not use titles. Raffael does not defer. Moresh mi veruvat. Raffael lowers the phone and stands motionless for a moment, his hands still gripping the device, his shoulders set in a line that does not belong to a CEO managing a creditor dispute. He turns. Their eyes meet. The room is very quiet. You heard that. It is not a question. I heard some of it, she says. How much? Enough to know you are not negotiating with a bank. He walks toward her. His steps are measured, deliberate, the same control he uses in every room, but his voice is softer than she has ever heard it. You should not have heard that. Then you should not have taken the call where I could. He stops 2 feet from her, close enough that she can see the shadow under his eyes, the slight tremor in the hand he shoves into his pocket. That was not about the summit. I know. Part of it was about the summit, the surface. He pauses, but not the rest. She sets her phone down, face up, the Korean annex still glowing. Is this about the name on your phone? He does not answer. Is it about Matej? The air between them changes. His jaw tightens. His eyes hold hers without blinking. Who told you that name? No one told me. I heard it, on your call, and I watched your face when it was spoken. He looks at her for a long moment. Then he does something she does not expect. He looks away first. I should have told you. Yes. I should have told you the night you showed me the note, or the night you asked if I knew about Geneva, or any of the nights we stood in the corridor and I lied by omission. You did not lie. I let you believe I was one thing when I am another. That is a lie by structure, if not by word. She waits. He does not fill the silence. Raffaele. He looks at her. Who is Matej Karac? The name hangs between them. He takes a breath, the kind of breath a man takes before stepping off a ledge. Matej Karac is the person I was, the person my uncle wants me to be again. Your uncle? Count Thaw Karac, my father's brother, the man who called me just now. She files the title. Count, not a businessman, not a creditor, a noble title, used formally in a language that carries history and weight. He is the one blocking the deal. Not directly, but he is the reason the deal is structured the way it is. He has been preparing for this for years. Every clause, every jurisdiction, every pressure point. He has been positioning pieces so that exposure would trigger collapse. Exposure of what? He looks at her. Of me. The words land like stones in still water. The deal does not come apart if Connaught Group fails, he says. The deal comes apart if I am publicly connected to Matej Karac. Because if that connection is established, then the creditor bloc can argue that Connaught assets are traceable extensions of the Kara estate. And once that argument enters the legal record, my uncle can file a claim. What kind of claim? Inheritance, heirship. The kind of claim that cannot be litigated in a boardroom. The kind that goes to family court in Zagreb, where the judges still remember the name Kara and the debts the family owes to the right people. She stares at him. You are Matej Karac. I was. I built Connaught to escape that name. I built a wall of contracts and companies and jurisdictions high enough that no one would see the boy who grew up in a house where loyalty meant silence and silence meant survival. When did you leave? 20 years ago. I walked out of a family dinner, took a train to Vienna, and never went back. I changed my name, changed my language, changed everything, except the way I think about power. And your uncle has been looking for you ever since. He knows where I am. He has always known. But he could not touch me until I built something worth taking. He pauses. Now I have, and he is patient. The printer finishes warming up. A single sheet slides into the tray, a test page, blank. The blocked reference, Seren says. Is that him too? I do not know, but I will find out. Will you? He meets her eyes. I am telling you the truth, Seren, not a version of it. The truth, because you deserve that. And because if I expect you to stay in a room where people are trying to destroy me, you deserve to know whose name they are using. She picks up her phone. I have a Korean annex to deliver in 35 minutes. Seren. She stops. This does not change the summit. It changes why the summit matters. I know. She walks to the door. Her hand is on the handle when she speaks again. You are not the only one with a hidden name, Raffael. He does not ask what she means. She does not explain. The door opens. The corridor waits. And somewhere in the castle, a printer she did not activate begins running a document she did not request. Chapter 11. The printer is still running when she reaches the machine. 3 sheets, white, blank, no text on any of them. Just the whisper of a warm drum and the smell of toner, dissipating. She checks the queue. Nothing. No job history, no pending documents, no name attached to the print request. Just a machine that decided to wake itself at 6:57 and produce nothing. She folds the blank pages anyway, stows them in her jacket pocket beside the unsigned note. Then she picks up the Korean annex and walks toward the war room. The room is half full when she arrives. Oren is already there, not seated, standing at the head of the table with a coffee cup that looks untouched, his eyes tracking her entrance like he has been waiting for nothing else. Miss Szabo. Mr. Dean. She takes her seat, places the Korean annex in front of her, does not offer it to him. His mouth does something that is not quite a smile. 40 minutes, he says. Impressive turnaround. I had good source material. The corrected version. The corrected version. He holds her gaze a beat longer than necessary. Then he sits. Raffaello enters at 7:02. He does not look at Oren. He looks at her first, a fraction of a second. Then he takes his position at the center of the table, and the session begins. The first hour is procedural, review of the German Collateral language, confirmation that the English and German versions now match, a brief discussion about the liability cap adjustment. No fireworks, no traps. Oren lets the room settle. Then, at 8:17, he adjusts his posture, a millimeter of shift that Seren has learned to read as the beginning of a maneuver. Let's walk through the waterfall provision in Section 6. She feels Raffaello's attention sharpen beside her. The waterfall provision is the most leveraged clause in the restructuring. It determines the order in which creditors are paid if cash flow drops below threshold. The order that determines who takes a haircut and who walks whole. She has already reviewed it. 3 languages, 4 versions, 14 subclauses that interact with the intercreditor mechanics. There's a temporal mismatch between the English and French versions, she says. The English text gives priority to secured creditors within 90 days of a shortfall event. The French version uses 50 jours ouvrables, 50 business days. That's a roughly 2-month gap in the timeline depending on holidays and weekends. Oren's eyes do not leave her face. And which version governs? The original English, per the governing law clause in Section 30. But if the filing jurisdiction shifts to France, the court could reasonably apply the French interpretation. Has the filing jurisdiction been tested? Not tested, but the creditor with the shortest timeline holds the most leverage in a restructuring negotiation. If one creditor knows they can demand payment on a 50-day clock while the others are working on 90, they will use that gap to force concessions before the rest of the table has time to react. She stops. The room is silent. Oren tilts his head. Who caught that? I did. Not your legal team, not your advisors. You. I read the drafts. He looks at Raffael. A long, deliberate look that carries no words but carries everything. Mr. Connaught, you have an asset here that your due diligence summary failed to mention. Raffael does not answer. His face is still, but his thumb presses against the edge of the table. A single point of pressure, held too long. Oren turns back to her. Ms. Szabo, how many other discrepancies have you found that I haven't asked about yet? She does not hesitate. The Greek annex on the secondary guarantee structure references a different definition of material adverse change than the Hungarian version. The Hungarian text uses gelentos hatrainos valtuzas, which aligns with EU standard language. The Greek version uses a narrower formulation that excludes regulatory changes. Which version is correct? Neither. They are both wrong. The English source was poorly drafted in the first place. I corrected it in my working copy, but the annexes have not been updated. Oren sets his pen down, a gesture of attention, not surrender. Show me. She does not move. The correction is in my notes. I will produce the annotated version when the session breaks. Why not now? Because you are testing me, Mr. Dean, and I have confirmed that I know the material. Showing you my working notes before they have been reviewed by counsel would be premature. A pause. His smile surfaces. Miss Szabo, you are the most dangerous person in this room. She meets his eyes. I am an interpreter, Mr. Dean. My job is to make sure everyone understands the same thing at the same time. And yet here you are, sitting on corrections that could shift the distribution of 37 million euros in contingent liability. 37.4, she says. The room goes very still. The break comes at 9:30. She steps into the corridor and breathes. Her hands are steady, her pulse is not. Raffael finds her 2 minutes later. You held your ground. I held my ground. He is trying to use you against me. I know. And still you answered. I answered because the questions were real and the discrepancies are real. If I had refused, he would have used that to question the integrity of the entire drafting process. I cannot afford to be wrong, and I cannot afford to be silent. He watches her. You enjoy it. She looks at him. What? The precision, the pressure, the way he has to work to keep up with you. She considers the question. I enjoy being asked questions that require my actual ability to answer. I have spent 3 years being asked to translate other people's sentences. Oren Dean is the first person in this building who has asked me what I think. Raffael's jaw tightens. Is that an accusation? It is a fact. He holds her gaze. Something flickers behind his eyes. Not anger. Something closer to recognition, and the pain that comes with it. I should have asked you sooner. Yes. I should have seen you sooner. Yes. She does not soften it, does not cushion the truth. He accepts it. When she returns to the war room, Oren is waiting with a single sheet of paper. Ms. Szabo, a hypothetical. She sits. The waterfall provision, if the temporal mismatch were corrected to a uniform standard, how would it affect the intercreditor hierarchy? She does not answer immediately. She tests the question, looks for the trap. There is no hypothetical. You already know the answer. Indulge me. You want me to say that correcting the waterfall provision in favor of a single timeline would reduce the leverage of the short-favored creditor? Probably your client. And if I told you my client is the short-favored creditor, I would say you are lying. The room goes tight. Oren's smile does not waver. What makes you certain? Because the short-favored creditor in the French version is a Luxembourg entity with a Vienna-based council, and Vienna council is not independent of the person who wants this deal to fail. She says it quietly, clearly, so that everyone in the room hears. Oren's smile finally fades. He looks at her, then at Raffael. You have a problem, Mr. Connaught. I have a solution, Raffael says. Her name is Seren Szabo, and she is not leaving this building until the deal is signed. The words land like a claim. She feels the weight of them, public, named, visible. Oren picks up his pen. Then let's get back to work. The session resumes. 3 more hours of cross-referencing, clarifying, surviving. At 12:47, Nayla appears at the door. Not with coffee, with a sealed envelope. "Delivered by courier," she says. "From Croatia. Marked urgent." She hands it to Seren, not Raffael. Louse you couldn't care excrently will. The seal is wax, and the mark pressed into it is a signet ring. Chapter 12. The envelope sits in her hands. Wax seal. Signet ring. The mark pressed deep into the burgundy disc, a crest she does not recognize but will learn to dread. She turns it over. No sender name, no return address, just her name in black ink, handwritten, precise. Nayla is still standing at the door. Who delivered it? "Courier service out of Zagreb, signed for at the gatehouse 20 minutes ago." Directly to me. Directly to you. Seren slides the envelope into her jacket pocket without breaking the seal. The weight settles against her ribs like something alive. Nayla watches her with a stillness that asks no questions but expects answers later. "Thank you," Seren says. Nayla nods once and disappears. The afternoon session grinds on. Seren does not open the envelope. She keeps it in her pocket while Orendine tests the Greek annex against the Hungarian, while the Korean translator sends a query about the corrected payment terms, while Raffael watches her from the head of the table with a look that says he knows exactly what is sitting against her ribs. She does not open it. Not in the war room. Not during the break. Not when Raffael catches her eye and tilts his head toward the corridor in a question she ignores. She waits. At 21:47, the session breaks for the night. The war room empties in waves. Assistants first, then the junior counsel, then Oren, who pauses at the door. "Miss Szabo." "Mr. Dean? A productive day?" "It was." He holds her gaze a moment too long. "Sleep well." She does not answer. She eats nothing. Walks the east corridor with the envelope in her hand, turning it over, feeling the ridge of the signet mark beneath her thumb. The wax is burgundy. The crest is a tower with a star above it. She does not need to know the Karac family seal to understand the message. "I know where you are. I can reach you." She does not open it. Not yet. Her suite feels smaller tonight. The fire has burned to embers. The windows are black mirrors reflecting her own face back at her. She sets the envelope on the desk and stands over it. The seal is intact. She could break it, read whatever threat or offer Devior Karac has chosen to send her. Know the shape of the trap before it springs. But once she opens it, she cannot unsee it. Once she knows, she has to act. She leaves the envelope on the desk, walks out. The executive floor is silent. Biometric locks click behind her as she moves. The corridor lights are dimmed to a low amber that makes the stone walls feel older than they are. She does not know where she is going. Away from the envelope. Away from the war room. Away from the weight of the day. The castle breathes around her. Heating system, generators, security servers humming behind closed doors. A place designed to keep people safe, but that feels increasingly like a cage. She finds herself at the old gallery window, the one Raffael stood at on day 3, watching something she could not see. Now she stands at the same glass and sees nothing, just snow, and dark, and the distant glow of the gatehouse lights. Could not sleep either. His voice is quiet, close. She does not turn. "You could not sleep either," she says. Raffael steps up beside her, close enough that she feels the warmth of him before she sees his reflection in the glass. "The first night of a summit, I never sleep. The first night of any negotiation, I never sleep. Then we are both ruined for normal hours." She almost smiles, almost. The snow falls, silent, relentless, erasing the lines between earth and sky. "How long have you been standing here?" she asks. "A while." "Before I arrived?" "Yes." She turns to look at him. He is not wearing his jacket, just the white shirt, sleeves rolled, collar open. The silver at his temples catches the amber light. His face is drawn in a way she has not seen before. Not tired. Empty. "Where do you go?" she asks, "when you cannot be in the room?" His eyes do not leave the glass. "Here." "Just here?" "Here. The east corridor. The old kitchen when it is empty. There are not many places in this building where I am not expected to be the person in charge. And in those places, I am no one." She hears the truth in it. The loneliness. 12 years of building a life no one could reach. And now he stands in the dark of his own castle, admitting that the fortress he built has no room for the person inside it. "The envelope," she says. I know. You saw Nayla deliver it. I saw. You are not going to ask what is in it. You will tell me when you are ready. She studies his reflection. You trust me that much? I trust that you will make the right decision with the information you have. I do not need to know it before you do. She lets that settle. It is not control, what he is offering. It is patience, the space to choose. And if the right decision is to leave, his jaw tightens. Then I will let you leave. Let me help you leave, if that is what you need. She looks at him. The snow falls, the castle hums, and Seren realizes she is standing in the dark with the one person who has not tried to make her smaller. Raffael. He turns to face her fully. Yes. The letter is from Daver. He does not flinch. I assumed. I have not opened it. Why not? Because once I know what he wants, I have to decide, and I am not ready to decide yet. He steps closer. Then do not decide tonight. And tomorrow? Tomorrow we will open it together, or you will open it alone. Your choice. She holds his gaze. And if it is a threat? Then we face it together. The word lands between them. Together. She does not know when that became true, but it is. A sound. Footsteps in the corridor. Nayla appears at the far end, her silhouette sharp against the dim light. Mr. Connaught, Miss Szabo. Raffael does not move. What is it? Another courier delivery, from Croatia. Seren's blood goes cold. Encrypted, Nayla adds, and marked for your eyes only, Miss Szabo, in addition to the earlier envelope. Seren looks at Raffael. His face is unreadable, but his hand at his side has closed into a fist. 2 letters, one unopened, one arriving in the dark, and the certainty that whatever Dever Kara wants, he is patient enough to send it twice. Chapter 13. Nayla does not wait for an answer. She steps closer, the encrypted packet held in both hands like something that might break. The amber corridor light catches the edge of a printed label. Zagreb, Law Office. No name she recognizes. This came through the courier service we use for diplomatic documents, Nayla says. It cleared security because it was marked as privileged correspondence from a registered European legal practice. Raphael's fist is still closed. Who signed for it? I did. Did you scan it? The exterior. The interior is cryptographically sealed. It requires a passphrase to decrypt. Nayla looks at Seren, and the sender specified that the passphrase would be communicated separately, to Miss Szabo, by voice. The words hung in the cold air. A lawyer's letter, encrypted, delivered to her, not him, and the passphrase coming by voice, meaning someone intends to speak to her directly, to hear her voice confirm she is the one receiving it. Seren's hand moves to her pocket. The first envelope is still there, unopened. The first one, she says. The sealed wax envelope. What is in it? Nayla's expression does not change. I do not know. It was delivered by a different route. Personal courier. No electronic trail. 2 messages, 2 methods. One designed to be held, one designed to be heard. Raffael moves, not toward the packet, toward Seren. Come with me. She does not ask where. She follows. He leads her through the east corridor, past the gallery window, past the old kitchen, into a part of the castle she has not seen before. A narrow door set into the stone. He unlocks it with a key from his pocket, not a biometric scan. Inside is a small room, no windows, a desk, a single lamp, a telephone that looks older than she is. This is the only room in the castle that is not on the network, he says. No cameras, no microphones, no data lines. It was built as a panic room. I use it for calls I cannot afford to have intercepted. Seren steps inside. The air is stale, still. She turns to face him. You want me to open the envelope here? I want you to have a place where whatever is in that letter belongs only to you until you decide otherwise. He does not enter the room. He stands in the doorway, silhouette against the amber corridor light. I will wait outside. The door closes. She is alone. The envelope is heavy, cotton fiber paper, the burgundy wax seal intact. She holds it for a long moment. the tower, the star, the weight of a name she does not fully understand. She breaks the seal. Inside is a single sheet of paper, handwritten, in Croatian. The handwriting is precise, old-fashioned, each letter formed with deliberate care. Poštovana gospođice Szabo. Dear Miss Szabo, I am writing to you directly because I believe you are the only person in that castle who understands the value of precision. My nephew has spent 12 years building a life on the assumption that names are optional. He is wrong. I am not writing to threaten you. I am writing to offer you a choice. You are about to translate a document that will arrive under separate cover, a legal opinion from counsel in Zagreb. Read it carefully. It describes a claim that can be filed in the family court of Zagreb within 30 days of my nephew's public identification as Matej Karac. The claim is valid. It will survive scrutiny, and it will unwind every transaction Connaught Group has completed since its founding. Unless a private settlement is reached before the identification becomes public. Unless the heir acknowledges this estate and negotiates a division that preserves the commercial entity while satisfying the family claim. I do not want to destroy what he has built. I want him to stop pretending he built it alone. You have 3 days from the arrival of this letter to translate the legal opinion, understand its implications, and decide whether you will deliver it to him as written or help him see that a negotiated outcome serves everyone better than a public war. I am told you are fluent. I am told you read silence as carefully as speech. I am told you are the one person in that room who sees what others choose to miss. I am counting on it. Matej Karac reads it twice, the first time for meaning, the second time for the spaces between the words. He is not threatening her. He is recruiting her. He is offering her a role as the messenger, the interpreter, the one who delivers the truth in language the recipient can understand. And he has given her a timeline, 3 days. She folds the letter, returns it to the envelope, opens the door. Raffael is standing where she left him, still, patient, watching the corridor as if he has all the time in the world. Well? It is a letter from your uncle, I gathered. He wants me to translate a legal opinion. He says it describes a claim that can be filed against Connaught within 30 days of your identification as Matej Karac. Raffael's jaw tightens. He wants you to deliver it to me. He wants me to help you see that a settlement is better than a war. And will you? Seren meets his eyes. I will translate the document accurately. I will tell you what it says. What you do with that information is your decision. He holds her gaze. And the second packet? The second packet requires a passphrase, delivered by voice. Someone intends to call me and tell me how to open it. Raffael's hand moves to the doorframe. Then we wait. For what? For the call. He steps aside. She walks past him into the corridor. The envelope is in her pocket. The letter is in her head. And somewhere in Zagreb, Matej Karac is waiting for her to make a choice. 3 days. The clock is already running. Chapter 14. The corridor clocks say 1:47 when Seren stops pretending sleep will come. She has been lying in the guest suite with Davor's letter folded beneath the mattress, her brain translating and retranslating every line. The handwriting. The offer disguised as a choice. The 3 days already bleeding into 2. She pulls on yesterday's shirt, leaves the envelope where it is. The executive floor is silent. No footsteps, no distant click of Nala's rotation, just the low hum of the heating system and the sound of snow pressing against the glass. She does not plan to find him, but her feet carry her down the back stairwell, past the war room door, past the corridor that leads to the gallery window, toward the old kitchen where she knows he goes when the walls tighten. The door is ajar. A single lamp burns above the butcher block island. The refrigerator hums its low, steady note, and Raffael Connaught sits on the counter's edge, sleeves rolled to his forearms, a cup of something cold and untouched beside him. He looks up when she enters, no surprise. You could not sleep either. Could you? No. She does not ask permission. She steps inside and closes the door behind her. The kitchen is small, original stone floor, a fireplace that has not been lit in decades, shelves of copper pots that catch the lamplight like old coins. Seren stops on the opposite side of the island, puts her hands flat on the butcher block. I know what the letter says. I gathered that. I know he wants me to translate a legal opinion and deliver it to you. Raffael's jaw tightens. And will you? I told you, I will translate accurately. I will tell you what it says. And the decision? Yours. He holds her gaze. The winter stone eyes do not waver, but something shifts in the silence between them, a crack in the control. There is something you are not telling me, she says. I have told you everything. You have told me the shape of it, the architecture. You have not told me what it costs you. Raffael looks down at his hands, the knuckles white against the counter. I built Connaught from nothing. A name I chose, a life I constructed. Every document, every deal, every decision. I made it. Not Davor, not my father's ghost, not the title I abandoned. And yet he can unwind it. He can claim he can. Can he? Raffael's silence is the answer. Seren moves around the island. She does not touch him. She stops an arm's length away, close enough to see the pulse at his temple, the way his throat works when he swallows. I heard you on the call, she says, in the war room. Before you knew I understood Croatian. His eyes snap to hers. You asked him as Gospodin. She lets the word hang. You do not call anyone sir. Not bankers, not regulators, not the head of the creditor block. But you called him that. Your uncle. The man who is trying to take everything from you. Raffael's voice is barely audible. Because he earned it. What does that mean? He slides off the counter, stands facing her, close enough that she can smell coffee and wool and the faint edge of old paper. When I was 14, my father was dying. My mother had already gone. The Kara estate was held together by debt and a name that meant nothing outside the border. Davor came to the house. He told me I would inherit nothing worth keeping unless I learned to use the tools the family had given us. What tools? Raffael's laugh is hollow. Influence. Obligation. The right name on the right document. He taught me how to read a contract before I knew what a contract was. He taught me that language is leverage. That precision is the only thing that keeps you alive when everyone around you wants what you have. And then? Then I learned what he meant by tools. The refrigerator clicks off. The silence is absolute. Seren waits. Raffael does not look at her. He built a laundering network through the estate. Shell companies, art transactions, a foundation that funded nothing but the movement of capital. By the time I was 18, I had signed documents I did not understand. By the time I was 20, I understood them perfectly. And I knew I had to leave or become him. So you disappeared. I changed my name. I built a new empire from the skills he gave me, and I told myself that was enough, that I had escaped. But you did not escape. No. He looks at her then, and for the first time his walls are not walls, they are glass. She can see through them. I escaped the title. I did not escape the claim. Davor holds documents that show I was involved in the early work, not as a conspirator, as a minor, as someone who did not know what he was signing. But the signature is mine. Seren's breath catches. The legal claim is not about inheritance. It is about complicity. If he files in Zagreb family court, he does not just claim the assets. He claims I was part of the network. That I knew. That my silence was consent. And was it? The question lands like a blade. Raffael does not flinch. I was 19 years old. I had no money, no proof. No one who would believe the heir of a noble family over his uncle's counsel. I left. That is the only answer I have. Seren holds his gaze. She thinks of her own hidden name, the one she has not spoken, the one she carries like a sealed envelope in her chest. I believe you, she says. Raffael's breath shudders out of him. He moves closer. One hand rises, stops, hovers near her shoulder. He does not touch. I have spent 12 years making sure no one could reach me. No one could hurt me by knowing me. And then you walked into the war room with a French press and a notebook full of corrections. I was trying to do my job. You were trying to be invisible. She does not deny it. You saw me, he says, before I saw you. You read the clauses I missed. You caught the trap in the Korean terms. You stood in a room full of men who wanted you silent, and you corrected them because the numbers mattered more than the politics. They still matter. I know. His hand finds her shoulder, light, the warmth of his palm through the thin fabric of her shirt. I do not know how to stop being Matej Karac, he says. I do not know how to undo the documents I signed at 19. But I know that you are standing in this kitchen at 2 in the morning instead of sleeping, and it is not because you are afraid of the letter. Then why do you think I am here? Because you want to know if I am worth the fight. The words settle between them like a seal. Seren does not look away. I already know the answer to that question. His thumb brushes her collarbone. Once. A question in itself. Then what are you asking me? She steps closer. I am asking you what you need me to be. Interpreter, messenger, negotiator, or something else entirely. He understands. The space between them vanishes. His hand slides to the curve of her neck, steady and warm, and he kisses her. Not careful, not testing. Full weight, as if he has been holding this in his chest for years. Her hands find his shirt. His pulse against her palm is faster than she expected. The kitchen lamp flickers, and then the phone on the counter buzzes. Once, twice. A tone she has never heard before. Raffael pulls back, breathing uneven. That is not a call, he says. That is an alert. Perimeter breach. Seren's blood turns cold. The passphrase, she says. The second packet. Someone is answering before the sun comes. Chapter 15. The perimeter breach alert is still glowing on Raffael's phone when Seren's mind catches up to what she just said. Someone is answering before dawn. Raffael's hand drops from her neck. He stares at the screen, then at her. The passphrase, she repeats. The second packet. You told me someone would call with a voice passphrase. What if the breach is not an attack? What if it is delivery? He processes it in less than a second. Then he is already moving, grabbing his phone, typing one-handed. I need to verify the perimeter status before we assume anything. Then verify. But while you do, tell me the rest. He stops. What rest? The rest of the story. Daver taught you contract law at 14. You signed documents you did not understand at 18. You fled at 20. You built Connaught in 12 years. But you left out the part that explains why he can still reach you. Why you called him Gospodin. Why you flinched when I said his name. Raffael's jaw tightens. He is not just my uncle. He is the man who made me. The kitchen light hums. He raised me after my father died. My mother was gone before I turned 10. Devo was the only family I had. He taught me languages, law, leverage. He told me the Karac name was a shield, that we protected people who could not protect themselves. But that was not true. It was true enough to believe, until I was old enough to see what he was protecting. Not people, transactions, routes, names on shell company registries that led nowhere but to each other. Seren watches his hands. They are still. I was 17 when I understood, 18 when I signed my first document knowing exactly what it was, a certificate of ownership for a gallery in Vienna that held no art, only numbered accounts. You signed it anyway. I signed it because he told me it was the last one, that after this, I would never have to touch another, that I could take the name and make it clean again. And you believed him. I needed to believe him. He was the only family I had. The words land in the space between them like something fragile and dangerous. Seren steps closer. When did you stop believing? 20. When I found the contracts I had signed at 18, they were not the end. They were the foundation. He had used my signatures to build the next layer of the network. My name, my title, my inheritance, all of it had been turned into infrastructure. Her stomach knots. That is why you left. Not because you were guilty, because you were being used as the record of guilt. Yes. Something shifts in his expression. A door opens that she has not seen before. I changed my name to Raffael Connaught. I built this company from a single room in Zurich with a laptop and a credit line that should not have been approved. I told myself that if I built something real, something clean, I could outrun the boy who signed those papers. Did it work? No, because Daver does not want the money. He wants the son who ran, the heir who proved the name still matters by trying to escape it. Seren feels the shape of it now. The trap is not legal. It is emotional. He never filed the claim because he does not want to win in court. He wants you to come back. Raffael's silence is the answer. He wants you to choose him, and every year you do not, he tightens something. A clause, a jurisdiction, a pressure point, so that when you finally break, it is because you cannot carry the weight of running anymore. And I will break, Raffael says quietly. Not because the deal fails, but because I have been carrying it alone for 12 years. Whiteout, I am the only one who knows the full shape of what Dever can do. Until you. Seren's chest tightens. I did not ask to carry it. I know. Then why are you telling me? Because you are the first person I have told anything to, and you are still standing in this kitchen. He looks at her then, not as a CEO, not as a man protecting a position, as Matej Karac, standing in a castle his uncle might still own by law, telling the only person who has ever read him clearly the truth he has never spoken aloud. Seren holds his gaze. I am not leaving because I heard your name wrong. I am staying because I heard it right. Raffael's breath catches. He opens his mouth to answer, and his phone buzzes again. Not the alert tone, a call. He looks at the screen. Petra, he answers on speaker. Tell me. Petra Lilev's voice is clipped, urgent, and too clear for the hour. The legal danger is worse than we thought. Dever filed a preemptive memorandum in Zagreb family court 3 days ago. Not a claim, a preservation motion. He is arguing the Connaught Group's current restructuring may destroy assets that belong to the Karac estate before the court can rule on ownership. Raffael's face goes still. He filed before the summit ended, before the airport closed. He timed it so we would be locked in Falkenfels with no ability to respond in person and no counsel on site. He wants you to respond from a compromised position, or not at all, which he will use as abandonment of defense. Seren sees the trap now. Dever did not wait for the leak. He forced the legal clock to start before the identity could even be public. Petra, what is the preservation motion asking for? An injunction. If the judge grants it, every transaction Connaught completes during the summit becomes presumptively reversible. The entire restructuring is voidable until the family court determines whether the assets belong to the estate. Raffael's hand tightens on the phone. When does the judge rule? Tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. Vienna time, 9 hours from now. The kitchen falls silent. Seren looks at Raffael. At the man who has spent 12 years building an empire to escape a name, only to have the name reach through the walls and pull the ground from under him. She does not look away. Tomorrow morning, she says. You are not walking into that war room as Raffael Connaught. He stares at her. Then whom am I walking in as? Seren's answer lands like a seal. Someone who tells the truth before it is taken from him. Petra is silent on the line. Raffael is still. And then the second encrypted packet begins to hum on the counter, the device light pulsing, as if the voice call delivering the passphrase has already begun. Chapter 16. The line goes quiet. Petra's silence on the other end stretches into something else, a held breath waiting for someone to speak first. Raffael's thumb hovers over the screen. Petra, stay on the line. I am here. He looks at Seren. The kitchen light catches the silver at his temples, the sharp angle of his jaw, the exhaustion carved into bones she did not know could look fragile. The packet, he says. It pulses on the counter, low amber light, steady as a heartbeat. Seren does not reach for it. That is not the question right now. Then what is? She steps closer, not into his space, close enough to see the muscle in his throat move when he swallows. You just told me Dever raised you, that he taught you everything, that your name was turned into infrastructure before you were old enough to understand what infrastructure meant. And I believe you. I know you do. But that does not erase the 3 years before this week. The 3 years you did not know my name, the blocked reference, the culture that made it possible for someone to look at my career and decide I was easier to keep than to credit. Raffael's jaw tightens. I know. Knowing is not enough. He sets the phone down on the counter. The amber light from the encrypted packet pulses across his fingers. What is? Seren feels the weight of the question. It lands differently than his offers. The master override fob, the executive floor, the private security. Those were solutions he chose without asking what she wanted. This is the first time he has not tried to solve her. I don't know yet, she says, but I will not let you buy forgiveness with a clean answer tonight. I am not trying to buy anything. You are trying to fix it. That is the same thing when you are the one who decides what fixing looks like. He flinches. Small, almost invisible, but she sees it. What do you need, Seren? The question lands bare. No title attached, no disclaimer about the deal or the deadline or the preservation motion waiting to detonate at 10. Just the question, stripped of strategy. She holds still. I need you to stop deciding what I should know. I need the truth before it becomes a weapon someone else can use against me. And I need you to understand that the person who blocked Geneva did it because your culture made it possible. You did not write the order, but you built the room where that order felt acceptable. Raffael does not defend himself, does not explain. He takes the hit and stands in it. The reference, he says. When this is over, I will find who authorized it and why. That is not what I am asking for. Then what? I am asking you to see the shape of it, not just the name, the pattern. I have spent 3 years being useful enough to keep and invisible enough to ignore. And you are only seeing it now because the deal needs me. That is not true, isn't it? She holds his gaze. The kitchen is cold. The only light comes from the amber pulse and the faint glow through the window where snow has started falling again, thick and silent. You needed a translator for 7 languages in a crisis. I was the only one in the building. You did not choose to see me. You ran out of alternatives. Raphael's voice drops. That is how it started. Yes. She respects the honesty, but it is not how it is now. How is it now? He steps forward. Not much, a hand's width, close enough that she can feel the heat coming off his shirt, the tension in his frame like a wire pulled taut. Now I am standing in a kitchen at 2 in the morning telling a woman I have known for 6 days the truth I have hidden for 12 years. Not because she is the only interpreter left. Because she is the only person who has ever read me clearly enough to make me want to stop running. Seren's chest tightens. That is a beautiful thing to say. But it does not undo that you let me be invisible for 3 years, and I need you to sit in that ugliness without trying to make it clean. Raffael does not move. Then I will sit in it. The silence stretches, honest, uncomfortable, necessary. Petra's voice cuts through from the phone on the counter. I am still here, and I hate to interrupt this, but we have 7 hours and 42 minutes before a judge decides whether every transaction Connaught has completed this week is voidable. The amber packet pulses. Seren looks at it. The voice call will come. Daver will not let the deadline pass without making sure I receive the passphrase. Raffael's hand moves toward the device, then stopped. You do not have to open it. I know. If it ties you to the legal fight, Daver will use that. He will name you as a participant, a messenger, a witness. I know. Then why are you still here? Seren meets his eyes. Because I heard your name before the world did, and I will not let him define what that means. The encrypted packet pulses again, faster now, as if the call is already connecting on the other end of a line she cannot see. Raffael's phone buzzes. Not Petra. A different tone. A security notification. He reads it. Movement. Outer perimeter. Tree line on the east ridge. Seren's skin tightens. Daver's courier does not use the road. Neither does whoever is watching the castle from the Snowline. Raffael's hand finds hers. Brief. Warm. A question, not a claim. Whatever you decide about the packet, about tomorrow, about any of it, I will stand behind it. Not because I am giving you permission, because you are the only person in this building who has earned the right to choose. Seren looks at the pulse, the snow, the man who just handed her the last piece of control he had left. She reaches for the encrypted packet. The amber light steadies, and the phone on the counter rings. Chapter 17. The sitting room smells of cedar smoke and old paper. The fire has been burning for hours, amber light licking the stone surround while snow lashes the glass in sheets so thick the alpine peaks beyond have disappeared entirely. Seren sits cross-legged on the rug, her back against a leather armchair, a stack of printed drafts spread across the low table in front of her. She has been switching between English, Hungarian, and French for the last 40 minutes, annotating the margins in 3 scripts, building a map of every clause that could become a weapon if Daver's preservation motion triggers cascade defaults. Raffael sits on the opposite side of the table. He has not touched the papers in front of him for 20 minutes. He is watching her. You are staring. I am learning. She looks up. The firelight catches the silver in his temples, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his fingers rest motionless on a page he stopped reading long ago. What are you learning? How your handwriting changes when you move between languages. Hungarian is tighter, more pressure on the downstrokes. French loosens into curves. Seren sets her pen down. You notice that? I notice everything about you now. I spent 3 years not looking. I am compensating. The admission lands with unexpected weight. She looks back at the draft in her lap, but the words have stopped meaning anything. Show me the Hungarian section, he says. The waterfall clause. She hands him her annotated copy. Their fingers brush. Neither pulls away. Raffaele reads her marginal notes in silence, his eyes moving across the compact lines where she has collapsed an entire legal argument into 3 sentences. She watches his face, the way his expression shifts from concentration to something softer. This is better than the version Petra sent. It is the same language. I just reordered the logic. You reordered the logic because you understood what the original was trying to hide. He looks up at her. The section 14.2 gap in French versus German, the waterfall timing discrepancy, the Korean trap clause you caught before it detonated. You have been fixing structural flaws that 3 separate legal teams missed all week, and I never once thanked you for it. The sand feels the heat rise to her cheeks. I was doing my job. You were doing my job better than I did. He sets the papers down and leans back against the armchair. The fire pops. A log shifts, sending sparks up the chimney. Why did you stay? He asks. At Connaught, you mean? Yes, 3 years. No credit, no authorship, no ningum on anything. You could have left at any time. Seren looks at the fire. I told myself the work mattered more than the recognition. That being indispensable was its own reward. That if I kept proving my value, eventually someone would notice. And now? She picks at the edge of the draft page, feeling the paper give under her thumb. Now I know that noticing is not the same as valuing, and that I was willing to accept invisibility because it felt safer than demanding to be seen. She looks at him. Can I ask you something? Anything. When you were building Connaught, did you ever ask yourself whether you were proving your worth or just hiding? Raffaele goes still. The firelight carves shadows into his face. Both, he says. Every day. Some days I still do not know the difference. Seren nods. There is no judgment in her face, just recognition. They sit in silence for a long moment. The fire breathes, the snow keeps falling. The room feels sealed off from the rest of the castle, from the war room and the encrypted packet and the east ridge where someone is watching through the dark. Show me the Croatian section, Seren says softly. Raffael raises an eyebrow. You already read it. I read it in the panic room, alone. I want to read it with you. He picks up the draft and hands it to her. She takes it. Their fingers brush again, longer this time. The Hungarian and French annotations give way to Croatian. The letters feel older. The vowels are sharper, the consonants harder. She reads carefully, her lips moving silently over the legal phrasing, and when she reaches the final paragraph, she stops. This is Davor's claim, summarized. Yes. You wrote it in Croatian because you wanted to read it the way he would frame it. Yes. She looks at him. Did you write this before or after you told me who you are? After. That would feel sheer rapsis that the die and tacking one time actually receive. It's just pleely little surprising lose. Then why did you keep it from me? Raffael's jaw tightens. Because I am still learning to show you everything before you ask. Seren holds his gaze. The fire pops again. The air between them has changed, grown heavier, warmer. She sets the paper down. Show me now. He reaches for a page near the bottom of the stack and hands it across. She takes it, and her fingers do not let go when he releases the paper. Their hands are touching. The paper is between them, forgotten. Raffael's eyes move from her fingers to her face. Seren. His voice is low, barely above the fire's crackle. Yes? I have not done this before. Done what? He does not answer with words. He turns his hand over, palm up, and she matches the movement so their palms press together, fingers interlacing without hesitation. The fire is the only sound. He leans forward. She meets him halfway. His free hand comes up, light against her jaw, his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. She can feel his breath, warm and uneven, against her lips. The sound of her own heartbeat fills her ears. The room narrows to the space between them, to the heat of his palm against hers, to the way his thumb moves like he is memorizing her skin. His mouth is a breath away. The phone on the table vibrates. They freeze. Raffael's eyes do not leave hers. His hand stays on her jaw. The phone vibrates again, a sharp, insistent buzz against the wood. "Do not answer it," Seren whispers. He does not answer it. The phone vibrates a third time, then stops. The silence rushes back. The fire crackles. The snow presses against the glass. Raffael's thumb moves once more, slow, across her skin. "Thank you," he says. "For what?" She does not know what to say, so she says nothing and lets him hold the moment. The phone on the table vibrates again, longer this time. A sustained pulse that will not stop. Raffael closes his eyes. His hand drops from her jaw. He answers. His face changes as he listens. The softness drains out, replaced by something colder, sharper. "What time?" A pause. "How many?" Another pause. "I will be there." He ends the call and looks at Seren. The East Ridge. The security feed picked up 3 more figures moving through the tree line. They are not Davos couriers. They are carrying equipment. Seren's stomach drops. "Equipment for what?" Raffael is already standing. "I need to get to the security room. You stay here." "The hell I will." "Seren." "No. I am done being kept in rooms while men decide what I should know. If there is a threat on that ridge, I need to see it too." She stands and faces him. He looks at her for a long moment. Then he nods. "Stay behind me. Do not leave my sight." "I will not." He takes her hand. Not as a question this time, as a fact. They move toward the door, the fire still burning behind them, the drafts abandoned on the table, the warmth of the room giving way to the cold of the corridor beyond. The East Ridge is 3 minutes away, and someone is already there. Chapter 18. The corridor is colder than she remembers. Raffael's hand stays wrapped around hers as they move past the old kitchen, past the east gallery where moonlight pools on empty floorboards, toward the stairwell that drops to the security room. His pace is controlled, not running, not yet. But his grip tightens with each stride. Seren matches him step for step. The stairwell door opens onto a narrow passage she has never seen, low-ceiled, lined with cables and ventilation ducts. A single bulb hums overhead. At the end, a steel door with a keypad. Raffael enters a code she does not try to memorize. The lock clicks. He pushes the door open. The security room is smaller than she expected. 4 monitors stacked in a grid, a radio unit crackling on standby. A young guard with a shaved head and a tremor in his hands stands in front of the screens, pointing at the bottom right display. Raffael releases Seren's hand and steps to the monitor. Seren follows. The feed is thermal, grainy, green, and black. The tree line on the East Ridge cuts diagonally across the frame. 3 heat signatures move through it, slow, deliberate. They are spaced evenly, 10 meters apart, advancing in a line. One of them carries something long and narrow, a rifle case. Raffael's jaw hardens. "Night vision," he says. "Thermal masking on the jackets. They are not amateurs." The guard speaks again, rapid Croatian, the words tumbling out. "We lost visual on the south perimeter camera 3 minutes ago. The feed is still live, but the picture is frozen. I think they cut the line." Raffael does not look away from the screen. "How long until they reach the wall?" "At this pace, 8 minutes, maybe less if they know where the blind spots are." Raffael reaches for the radio. He keys the transmit button. "All stations. Lockdown protocol. Delta. Non-essential staff to the bunkhouse. Security team to the east corridor ground floor. No lights, no sound. Acknowledge." The radio crackles. One by one, voices confirm. Seren watches the thermal signatures move through the trees. They do not hurry. They do not hesitate. They know exactly where they are going. Raffael? He turns to her. Who are they? I do not know yet. Then what do you know? He holds her gaze. The room is quiet except for the hum of the monitors and the guard's uneven breathing. I know Daver filed that preservation motion before the airport closed. I know he sent you 2 messages before anyone else knew you would be the one to receive them. I know the timing of this is not random. He steps closer. Seren, I need you to go to the panic room. No. I am not asking you to stay out of the fight. I am asking you to stay alive so you can be in it when it matters. She looks at the screen. The thermal figures have reached the edge of the tree line. They stop. One of them kneels, aiming something toward the castle. Her throat tightens. If I go to the panic room, I will not hear the call. The passphrase call. Daver's second packet will stay locked. Raffael's face shifts. She sees the calculation behind his eyes, the same calculation she has watched him make 100 times in the war room. Risk. Reward. Leverage. If I lose the deal, I can rebuild it, he says. If I lose you, I cannot. The guard mutters something in Croatian. Seren catches it. Karac, he says. They're coming for the Karac. The name lands like a stone in still water. Raffael does not flinch, but the guard does. The guard looks at Raffael as if seeing him for the first time, as if the name has unlocked something in his memory, a piece of information that rearranges everything he thought he knew. Seren watches the guard's face, the recognition, the fear. She turns back to the monitor. The 3 figures have stopped at the wall. One of them is attaching something to the stone. The thermal image blurs at the edges, then sharpens. Raffael keys the radio again. East wall, report. Silence. East wall, report. The radio hisses, then a voice, low, strained. They are inside the lower courtyard. Seren's blood turns cold. Raffael moves. He crosses the room in 4 strides, pulls open a drawer, and hands her a small device. Flat, black, no bigger than her palm. Panic room key. Press the red button and hold for 3 seconds. The door will seal from the inside. Do not open it for anyone except me. Raffael. Seren, take it. She takes it. He turns to the guard. You stay on the monitors. Call the moment you see movement toward the executive floor. The guard nods, eyes wide. Raffael takes Seren's wrist and pulls her out of the room, back into the narrow corridor, back toward the stairwell. His pace is faster now, not a sprint, but close. They reach the executive floor. The corridor is empty. The lights are dimmed. Raffael stops at her suite door. He keys the biometric lock. The door opens. He does not step inside. Get in. Seal the door. Do not open it until I come back. Where are you going? To see who is in my courtyard. Raffael. She catches his sleeve. He looks at her. The hardness in his face softens for a fraction of a second. I did not spend 3 years not seeing you just to lose you now, he says. Give me 10 minutes. If I am not back by then, seal the panic room and call Petra. She will know what to do. Seren holds his gaze. 10 minutes? Yes. He reaches for her hand. His fingers brush hers. Light, quick. Then he is gone. Moving down the corridor, his footsteps swallowed by the dark. Seren steps into the suite. The door seals behind her. She stands alone in the silence. The encrypted packet sits on the counter, its amber light steady, waiting. She looks at it. She looks at the panic room key in her palm. She looks at the door. The corridor beyond is silent. 3 figures are inside the castle. And somewhere out there, a phone is about to ring. Chapter 19. The encrypted packet pulses on the counter. Amber light, steady, waiting. Seren does not take her eyes off it. The panic room key is cold in her palm. The red button waits for her thumb. 3 seconds and the door seals. 3 seconds and she is safe. She does not move. The suite is silent, except for the heater's low hum and the wind scraping against the glass. Somewhere below, Raffael is walking into a courtyard where 3 armed figures have already breached the wall. Somewhere below, the guard is watching thermal signatures blur and fade as the intruders disappear into the castle's blind spots. She looks at the door. 10 minutes, he said. She looks at her phone. 8 minutes have passed. The encrypted packet glows. She reaches for it before she decides to, her fingers brushing the casing. The amber light does not flicker. It holds steady, as if the packet knows she is still here, still choosing. Her phone vibrates. She snatches it. Petra Iliv, not Raffael. She answers. I was told to call you if he did not return in 10 minutes. He will not return in 10 minutes. Petra's voice is flat, efficient, the voice of someone who has already moved past hope into logistics. The perimeter is compromised. Security has lost visual on the lower courtyard. They are working on alternate feeds. Then what do I do? Stay where you are. Do not open the door for anyone except Raffael or a voice you recognize with certainty. I have the panic room key. Good. Use it if you hear movement in the corridor. Seren's grip tightens on the phone. Petra, there is something else. A pause. I am listening. Luka Matic. The name lands. The silence on the line sharpens. What do you know about Luka Matic? Nothing, but he knows something about us. He's been circling restructuring for 3 days, asking questions that are too specific, too close to the architecture of the deal. How do you know this? Because he contacted Connaught's press office this morning, requesting comment on a Croatian noble connection to recent debt negotiations. The press office flagged it. I traced the inquiry back to him. Seren's stomach tightens. He knows about the Karac connection. He does not know. He suspects. There is a difference, but the gap is closing. Petra continues before Seren can respond. Matic is not a gossip journalist. He is an investigative reporter with a track record of breaking stories that powerful people wanted buried. He has old ties to the Kara estate, though I have not been able to confirm whether those ties are adversarial or cooperative. He is dangerous because he is careful, because he does not publish until he is certain, and because he has been asking questions that line up too neatly with Dever's legal strategy. Seren's mind clicks. Someone is feeding Luka Mask at the trail, the same someone who blocked her reference, the same someone who reset the biometric locks, the same someone who planted the trap clause in the Korean payment terms. Inside actor, coordinated, patient. The questions he is asking, Seren says slowly, they are not guesses, they are specific. They are the kind of questions you ask when you already know the answer and want the paper trail to confirm it. Yes, someone is curating the information for him. Petra does not confirm. She does not deny. The silence is confirmation enough. Seren looks at the encrypted packet. The amber light holds steady. Who inside Connaught has the access to feed a journalist without leaving a signature? 3 people, Petra says. Raffaele, me, and one other. Who? The executive office administrator who processed the reference block. The same title block. No name attached. Then we do not know who it is. No. The wind howls against the glass. Seren thinks of the unsigned note in her suite. Do not read this one out loud. She thinks of the printer that produced blank pages with no job history. She thinks of the biometric reset that changed her door permissions while she was in the war room. Every piece is connected. Someone inside this castle has been working against Raffaele for longer than the summit has been running. Someone inside this castle has been feeding Dave information, blocking Seren's escape, and now curating a journalist's investigation so the truth emerges on Dave's terms, not Raffaele's. Petra. I am here. Luka Matic. If he publishes before the judge rules, the identification becomes public. The preservation motion becomes a cascade. We lose. I know. Then we need to know what he has, and we need to know who is giving it to him. How do you propose we do that from inside a locked suite with armed intruders in the courtyard? Seren looks at the encrypted packet. The amber light does not waver. I have an idea. She reaches for the packet. Her fingers close around the casing. The surface is warm, as if it has been waiting for her hand. Seren, do not open that packet until the passphrase is delivered. Whatever you are thinking, do not do it without the key. I am not opening it. She sets the packet down. I am going to call Luka Matic. Seren, if someone is feeding him information, I want to know what they have already given him, and I want to know why. And if he asks who you are, Seren looks at her reflection in the dark window. I am the interpreter who is no longer invisible. She ends the call before Petra can argue. The contact she needs is not in her phone, but she knows how to reach him. The press office forwarded his inquiry. The number is still in the system. She pulls up the castle directory, finds the press office extension, scrolls through the forwarded messages until she sees the name. Luka Matej, Zagreb-based. Request for comment. She dials. The line rings once, twice. A voice answers. Low. Calm. The voice of someone who expected the call. Luka Matej. Mr. Matej, this is Seren Szabo. I understand you have been asking questions about Connaught Group's connection to the Kara estate. A pause. Miss Szabo, I have been expecting you. The words land like a second perimeter breach. Her blood goes cold. How did you know I would call? Because the person who has been feeding me information told me you would. The floor drops out from under her. Who? Someone who wants the same thing I do. The truth. He pauses. And someone who told me that when you called, I should tell you this. The blocked reference was not about your competence. It was about keeping you here. Because you are the only one who can stop what is coming. The line goes silent. Seren stands in the dark suite, the phone pressed to her ear, the encrypted packet glowing on the counter, and realizes that the inside actor has been playing a longer game than anyone understood. They did not want to silence her. They wanted her here, waiting. Because she is the only one who can stop what is coming. The encrypted packet's amber light flickers once, twice, then it turns green. Chapter 20. The phone is still warm against Seren's ear when the line goes dead. Luka Matej did not say goodbye. He simply ended the call, leaving her standing in the dark suite with the encrypted packet glowing green on the counter and the weight of his final words pressing down like the storm against the glass. She's the only one who can stop what is coming. She sets the phone down. Her hand trembles. She stills it. The packet's green light does not flicker. It holds steady, waiting. She does not touch it. Instead, she crosses to the suite's desk, pulls out the chair, and sits in the dark. The castle groans around her, old stone zuddling against new cold. Somewhere below, armed intruders move through the lower courtyard. Somewhere below that, Raffael walks into the dark to meet them. The 10-minute window is passed. She checks her phone. No message, no call. She does not let herself imagine what that means. The encrypted packet pulses once, green, patient. She opens the castle network on her tablet instead, pulling up the press office directory, scrolling past forwarded inquiries until she finds the original message. Luka Matej. Subject, Connaught Group. Information request. The timestamp catches her eye. The request was submitted 4 months ago. 4 months before the summit. Before Devo filed the preservation motion. Before the airport closed. This was not a reaction to the crisis. This was a preparation for it. She saves the screen capture, adds it to the growing trail. Her tablet chimes, a new video call request. The name on the screen, Petra Eliv. Seren accepts. Petra's face appears, sharper than before, tired but focused. She is sitting in what looks like a Vienna office, morning light behind her, paperwork spread across a glass desk. Raffael has not returned to the line, Petra says. No greeting, no softening. Security confirms the lower courtyard is contained but not cleared. He is still inside the perimeter. How contained? Enough that I am not calling emergency services yet. Seren reads what Petra does not say, but close to it. There is something else, Petra says. She shifts papers. I have been running the preservation motion through every worst-case scenario I can model. It is worse than we thought. Tell me, if Matej Karac is publicly tied to Connaught before the summit closes, the clave does not just freeze assets. It triggers a succession and sovereignty cascade. Dever has filed in Zagreb family court, which means the case falls under Croatian succession and property law, not commercial arbitration. Regulators in 3 jurisdictions can freeze Connaught's holdings simultaneously, because official identification of a domestic noble heir requires them to act. But only if Raffael is named by publicly. Yes, and the cascade accelerates after that. Once the family court issues the preservation order, every Connaught transaction from the past 12 years becomes contestable. Not void, contestable. That means debtors can stall payments, creditors can demand repricing, and third-party buyers can walk away from commitments citing material risk. Seren's mind moves through the implications like a translator chasing syntax. So Daver does not need to win the claim, he only needs to trigger the identification. Yes, and once that happens, then the summit's outcome becomes irrelevant. The restructuring terms will be tied up in litigation for years. Connaught Group will survive on paper and bleed out in practice. The quiet stretches between them. Seren looks at the encrypted packet. Petra, the packet turned green. I saw. I did not open it. I know. But it turned green before Luka Matic finished his sentence. Before he told me the blocked reference was about keeping me here. Petra's expression does not change. The packet is cryptographic. A green light means it has received an external authorization key. A passphrase has been delivered, just not to you. Who has it? The person Deaver chose to deliver it. The answer settles between them like frost. The inside actor, Seren says. Probably. Then Deaver is not waiting for the judge's ruling. He is already moving. The packet is active. The journalist is briefed. The preservation motion is filed. Everything is in motion except the identification trigger. Yes. Seren looks at the packet. Green, steady, waiting. What happens if I open it now? Without the passphrase, the packet self-destructs the moment the casing is cracked. The data is encrypted at chip level. One wrong access and the storage layer wipes itself. So whoever has the passphrase has to speak it to me directly. Yes, which means they have to be inside the castle, or on an open line. Petra's jaw tightens. Yes, Seren thinks of the guard who muttered Karac in fear, the three figures moving through the tree line, the device being attached to the stone wall. Luka Matic's voice, calm and inevitable. The person who has been feeding me information told me you would call. Someone inside this castle is waiting for the moment, waiting for her. Petra, I need you to patch me into the war room network. I need to see the latest draft of the control rights language, and I need to know if there is a way to revise the terms so an identity-based reputational event cannot trigger asset seizure directly. That is not legal advice I can give without sign-off. Then give it as a strategist. Petra holds her gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she nods once. I will send you the draft. And Seren. Go. If the packet is active, the passphrase holder will make contact. Probably soon. Probably when you least expect it. I know. Do not let them see you waiting for it. The call ends. Seren sits in the dark, the tablet glowing in her hands, the encrypted packet green and patient beside her. She pulls up the control rights language, reads it once, reads it again. The structure is clean, professionally drafted, but she sees the seam now, the gap where a trigger could be threaded through, a reputational contamination clause buried in the boilerplate, referenced in the French version but not the English, that could let creditors claim that any negative public identification of a key executive constitutes a material adverse effect. If that clause survives ratification, then the moment Luka Matic publishes, the moment someone says Matej Karac in a room with witnesses, the debt agreement converts automatically. Payment acceleration, collateral seizure. The entire restructuring unravels before anyone can argue. She sets the tablet down. The encrypted packet glows, and her private phone vibrates once. A new message. The screen lights up with a single line of text from an unknown number. Midnight. East Corridor Gallery. Come alone if you want the passphrase. Seren stares at the message. The castle darkens around her, and somewhere below, the intruders are still inside the walls. Chapter 21. The text on her phone glows like a wound in the dark. Midnight. East Corridor Gallery. Come alone if you want the passphrase. Seren reads it 3 times. The unknown number has no country code she recognizes. The phrasing is precise, deliberate. No threat, no signature, just the instruction. The encrypted packet sits beside her, green and patient. She thinks of the East Corridor Gallery, the window seat where Raffaele goes to escape, the old stone in the narrow light, a place he showed her when he was still pretending to be only her employer. Someone knows he showed her. Someone has been watching long enough to know which corners of this castle matter. The suite door clicks. She turns, pulse already rising, hand reaching for anything that could serve as a weapon. A table lamp. The heavy edge of the panic room key. Raffaele stands in the doorway. His coat is dark with melted snow. His hair is wet at the temples. There is a cut on his knuckle, small and already sealing, and his eyes are the color of exhausted stone. He is alive. The recognition hits her before the relief does. She sees him register her, the phone in her hand, the packet glowing, the tension still wired through her shoulders. "You came back," she says. "I said 10 minutes. He steps inside, pulls the door closed behind him. The lock engages. "It took 11. I am sorry." 11 minutes. She had stopped counting after 15. The intruders? Gone. Equipment left behind. They were not here to fight. He pulls off his coat, drops it over a chair. They were here to deliver something. The passphrase? Or confirmation that the packet is active. Or both. He looks at the phone in her hand. "What did you find?" She shows him the message. He reads it once. His expression does not change, but something behind his eyes goes still and wistful. "Midnight," he says. "The East Gallery. Come alone." "You are not going alone." "I know." He looks at her then, and the shift is almost imperceptible. The CEO mask slipping sideways just enough to show the man beneath it, tired and sharp, and unwilling to lose another thing tonight. "Peter told you about the contamination clause," he says. "Yes." "You found it." "In the French version, buried in the boilerplate. It was not in the English draft." "I know. Did you know before tonight?" He does not answer immediately. The silence stretches, and she watches him decide how much truth he can carry in a single conversation. "I knew there was a vulnerability in the control rights language," he says. "I did not know Deva had already found it. But someone embedded it." "Yes." "The inside actor." "Probably." She sets the phone down. The packet glows between them. "Raffael, I need to ask you something." "Then ask." She does not want to ask. She wants to stay in the relief of him being alive, the warmth of finding him breathing, the way the room feels less hollow with him in it. But the question is already shaped in her chest, cold and necessary. "Would you have told me the truth about who you are?" He goes still. "Without the letter," she clarifies. "Without Daver's envelope arriving at my door. Without me intercepting the call and reading your lips and cornering you in a kitchen at 2 a.m. She holds his gaze. "Would you have told me?" His silence is the answer. It is not a long silence, maybe 2 seconds, maybe 3, but it is long enough for her to feel the shape of it, the weight of everything he still guards even now, even after the confession, the kiss, the hand on her jaw in the firelight. "I wanted to," he says. "That is not what I asked." "No." He says it flatly, without defense. "I do not know." The honesty lands harder than a lie would. She nods, swallows, turns back to the window. "Seren, I am not angry." "You should be." "I am not." She faces him. "I am trying to understand what I am choosing. If I stay in this room, if I open that packet, if I walk into the East Gallery at midnight with you or without you, I need to know what I am agreeing to. Not the deal, not the summit. Us." He takes a step toward her, then another. He stops when he is close enough that she can smell the cold still clinging to his shirt, the wet wool, the faint trace of coffee from hours ago. "You are the first person," he says slowly, "who has ever asked me that question and waited for the answer." "Then give me one." "I do not know if I would have told you." His voice is quiet, rough at the edges. "I have spent 12 years learning not to tell anyone. The reflex is older than Connaught, older than the name I chose. It is the only thing Daver gave me that I never managed to unlearn." She watches his mouth, the way the words cost him. "But I know this," he says. "I wanted to. That night in the kitchen, when you read his letter and came back to me instead of running, I wanted to tell you everything. I was trying to find the words when the perimeter alert hit. That is not proof." "No, it is not." He reaches for her hand. The touch is light. His fingers brush her wrist, then settle against her palm. He does not grip, does not pull. He simply holds her hand in the space between them, as though testing whether she will let him keep it there. She does not pull away. "You read intention," he says. "You read it in silence, in syntax, in the shape of a clause and the pause before a translation. I have never had anyone in the room who could do that, who could see what I meant before I finished saying it." His thumb traces the inside of her wrist. "I am not used to being seen," he says. "I do not know yet whether I am good at it. But I know I do not want to go back to not being seen by you." The room holds them. The encrypted packet glows, and Seren lets herself feel the warmth of his hand against hers. The solid reality of him alive and present and trying, even if the trying is imperfect and unfinished. "Midnight," she says. "Yes. I am not going alone." "No. Then we have 3 hours to find out who sent that message before they expect us." He nods once. She releases his hand, but slowly, deliberately, a choice, not a withdrawal. "Raffael, I am still here. I know." She picks up her phone, types a reply to the unknown number. "How do I know you have the passphrase?" The answer comes in under a minute. A photograph. She stares at it. Her blood goes cold. It is a picture of the unsigned note, the one that appeared in her suite on the first night, the one she folded and stowed with the 3 blank pages from the war room printer. The note she has told no one about. Word for word, the same paper, the same warning. "You are the only one who reads all 5 languages. Do not read this one out loud." She turns the phone toward Raffael. He reads it. The silence between them hardens into something else entirely. Chapter 22. The photograph glows on her phone screen, the unsigned note rendered in perfect detail, every fold line visible, every letter of that warning she has carried alone since the first night. Seren stares at it until the words blur. "That note has never left my suite," she says. "I stowed it in the lining of my travel bag, under clothes I have not worn." Raffael takes the phone, studies the image. His jaw sets. "Who knew you had it?" "No one. Not Nayla. Not no one." He hands the phone back. His eyes stay on her face, reading what she cannot hide. "This changes the midnight meeting," he says. "It changes everything." She paces the width of the suite. Her thoughts move through Hungarian, the language her grandmother taught her for precision. Valaki figel. Someone is watching. Has been watching. From the first night, before she knew about Deva, before she knew about Matej Karac, before any of this was real, someone placed that note in her room and has been tracking whether she followed its instruction. 3 hours until midnight, she says. "I need to find out who before I walk into that gallery." "How, Nayla?" Raffael's expression shifts. Not distrust, recognition. "She has access to the security log that shows your suite door." "No." Seren shakes her head. "That tells me who opened the door, not who put the note there. The note came before the biometric lock was changed, before the server room log, before any of the things we can trace." She stops pacing. "I need to see the email trail from the week my reference was blocked, the full thread. Not the summary Nella gave me, the actual decision chain." He does not argue, does not point at the clock. "I will call Petra and ask her to release the archived correspondence from executive office records," he says. "You built the system that made that hold possible." He goes still. She says it without accusation, flat, clinical, the same voice she uses to annotate a clause that will cost someone a fortune. "You built a culture where senior leadership could make that decision without your name on it, where they assumed I would absorb the loss and keep performing, where they were right." She holds his gaze. "Because that is exactly what I did. For 3 years. For longer than that. I absorbed, and no one ever had to ask whether I noticed, because I never stopped delivering." He takes it. No deflection, no explanation about the 12-year reflex or the secrecy Deva gave him. He simply stands in the weight of what she is saying and lets her say it. "I did not know," he says. "But that does not matter, does it?" "No, it does not." She pulls out her phone and calls Nayla. The castle operations manager answers on the second ring. Her voice is rough with interrupted sleep. "Jabba, it is not yet midnight." "I know, I need your help." A pause, the sound of a lamp clicking on. "Tell me." Nayla calls back in 12 minutes. Seren and Raffael have not moved from opposite sides of the room. The encrypted packet pulses green on the counter between them. The photograph of the unsigned note sits in Seren's open palm like a second pulse, waiting. The decision chain for my reference hold, Raffael says into his own phone. Full thread, not the redacted summary. I need to see who, when, why. Petra's voice comes through tinny on the speaker. That is a personnel matter. It would require... I do not care what it requires. Release it. A beat. I will send the archive link, Petra says. 5 minutes. But you will not like what you see. Raffael ends the call. Seren watches him. She knows who did it. She knows whose signature is on the hold. That is not the same as knowing who originated the decision. It is a start, Nayla calls back. Her voice is tighter now. I pulled the door access logs for your suite for the first 3 nights. The biometric change and the remote reset are logged to a maintenance script with no name attached. Standard system rotation. But the note. She pauses. There is one gap in the corridor camera coverage that night. The technician flagged it the next morning as a buffering error. Convenient. Very. Can you tell me who was physically on the floor during the gap? I can tell you whose badge was logged nearest to the gap, but it was a skeleton shift. Everyone was rotating through war room support or kitchen duty. The system shows 3 people with proximity to that corridor between midnight and 5 a.m. All of them have alibis. Staff events. Signed-in readings in other zones. Then the note was planted by someone who knew exactly where the camera gap was and how to move through it. Yes. Seren closes her eyes. One more thing, Nayla says. The server room log entry that used your credentials, the one from 317, I cross-referenced the file that was accessed during that 6-minute window. She waits. It was the Korean payment draft, the original version, before you corrected the trap clause. The information lands like a stone in still water. Someone used her credentials to view the original Korean payment draft. Someone who knew she had translated it earlier in the evening. Someone who knew the trap clause existed and wanted to confirm it before the morning session. Thank you, Nayla. Be careful at midnight, Sababa. The gallery has only one exit. The call ends. Seren sets the phone down and looks at Raffael. Your system, she says quietly. Your culture, your people. Someone in this castle used my name to look at the Korean trap clause before it was caught. Someone else put a warning in my room on the first night. And someone inside your executive office blocked my reference because they assumed I would keep working for you either way. She watches him absorb each sentence. The decision trail will show me who signed the hold, she says. I need to know who you built the room for, Raffael. Who was so certain of my silence that they never even asked permission? His name lights up his phone screen, Petra's archive link. He opens it without a word and turns the screen toward her. The email thread loads, timestamps in the left margin, executive office letterhead, and then the names. The hold was not issued by a faceless administrator. It was originated by a senior vice president Seren has met exactly twice. A woman who smiled at her in the corridor once and never learned her name. The authorization chain includes 3 signatures. None of them are Raffael's. But the logic embedded in the thread is worse than any one name. Szabo is essential to summit preparation. If she moves to Geneva, coverage fails. Recommendation: hold reference, delay response until after restructuring closes. She has no history of escalation. Assume compliance. She reads it twice. The third time, she reads it aloud. Assume compliance. Her voice is steady, flat. They did not block me because I was a threat. They blocked me because I was reliable. Because I had never made trouble. Because they assumed I would absorb the loss and keep performing. She looks up from the screen. The door opens. Raffael Connaught stands in the doorway. He does not speak. He does not need to. She sees it in his face. The moment the trade-off registers, the knowledge that his name built the culture where this decision felt safe. That he did not order the hold, but he made it possible. The email thread lies open between them. The encrypted packet pulses green. 3 hours until midnight. Chapter 23. The silence in the suite stretches like wire. Seren does not look away from the email thread. The words have already burned into her memory. Assume compliance. 4 syllables that summarize 3 years of her life. Raffael stands in the doorway. He does not enter. He does not explain. She watches his chest rise and fall once before he speaks. I did not write that. I know. I did not see it. I did not approve it. I did not know it existed until Petra sent the link. I know that too. She finally lifts her eyes from the screen. Here is what I do not know. Her voice is quiet, controlled. Whether you built a system where this was possible without ever asking yourself whose silence you were trading on. He flinches, just barely, but he does not look away. You taught me the word for that, she continues. In Croatian, izakoristiti, to use someone up, to extract the value and discard the container. His jaw tightens. I spent 3 years in your building, she says. 12-hour days, 7-day weeks, emergency calls at 2 in the morning. I translated your deals, smoothed your conflicts, made you sound brilliant in 5 languages. And I never once asked for credit. I never once complained. I told myself it was enough to be needed. She pauses. Your senior vice president wrote that I had no history of escalation. That was the reason they held my reference. Not because I was a threat, because I was safe, because I had trained everyone around me to assume I would absorb the loss. The word hangs between them. Assume. Raphael's voice is rough when he finally speaks. What do you need me to say? Nothing, she shakes her head. That is the problem, Raphael. There is no sentence you can give me that fixes this. No gesture, no promotion, no public acknowledgement that erases the fact that your culture made my silence into an asset. He crosses the room, slowly, not crowding her, but close enough that she can smell the cold still clinging to his coat from the courtyard. I cannot undo what they did. His voice is low. I cannot go back 3 years and choose to see you sooner. I cannot tell you I would have caught the reference hold if I had been paying attention, because I was not. I was running. From Daver, from the name, from everything I built to bury the truth. His hand rises, stops, does not touch her. But I can tell you this. His eyes hold hers. I will spend the rest of my life making sure you are never assumed again. The words land. They land and lodge in the space between anger and wanting. Seren does not answer. She turns back to the email thread and reads it a 4th time. The names, the logic, the quiet efficiency of a machine that knew exactly how to keep her in place. 3 hours until midnight, she says. Then we have 3 hours. To do what? He pulls out his phone, opens Petra's message, scrolls past the archive link to a document she sent afterward. Your control rights analysis, the reputational contamination clause in the French version. He turns the screen toward her. Petra sent the original credit group proposal, the language they want to ratify tomorrow morning. Seren reads. Her stomach tightens. The clause is worse than she thought. The French version does not just allow creditors to claim a material adverse event if any executive suffers a reputational contamination event. It defines contamination broadly enough to include any public disclosure that damages the group's standing, including identity revelations that affect a single board member. She looks up. This is a loaded weapon. If the debt group passes this, Daver can pull the trigger the moment the press connects you to Matej Karac. That is the point. It was in the draft Petra reviewed. Did any of your people flag it? His silence is the answer. How is that possible? She hears her voice rise. You have 50 lawyers on retainer, 3 in-house counsel, a general counsel who reads everything twice, and no one caught that the French version grants creditors a veto over your private identity? I have been asking myself the same question. Your system failed. Yes. Again. Yes. She presses her palm flat against the desk, the leather cool under her fingers. Raffaele. His name costs her something. You built a machine that rewards silence, assumes compliance, and misses weapons in plain language because everyone in the chain is too busy protecting your privacy to read the terms in front of them. That is not a security culture. That is a parasite. He takes the blow. No deflection, no attempt to reframe. He stands in the center of the room with the email thread on one screen and the contamination clause on the other, and he says nothing. She watches him absorb the weight, and something shifts. Not forgiveness, not trust restored, but a crack in her certainty that he cannot see what she sees. You are not going to defend yourself, she says. You are not wrong. Most men in your position would try. I am not most men. He looks at her. I am the one who took the name he built and used it to hide. I am the one who let the reflex of secrecy become the structure of the company. I am the one who never asked whose voice was being traded for my silence. His voice drops. Tell me what you need, not what I think you should want. What you actually need. She opens her mouth to answer. The phone rings. Not hers. The war room line. The encrypted frequency. Raffael crosses to the desk and answers without speaker. He listens. His face does not change, but something behind his eyes sharpens. Understood. He ends the call. Oren's side just submitted revised term sheets. They want a fast-track ratification before the morning session. Seren is already moving toward the door. What terms? They offered to extend the waterfall timing. Give Connaught an extra 90 days on the secured facility. That is generous. Too generous. She stops. Show me the language. He pulls up the document on the wall display. The English version looks clean. Extended waterfall, relaxed covenants, a concession that buys Connaught exactly the breathing room it needs to survive the identity disclosure. She scrolls to the French counterpart. Her blood goes cold. The reputational contamination clause is still there, but it has moved, no longer buried in the liability section. Now it sits in the definition of a material adverse event, connected directly to the identity of any primary owner or principal beneficiary. She reads it twice to be sure. It is worse than before, she says. The trigger is now tied to you directly, not the company. If Matej Karac is named in any public forum, the entire restructuring becomes voidable at the creditor's option. Raffael reads over her shoulder. He buried it in the definition section, she continues. Oren knows no one will reread the definitions carefully when the headline terms are so favorable. He is betting on exhaustion, on the assumption that everyone is too tired to check the fine print. He is not wrong. She turns to face him. The last time I missed a clause like this, I caught it because your system failed. This time, I caught it because I am the only person in this building who reads all 5 languages before the signature line. She holds his gaze. Do not make me the only safety net again. His hand reaches for hers, not to hold, to acknowledge. You are not, he says. Not anymore. The encrypted packet on the counter pulses green. 3 hours until midnight. 2 hours until Oren expects ratification, and someone inside the castle holds the one passphrase that could change everything. Chapter 24. The fracture between them holds through the corridor. Seren walks ahead. Raffael matches her pace without touching her, without reaching. The space between them feels measured now, deliberate. Not anger, something colder, something that knows exactly what it costs to stay close when trust is still healing. The war room waits with its screens and its silence. Petra's face is on the main display, grainy through the encrypted line, her glasses catching the Vienna office light. She has the French definition page open on her side. The contamination clause glows in the center of her screen like a wound. You found it, she says. Oren moved it into the definition of material adverse event, Seren replies. Tied to the primary owner or principal beneficiary. If Raffael is publicly identified as Matej Karac before the restructuring closes, the creditors can void the entire agreement. On what grounds? Reputational contamination. Petra's jaw tightens. That is not a standard provision. It is not supposed to be. That is why it is hidden in the definitions section. No one reads definitions when the headline numbers are favorable. He is betting on exhaustion, Raffael says from the doorway. Seren does not turn. I told him that already. He is not wrong to bet on it. Petra's voice is flat. We have been in this room for 6 days. Everyone is running on adrenaline and bad coffee. Oren knows exactly how tired we are. Then we stay awake. Seren pulls out the chair at the head of the table and sits. The screens flicker. The storm presses against the castle windows, snow driving sideways in sheets that blur the tree line into nothing. Somewhere beyond that white wall, the intruders are still inside the castle. Somewhere, the passphrase holder is waiting for midnight. But here, in this room, there is only language. The war room, the draft, the ticking clock. She opens the French counterpart on her laptop and begins to read. Raffael settles in the chair across from her without asking permission. He does not interrupt. He does not offer advice. He watches her work, and the silence between them is not comfortable, but it is functional, a truce made of necessity rather than forgiveness. Petra's voice comes through the speaker. Oren is requesting a joint call in 40 minutes to review the terms. He wants a verbal commitment before the morning session. He will not get one. Then he will stall. He will demand explanations for every favorable line. He will make us justify the 90-day extension until we are too tired to see the trap. Then we show him the trap. Seren's fingers pause over the keyboard. Oren knows I found the first clause. He is not stupid enough to think I will miss a second. So I plant another one. Because he wants you to find it. She looks up. Raphael's eyes are on the French definition page. He is testing how quickly you read the counterpart. If you catch it, he knows you are still in the game. If you miss it, the clause holds. Either way, he learns something about our position. Exactly. Seren closes the French draft. Then we let him learn what we want him to learn. She reaches for the war room phone and dials the encrypted frequency for Oren's line. He answers on the second ring. Ms. Szabo, I was expecting your call. Were you? The waterfall extension is generous. I assume you have questions? I have one. Only one? She lets the silence stretch. Why did you put the contamination clause in the definition of material adverse event instead of the liability section? The pause that follows is barely a beat, almost invisible. But she hears what it costs him. I do not know what you are referring to. Then you have not read your own draft. I reviewed the English version personally. The English version is clean, the French version is not. So either your team prepared two different documents, which is a compliance failure, or you deliberately embedded a trigger that only activates if Raffael Connaught is publicly identified as Matej Karac. The name lands like a stone in still water. Oren says nothing. Seren waits. If I wanted to trigger an identity event, he says finally, I would not need a clause, I would need a phone call. You are negotiating toward a leak. I am negotiating toward a completed restructuring. The leak is incidental. Whether it happens before or after the signature line determines who holds the leverage. And you want to hold it? I want my clients to hold it. That is my job. She grips the phone. What happens to the contamination clause if I strip it from the definitions and reissue the French counterpart before the morning session? Then I have to decide whether the 90-day extension is still worth the risk. Of what? Of betting on a CEO who might not survive the week. The call ends. Seren sets the phone down. She feels Raphael's gaze on her, feels the weight of what she just confirmed. The creditors are not negotiating toward a deal. They are negotiating toward a moment. A moment when Matej Karac's name becomes public, and every contract signed in the hours before that moment becomes contestable. The device attached to the castle wall. The intruders who came to deliver, not to fight. The midnight summons. It is already in motion, she says. Oren is not the one who triggers the leak. He is just positioning his clients to benefit from it. Someone else is handling the timing. Luka Matic, or someone connected to the inside actor, the person who stole my credentials, the person who planted the note in my suite, the person who holds the passphrase. The passphrase holder is the timer. She nods. They are waiting for the right moment to activate the packet. Once it opens, once the passphrase is spoken, the identity event triggers. Oren's clause locks in. Dever's preservation motion becomes active. Everything we built in this room becomes voidable. Raphael's hand moves toward hers, then stops. He pulls back. You are not my safety net, he says, but you are the only person in this building who can see all the threads at once. If you tell me to walk away from the table, I will. Walk away from the summit? From the restructuring? From everything. From the deal. From the name. From Connaught. I will let Dever win if that is what it takes to keep you safe. Her throat tightens. That is not what I need. Then tell me what you need. I need you to stop offering to burn yourself down to protect me. Then what do I do? She looks at him. You stay in the room. You let me handle the language. And when the identity event comes, you do not run from it. You let me stand beside you when your name changes. Something shifts in his eyes. Not relief. Recognition. You are not asking me to survive, he says. I am asking you to be seen. The phone rings. Not the war room line. The encrypted frequency. The one that connects directly to the castle security room. Raffael answers. His face goes still. The device on the east wall, he says. It is transmitting. Chapter 25. The device is transmitting. Seren stands very still, watching Raffael lower the phone. What did they say? Signal strength is low. They cannot trace the destination yet. But it is sending. Yes, she looks at the war room clock. 22 minutes until midnight. The encrypted packet pulses green in her peripheral vision. The device on the east wall sending its data. The contamination clause waiting in the French definitions. 3 threads, 1 knot. She pulls the French counterpart from the stack and spreads it open beside the original English draft from day one. The one she annotated before Oren's team touched it, before the contamination clause was slipped in. Raffael moves toward her. What are you doing? Looking for the gap. Which gap? She does not answer. Her fingers trace the English waterfall terms from the first draft. Clean. Simple. Trigger thresholds defined by financial events, not personal identification. Then she finds the French version's definition section and sees how Oren's team rewired it. Material adverse event. Clause 14.2, B. The French text uses atteint à la réputation, reputational damage. The English counterpart says material financial deterioration. Same section title, different trigger. The English version requires actual financial harm to void the agreement, she says. The French version only needs reputational damage. If someone proves Raffael Connaught is Matej Karac, they do not have to show a single euro lost. They just have to claim the reputation is contaminated. Raffael's jaw tightens. Can we rewrite it? Not from inside the agreement. The definition is locked once Oren's signature line is attached. We would need a side letter or an amendment. Then we need pressure. Or precision. She reaches for her notebook, the one with dense marginal notes and 3 scripts. Her thumb finds the page where she traced the French waterfall timing discrepancy from the first night. 50 business days instead of 90 calendar. A gap she flagged before she knew what it meant. What if we do not amend the definition, she says, but add a severability clause in the Hungarian counterpart that overrides the French definition in case of identity-based trigger events? Raffael's eyes narrow. Hungary is not a signatory to the main agreement. Hungary is the arbitration seat. If the arbitration seat says the French definition is void for public policy reasons, the creditors have to litigate in Budapest instead of Vienna. That buys time. Time for what? Time for the contamination clause to become irrelevant. She sketches the structure on the margin. 3 lines. A severability rider that attaches to the arbitration clause, not the liability section. A legal wall between the identity trigger and the asset seizure. Raffael reads it. Then he looks at her. How long to draft it? 30 minutes. In 5 languages? 3. English, French, Hungarian. The German and Korean versions adopt the arbitration seat's ruling by reference. They do not need separate riders. He says nothing for a long moment. Then he pulls out the chair beside her. Then write it. She hesitates. You are not going to argue? About what? About whether this is the right move. About whether I should check with Petra first. About whether I am overstepping. His hand moves toward her, stops short of touching. I spent 12 years building a fortress around my name, he says. Every decision I made was designed to keep the truth buried, and the truth found me anyway. It found me because I did not trust anyone to help me carry it. He lets his hand drop. Petra said you caught the contamination clause. You read the French definitions when 50 lawyers did not. You heard the gap in the waterfall before anyone else, and now you see a way to build a wall that does not depend on me staying hidden. He meets her eyes. I am not going to argue with the one person in this room who can see all 5 languages at once. Her throat tightens. What changed? I stopped running. She holds his gaze. Then she opens her notebook to a fresh page and begins drafting. The rider takes shape in clean, dense lines. She writes the operational language in English first, then maps it into French and Hungarian. The Hungarian version uses érvénytelenség, nullity, rather than meghatóság, contestability. A small difference, a deliberate one. Nullity cannot be cured by negotiation. Contestability can. She wants the creditors to know the gap cannot be closed. Raffael watches her work. He does not interrupt, does not suggest. When she pauses on the French translation of the severability clause, he waits. What is the problem? The French word nullité implies the entire agreement collapses. I need something narrower, something that isolates the contamination clause without voiding the restructuring. Caducité partielle. She looks up. Partial lapse. It means the clause dies without the rest of the contract following it. She writes it down. That works. Good. She finishes the rider and reads it aloud in English, then French, then Hungarian. The three versions align. The structure holds. Raffael sits back. Now we need to get Oren to sign it. He will not sign voluntarily. No, he will not. She looks at the clock. 18 minutes until midnight. There is another way. What? We present the rider at the ratification session, in front of the full creditor block. We do not negotiate it. We announce it as a condition of signing. Oren will walk. Oren will calculate how much the 90-day extension is worth against the cost of starting over. If the contamination clause is severed, his clients lose the ability to void the agreement on reputation alone. But they still get the extension. They still get the revised waterfall. They still get the payment terms their analysts have already priced into their portfolios. Raphael's eyes stay on her. You have been thinking about this since the call with Oren. I have been thinking about it since I read the French definition 3 hours ago. And you waited until now to tell me. I needed to know if you would trust me to carry it. He holds her gaze. I trusted you the night you corrected the Korean clause. I just did not know how to tell you. The silence between them is not heavy. It is live, electric with everything they have not said. Her phone buzzes. The unknown number. You have 10 minutes. The gallery is ready. Chapter 26. The 10-minute window compresses. Seren stares at the text. The gallery is ready. The words feel too deliberate, too careful. Someone has been waiting for this moment, planning around it, and the precision of the timing tells her more than the message itself. The passphrase holder knows we will come together, she says. Raphael reads over her shoulder. His hand does not reach for the phone. They expected me to argue with you about it, which means they know how close we are. He does not correct her. The silence confirms it. She tucks the phone into her pocket and reaches for the rider draft. 3 pages, English, French, Hungarian. The structure holds. I need you to hear something before we go. He turns toward her fully. I have spent 3 years letting people make decisions around me, about my schedule, about my value, about whether my reference gets sent. Her voice stays level. I told myself it was strategy, that being useful was safer than being visible, that if I did not push, I would not be pushed back. She looks down at the rider. I was wrong. Safety is not the same as freedom, and being useful is not the same as being valued. Raphael does not speak. He waits. She lifts her chin. I want authorship. I want my name on the work I do. I want to be in the room because I choose to be, not because no one else can read the languages. She holds his gaze. I want to stop translating other people's power and start using my own. The words hang between them. Raphael's expression shifts. Not surprise, something quieter, recognition. You have been carrying that for a long time. Yes, and you have never said it out loud. Who would have heard it? He takes the question, does not deflect. I am hearing it now. Her throat tightens. She does not let it show. What will you do with it? Whatever you need me to do. The answer is simple. It lands like a weight she did not know she was carrying. You cannot give me authorship, she says. You can only stop taking it. He holds her eyes. Then I will stop. The quiet between them is not empty. It is full of everything that has not been said. The 3 years of silence. The 11 minutes he was gone. The walls he has led her through. She wants to trust it. She is afraid to trust it, but she is more afraid of going back to the silence. Okay, she says. Okay. He reaches for her hand. She lets him. His palm is warm, rough at the edges, and the contact is so simple it nearly undoes her. Raphael? Yes? When this is over, if this is over, I am not letting you go. She does not answer. She does not need to. The weight of his grip says everything his voice will not. Her phone buzzes again. Unknown number. 7 minutes. Do not bring the phone. She reads it aloud. Someone is watching, Raphael says. Or someone knows the gallery is monitored. Same difference. He releases her hand and reaches for the door. Then we go without the phone. She hesitates. If it is a trap, then we walk into it together. She looks at him, the man who spent 12 years hiding from everyone, who built an empire on control, who is about to walk into a room with one exit because she asked him to trust her. Okay, she says. She leaves the phone on the desk. They are at the door when her laptop chimes. Petra. Incoming video request. Seren stops. Raffael stops beside her. 1 minute, she says. She opens the connection. Petra's face appears, tight at the jaw, the Vienna office behind her dark except for one lamp. I have something you need to see before you walk into that gallery. Seren's hand freezes on the trackpad. Petra shares her screen. A document. In Croatian. Official letterhead. The Karac family crest at the top. What is it? A pre-signed application for recognition of the preservation order in 3 jurisdictions. It cites Article 28 of the Croatian Succession Act and requests expedited enforcement under Brussels Regulation 1215. Petra scrolls. The application names Matej Karac as the primary beneficiary of Connaught Group's founding capital. Seren reads the line in Croatian. The wording is precise. It ties Connaught's entire equity structure to a series of numbered accounts opened in Vienna when Raffael was 18. The application is dated 4 days ago, Petra says. It was filed before the airport closed. Davor has been ready to submit the moment Matej Karac is publicly identified. Raffael's hand tightens on the doorframe. How long does submission take? Minutes. The documents are pre-stamped. All they need is the trigger. Seren looks at the timestamp on the text message. 6 minutes. The gallery meeting is the trigger, she says. Whoever has the passphrase activates the packet. The packet confirms the identity, and Davor submits the application before the judge can question jurisdiction. Petra's face goes flat. Then you cannot go. Seren looks at Raffael. We have to. If you go, you hand him everything. If we do not go, we never find out who the passphrase holder is. Petra's jaw tightens. Then find another way. There is no other way. The silence stretches. Raffael steps forward. What do you need? Seren thinks. The rider, the arbitration clause, the midnight deadline. Buy me time, she says. Call Oren. Tell him we need to delay ratification until dawn. Tell him the French definitions need recertification. He will know that is a stall. Let him know. He cannot prove we found the clause without admitting he hid it. Petra is already reaching for her phone. I can give you 3 hours, maybe 4. That is enough. The call ends. Raffael looks at her. What are you planning? She picks up the rider draft. I am going to the gallery. I am going to get the passphrase, and I am going to open the packet before Davor can submit his application. That will trigger the identity event. Only if the packet contains identification material. His eyes search hers. You are gambling. I am counting on Davor's precision. He sent the packet for me. He wants me to open it, which means the packet does not contain proof of who you are. It contains something he needs me to see. Raffael is still. You are betting your life on what you think Davor wants. I am betting on what I know. She meets his eyes. I know he could have exposed you 12 years ago. He did not. He waited. He built a legal scaffold. He positioned the creditors. He sent the packet to me. She holds his gaze. He wants me to deliver you, not destroy you. The silence is absolute. Then Raffael reaches for her hand. Then let us go meet him. They step into the corridor. The stone walls swallow their footsteps. The castle is dark, the emergency lighting casting long shadows. The east gallery waits at the end of the passage. 1 door, no windows, no second exit. Seren's pulse beats in her throat. She does not slow down. They reach the gallery door. It is ajar. A single lamp burns inside. Raffael pushes the door open. The room is empty. A folded piece of paper sits on the stone ledge beneath the lamp. Seren steps forward, picks it up. 1 line. You have 3 minutes. Say the word into the packet. Do not speak it aloud until you are alone. She turns to Raffael. He knows we came together. He knows I brought you. Raffael's eyes scan the room. There is no one here. This was never about a meeting. She looks at the paper again. The passphrase cannot be spoken aloud in front of anyone else. The packet only responds to the receiver's voice. Raphael's hand finds hers. Then we go back to the suite. You open it alone. And if it is a trap, he pulls her closer. Then I stand on the other side of the door, and I do not let anyone through. She looks at him, the man who spent 12 years hiding, the man who is about to let her open the one thing that could destroy everything. She folds the paper. Okay. They turn to leave. Her phone, left on the desk in the war room, begins to ring. Chapter 27. The war room phone is still ringing when Seren reaches it. She snatches the receiver. Petra's voice cuts through before she can speak. He moved the session. Oren just called an emergency ratification vote. 20 minutes. Seren's hand tightens on the plastic. How? He invoked the material adverse change clause. Claimed delay threatens creditor confidence. The full block is convening now. Seren's mind races. The rider is drafted but not presented. The French definitions are still embedded in the voting copy. 20 minutes is not enough to renegotiate procedure. Where is Oren now? On the main floor. He is already seated. Petra's voice drops. He knows you found the clause. He is forcing the vote before you can strip it. Seren looks at Raphael. His face is unreadable, but his jaw is set. Put me on the room audio, Seren says. I am coming in. She hangs up before Petra can argue. The corridor blurs past. Raphael matches her pace. No questions, no hesitation. They reach the war room doors at a dead sprint. The guard steps aside without being asked. The room is already full. Oren sits at the far end of the table, hands folded, face calm. The creditor block fills the screens around him. The main display shows the ratification agenda, the French definition page still open, the contamination clause sitting in plain sight. Every head turns when Seren enters. She walks past her assigned seat, past the interpreter station, past the aid chairs. She stops at the head of the table, opposite Oren. I am sorry for the delay. Her voice is steady. I needed to confirm the French definitions were correctly translated before we vote. Oren's smile does not reach his eyes. I was not aware the interpreter needed to verify definitions, Ms. Szabo. I was not aware the creditor block hid a contamination clause in the French counterpart, Mr. Dean. The room goes still. Oren's smile thins. That is a serious accusation. It is a serious document. She pulls the printed rider from her jacket. The pages are still warm from the printer. The English version of this agreement requires material financial deterioration to trigger a material adverse event. The French version requires only reputational damage. Any negative identification of a key executive qualifies. She slides the rider toward the center of the table. I have drafted a severability clause that overrides the French definition on identity-based triggers, tied to Hungarian arbitration law. The rider is irrevocable. I have versions in English, French, and Hungarian. Oren's eyes flick to the paper. He does not touch it. And who gave you the authority to restructure our agreement? Seren meets his gaze. Moster parperders of the component Cade of the Bennett Cluckated Wisnu. The same authority that let your client hide a clause in a language he knew no one would reread. The silence stretches. Then, Raphael steps forward. She speaks for me. His voice is quiet, absolute. The rider stands. Oren's eyes narrow. You are letting your interpreter rewrite the terms of a €2 billion restructuring. He weapons his tramps and failings. His heaven road is preepling his urns. I am backing the only person in this room who read every language before the signature line. Raphael's hand rests on the table, open, unarmed. The rider is non-negotiable. Oren's smile is gone now. This is unprecedented. Then you have time to get used to it. Oren looks at Seren. His eyes are cold, but there is something else beneath the calculation, something that looks almost like respect. I am at your point, Ms. Szabo. He reaches for the rider. I will need time to review. You have until dawn. That is not enough. It is all you are getting. Oren's jaw tightens. He looks at the screens, at his clients, at the silent judgment of the room. Then he nods. Once. The vote is delayed until 6 o'clock. I want a full legal review of your rider before then. Seren does not look away. You will have it. Oren stands. He does not offer his hand. As he passes her, he stops. You know what you just did. I know exactly what I did. Oren's smile returns, thin, sharp. Then you also know he cannot protect you from what comes next. He walks out. The room exhales. Screens flick off. Aides gather papers. The creditor block dissolves into muttering, but no one challenges the rider. Seren sits down. Her hands are shaking. Raffael is beside her, silent, solid. She looks at him. Did I just kill the deal? You just saved it. He reaches for her hand. But Oren is right. You are not invisible anymore. She looks at the rider, at the signatures she will need, at the deadline hanging over them. Good. Her voice is steady. I am done being invisible. The war room door closes behind the last aide. They are alone. Raffael pulls her forward, not into an embrace but into a posture of shared ground, shoulder to shoulder, facing the empty table. What do you need from me? Trust. You have it. Not just in the room. After. He looks at her. What does after look like? She does not answer, because she does not know. But the phone on the table rings again. Petra's name lights the screen. Seren answers. He accelerated the review, Petra says. Oren's legal team is already on the rider. They are looking for a way to kill it. Let them look. There is something else. Petra's voice drops. The device on the east wall just changed status. It is no longer transmitting. It is receiving. The line goes cold. Seren looks at Raffael. The intruder's device is not just sending data out. It is taking something in. Chapter 28. The war room door clicks shut, and the silence that follows is not peaceful. It is the sound of a held breath finally released. Seren sits down. Her hands are shaking. She watches them, detached, as if they belonged to someone else, the fingers that held the rider steady, the wrists that did not tremble when Oren smiled his thin, sharp smile. They are shaking now. All of her is shaking. Raffael does not move toward her. He sits in the chair beside her, close enough that she feels the warmth of his arm, far enough that she could pull away if she needed to. You saved us hours we did not have. His voice is low. No triumph in it, just fact. She nods. Her throat is too tight for words. The silence stretches. The war room hums with cooling equipment, and the faint buzz of the main display still glowing standby blue. She looks at her hands. I thought I would feel different. Different how? Stronger. Raffael is quiet for a moment. You just stood in front of a room full of people who have spent their entire careers learning how to make people like you feel small. You forced them to stop. You made them listen. He does not reach for her. You are not shaking because you are weak. You are shaking because you just did something that required more courage than most people will ever need. She looks at him. His eyes are the color of winter stone, but there is something in them that has nothing to do with cold. And you stayed, she says. I told you I would. I know. She does not say the rest, that she believed him, that she needed him to, that she is still learning how to trust someone to stay when the room goes quiet. He shifts. His hand rests on the table beside hers, not touching, close enough that she could bridge the distance if she chose. She chooses. Her fingers find his, cold, steady now. His hand turns, opens. She slides her palm against his. The contact is warm, grounding. Her pulse slows. You are not invisible anymore, he says. No God, no another. Are you afraid of what that means? She thinks about it, about Oren's warning, about the device receiving data on the east wall, about Daver's pre-filed application waiting in a Zagreb courthouse. Yes, good. So am I. She almost smiles. That is not comforting. It is not supposed to be. It is supposed to be honest. She looks at their hands, at the space between them that has been shrinking for 6 days. I do not know what happens when this is over. No God. They feel like I don't have dare for that. I have no eyes. Now I need us to. Neither do I. But you want me to stay? Yes. No qualification, no condition. She lifts her eyes to his. I do not want to be someone you protect. I know. I want to be someone you choose. His breath catches, barely. She would not have seen it if she were not watching his face. You are. She holds his gaze. Then say it. He does not hesitate. Seren, her name, full, unhurried. I choose you, not because you saved the deal, not because you read languages no one else can read, because you make me want to be someone worth choosing back. The quiet between them is not empty. It is full of everything they have not said. She leans in. He meets her halfway. The kiss is warm, hesitant, unmistakably mutual. His hand cups her jaw, thumb brushing her cheekbone, gentle, reverent. Her fingers curl into his collar, pulling him closer. The war room disappears. The writer, the device, the deadline, all of it falls away. There is only his breath against her mouth, the solid warmth of his chest beneath her palm. The way he stays present, not pressing, not taking, just meeting her exactly where she is. She pulls back first. Her forehead rests against his. I did not plan that. Neither did I. She laughs. A broken, surprised sound. Good. His thumb traces her jawline. You are shaking less. She is. She looks at him, at the vulnerability in his winter stone eyes, at the man who spent 12 years hiding and is still learning how to be seen. Do we get to keep this? That depends on what happens at dawn. She nods. The weight of it settles back onto her shoulders. But his hand stays at her jaw. His forehead stays against hers. For a moment longer they are still. Then a knock, sharp, insistent. Nayla's voice comes through the door. I am sorry to interrupt. Seren straightens. Raffael's hand drops to his side. Nayla opens the door. Her face is composed, but her eyes are tight. Media and inquiries from Zagreb. Raffael's jaw tightens. How many? 12 in the last hour, all from the same news desk. They are asking about a Kara estate connection to Connaught Group. Seren's stomach drops. The device on the east wall. Receiving data. Who is fielding them? Petra has the press office on lockdown, but someone is feeding them information. Nella's voice drops. They have details they should not have. The preservation motion, the Vienna numbered accounts. They are not speculating. They are confirming. Seren looks at Raffael. The leak is already moving, and dawn is 3 hours away. Chapter 29. The war room lights are too bright. Seren sits at the long table, Raffael beside her, Nayla standing at the door with the tablet. The media inquiries are still coming. 14 now, all from the same Zagreb desk. Petra appears on the main display. Her hair is loose, her collar unbuttoned. She has not slept. He published. Seren's chest tightens. Luca Maquet? 30 minutes ago. Online only. Print edition will hit the stands in 4 hours. Petra swipes her tablet. The article appears on the main display. The headline, The Ghost in the Castle. What a private equity empire does not want you to know, Seren reads. Luca is careful. He does not name Matej Karac. He does not name Raffael Connaught. He lays out fragments instead. A numbered account opened in Vienna 18 years ago. A preserved estate in Slavonia with no registered agricultural output. A young man who disappeared from Zagreb society in his early 20s and resurfaced with a new name and a London accent. He mentions Falkenfels, the emergency summit, the airport closure that kept the advisory team out. He quotes an unnamed source with knowledge of Croatian succession law, who says the estate's current custodian has been preparing a claim for years. He does not say Matej. He does not need to. Everyone who reads this will know, Seren says. They will fill in the blanks themselves. Petra nods. Davor did not write this, but he fed Matej the pieces. The timing is perfect. The article hits just before the morning session. Every creditor at the table will have seen it. Raffael is still reading. His jaw is set. His hand rests flat on the table, fingers spread, unnatural stillness. Seren watches him. He wants you to react, she says. He wants panic. He wants you to delay the vote or cancel the session so the market reads it as confirmation. Raffael does not look up. I know. Then do not give it to him. He lifts his eyes. The winter stone gaze is cold, but not at her. I have been running from this name for 12 years. He knows every move I will make because he taught me how to make them. Seren holds his gaze. Then make a different one. The silence stretches. Petra clears her throat. There is more. She pulls up a second document on the display, a log, timestamps and file names. Someone inside the castle has been moving documents, not transmitting, moving. Copying encrypted files from the secure server to a local drive in the sub-basement server room. Seren's blood goes cold. The server room where my credentials were used. Yes. How many files? 17, over the past 6 hours, all related to the founding capital structure of Connaught Group. Raffael's hand tightens. Can you trace who accessed them? The door logs show badge 2371, same as before. Seren's stomach drops. That is my code. I know. I was in the war room for the past 6 hours. With Oren, with the advisory team. I did not go near the sub-basement. Petra's voice is flat. The logs say otherwise. Seren feels the trap close. Someone is building a case. Not against Raffael, against her. The stolen credentials, the midnight server access, the document movement. All timed to match her known locations, so the discrepancies feel like alibis, not proof. Daver is not trying to prove you are Matej, she says slowly. He is trying to prove I am the inside actor. Raffael turns to her. That makes no sense. You have no motive. I have a Geneva offer I was blocked from taking. I have a reference hold that kept me trapped here. I have 6 days of proximity to every sensitive document in the summit. She meets his eyes. If I am the insider, then everything I did to stop the contamination clause looks like misdirection. Everything I said in that room looks like performance. Petra speaks carefully. The article does not mention you. But if the documents from the server room surface in the next 12 hours, and they are linked to the same source who fed Matej the fragments, then you become the conduit. The person who translated the carrier connection into usable intelligence. Seren's hands are steady. She is not shaking. She is past shaking. Show me the file names. Petra pulls up the list. 17 files, all capital structure, all from the founding years. The years when Raffael was still Matej, still signing documents he did not fully understand. Seren reads through them. The pattern emerges. These are not random. They are building a timeline. Account opening. First capital injection. First asset purchase. Entity registration. Each one ties Connaught's earliest transactions to the Vienna numbered accounts. She looks at Raffael. Whoever copied these knows what they are looking for. They are assembling a chain of custody that leads directly to you. Raffael's voice is low. To Matej. Yes. The room is still. Nayla steps forward. There is one more thing. She hands Seren her tablet, a notification from the castle security system, a file transfer log. Someone on the network sent a compressed archive to an external address 30 minutes ago. The recipient domain, a free email provider, untraceable. The archive name, Karac evidencepacket.zip. Seren stares at it. He does not need to file the preservation motion yet, she says. He does not need the judge. He needs the market. Petra understands first. If the creditors believe the documents exist, they will act as if they are proven. They do not need to see them. They only need to know someone has them. Raffael stands. How long until the morning session? 2 hours. How long until the print edition of Matej's article hits the newsstands? Nayla checks her watch. 3 hours. But the online version has already been shared. Creditors will have seen it within the hour. Seren looks at the tablet, at the archive name, at the trap that is not a trap but a lever. Daver does not need proof. He only needs the world to believe proof exists. And someone inside this castle just handed him exactly that. Raffael reaches for her hand. We can still stop this. How? He does not answer, but his fingers are cold against hers. And outside the windows, the sky is beginning to lighten. Chapter 30. The sky is pale gray over the ridgeline when Seren reaches the war room. She has not slept, cannot remember closing her eyes. The tablet is still in her hand, the archive name burned into her vision like an afterimage. Karac evidencepacket.zip, 17 files, her credentials, her name on the door log. Petra is already on the main display, dark circles under her eyes, coffee cup empty beside her keyboard. Nayla stands at the side console, fingers moving through security feeds she has already checked twice. Raffael enters behind Seren. He does not speak. He takes the seat beside her, close enough that she feels the heat of him through her sleeve, and places a single sheet of paper on the table between them. Handwritten, 5 lines, Croatian. She reads it without touching it. What is this? The preservation motion, Daver's draft. Petra recovered it from the Vienna office servers an hour ago. Seren scans the text. Legal bones, succession claim, beneficiary designation. But one line stops her cold. Upon public identification of Matej Karac as the controlling principal of Connaught Group, all assets traceable to the founding capital structure shall be presumed held in constructive trust for the Karac estate, pending judicial review. Presumed, she says. Yes, not proven, presumed. Raffael's jaw tightens. Dever does not need to prove the assets are his. He only needs the court to freeze them until the claim is resolved. That can take years. Seren looks up. That is not the trap. She reads the line again. The trap is controlling principal, not owner, not beneficiary, principal. Anyone with authority over the founding capital structure qualifies, including the person who signed the original account paperwork. Raffael goes still. I signed those documents, but I was 18. I signed what Dever put in front of me. Then you are the controlling principal. And the moment the court accepts the presumption, every transaction you have ever authorized becomes contestable. She sets the paper down. He does not need to win. He needs to tie your hands for 1 quarter. The creditors will do the rest. Petra's voice cuts through. Oren's team has finished reviewing the severability rider. Seren turns to the display. They accepted it? They are still negotiating, but they sent a counterproposal 20 minutes ago. They added a single line to the preamble. Petra pulls it up on screen. Nothing in this rider shall be construed to limit the rights of creditors to seek remedies under applicable law for acts of fraud, misrepresentation, or concealment by the controlling principal. Seren reads it once, then again. That is not a counterproposal. That is a poison well. Raffael's eyes narrow. Explain. If the rider passes, but that line stays in, the creditors can still argue that any concealment of the Karac connection constitutes fraud. The rider protects against reputational contamination triggers. The preamble reopens the door through concealment. She looks at Raffael. They're trying to make the rider meaningless. Petra nods slowly. That is how I read it. Oren is betting you will not spot the preamble before the vote. Seren's hands are steady now. The exhaustion has burned away into something colder. Pull the full counterproposal. I need to see every line. Petra's fingers move across her keyboard. The document loads. Seren reads it standing. English version, 8 pages, 3 sections. The preamble line is buried on page 2, tucked between a formatting note and a recital about regulatory compliance. Innocuous. Easy to miss if someone is reading for substance instead of structure. But Seren reads structure. She traces the language backward. The preamble line does not reference any specific clause in the rider. It sits there alone, a loose thread, waiting to be pulled in any jurisdiction that recognizes implied rights. It is not just the preamble. She marks 2 more locations. Page 4, section 2.1. They added a single sentence at the end of the French version. Les présents avenants ne modifient pas les obligations préexistantes du cédant. This rider does not modify the pre-existing obligations of the transferor. Raffael stands to read over her shoulder. That contradicts the entire purpose of the rider. Yes, it does. But it only appears in the French text. The English version does not have it. Petra swears under her breath. They split the language. If we sign the English version as binding, the French version can still be used in continental courts to argue the rider is procedural, not substantive. Seren pulls up the Hungarian version, page 6, section 3. A single phrase inserted at the end of the nullity definition. Kivievev, hektes, a hezirgode dieventiletenseye, shandekos de helgetas okosta. Except where the invalidity of the contract was caused by intentional concealment. He covered every language, Seren says. Not the same trap in each, but each version has a door. Raffael's voice is low. He knew you would read all 3. He expected you to catch one, maybe 2, but not all 3. Seren looks at the document. Oren has been playing a longer game than she realized. The counterproposal was not drafted by his team. It was drafted by someone who knew she would read the rider in every language. Someone who calculated exactly how much she could catch in a single review session. Someone who knows how she works. Thaw wrote this, she says. Petra goes still. You are sure? The structure, the layering, the way each language version contradicts the other without creating an obvious conflict. Davor spent 12 years building this kind of architecture. Oren's team does not have the patience. Raffael's hand finds hers under the table. Then we refuse the counterproposal. We refuse it openly, but Davor expects that. She turns to face the display. Petra, what time is the vote? 47 minutes. Oren has the full creditor block assembled. Then I have 47 minutes to draft a clean version of the rider that closes every door. Raffael does not argue. He pulls a fresh legal pad from the drawer and slides it toward her. Tell me what you need. 3 hours, and a direct line to the Hungarian Arbitration Council. Petra's face is unreadable. The council does not take emergency calls from interpreters. Seren meets her gaze. I am not calling as an interpreter. The room waits. She does not explain, but she pulls out her phone and dials a number she has not called in 7 years. The line rings once, twice. A voice answers in Hungarian. I, King? Seren speaks. Agnes, I need your help. Her grandmother does not hesitate. What is the name of the judge? Seren looks at Raffael. I do not know yet, but I will. She ends the call. The war room is silent. Outside the windows, the first full light of dawn spills over the ridgeline, and somewhere in the castle, a door closes that was never meant to be opened. Chapter 31. The war room settles as Seren places the revised rider on the table. She has not slept. The exhaustion is there, a hum beneath her ribs, but it does not touch her hands. Her handwriting covers the margins of the counterproposal in 3 colors: black for English corrections, red for French, blue for Hungarian. Petra watches from the display. Nella stands at the side console, fingers hovering over the security feeds. Raffael sits to Seren's left. He has not touched the document. He is watching her. The creditor block fills the room in staggered video feeds, 11 faces across 6 time zones. Some are in boardrooms with branded backdrops. One is in a car, headlights moving through pre-dawn dark. Oren Dean is centered on the main display, arms folded, expression unreadable. Miss Szabo, you have our attention. She does not correct his use of her name. She places her palm flat on the rider. The counterproposal you submitted cannot be ratified. It contains language-specific contradictions in 3 jurisdictions that would void the severability rider within 30 days of signing. She lets that land. I have prepared a clean version. Oren does not blink. May I ask who authorized you to draft binding contractual language? I drafted it because I read every version of your counterproposal. You did not expect that. The room is still. The preamble line on page 2 implies that the rider does not supersede pre-existing disclosure obligations. That is not a formatting note. It is a backdoor that allows any party to claim concealment, regardless of the rider's protections. In the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, that argument would survive summary judgment. In English courts, it would be struck at the first hearing. Your counterproposal is jurisdiction-dependent, which means it favors the party choosing the venue. She turns to the French section. Section 2.1 adds a single sentence that limits the rider to procedural effect only. Le préservano ne modifie pas les obligations préexistantes du cédant. This rider does not modify the pre-existing obligations of the transferor. If a French court interprets this rider as procedural, the contamination clause remains enforceable in any restructuring involving a French domiciled entity. The English version does not carry this limitation. The rider would hold in London but collapse in Paris. She pulls up the Hungarian page. Section 3 adds an exception clause in the nullity definition. Qui viveva hitateres zolde ivini telens et chajan decos efalgatas ocosta. Except where the invalidity of the contract was caused by intentional concealment. If a Karac state argues that Raffael's concealed identity constitutes intentional concealment, the Hungarian courts can void the entire restructuring agreement, not just the rider. That exception applies in no other language version. She lifts her hand. Your counterproposal was designed to create a jurisdictional cascade. If the identity event triggers creditor action in one territory, the other versions provide arguments for enforcement. You were not negotiating toward a unified agreement. You were building a conflict of laws into the foundation. Oren is quiet for a long moment. Then he tilts his head. That is impressive. It is not a compliment. It is a warning. I have already drafted a unified version that closes all 3 doors. The English version is binding. The French and Hungarian versions are certified translations with identical force. If anyone adds a single line to any version that changes the substantive meaning, the entire rider defaults to the English text. She places the new rider on the table. Oren's eyes flick to the document. You have been busy. I had 47 minutes. Raffael speaks for the first time. The rider is non-negotiable. Oren does not look at him. I am not speaking to you. The room holds. Seren meets Oren's gaze. He is not wrong. Oren's mouth curves. I am sure he is not, but I am watching you, Miss Szabo. Not him, and I want to understand your position. She does not waver. My position is clear. You either accept the unified rider as the governing clause, and the creditor bloc votes to ratify the restructuring on those terms, or you refuse, and we let the contamination clause become the only visible issue in the media leak that is all moving. Oren's smile fades. That is a threat. That is accuracy. She holds his gaze. You were betting on exhaustion. You assumed I would miss at least one of the 3 traps. You assumed Raffaele would not read the foreign language versions. You assumed the vote would collapse before anyone noticed the gaps. She pauses. You assumed wrong. Oren's hands rest flat on the table in front of him. Your grandmother taught you that trick. The room goes very still. Lip reading, Oren continues. I read the article. Luka Maktic is thorough. Seren does not react. You have done your research. Research is my job. Then you know what I am capable of. Oren nods. I do. That is why I am accepting the rider. Petra straightens on the display. You are accepting it, just like that. I am accepting it because Miss Szabo has presented a unified version. She is correct that the counterproposal was layered for jurisdictional advantage. That advantage no longer exists. The rider is drafted as airtight. I have no grounds to refuse it. Seren does not feel relief. She feels the weight of something settling into place. Oren's acceptance is too clean. Full ratification vote, Oren continues. All creditor parties agree to the unified severability rider as the governing clause. The restructuring agreement holds. Ratification closes in 20 minutes. The video feeds flicker as votes register. 11 yes votes. No objections. No delays. Seren stands at the table and watches the restructuring agreement finalize on the display. It is done. The summit is closed. The room should feel victorious. Petra's voice cuts through. He gave up too fast. Seren turns. What? The rider. Oren did not fight for a single amendment. He accepted your version verbatim. That means he does not need to fight for it. Raffaele stands. Petra is right. If Oren accepts the rider without argument, he is not planning to litigate through the contamination clause. He is planning something else. Nayla's face appears on the side display. I have a problem. She pulls up a security log. Someone accessed the sub-basement server room 6 minutes ago. Same credentials, 2371. Seren's badge. That is not possible. I am in this room. The system says you are in the sub-basement. Petra is already typing. I am pulling the door log. Nayla's voice is low. There is more. She pauses. That door in the east corridor, the one that should not have been opened. It opened 2 minutes ago. Seren's blood goes cold. Who opened it? I do not know. There is no badge log. The biometric sensor was bypassed. Oren's voice returns on the display. Miss Szabo, ratification is complete. The restructuring holds. He does not sound defeated. He sounds satisfied. You have closed one door. I got a day haul to Spyark. I can leave approaches to my looks. This is the boy Hevers, where we were overly lettened with this desperate match corifical, and they want to provide for these deers. He disastered. I have to turn the Waldos on the shade up, but I do not should start. Oren's voice returns on the display. Miss Szabo, ratification is complete. The restructuring holds. He does not sound defeated. He sounds satisfied. You have closed one door, but Diva Karka has already found another. The display goes dark. The war room is silent. And somewhere in the castle, the open door is waiting. Chapter 32. The war room does not move. Seren stands at the table with her hands flat on the paper. The unified rider signed in all 3 languages, the ratification confirmed, the summit closed. She should feel something. Relief, exhaustion, the beginning of victory. She feels none of it. The silence stretches. Raffael is the first to move. He reaches past her and closes the folder. His hand brushes hers, a single point of warmth in the cold air. It is done. She nods. It is done. The restructuring holds. Connaught Group survives the week. The contamination clause is sealed behind the unified rider. Daver's first door is closed. But Oren's voice still hangs in the air. You have closed one door, but Matej Karac has already found another. Petra's face on the display is pale. I am pulling every security feed from the east corridor. If that door was opened without a badge log, someone had network-level access to the biometric system. Nayla is already typing at the side console. The door is still open. The corridor beyond it leads to the old wine cellar. There should be nothing down there but dust and empty racks. Seren turns. There is something down there now. Nayla does not argue. I am sending a guard. No. Raffael's voice cuts through. Not a guard. I am going. Seren steps toward him. You cannot walk into an open door that someone opened for you. That is exactly what Daver wants. I know. He holds her gaze. That is why I am going alone. If there is a trap, I want to see it before anyone else does. Petra interrupts. You are the CEO. You are the target. If you walk into a room with no security feed and no backup, and something happens to you, the restructuring means nothing. Connaught dies without you to hold it together. Raffael does not look away from Seren. I am not going to die in a wine cellar. Seren's voice is low. You do not know that. I know I have been running from Daver for 12 years. I know he has never been able to force me into a room I did not choose to enter. If I walk into that corridor, I am choosing it. He takes her hand, and I am not walking in alone. I am waiting until you are ready to come with me. The room goes still. Petra's voice is careful. You cannot both leave the war room. If the creditors call back, if the press escalates, if Daver files the preservation motion, then you handle it. Raffael's voice is quiet. That is what you are here for. Petra is silent. Seren looks at their joined hands. We need to know what is in that cellar before Daver's next move arrives, and we need to clear my name before the credential logs become evidence against me. She meets his eyes. 10 minutes. We secure the war room, we change the access codes, we leave Petra with full authority, and then we go together. Raffael nods. 10 minutes. Nayla is already pulling up the security system. I can lock down all external credentials and route the east corridor feeds directly to Petra's device. If anyone enters that corridor after you, I will see it before they reach the door. Do it. Seren turns to Petra. Call me if anything changes. Petra's jaw tightens. I will. The 10 minutes pass in a blur of key resets, system locks, and the strange, hollow quiet of a war room that no longer has a crisis to manage. The restructuring is ratified. The summit is closed. The creditors are gone from every screen. It should feel like victory. It feels like waiting for the next blow. Raffael reaches for her hand again. Ready? Seren looks at the dark display where Oren's face vanished. No. She squeezes his fingers, but I am going anyway. They walk to the door together. The corridor beyond the war room is empty. The lights are dim. The castle is settling into the strange stillness that follows a crisis, the kind of quiet that holds too much pressure. They stop at the entrance to the east corridor. The door stands open. Beyond it, darkness. Raffael takes a step forward. Seren's phone vibrates. She looks down. Petra's name on the screen. She answers. I'm standing outside the door. What is it? Petra's voice is wrong. Seren, I am here. The press alert. It just went live. Seren's blood freezes. What press alert? Every major outlet, Reuters, Bloomberg, Zagreb Daily, simultaneous. They all have the same headline. Petra's voice cracks. Raffael Connaught is Matej Karac. They have the numbered accounts. They have the preservation motion. They have everything. Seren lowers the phone. The east corridor door waits in front of her, and behind her, every screen in the castle begins to light up. Chapter 33. The phone is still in her hand. Petra's voice keeps coming, but the words have become distance, noise, the sound of something already too far gone to catch. Seren watches the screens. The east corridor door waits at her back. Raffael has not moved. He stands 2 steps into the corridor, half-turned, caught between the darkness ahead and the light bleeding from the war room behind them. His face is unreadable, but his hand, the one he reached for her with, is slowly closing into a fist. She knows that fist. It is the same hand that stayed still on the table when he read Luka Magic's article, the same stillness that means he is already calculating, already sealing off, already becoming the version of himself that survives by giving nothing away. Raffael. He does not answer. She steps toward him, lowering the phone. Tell me what you are thinking. He looks at the screens, at the headlines cycling in silence, at the numbered account details that should exist only in a sealed Croatian court file. I am thinking, he says slowly, the Dover has been waiting 12 years to do this, and I have been waiting 12 years to know what it would feel like when he finally did. What does it feel like? He turns to face her. The corridor light catches the silver in his hair, the sharp line of his jaw. Like I can finally stop listening for footsteps. The words land wrong, not because they are untrue, but because they are too quiet, too accepting. He is not fighting. He is not running. He is standing still and letting the wave break over him, and that is worse than panic, because it means he has already decided something she has not been told. Raffael, what are you planning to do? Nothing. Nothing is not a plan. Nothing is exactly a plan. I say nothing. I confirm nothing. I let the story burn hot for 72 hours, and then it collapses for lack of evidence. You know it will not collapse. Daver has the preservation motion. He has the accounts. He has Luka Magich ready to publish the next installment the moment you go silent. Then I give him nothing to attach the next installment to. No statement. No denial. No confirmation. I become a void, and voids do not hold stories. Behind them, Petra's voice cuts through the war room speaker. I can hear you, and you are wrong. Raphael's jaw tightens. Petra. Raffael, listen to me. You cannot say nothing. If you say nothing, Daver's lawyer files the preservation motion as an uncontested application, and the judge signs it by end of day. Silence reads as acknowledgement in a Croatian succession court. You know this. Then I issue a denial. No. Seren's voice stops both of them. Petra goes quiet. Seren steps fully into the corridor mouth, her back to the darkness, facing Raffael. If you issue a denial, and the evidence later proves it false, you lose all credibility in every jurisdiction that matters. You cannot deny what Daver can prove. Raffael's eyes meet hers. Then what do I do? You tell the truth before Daver finishes telling it for you. The words hang between them. She watches him process them, watches the reflex rise in his throat, the old answer he has used for 12 years. Say nothing. Control the perimeter. Let them guess. But she sees something else too. A crack. The smallest hesitation before the reflex locks in. Petra's voice is careful. Seren, if we confirm the identity now, the preservation motion is triggered immediately. Daver's filing window closes from 30 days to 0. The asset freeze, the creditor repricing, the regulatory scrutiny, all of it starts today, not next week. I know. Then you understand what you are asking him to do. Yes. Raffael is watching her. You are telling me to walk into the trap. I am telling you to walk into it on your feet instead of being dragged. She holds his gaze. Daver has spent 12 years building a story about you. A story about a man who abandoned his family, stole from his house, and hid behind a false name. If you stay silent, that story becomes the only story. If you deny, you fight on ground he chose. But if you speak first, if you name yourself before his proxies can finish defining you, you take the story back. And the asset freeze will happen anyway. The preservation motion is filed. Daver will trigger it whether you confirm or stay silent. The only difference is whether you control the narrative when it lands. Raffael is silent. The corridor breathes around them. Then he turns and walks back into the war room. Seren Szabo. The screens are still cycling headlines. Petra's face is pale on the display. Nela stands at the side console, hands frozen over the keyboard, waiting. Raffael stops at the table. The east corridor stays closed for now. The wine cellar keeps its secrets until we have daylight and a security sweep. Nela nods. I will lock it down remotely. Raffael turns to the display. Petra, draft a statement. Confirming or denying? Confirming. Petra's breath catches. Raffael, if I draft a confirmation, the preservation motion triggers within hours. The creditors will reprise. I know. He cuts her off. Seren is right. Davor has already filed the motion. He has already leaked the accounts. He will file the full application whether I speak or stay silent. The only question is whether I let him tell the story alone. Petra is quiet. Then she nods. I will draft it. But I am going to hedge the language. We keep room to argue scope, timing, and intent. We do not give Davor a clean admission he can use as a weapon. No. Seren's voice is quiet but final. No hedges, no distancing language, no allegedly or it has been reported. If you leave space for Davor to reinterpret, he will fill that space with his version. Petra's eyes narrow. Seren, you are not a lawyer. No. I am the person who has been invisible for 3 years while other people defined my value. I know exactly what happens when you let someone else write your story. She does not look away. If Raffael confirms with conditions, with exceptions, with legal weaseling, it looks like a man caught, not a man choosing the truth. Davor's proxies will say the hedging proves the admission was coerced, that Raffael is still hiding, that the real truth is worse. You cannot win a narrative war by leaving yourself an exit. Petra is silent. Raffael is watching Seren. What do you suggest? Seren turns to face him. You say it directly. Your name, your birth, your choice to leave. You say it before the cameras, not through a statement. You take the hit on your terms, and you do not flinch. And my company will survive a harder hit today than a slow bleed over the next 6 months. The room is quiet. Raffael's hand finds hers under the table. You are asking me to be visible. I am asking you to stop hiding. And if I do, you will still have Geneva. You will still have a clean exit. You are not implicated in my identity. Seren's chest tightens. She knows what he is doing, giving her an out, making sure she understands that she can walk away before the fire spreads to her. The Geneva contract is still waiting. The train can still carry her south. The reference hold is a distant echo now, irrelevant in a world where the headline is already written. She can leave. She can let him face this alone. She can go to Switzerland and start the life she has spent 3 years earning, clean, credited, her name finally on her work. Seren looks at their joined hands. I am not going to Geneva. The words come out before she decides them. I am not leaving while Davor is still writing the story. Raffael's grip tightens. Seren, do not argue with me. I was not going to argue. He holds her gaze. I was going to say thank you. Petra clears her throat. I am still drafting the statement, and I am still going to hedge the language unless someone gives me a better reason not to. Seren turns to the display. Then let me help. The words land. Petra raises an eyebrow. You want to write the statement? I want to make sure it says what he needs it to say, in every language that matters. Petra is silent. Then she nods. I will send you the draft. The display flickers as Petra's image shifts, typing, pulling documents. Nela is still at the side console. Raffael, the east corridor door just registered another access attempt. The room goes still. From where? Network level. Same signature as the first breach. Raffael stands. Lock it down. Full biometric freeze. No access until I authorize it personally. Nela's fingers move. Done. But whoever is down there, they are trying to get back in. Seren looks at the corridor door, visible through the glass panel. The darkness beyond it waits. And somewhere in the castle, the inside actor is still moving. Chapter 34. The display chimes. Petra's draft appears in a shared document window, dense with legal caution and conditional phrasing. Seren reads the first paragraph standing. It has been reported that Raffael Connaught may be connected to matters concerning the Kara estate. We acknowledge ongoing inquiries and will cooperate with appropriate authorities. She looks up. This is not a statement. This is a deflection. Petra's jaw tightens. It is a placeholder. We need to see how the market reacts before we commit to language we cannot walk back. If you walk back language, you look like a man who lied. If you hedge, you look like a man who is still hiding. Raffael is about to confirm he is Matej Karac. You cannot say, may be connected, in the same breath as, I am Matej Karac. The contradiction destroys credibility in every language. Petra's fingers hover over the keyboard. Seren, I understand the instinct to be direct, but you are not accounting for the legal exposure. If Raffael gives an unqualified admission, Devo's lawyers will use every word as, I am accounting for it. Seren pulls the document closer, scrolling through the draft. You have 3 separate distancing mechanisms in the first 2 paragraphs. The "it has been reported" opener, the passive voice in paragraph 2, the matters concerning, instead of naming the Kara estate directly. She looks up. Devo's proxies are going to put out their statement within hours. They will say Raffael Connaught, born Matej Karac, abandoned his family and stole assets that belonged to the Croatian noble house. They will be direct because Devo does not care about legal exposure. He wants to win in the court of public opinion today, not in a Zagreb courtroom next year. Petra's silence stretches. If Raffael hedges, Seren continues, the press will lead with the proxy statement. They will frame Raffael's response as evasion, because evasion is what sells papers. By the time the truth catches up, the damage is done. You cannot unring a bell that has been ringing for 48 hours. And if I give an unqualified admission and Devo's lawyers use it to claim Raffael knew the extent of the family liability, then you argue intent in court, which you will have to do anyway because Devo is not dropping the preservation motion just because Raffael said, allegedly. The room is quiet. Raffael watches her. Petra's eyes narrow. You are not a lawyer, Seren. I know. You are not the one who will have to stand in front of a judge and defend every syllable of this document. I know that too. Then why are you arguing with me about legal strategy? Seren holds her gaze. Because this is not a legal strategy question. This is a narrative question. And I have spent 3 years watching powerful people lose narrative wars because they treated legal precision like a shield instead of a weapon. Petra's expression does not change. That is a compelling speech, but it does not change the fact that you are an interpreter, not a strategist. The words land. Seren feels them in her chest, the familiar dismissal dressed in professional language. She takes a breath. 3 days ago, I caught a contamination clause hidden in the French definitions that 50 Connaught lawyers missed. I drafted a severability rider that closed every language-specific door d'avour built into the counterproposal. I stood in front of Oren Dean and the entire creditor block and dismantled their legal strategy in 3 languages without a lawyer beside me. She does not look away. I am not an interpreter who happens to be in the room. I am the person who closed the summit, and I am telling you that if you let this statement read like a man caught, Devo will own every headline between here and Zagreb by sundown. Petra is silent. The display flickers. Raffael has not moved. Seren turns to face him. She does not know what he will say. She has overruled his general counsel in front of him, contradicted legal strategy, claimed authority she was never formally given. If he tells her to step back, the moment collapses. If he stays silent, Petra wins. Seren waits. Raffael holds her gaze. Then he speaks. Petra, delete the first paragraph. Petra's breath catches. Raffael, delete it. Then rewrite the second paragraph in active voice. No passive constructions, no distancing language. Seren reads the next draft before it goes anywhere. Petra is still. Then she looks at Seren. Her expression is unreadable. You heard him. She begins typing. The first paragraph vanishes from the document. Seren exhales. She did not realize she was holding her breath. Raffael reaches for her hand under the table, the gesture hidden from the camera, hidden from Petra. His fingers brush hers. One quiet acknowledgement, then he speaks again. We have 3 hours before the press conference. I want a statement that says what I am, not what I might be. I want it clean, direct, and in every language the summit used. He looks at Seren. You said you would help. I said I would. Then start. The display chimes again. Petra's new draft appears. The language is sharper. The hedges are gone. Seren reads the first line. My name is Raffael Connaught. I was born Matej Karac. I will answer the questions that matter. She nods. This is a start. She pulls the document closer. The work begins. But her phone vibrates against the table. One notification. She glances at the screen. Geneva departure logistics. Final confirmation. Train leaves at 6 o'clock. Chapter 35. The notification sits on her screen. Geneva. 6 o'clock. Final confirmation. Seren stares at the words until they blur. She has been working toward this departure for months. The clean exit. The name on the door. The life where nobody assumes compliance. The display chimes again. Petra's revised draft. Seren pulls it toward herself. My name is Raffael Connaught. I was born Matej Karac. I will answer the questions that matter. She reads it again. The bones are right. Direct voice, no hedging, but the second paragraph still circles. While Connaught Group was built under circumstances that will now face public scrutiny. She stops. That is a deflection, she says. Petra's jaw tightens. That is context. Context belongs in a legal brief. This is a public statement. The second sentence should be, I built Connaught Group as Raffael Connaught. It was not built with Kara money. You do not know that for certain. I know that Raffael told me the truth. If you start qualifying in the second sentence, the press will lead with the qualifier. Connaught CEO admits uncertainty about company origins. Petra is silent. Raffael watches. Seren holds her ground. Rewrite it, she says. Or I will. Petra's fingers hover over the keyboard. Then she types. The second paragraph becomes, I built Connaught Group as Raffael Connaught. It was not built with Kara money. I will provide documentation to support this. Seren nods. Better. She keeps reading. The third paragraph lists the numbered accounts, the preservation motion, the legal status of the Kara estate claim. Each sentence is factual. None of them tell the reader what to feel. Here, Seren says, tapping the screen. Between the accounts and the preservation motion, you need a sentence about why he left. Petra frowns. That is narrative, not evidence. Evidence does not win public opinion. Narrative does. She looks at Raffaele. He is very still. She does not ask permission. She types, I left the Kara name because I refused to be part of what it had become. I have spent 12 years building something separate. I am not running from Davao Karac's claims. I am stating, clearly, that they belong to a life I chose to leave. She does not look up. Petra reads over her shoulder. The room is quiet. Then Petra says, Davo's lawyers will use that sentence to argue abandonment of duty. Let them, Seren says. Abandonment implies he owed duty. The statement should make clear that the duty he owed was to himself, not to a criminal network. How do you know it was criminal? I translate legal documents for a living. I read Davo's preservation motion. I saw the account structures. You do not need a conviction to recognize a laundering network. You need pattern recognition. Petra is quiet for a long moment. Then she says, that is not admissible characterization for a public statement. Then let the press make the characterization, but give them the sentence that points in the right direction. Raffael speaks. She is right. Petra looks at him. You said Seren reads the next draft. I did. Then this is the draft. Petra's hands are still. Then she saves the document. The new version glows on the display. Seren reads it from the top. My name is Raffael Connaught. I was born Matej Karac. I will answer the questions that matter. I built Connaught Group as Raffael Connaught. It was not built with Karac money. I will provide documentation to support this. I left the Karac name because I refused to be part of what it had become. I have spent 12 years building something separate. I am not running from Davao Karac's claims. I'm stating, clearly, that they belong to a life I chose to leave. The numbered accounts in question were opened when I was 18, under family pressure. They were closed within 2 years. No Kara funds were used to capitalize Connaught Group. The preservation motion filed by Matej Karac's lawyers is a freeze tactic, not a proof of ownership. I will fight it in every jurisdiction where it is registered. I am Raffael Connaught. I am Matej Karac. Both names belong to me. Only one of them represents what I have built. Seren stops. The last line is good, clean, defiant without being defensive. Petra exhales. It is risky. Everything is risky, Seren says. The only question is whether you control the risk or let it control you. Raffael stands. He walks to the display, reads the statement. Then he looks at Seren. Translate it. All 5 languages? I want the press in every market to hear the same words. Seren pulls the document closer. She begins. English. The original is already strong. French. The cadence shifts. She adjusts for register, keeps the defiance without losing the precision. German. Direct. No room for misinterpretation. Hungarian. She pauses on the last line. The word for built does not carry the same weight. She chooses a verb that means founded. It lands harder. Croatian. She hesitates. You want this in Croatian? Yes. Your name in Croatian is Matej Karac. The press in Zagreb will hear that before they hear anything else. I know. She types. The Croatian version comes differently. The sentences are shorter, the rhythm is older. She does not know why. When she finishes, she looks at him. It reads like a confession. It is a confession. To what? To being who I am. She holds his gaze. The room feels smaller. Petra clears her throat. We have 2 hours. I need to brief the communications team. Do it, Raffael says. Petra stands. She looks at Seren. The statement is good. It is not praise. It is acknowledgement. Seren nods. Petra leaves. The door closes. They are alone. Raffael sits beside her. His hand finds hers under the table. Thank you. You do not need to thank me. I know. Then why are you doing it? Because I want you to hear it. She looks at their hands. His fingers are warm. I have a train at 6 o'clock, she says. I know. Are you going to ask me to stay? No. She looks up. Why not? Because you told me not to make you the only safety net again. She remembers saying that. The kitchen, the dark, the honesty between them. I remember. I am keeping my word. His thumb traces the edge of her palm. Then what are you asking? He is quiet. Then he says, Nothing you do not choose. The words settle between them. Seren looks at the display. The statement glows in 5 languages. Her phone vibrates against the table. She does not look at it. Raffael does. Geneva? Yes. The word hangs. She does not pick up the phone. She does not look away from him. What do you want me to choose? She asks. He does not answer with words. He lifts her hand, presses his lips to her knuckles. 1 breath. Then the room is still. Her phone vibrates again. The display shows a countdown. 4 hours until departure. Chapter 36. The phone screen goes dark. Seren does not reach for it. 4 hours until departure. Raffael's hand is still around hers. His thumb rests against the ridge of her knuckles where his lips touched. The warmth stays. She should say something. She should name the shape of what is happening between them, but the words do not come in any language she trusts. What do you want me to choose? She asked him. He did not answer. Now the silence stretches, and she understands he meant it literally. He will not offer an answer because the answer must be hers alone. That is the gift. That is the terror. She pulls her hand back, not away from him. She places both palms flat on the table and looks at the statement glowing in 5 languages. You are about to stand in front of cameras and tell the world who you are. Yes. And after that, every journalist, every regulator, every creditor who signed today will have a question about how much Karac money built Connaught. I know. And you want me to stay beside you while you answer them. I want you to choose it. She turns to face him fully. The first time you introduced me to a room of executives, you said, my interpreter. 3 years. I was your interpreter. His jaw tightens. I remember. When this is over, when Daver's claim is settled, or the court freezes half your assets, or the press moves on to the next scandal, what will you call me then? He does not flinch. What do you want me to call you? She feels the question land. Not a deflection, not a negotiation, a genuine ask. She holds his gaze. I want my name in the documents I write. I want the credit line on the strategy that saved your restructuring. I want you to correct anyone who calls me support staff. I will. Do not promise that until you know what it costs. What does it cost? She looks at the window. The snow has not stopped. Beyond the glass, the world is white and blank and waiting. It costs you controlling who gets seen. You built a company where only one name matters. If you start sharing that, people will test whether you mean it. He's quiet. Then he says, I have spent 12 years building walls, naming myself to strangers, trusting no one. You are asking me to take the walls down. Yes. All of them? No. The ones that keep me out. He looks at her for a long moment. She watches his throat move. Then yes. Say it clearly. I will stand beside you publicly. When this is over, and when it is still happening, I will correct anyone who diminishes what you did here. I will put your name where it belongs. She lets his words settle. The display glows behind him. Her phone is dark. I want to believe you. Then believe me. Trust is not belief. Trust is watching someone follow through. Then watch. The room goes still. She turns to face him directly. I will stay. The word hangs. She watches his expression shift. Not relief. Something deeper. Something that looks like fear finally set down. Thank you, he says. Do not thank me yet. I am not staying because of what you said. I am staying because you asked me what I wanted instead of telling me what you needed. I noticed. Good. The corner of his mouth moves. Not a smile. Almost. I want to kiss you, he says. Then do it. He does not move. Not yet. Why not? Because when I do not want you to wonder if it is because I need you to stay. She feels the precision of it. He is not taking anything for granted. He is not assuming. She stands. Her chair slides back. She walks around the table until she is standing beside him. You wanted me to choose, she says. Yes, this is me choosing. She leans down. Her lips brush his temple. One breath. Then she straightens. His hand finds hers again. The silence between them is different now. Full. Her phone vibrates. The display lights. She looks at it. Geneva departure logistics. The countdown reads 3 hours, 47 minutes. Raffael does not look at the screen. Are you going to answer? No. Then what are you going to do? She picks up the phone, opens the notification, reads the departure confirmation. Then she turns the phone face down on the table. I am going to help you face the press. After that, I am going to find out who framed me with my own credentials. And after that, she meets his eyes. After that, we find out whether you meant what you said. Footsteps in the hall. Both of them turn toward the door. The sound is deliberate, measured, not urgent, but purposeful. Raffael stands. His body shifts in front of hers. The door opens. Petra stands in the frame. Her face is unreadable. Press conference in 90 minutes. The communications team needs the final language approval before we distribute. Give us 10 minutes, Raffael says. Petra looks at Seren, then back at Raffael. The agenda also changed. Daver's legal team filed an emergency motion in Zagreb an hour ago. They are requesting a preliminary hearing before the preservation motion. For when? Tomorrow morning. The room tilts. Tomorrow morning. Before the press narrative settles. Before Raffael's statement can land. Before the markets process what he has said. Seren's hand finds the edge of the table. They are trying to beat your testimony, she says. They are trying to frame the story before I can finish telling it. Petra nods. The hearing is closed. Judge appointed by the family division. Daver's people chose the venue. Raffael is still. Then he says, we are not changing the statement. Raffael, we are not changing it. We release on schedule. We let the press carry the full version before the hearing opens. Petra hesitates. Then she nods. I will tell the team. She leaves. The door closes. Seren looks at the display. 5 languages. one name, and a room full of cameras waiting to decide what it means. Chapter 37. The room smells of coffee and cold stone, and the particular chemical heat of press lights warming too many bodies in too small a space. Seren stands beside Raffael, half a step behind where she has always stood. The cameras are already recording. Journalists crowd the temporary risers, phones raised, laptops open, faces sharp with the hunger of a story breaking faster than they can type. Behind them, the castle's main hall has been transformed into a press room. Chandeliers dimmed, banners down, nothing but wood and glass and the weight of what is about to be spoken. Raffael's hand is still. She watches him breathe. 3 times, measured, controlled. Then he steps forward. Her hand finds the edge of the table. My name is Raffael Connaught. The room goes quiet. I was born Matej Karac. The words land like stone. Cameras click. Someone's phone chimes and is silenced. Raffael does not look at the notes. He has memorized the Croatian version, the one that reads like a confession, and he keeps his voice at the same register as he moves through the English text. Connaught Group was built with no Kara money. The numbered accounts were closed by the time he was 20. He left the family name because he refused to be part of what it had become. He does not rush. He does not explain more than the statement holds. When he finishes, the silence stretches one breath too long. Then the questions begin. Mr. Connaught, can you prove the accounts were closed independently? The documentation will be released through council this afternoon. Did Count Kara threaten you before you left Croatia? I left Croatia 12 years ago. I have not spoken to my uncle since. And yet you built a multi-billion-dollar company using an assumed identity. Does that not suggest you were hiding something? Raffael's jaw tightens. I was hiding from something. There is a difference. The journalist leans forward. Can you prove that? Seren moves, not forward, not to the microphone. She shifts her weight, just enough that the movement catches the edge of the frame. Raffael glances at her. Then he says, I can prove that I built Connaught Group with audited capital, clean transfers, and no trace of Kara money. That is what matters to the creditors. That is what matters to the law. And the preservation motion? Count Kara claims the founding capital traces directly to family accounts. Count Kara claims many things. The motion will be opposed in every jurisdiction where it is filed. The questions keep coming, each one sharper, each one searching for a crack. Seren watches Raffael hold. She watches him refuse to hedge, refuse to deflect, refuse to give them anything but the truth he chose to speak. Then a woman in the third row raises her hand. Mr. Connaught, who wrote the statement? The Croatian version reads differently than the English. It sounds like someone who knows the language, not a translator. Raffael turns. His hand reaches back, not for the table, for her. He gestures her forward. The room watches. Seren steps beside him. The statement was written by Seren Szabo. She is my strategic advisor. She drafted the restructuring terms that closed this summit. She translated the statement into every language you see tonight. The journalist frowns. Your interpreter? No. His voice does not rise. My strategist. The word lands. Seren feels it in her chest. The journalist tries again. But she is listed as support staff on the summit roster. The summit roster was incomplete. That will be corrected. A pause. Then a man near the back calls out, Miss Szabo, were you aware of Mr. Connaught's identity before the summit? She meets his eyes. Yes. When did you learn it? 5 days ago. And you stayed? Yes. Why? She feels Raffael's attention shift to her. The room waits. She could give them the careful answer, the one that protects, the one that keeps her invisible. Instead, she says, because staying was my choice, and I do not make choices I cannot own. The journalist writes it down. Others are already typing. Raffael's hand finds hers below the table, hidden from the cameras. He squeezes once. Then he releases. The questions move on. To the preservation motion, to Daver's legal strategy, to the creditors and the markets and the endless machinery of survival. But the moment holds. Seren is no longer the interpreter in the frame. She is the person the frame exists around. 20 minutes later, Petra signals from the side of the room. The communications team has the feed they need. The statement has landed. Raffael thanks the press. The lights dim. The cameras stop recording. The room exhales. He turns to her. That was the first time I have said his name aloud in 12 years. How does it feel? Like the walls are gone. And the rest of it? His eyes stay on hers. Like I can breathe. She wants to believe it. Then Petra appears at her elbow, tablet raised. The hearing in Zagreb. Someone on Daver's team just filed a supplementary motion. They are claiming the Croatian version of your statement is a legal admission of hidden inheritance, not a confession of identity. Seren's stomach drops. They are using the language we chose to fight him. Petra nods. The motion cites the shorter sentence structure as evidence of Raffael's native knowledge of family obligations. They are arguing the statement proves he accepted the legal framework of the Kara house before renouncing it. Raffael's hand finds the table again. The walls she thought were gone, she realizes, have only shifted shape. Beyond the glass, winter presses against the castle, and Diver's next move is already in motion. Chapter 38. The tablet screen glows blue in Petra's hands. Seren reads the supplementary motion summary twice. The language is precise, clinical. It citates the Croatian version's rhythm as evidence of native legal understanding, argues that Raffael's statement proves he operated within Kara family frameworks long after he claims to have left. He is using our own words, Seren says. Petra's jaw tightens. He is using the structure of your words. The motion does not quote anything we said. It quotes the grammar we chose. Raffael does not move. Seren watches his hands on the table edge, steady, but the knuckles are white. The hearing, he says. When? Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Zagreb time. And the asset claim? Petra hesitates. It is the first time Seren has seen her hesitate. Filed 40 minutes ago, the Kara house submitted a formal claim asserting that Connaught Group's founding capital traces to shared family assets predating Raffael's departure. They are asking for an interim freeze on all holdings connected to the original trust structure. Raffael's voice is flat. Which holdings? Everything registered in the first 3 years of operation. The Vienna operating company, the Geneva holding entity, 70% of Connaught's current equity. The number lands like a shot. 70%. Seren does the math before she can stop herself. That is not a nuisance claim. That is a decapitation strike. They cannot prove it, she says. Petra meets her eyes. They do not have to prove it yet. They only have to create enough doubt to freeze the assets while the court examines the claim. And with the preservation motion already filed, the judge has grounds to act before we present our full defense. The room feels smaller. Seren thinks of the statement she wrote, the careful phrasing, the rhythm she chose because it sounded like truth. And Dovar used it. He read the translation, saw its architecture, and built a legal argument around its shape. You predicted this, Raffael says. It is not an accusation. Petra nods. I predicted a claim within 72 hours, not a motion within 90 minutes. Then what is the difference? Preparation. Petra sets the tablet down. He was ready. He had the motion drafted before the press conference ended. He wanted our statement to land so he could file his response while the news cycle still carried the headline. Seren understands. Dovar did not react to the statement. He used it. He let them choose their own words, then built a legal frame around those words so that anything they said next would read as defense, not truth. He is not fighting us, she says slowly. He is writing the story we are standing inside. Raffaello looks at her. His eyes are winter stone. Then we write a different one. Petra's phone buzzes. She reads the message, and something shifts in her face. The market. Connaught paper dropped 4 points in the last hour. Volume is spiking. The creditors are not panicking yet, but they are watching. Oren? No statement. His team is quiet. That is worse. Oren making noise would mean positioning. Oren silent means he is waiting for the outcome, ready to move whichever way the freeze lands. Seren looks at the window. Beyond the glass, the snow has stopped falling, but the drifts are deep. Dawn is still gray. How long until the freeze hearing? 9 hours. And the asset claim? Fully filed. They will argue both motions together. Efficiency. Raffaello straightens. Seren watches him pull control back around himself like a coat. Then we have 9 hours to prove Connaught's capital was clean from the first transfer. Petra's mouth tightens. That requires documents we cannot access from here. The original trust instruments are in Vienna. The numbered account closure certificates are with the Austrian Financial Authority. Even with electronic copies, the authentication chain takes days. Then we shorten the chain. How? Raffaele looks at Seren. You said the Hungarian Arbitration Council has jurisdiction over the severability rider. What would it take to expand that jurisdiction to cover the asset claim? The question stops her. She has been thinking about words, about narratives, about the shape of a sentence. He is thinking about the battlefield. If the Council accepts Connaught's founding capital as part of the restructured agreement, the asset claim moves to arbitration instead of Croatian family court. Can your grandmother make that happen? Seren's chest tightens. Agnes, the woman she has not spoken to in 7 years, the woman who answered at dawn and said only, "What is the name of the judge?" I do not know if she can, but she might know someone who can. Yes. Raffael holds her gaze. I am not asking you to call her for me. I am asking you to call her because this is the fight we are in now. Seren pulls out her phone. The Geneva countdown is still showing. 3H12 mem. She dismisses the notification. The contacts list scrolls. Agnes Bodragi. She presses the call button. The line rings. Once, twice. A voice. Hungarian. Older. Precise. Seren. Aganbana. I have been watching the news. You are in the middle of it. Yes. What do you need? Seren looks at Raffael. He is watching her with something she cannot name. To move a jurisdiction, she says. And to prove a 20-year chain of clean capital before morning. The silence hums. Then Agnes says, there is a man in Budapest, retired. He wrote the arbitration protocols your council uses. If the council hears the case, he can advise on the jurisdiction argument. But he will not take my call without a reason. What reason? Give him yours. The line clicks. Agnes sends a name and number. Seren reads it. Then she looks up at Raffael and Petra. I have a name. Petra is already reaching for her tablet. And somewhere inside the frozen castle, a door closes. Not the east corridor. Something deeper. Something Seren cannot place. But she feels it. The shift in pressure. The silence where footsteps should be. Davor has made his first move, and they are still inside his story. Chapter 39. The phone is still warm from Agnes when the screen lights up again. A Geneva number. Not the automated system. A name she recognizes. Clara Voss, the department head who sent the offer letter 3 months ago. Seren stares at the display. The castle hums around her. Petra's voice, low in the corridor, coordinating with Vienna. Rafa's footsteps as he moves to the window, giving her space. The call could end it. One conversation, a clean exit. Geneva, where her name will go on every document she touches. She answers. Seren Szabo. Clara Voss. I hope I am not catching you at a bad time. Seren's throat tightens. I am in the middle of something. I know. I have been watching the news, which is why I am calling. Clara's voice is smooth, professional, the tone of someone who has spent decades navigating other people's crises. Your contract is still open. The offer stands, but I need to know if you are still coming, because if you are not, I have to fill the position before the new fiscal year. Seren's hand grips the phone. The word yes is right there. Clean, prestigious, hers. I understand, she says. Do you? Because what I am seeing on the screen looks like a man who just lit his own empire on fire, and you are standing next to him. Seren's jaw tightens. He is not lighting anything. He is telling the truth. Good for him, but that truth is going to follow you. Every journalist who covers this story will dig through your background. Every client will ask if you knew. Every meeting will start with the Kara question before it gets to the work. Seren closes her eyes. Clara is not wrong. Your position here is clean, Clara continues. Senior interpreter, named author on every product. No scandals, no entanglements. You start fresh, and you never have to explain yourself again. Named author. Yes, that was the point, was it not? It was. 3 months ago, that was everything. Seren opens her eyes. Raffael is still at the window, his back to her, the gray dawn light cutting across his shoulders. He is not watching her. He is not trying to hold her. He said he would ask nothing she does not choose. He meant it. Clara. Yes. I need to think about it. The silence hums. You have 24 hours, Clara says. After that, the offer goes to the second candidate. I understand. Seren. Yes. Whatever you are walking into there, make sure it is worth what you are walking away from. The line clicks. Seren lowers the phone. The castle is quiet. Petra has stopped talking. The corridor is still. Even the wind has paused against the glass. Raffael turns. Jivia? Yes. What did you tell her? That I need to think. He nods. No pressure, no plea. Seren looks at the window. Beyond it, the snow is deep. The drifts have swallowed the lower paths. The castle is a fortress of stone and glass and secrets, and she has spent 3 years trying to leave it. But leaving now means leaving the version of herself that walked into the war room on the first night. Wet boots, travel French press, invisible and indispensable. That woman is still here, but she is not the only one anymore. There is also the woman who caught the Korean clause, who rewrote the contamination rider, who faced Oren Dean across the table and watched him blink first. There is the woman who stood beside Raffael at the microphone and let the world see her. That woman did not exist 3 weeks ago. Raffael. He crosses to her, close enough that she can see the exhaustion in his face, the lines around his eyes that were not there a week ago. Tell me, how do I know I am not choosing you because I am afraid to leave? He does not flinch. You do not know. You choose anyway. Or you do not. Either way, you live with it. She almost laughs. That is not helpful. It is the truth. She looks at his hands, steady, still. He is not reaching for her. He is waiting. The same way he waited in the kitchen at 2 in the morning. The same way he waited after the press conference. The same way he will wait for the freeze hearing, for the legal fight, for whatever comes next. Seren thinks about Geneva. She thinks about the clean desk, the named contracts, the mornings that start with coffee she does not have to steal from someone else's stash. She thinks about never having to explain the Kara name. She thinks about never standing beside him again. There is a door, she says slowly, in the sub-basement. The one that closed while I was on the phone to Agnes. Raffael's eyes sharpen. What about it? I felt it, not heard, felt, like the pressure in the castle shifted. His jaw tightens. You think it is connected to the wine cellar. I think Dava has been inside this building longer than we have. I think the door that closed is not the same as the one that opened. I think we have been looking at the wrong corridor. He is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, Pithura needs me to review the jurisdiction filing before she sends it to Budapest. I know. Meet me in the east corridor in 30 minutes. For the wine cellar? For the door that closed. Seren's chest tightens. The Geneva offer is still on her phone. 24 hours. She looks at Raffael. 30 minutes. Chapter 40. The corridor is empty when Seren reaches it. 28 minutes, not 30. She needed the walk, needed to feel the stone under her boots, the cold rising through the floors, the weight of the castle pressing in. Her phone is in her hand. Clara Voss's number is still visible on the screen. 23 hours left. She has not answered, will not answer. Not yet. Not until she knows what she is choosing. The east corridor stretches ahead of her, windows on one side, sealed door on the other. The door that opened, the one Nayla locked down remotely. The biometric panel glows amber, still frozen. She stops in front of it. The wine cellar waits beyond. Secrets, evidence, a trap. She does not know which. But it is not the door that closed. That one is deeper. She presses her palm to the stone beside the frame, feels the cold seep through her skin. The castle has been here for centuries. It has held Kara's secrets longer than Connaught has existed, and Devil has been inside it longer than any of them. Footsteps behind her. She does not turn. Raffael stops beside her. His coat is unbelted. His hair is damp, as if he ran his hands through it. He looks at the amber biometric panel, then at her face. Petra approved the jurisdiction filing. And the hearing? 10 a.m. Budapest is reviewing the arbitration expansion. No answer yet. She nods. The silence stretches. Then she says, I am not going to Geneva. He goes still. Not the stillness of shock, the stillness of a man who will not let himself hope until he is certain. Why? Because you asked what I wanted. Because Clara offered me a clean desk and named contracts, and I realized I do not want to be clean. I want to be visible, here, in the fight. He exhales, slow, controlled. Seren, I said I need 24 hours. I do not. I need you to hear what I am about to say. He turns to face her fully. She meets his eyes. I will stay, but I will not stay invisible. I want my name on the strategy, on the filings, on every document that leaves this castle with my work in it. I want the credit line when we win, and I want the blame when we lose. I want a title that says what I do, not whose staff I am. She stops. His face is unreadable, and I want it in writing. A beat, before I walk into that sub-basement with you. Raffael looks at her for a long moment. The winter light catches his eyes, makes them look older, heavier. Then he reaches into his coat, pulls out a folded sheet of paper, hands it to her. I had Petra draft it this morning. Before the hearing, before the filing, before you told me your answer. Seren unfolds it, her name at the top. Seren Szabo, Director of Strategic Language Operations, reporting directly to the CEO. Author, co-author, and signatory on any document she produces. Written authority to challenge any translation or contractual language in all 5 languages. Credit line on all public statements. She reads it twice, a third time. Her hands are not steady. You did this before I told you. I did this because I knew what you would choose, but I needed you to choose it without the paper. She looks up at him. You trusted me to come back. I trusted you to know what you are worth. The words land harder than any declaration of love. She folds the paper, slides it into her pocket. Then let us go find out what Dever left for us. She turns toward the east corridor door. Raffael catches her wrist. Seren. She stops. One more thing. What? He steps closer, close enough that she can feel the heat off his coat, the tension in his shoulders, the weight of everything he has not said. I am not asking you to stay and fight. I am asking you to stay and build. Because Connaught will not survive the next year unless it becomes something different, something with your name in the foundation. She looks at his hand on her wrist. He is not gripping, he is asking. She covers his hand with hers. I know. The corridor is quiet. Then his phone vibrates. He pulls it out, reads the screen. The color drains from his face. What? He turns the phone toward her. A message from Petra. Dever just filed a secondary request. Emergency access to Falkenfels for forensic inspection. Judge signed it 20 minutes ago. He is coming here. Chapter 41. The corridor feels different now. Not colder, not darker. Something in the pressure has shifted, the way air changes before a storm front moves through. Raffael is still holding his phone, still staring at Petra's message. He is coming here, Seren says, not a question. Raffael's jaw tightens. The forensic order gives him access, physical access, to the castle, the servers, the corridors, every room we have been working in. Every room he has already been inside. Raffael looks at her. The same thought, landing at the same moment. The east corridor door, the biometric breach, the device on the wall, the closed door in the sub-basement. Dever does not need forensic access to find evidence. He needs forensic access to plant it. Petra needs to see this, Raffael says. Now. They move through the castle at a pace that is almost a run. The corridors are empty, the war room dark, the staff quarters silent. The building feels hollow, as if everyone has already retreated behind locked doors. Petra is in the secure office off the West Hall, her laptop open, 3 phones arranged in a row on the desk. She looks up when they enter. Her face is pale, the kind of pale that comes from reading bad news on a screen and not having time to react. I traced the filing, she says without preamble. The asset claim. It was submitted through a Vienna shell office that should have been dormant for 6 years. Raffael stops. Which office? Terrafot Verwaltums GmbH. Registered to a commercial address on the Maria Helferstrasse. Paper filed, stamped, and notarized before the press conference started. Seren feels the floor tilt. Dever did not react to the statement. He anticipated it. He had the mechanism ready, the local council standing by, the shell reactivated and waiting. The disclosure was not a counterstrike. It was a cue. He had local help, Seren says. Someone in Vienna kept that shell alive. Petra nods. The registered agent is a firm I do not recognize. 3 partners, all Croatian names, none of them licensed in Austria until last month. They set up shop, filed the paperwork, and went dark. No web presence, no phone listing, nothing. A front. Clean enough to pass notary review, dirty enough to disappear the moment someone looks too hard. Raffael is already pulling out his phone. I need the name of the firm, every partner, everything you have. Petra slides a printed page across the desk. Already pulled, but that is not the worst part. She turns her laptop toward them. A flight tracking page, a private helicopter, destination filed under a Karac family credential, scheduled departure from Zagreb in 40 minutes, estimated arrival at Falkenfels, 1 hour, 17 minutes. He is not sending a team, Seren says. He is coming himself. Raffael's hand goes still on the phone. He cannot enter the castle without the forensic order being served first, Petra says, but the order is signed. The judge approved it. By the time he lands, it will be valid. How long does it take to physically serve a forensic access order in the middle of a snow-locked valley? Petra's mouth tightens. If the helicopter lands on the estate, the order is considered served the moment he touches the ground. Jurisdiction clause. Davos lawyers wrote it into the filing. Seren looks at Raffael. They have an hour, maybe less. What can we secure? Seren asks. What can we remove, hide, or lock down before he walks in? Petra shakes her head. The order covers all digital and physical records stored on the estate. Servers, hard drives, paper files, personal devices if they contain company data. If we move anything, it is obstruction. If we delete anything, it is spoliation. Then we do not move anything, Raffael says. We prepare the room, control the tour, make sure he sees exactly what we want him to see. Seren turns to him. And the sub-basement door? The silence stretches. We cannot seal it, Petra says. If the order includes unrestricted access to all structural areas, and it does, the door is a locked room. A locked room in a castle where the judge already signed a forensic inspection order. That is not a defense. That is an invitation. Raffael rubs the bridge of his nose. The gesture is small, almost unconscious, but Seren catches it. She has never seen him do it before. Then we open it, she says. Both of them look at her. We open it now, before he lands. We go in, we see what is there, and we decide how to handle it when he asks. Petra's expression is unreadable. If there is evidence in that room, Davor already knows about it. He put it there. Then we need to know what he is holding over us before he walks in holding it. Raffael watches her for a long moment. The winter stone of his eyes is unreadable, but something shifts behind it. Not hesitation, recognition. You are not afraid of what we will find. I am afraid of not knowing. He holds her gaze. Then he nods. Petra, call Nilla. Tell her we need the east corridor door opened in 10 minutes. Full light, full access, no restrictions. Petra's hand hovers over the phone. And the Vienna shell? Trace every transaction, every payment, every administrative filing, every utility bill that kept that address alive. If there is a paper trail, I want it before the helicopter lands. Petra picks up the phone. Seren and Raffael stand in the doorway of the secure office. The castle hums around them, heating, servers, the low thrum of a building that has been awake for days. Outside the window, the sky is pale and hard. No snow falling. The first break in the weather they have seen in a week. The helicopter will have clear visibility, Seren says. Raffael does not look at the sky. Good, let him see us watching. He reaches for her hand, squeezes once, then releases. 10 minutes, east corridor. She watches him walk away. The castle feels thinner now, less like a fortress and more like a stage. And Raffael Karac is about to step onto it. Chapter 42. Petra does not wait for them to reach the office. She meets them in the corridor, tablet in hand, her face the color of old paper. The title document is ready. She holds out the tablet. Director of Strategic Language Operations, reporting to the CEO, signatory authority on all multilingual filings, effective immediately. Seren takes the tablet, her name, her title. A document with her authority written in black serif type, signed by Raffael's digital signature at the bottom, countersigned by Petra as general counsel. She has never seen her name on anything like this. 3 years of contracts where she appeared in appendices, 3 years of internal directories where her role read Language Services, Contractor. 3 years of email signatures that said Interpreter while the people who carried her corrections into meetings had titles like Vice President and Director. And now this. The word Director sits next to her name like a door that is finally opened. "Thank you," she says. Petra nods, a single, tight motion. "You earned it. I should have." She stops, starts again. "The structure should have included you years ago." Raffael watches them both. He says nothing. He does not need to. Seren reads the document again. The language is precise, clean. No hedging, no conditional clauses, no subject to board approval buried in a footnote. Her authority is real. "Print it," she says. "I want a physical copy before we open that door." Petra pulls a folded page from her jacket. Already printed. Seren takes it. The paper is warm. The ink is dry. It is real. She folds it once, twice, and slides it into the inner pocket of her jacket, next to her worn pocket dictionary. "Now," she says, "what's do have?" Petra's hesitation is visible, a micro pause before she turns the tablet toward them again. "I also received this from Daver's counsel, marked as a courtesy copy." The screen shows a legal filing, draft form, not yet submitted. Seren reads the header. "In the matter of the Kara estate preservation motion, witness list." Her name is on it. Seren Szabo, independent language contractor, Connaught Group. Potential witness with documented access to concealed identity documents. The air goes cold. "Concealed identity documents," Seren reads aloud. "They are listing me as a witness. To what?" Petra's jaw tightens. They are not specific, but the phrasing implies you had knowledge of Raffael's identity before the public disclosure, that you helped conceal it, that you had access to the documents that proved it. "I did have access. I translated them." "Which makes you a witness to the concealment, not the crime. The Drevers team will argue that your access proves the documents were stored here, on estate property, within reach of the forensic order. They will argue you can testify to their existence, their contents, and their handling." Seren looks at Raffaele. He is still, completely still. The kind of stillness that costs something. "They are trying to make her choose," he says. "Testify against me or commit perjury. Or flee," Petra says. "If she leaves before the hearing, it reads as evasion. If she stays and refuses to testify, it reads as obstruction. Daver has painted her into a corner where any move confirms his narrative." Seren's hand moves to her chest, to the folded document in her inner pocket. She just accepted a role that makes her central to Connaught's defense, the same role that makes her a target. "Why now?" she asks. "Why list me before the forensic inspection even starts?" Petra's expression does not change. "Because he wants you to know he sees you. He wants you to feel the weight of being named. He wants you to wonder whether staying was the right choice." The corridor is silent. Somewhere above them, the castle hums with heating and servers and the low vibration of a building holding its breath. Seren looks at the tablet again. Her name, her role, the accusation framed around it. "Then we make sure his witness list is wrong," she says. "How?" "By proving I did not conceal anything. By proving the documents were not hidden. By opening that door and showing exactly what is inside before he can claim we hid it." Raffael's hand finds hers, warm, steady. "Are you sure?" She looks at him. At the winter stone of his eyes, the silver at his temples, the lines around his mouth that were not there a week ago. "I have never been more sure of anything." She turns to Petra. "Print the filing. Every page. I want to see exactly what Daver thinks he has on me." Petra nods and disappears into the office. Seren stands in the corridor with Raffael, the folded title document warm against her chest, the witness listing cold in her memory. "Named in ink," she says. "Both sides of the page." Raffael does not smile, but something in his face shifts, a crack in the armor that lets light through. "Then we make sure your name stays on the right side." He lifts her hand, presses his lips to her knuckles. A gesture so private and so public that it feels like a signature. "I will not let him use you against me." "You are not using me. He is." "Then we prove him wrong." From down the corridor, Petra's voice. "The east corridor door is open. Full light, Full access. Ready when you are. Seren looks at Raffael. He looks at her. Together, they walk toward the door that has been waiting for them all week. Chapter 43. The east corridor smells different. Not stone and dust and old air. Something sharper. Antiseptic, like a cleaned wound. Seren stops 2 steps past the threshold. Raffael's hand is still warm where it touched her back, but he has already moved past her, scanning the corridor ahead with a stillness that costs nothing and everything. Pitra, he says. Light level. Full. Every panel. The corridor stretches 40 feet before them. White walls. A single door at the end, metal, modern, sealed by a biometric panel that glows steady green. Not locked. Open. Seren feels it before she names it. The same pressure shift she felt in her suite. The same wrongness of air moving where it should not. This is not the wine cellar, she says. Raffael does not turn. No. Then what is it? He is silent for a long moment. Then he says, I did not know this corridor existed. The admission lands like a blow. She watches him. His profile is unreadable, but his hands are still. Completely still. The kind of stillness that hides something breaking beneath. You built this castle, she says. I built the conference wing, the executive floor, the guest suites. A pause. The original structure was already here. I added around it. Who built the original structure? Raffael's jaw tightens. My grandfather, before the war. Before the family became a laundering network. Before the title became a shield. Before Matej Karac became Raffael Connaught. Seren takes a step forward. The air is cool, dry, chemical. Not the damp of a cellar, the sterile hush of a room that has been sealed for years. What did your grandfather put down here? I don't know. I don't know. She looks at him. His face is unreadable, but she has spent a week learning to read what he does not say. The tension in his shoulders, the way his hand hovers near his pocket, near his phone, near anything that anchors him to the present. Raffael. He turns, meets her eyes. I need you to tell me what you think is behind that door. A long breath. Then, records. Documents. The kind of paper that should not exist. My grandfather was meticulous. He kept everything. Everything related to the family? Everything related to the estate. Land transfers, title deeds, promissory notes. He pauses. And 1 letter of renunciation. Seren's stomach tightens. Your renunciation? My mother's. She wrote it when she left the family estate, before she met my father, before Matej was born. What did it say? It said she forfeited all claim to Karac property, titles, and succession rights in exchange for a lump settlement and a marriage of her own choosing. The words hang in the cold air. Your mother, Seren says slowly, surrendered her inheritance to marry your father. For him, yes, he says. My grandfather did not approve, so she bought herself out. And the letter is here, in this corridor. This app tells what happened. This would be a reasonable exact. It would even be a light of those new article teachings. He looks at the green light on the sealed door. If Dever has already been inside, the letter is gone. Seren processes this. The document that proves Raffael's mother voluntarily renounced the family fortune before he was born. The document that could undercut Dever's claim that Connaught's capital is traceable to Kara assets, if it still exists, if Dever has not already destroyed it. Then we go in now, she says, before his helicopter lands. Raffael's hand moves to the biometric panel. His thumb hovers over the sensor. This door has been opened in the last 6 hours. How do you know? He and Zast rightly turns out the song, if the As love the wrecker money more. The air seal. It takes 48 hours to fully repressurize after a breach. The chemical smell is from the sterilizer that runs when the door closes. Someone has already been inside. Someone has already taken what they needed. Seren steps beside him. Her hand finds his, not on the sensor, but on his wrist, warm over his pulse. Open it. He presses his thumb to the panel. The light stays green. The lock disengages. The door swings inward with a soft hiss. Darkness beyond. Not empty darkness. The shape of shelves, filing cabinets, a table at the center, and on the table, a single sheet of paper, illuminated by a small lamp that is still glowing. Someone left it on. Someone wants them to see what is there. Raffael steps inside first. His footsteps echo on concrete. Seren follows, her pulse fast, her hands still in his. The room is small, windowless, a single fluorescent panel on the ceiling, flickering the life as they enter. The table holds 3 objects: a leather-bound ledger, open, a single photograph, face down, a note, handwritten, in Croatian. Raffael reads it aloud. His voice is flat, controlled. But something beneath it fractures on the 3rd word. Matej, you thought you could leave, but the family name is not a coat you take off. It is the skin you were born in. The ledger proves it. The photograph proves it. The letter your mother wrote proves it. You will come home. Not because I leave you a choice, but because Seren Szabo will understand what it means to live with the weight of a hidden name, and she will help you remember who you are. Deva. The silence that follows is absolute. Seren looks at the open ledger. The page shows a list of transfers, dates, amounts, names, all from the same Vienna bank account, all signed with a single initial, K, not C, Connaught, K, Karac. The transfers are timed to Connaught Group's earliest capital raises. The dates match. Seren looks at the photograph. She turns it over. It shows a woman, young, dark hair, winter stone eyes that she recognizes. Raffael's mother, holding an infant, smiling. And behind her, on the wall of a grand room with high windows, a portrait of the same woman in an ornate frame, wearing a diamond necklace that catches the light. The ledger, the photograph, the letter. 3 pieces of evidence that together will look, to any court, like proof that Connaught Group was founded with Kara money and hidden by a woman who left the family for love and returned to it through her son. Daver has not been waiting for the forensic inspection. Daver has been preparing the room they were meant to find. He left it for us, Seren says. He wanted us to find this. Raffael does not answer. His hand is still holding hers, but his eyes are fixed on the photograph, on his mother's face, on the diamond necklace he has never seen her wear. She never told me, he says. She never told me she kept the necklace. The weight of it presses down, the room, the evidence, the future. And somewhere outside, the sound of rotors beginning to cut through the clearing air. Chapter 44. They have 4 minutes before the helicopter touches down, maybe 5 if the pilot circles. Seren folds the photograph into her inner pocket, next to the director document, next to the worn pocket dictionary. The ledger stays open on the table. The note stays where Davor left it. We cannot take anything, she says. If he sees the room has been disturbed, he knows we found it before the inspection. Raffael is still looking at the empty space where the photograph was. His jaw works once, twice. She kept it, he says. She told me she left everything. She told me she walked out with nothing but the clothes on her back. She lied. She lied to protect me. He says it without accusation, just fact. She thought if I knew she took something, I would try to take it back, and she knew what taking it back would cost. The rotors are louder now, closer. Seren takes his wrist and pulls him toward the door. Leave the light on. Leave everything exactly as it is. He lets her guide him. His steps are hollow on the concrete. When they reach the corridor, he presses the panel, and the door seals behind them with the same soft hiss. They walk back through the east corridor without speaking. The chemical smell fades as they move. By the time they reach the main hall, the air is clean again, neutral, like nothing happened. Petra is waiting at the junction where the corridor meets the old stone stairway. Her tablet is glowing. Her face is unreadable. He just landed, she says. He is on the helipad with 2 lawyers and a court-appointed observer. Nayla is meeting them at the gate. You have until she walks them through the entry protocol. Raffael stops. His hands go to his pockets. His shoulders shift. We need a timeline, he says. A clean one. From 18 years old to now. Every capital raise, every account, every asset traceable to Connaught Group. Petra's eyes narrow. From scratch, from memory, he looks at Seren. And from her, Seren feels the weight of it. He is asking her to witness him rebuild the years he erased, to check his story against the evidence, to find the cracks before Davor does. Where? She says. My offices. The private room off the war room. It has a secure terminal. Petra is already moving. Her heels click on the stone. Seren follows. Raffael follows last, his steps slower, as if he is leaving something behind in the corridor. The private room is small. 1 table, 3 chairs. A terminal that glows amber in sleep mode. No windows. Petra closes the door. The rotor sound fades to a thrum. Raffael sits. He does not look at the terminal. He looks at the blank wall opposite. 18, he says. I turned 18 in March. By April, I had opened an account in Vienna with 3,000 euros. Cash. Some summer work. Nothing traceable to the family. Petra types. Her fingers move fast. By 20, I had 15,000. I was working translation contracts for a shipping lawyer in Trieste. He did not know my name. I used a Croatian alias, Seren Szabo. Did you declare the income? Petra asks. I declared it through a mailbox company in Ljubljana. Clean, low band, nothing that would trigger a review. Seren watches his face. He is not reciting from a prepared file. He is pulling the years from somewhere deeper, the adolescence he buried under the identity he built. 22, he says. First real capital, 60,000. I brokered a shipping insurance settlement between a Greek operator and a Croatian port authority. Interpreted the entire negotiation myself. The fee was 78,000. I took 60, left 18 for the local agent who introduced me. Name of the agent? Milan Bisic, deceased. Car accident in 2011. Petra notes it. 23. First Connaught Group bank account. Open in London under the name Raffael Connaught. The application used my Trieste translation income and a reference from a Swiss notary I had done freelance work for. Name of the notary. Felix Arnaud, retired, living in Lausanne. He will confirm the work. Petra's tablet pings. Probably an alert from Nayla about Daver's movement through the castle. She is stalling, Raffael says. Keep going. 24, Petra says, reading from the timeline she is building. Connaught Group registers in London. You are the sole director and shareholder. Initial capital of £200,000. Source? 100 from my London account. 100 from the Trieste account. The same money. Clean. I had been audited twice by then. And the Vienna account with the K signature? Raffael's hands go still on the table. I closed it at 19. The transfers in the ledger are not mine. They are Karac family transactions that used the same Vienna bank. Thaw opened accounts in my name after I left. Seren speaks for the first time. Can you prove you closed it? The bank confirmation is in a safety deposit box in Zurich. I have the key. Petra is typing. Her face is tight. There is a problem, she says. Raffael waits. Petra turns her tablet to face him. A single transaction record, dated 6 years after the account was supposedly closed. Karac Vervoltungs Glum AP, she says, received a wire transfer of 400,000 euros in 2011. The originating account is the same Vienna account with the K signature. The receiving account is a Connaught Group intermediary account in Luxembourg. Seren reads the line twice. The dates match. The amounts match. The intermediary account is one she has seen in the restructured documents. Tell me you did not authorize this, Petra says. Raffael stares at the screen. I did not authorize it, but it happened. It happened while I was restructuring the holding company. Someone in the Vienna office routed the funds through the Luxembourg intermediary before I caught it. I returned the full amount within 90 days. With interest. Petra's jaw is tight. The return transaction. Do you have proof? I have the ledger and the Luxembourg account statements, which Daver's forensic team will have access to within the hour. Seren feels the trap closing. The transfer is technically legal. The money was returned. But the path it traveled, Vienna to Luxembourg, Daver's shell through Connaught's intermediary, is exactly the kind of pattern that looks like hidden inheritance when a lawyer narrates it in court. He is not trying to prove you used Karac money, Seren says. He is trying to prove you could not escape it. That the family system was so deep, it moved money through you without your knowledge, that you are still inside it. Raffael does not answer. Petra's tablet pings again. This time she reads it. Nayla says Diva is in the main hall. He has requested immediate access to the east corridor. She told him the biometric system is being repaired. How long can she hold him? Maybe 10 minutes. He has a court order. Raffael stands. Then we have 10 minutes to find every transfer in this building that looks like his before he finds them for us. He turns to Seren. Can you read the Luxembourg statements in the original? German? Luxembourgish, French, and the settlement notes are in Portuguese. Seren nods. Then let's move. She follows him out. Petra is already on her tablet, pulling files, calling up accounts. The rotor sound is gone. Silence has taken its place. Devar is inside the castle, and the room they just walked out of is still glowing with the light he left on for them. Chapter 45. Seren finds a narrow alcove off the service corridor, a housekeeping station with a single wall phone and a stool that has known better decades. She dials Budapest. The line rings 4 times. She almost hangs up. Then the connection opens with a dry, familiar silence. Agnes Bodorogi does not speak first. She never has. Nagi mama, Seren says. A pause, breathing. The sound of a television being muted in the background. You are calling at a strange hour, Agnes says. Her voice is precise, every consonant placed. And you are not calling to wish me good health. I need your help. You needed my help 8 days ago when you first called from that castle. Now you need it again. You are burning through favors faster than you are earning them. Seren closes her eyes. The reprimand is so familiar it hurts. I know. The contact I gave you, the protocol writer, did you use him? Petra did. The jurisdiction filing is under review in Budapest. And? And nothing yet. We are waiting. Waiting is not a strategy. I know that too. Another pause. Agnes's breathing is measured, unhurried. She is 73 years old and has never wasted a syllable in her life. Show me your face, Agnes says. Seren hesitates. The camera on this phone is not, then find one that works. I did not teach you to read lips so you could hide your mouth from me. Seren looks around the alcove. No camera, no video. She is holding a castle-ishy handset with a cord. I cannot. The phone does not have video. Then describe yourself to me. What? You heard me. Describe what you look like right now. Seren presses her palm against the wall. The stone is cold. The corridor is empty except for the hum of old wiring. I am wearing the same clothes from yesterday. My hair is braided. I have not slept in. She stops to count. Long enough. And your face? What about it? What does your face look like when you say that? Seren does not answer. I cannot see you, Agnes says, but I can hear the shape of your silence. You are holding something back. You are always holding something back. It is what I taught you to do, so I know exactly how it sounds. The words land like a hand on her shoulder. I am in the middle of a crisis, Seren says. The man who wants to destroy everything we built is inside the building. I have maybe 8 minutes before he finds a room with evidence that could undo every contract I spent this week closing. And I am standing in a service corridor calling my grandmother because I do not know what else to do. That is not true. Which part? The last part. You know exactly what to do. You are stalling. You are searching for someone to tell you that the risk is worth taking, so that if it fails, you can say you did it because someone else told you to. Seren's throat tightens. That is not. It is exactly what you are doing. You called me because you want permission to fight for him, and you are afraid that if I give it, you will lose the right to blame me when it goes wrong. Silence stretches between them. Seren thinks of the photograph in her inner pocket, the diamond necklace, the mother who lied to protect a son who thought he had escaped. You always told me silence was power, Seren says. Yes, because people reveal themselves in the spaces between words. That is what you taught me, how to read what is not said. Yes. Then tell me this. If I have spent my whole life learning to read silence, how do I know when my own silence is strategy and when it is just fear? Agnes is quiet for a long moment. When she speaks, her voice is softer. You are not asking me about silence. You are asking me about love. Seren does not deny it. Love without public respect, Agnes says, becomes another language trap. You translate yourself for him. You smooth his edges. You make his life work in languages he does not speak. And one day you look up and realize you have built an entire life in which you are essential, but not named. Seren thinks of the director document in her pocket. The title, the signatory authority. That is not what is happening. Good, then you have already done the hard part. You have demanded to be seen. That is more than I ever did. Serene's eyes sting. Nani mama, I am not finished. The question is not whether he sees you. The question is whether he will let you keep being seen when the cost of visibility rises. And it will rise. It always does for women who stop making themselves small. The corridor remains empty. The castle hums around her. He asked me to stay, Seren says. He gave me a title. He put my name on filings. And what happens when the filing is contested, when the title is challenged? Will he still call you his strategist, or will a lawyer advise him that distancing himself from you is the safer play? Seren wants to answer. She cannot. That is the test, Agnes says. Not the press conference, not the public gesture. The quiet moment when no one is watching and he has to choose between your visibility and his protection. I know. Then you are already ahead of where I was at your age. The phone feels warm against Seren's ear. The stone wall is cold under her palm. Thank you, she says. Do not thank me. Come to Budapest when this is over. Bring him if he passes the test. Leave him if he does not. The line clicks. Seren stands in the alcove with the dead handset against her ear, listening to the silence Agnes left behind. She is about to set the phone down when it buzzes. Not the castle line. Her personal phone. A single message lighting the screen. The number is Croatian, unknown. The preview shows only 3 words. She kept more than the necklace. Chapter 46. The phone is still warm from Agnes when Seren's thumb moves before her mind catches up. She calls the Croatian number. 1 ring. 2. The corridor stretches empty in both directions, the castle's low hum pressing against the stone. 3 rings. She is about to disconnect when a voice answers, low and careful, speaking Croatian with a Dalmatian coastal accent she recognizes before she can place why. Who is this? The man's voice carries the particular caution of someone old enough to have learned that names are weapons. You sent me a message, Seren says, about the necklace, about what she kept. Silence, then a sound like a door closing somewhere on his end. Where are you speaking from? Falkenfels, a service corridor. I have maybe 6 minutes before Devor Karac finds the room I just left. The name lands like a stone in still water. You are the interpreter, he says. Not a question, the one who stayed. I am the one who stayed. Another pause. When he speaks again, his voice is quieter, as though he has moved closer to the receiver. My name is not important. What is important is that I served the Kara house for 43 years. I knew the Countess. I knew her son. And I know what she carried out of that house when she left. Seren's hand tightens on the phone. What did she carry? More than the necklace. She carried documents, land transfer records, a letter from the family solicitor that voided certain succession rights Davor now claims as absolute. The corridor feels smaller suddenly, tighter. Where are these documents now? I do not know, but I know she registered a copy. Old habits. Trust no single hiding place. She filed a sealed registry entry with a notary in Split, to be opened only in the event of a formal Kara succession claim. You are telling me there is a registry copy that undercuts Devo's entire asset claim. I am telling you that the Countess was not a fool. She bought her freedom with a settlement, but she made certain the house could never rewrite history after she was gone. The phone feels impossibly cold against Seren's ear. She thinks of the photograph in her inner pocket, the diamond necklace, the mother who kept secrets to protect a son who thought he had escaped everything. Why are you telling me this? Because I watched Devo turn the house into a machine. I watched him use loyalty as a leash, and I watched Matej leave knowing he could never come back. I am old. I have nothing left to lose. But I have a granddaughter who works in Zagreb, and I would like her to inherit a world where truth still means something. Seren's throat tightens. The registry copy. Where in Split? Notary Biskup. Strausme Revalda Twythe. But you cannot simply walk in and ask. The entry is coded. You will need a sharp intake of breath on the other end. Not from her. The line goes hollow, as though the receiver has been dropped or muffled. Hello? Seren's voice cuts through the static. Nothing. Then a scraping sound. A door opening. A voice, distant, male, speaking Croatian too fast for her to fully track. The line goes dead. Seren stands frozen, the phone pressed to her ear, listening to silence. She pulls it away. The screen shows, "Call ended." She calls back. Rings once, twice. Then a woman's voice answers, formal, careful. Thaw? Not him, someone else. Seren's mind races through possibilities. A wife, a daughter, someone who picked up the phone he dropped. "I am sorry," Seren says in Croatian. "I think I have the wrong number. Who were you calling?" Seren thinks of the old man's voice, the panic in his breath before the line went dead, the sound of someone entering his room. "Someone named Biskup," she says. "A notary in Split. I must have misdialed." The woman is quiet for a beat too long. There is no notary named Biskup at this address. The line clicks. Seren stares at the phone. The number is still displayed. Croatian. Unknown. She should tell Raffaele. She should find Petra. She should try the number again from a different line, or send a message, or something. But the silence in the corridor tells her the connection is already gone. The old man is either compromised or gone silent by choice, and the only thing she has left is the name. Notary Biskup. Strasmariova 12, Split. And the certainty that someone else heard him say it. She slides the phone into her pocket and begins walking. The corridor hums. The castle breathes. And somewhere in the main hall, Matej Karac is waiting with a court order and 12 years of patient malice. Sen counts her steps, 12 to the junction, 8 to the war room door. She does not run. Running would mean she is afraid. She is not afraid. She is angry. The anger feels like the first honest thing she has felt all day. Chapter 47. The war room door is half open when Seren reaches it. Light spills across the stone, thin and fluorescent, and she hears Petra's voice before she sees either of them. "The board is demanding a call. Right now." Seren steps inside. Raffaele stands at the head of the table, both hands flat on the wood, head down. Petra has a tablet angled toward him, screen already glowing with a waiting connection. "They want reassurance," Petra continues. "The equity drop, the asset claim, your uncle standing in the main hall with a court order." Raffaele does not look up. "Who requested the call?" "All 8. Simultaneous. This was coordinated." Seren moves to the table. The anger from the corridor is still in her chest, hot and useful, and she lets it sit there rather than smoothing it away. "I have something," she says. Both of them turn. "Notary Biskup, Strasmariova 12, Split." Raffael's mother filed a sealed registry entry there, to be opened only in the event of a formal succession claim. Land transfer records. A solicitor's letter voiding certain rights. They now claims is absolute. Petra's eyes narrow. "You have proof?" "I have a name and an address. The contact who gave it to me was compromised mid-call. Someone else heard him say it." Raffael straightens. The exhaustion is still there, carved into the hollows beneath his cheekbones, but something else moves behind it now. Focus. "How compromised?" "Line went dead. A woman answered when I called back, said there was no notary Biskup at that address. Then the registry is either real and already compromised, or a trap, or both." Seren holds his gaze. "But your mother filed it." "That part was true. The old man served the house for 43 years. He knew her." Raffael is quiet for a long moment. Then he nods once, sharp, and turns to Petra. "Get the call started." Petra taps the tablet. The screen splits into 8 rectangles, faces materializing one by one. Men and women in offices, hotel rooms, one with a bookshelf behind him that looks like a private study. Board members. The people who own chunks of Connaught Group's equity and have just watched it drop 4 points on a single leak. The first rectangle stabilizes. A woman in her 60s with silver hair cut sharp as a blade. "Raffael, we need to understand where we are." "Then listen." He does not sit. Matej Karac has filed an asset claim based on a 6-year-old Vienna shell company and a single unauthorized wire transfer I returned within 90 days. He is standing in my hall with a forensic order designed to manufacture evidence. The claim will fail if we can reach the original registry documents before his team does. Another rectangle. A man with a heavy jaw and a neck that strains against his collar. Connaught paper dropped 4 points. The press is calling you a fugitive noble, and we just learned you appointed a director of strategic language operations without board consultation. The room tightens. Seren feels the words land like a weight. She has been in rooms like this her whole life, standing near the wall, watching powerful people decide whether she exists. Not this time. Her name is Seren Szabo. Raffael's voice is flat, controlled. She has been the single most important strategic asset in this restructuring. She corrected a Korean payment clause on night 1 that would have accelerated the entire default. She identified language discrepancies in the French and German liability caps that would have stripped the company of 12% of its equity. She wrote the unified rider that closed the summit. She drafted the public statement in 5 languages, and she is the one who just identified the registry entry that will undercut Dever's entire asset claim. Silence. The woman with silver hair studies Seren through the screen. Ms. Szabo, where exactly did you obtain this registry information? Seren meets her gaze. A former Karac household employee, 43 years of service. He called me. Why you? Because I was the one who stayed. The heavy-jawed man leans forward. And you expect us to take legal strategy from an interpreter with no named authority and a personal relationship with the CEO? The room goes cold. Seren feels it like a door slamming shut. The subtext is not subtext anymore. It is an accusation dressed in corporate language, designed to strip her of legitimacy by reducing her to a body in a bed. Raphael's jaw tightens. Excuse me? You heard me. We are 8 hours from a freeze hearing. Our founder has just admitted he is a different person than the one who signed our contracts. And now we are supposed to trust strategic direction from someone whose primary qualification appears to be proximity to the CEO. Seren does not look away. She has spent 3 years being dismissed in rooms just like this one, standing silent while men decided her value based on her function rather than her mind. But she is not silent now. Mr. Brodnik. She uses his name because she remembers it from the board packets, because she always remembers. The unified rider that prevented your personal holdings from being swept into the asset freeze? I wrote that. Every clause, every cross-reference, in 3 languages, while you were waiting for someone else to tell you whether to sell. Brodnik's mouth presses into a thin line. The reference hold on my Geneva position, Seren continues, originated from a senior VP who assumed I would never escalate. That assumption cost Connaught 36 hours of strategic advantage and nearly lost the company its best chance at a clean narrative. So if you want to question my qualifications, I suggest you review the full record before you speak. The woman with silver hair raises an eyebrow. Ms. Szabo, you have a direct report? To the CEO, with signatory authority on all multilingual filings. The document is in my pocket. Show me. Seren pulls the folded appointment letter from her inner pocket and holds it to the camera. The seal is visible, the signature, the date. The woman reads it in silence, then she turns to Raffael. We need the registry entry in Split before Dever's team finds it. How fast can you get someone there? Raphael's hands are still flat on the table. His voice is steady. I will go myself. The room stirs. Brodnik opens his mouth, but the silver-haired woman cuts him off. Then go. But leave Ms. Szabo here. If Dever is waiting for you to make a move, he will expect you to run toward the evidence. Having someone he does not account for in the same location changes the calculus. Seren feels the weight of the words. She is being kept behind. Not dismissed, positioned. Raphael's eyes meet hers. Something passes between them, quick and sharp. She stays. He says it like a promise. But she is not a piece on the board. She is the one who found the registry. She decides how we play it. The screen flickers. Brodnik's face hardens, but the silver-haired woman nods once. Seren stands still, the anger still burning in her chest. And for the first time in 3 years, she does not have to wonder whether the room hears her. The board call ends, and in the silence that follows, Petra's phone buzzes once. She looks down. Her face goes white. They just served the forensic order. Dever's team is entering the east corridor now. Chapter 48. The silence after the board call has weight. Seren stands at the war room table, the appointment letter still in her hand, watching Petra's face drain to the color of paper. Dever's team is entering the east corridor now. The room where the ledger sits open. The photograph still missing from its frame because Seren has it folded in her inner pocket. He will know it was moved, Seren says. Petra's thumb scrolls through her phone. He will know the air seal was broken first. The sterilizer logged a breach at 2:14 this morning. He will assume we opened the door the moment we found it. And the photograph? Check the frame. If it was face down, he may not verify the placement until he has the room documented. Seren's fingers press against her pocket. The photograph is warm now, close to her body, carrying an image of Raffael's mother holding a child and wearing a necklace she never admitted she kept. I need to find him, Seren says. Petra does not look up. He left for the private office 3 minutes before the call ended. Second door past the service stair. Seren moves. The corridor is empty. The castle feels different now. Not a fortress, but a stage. Every wall the surface Devey's team will photograph. Every door a threshold they will open. She finds the door Petra described, slightly ajar, and pushes it open without knocking. Raffael sits at a narrow desk that does not belong to the war room. The desk is old, probably original to the castle, scarred wood with ink stains that predate computers. Spread across its surface are documents she has never seen. Passports, birth certificates, a Croatian identity card with a photograph of a younger man who looks like Raffael but is not him. The face is softer, the eyes less guarded. He holds a pen. He is writing on a blank sheet of paper, over and over, the same signature in different angles, different pressures, as if he is learning to forge his own hand. Matej Karac, Matej Karac, Matej Karac. The loops are uneven. The M wavers at the start, then firms, then wavers again. He does not stop when she enters. He finishes the line, sets the pen down, and looks at the paper like it has cost him something. I have not written that name in 12 years, he says. Not once. Not on a hotel register. Not on a customs form. Not even in a note to myself. Seren steps closer. The paper holds 23 signatures. The first 12 are strangers to each other. The last 11 begin to settle into a rhythm that looks almost familiar, almost true. Why now? Because I have to know if I can still make it without flinching. He touches the edge of the paper. If I sign the split registry request with this name and my hand shakes, Daver wins before the ink dries. Seren pulls the chair across from him and sits. The desk is narrow enough that their knees almost touch. She can see the faint tremor in his fingers, not fear, exhaustion, the kind that comes from running a single gesture through muscle memory until the meaning of it blurs. It is not surrender, she says. He looks up. His eyes are winter stone, but the color is wrong, too pale, like the light has gone out of them. Feels like it. Because you have been hiding for 12 years. Hiding is not the same as surviving. You built a life, Raffael, a company, a name that people respect. That is not surrender. That is architecture. The architecture was built on a lie, on a protection. There is a difference. He picks up the pen again, rolls it between his fingers. The gesture is unconscious, a habit she has seen him do in negotiations when he's buying time. I told myself I would never write this name again, he says. That Matej Karac died the night I left the house. I believed it. I built an entire existence on believing it. And now I sit here, in a room my grandfather built, practicing a signature that will reopen every door I sealed. Seren watches him. The anger she felt in the boardroom is not left, but it has settled, transformed into something harder and clearer. She is no longer afraid of being dismissed. What she fears now is watching him dismiss himself. You are not the same person who left that house. No, but you are also not someone else. You are both. And claiming the name does not mean the boy who ran was wrong. It means the man who stayed is ready to fight for what he built. He holds her gaze. Something shifts in his face, not softening but settling, as if the architecture of his control is finding a new foundation. Daver expects me to sign with anger, he says. He expects rage, entitlement, the Ka temper. He has been waiting 12 years for me to walk into a room and prove I am exactly what he raised me to be. And if you sign with steadiness instead, then he does not know who I am. Neither do you, Seren says. Not yet, but you are learning. He looks down at the paper. The last signature, the 23rd, is the cleanest one. The M is firm. The letters connect without hesitation. It looks like a name that belongs to someone. "Is that him?" Seren asks. Raffael studies the line. "I do not know yet." His hand moves to the paper, not to write, to touch. The pads of his fingers rest over the ink as if he is reading it by feel. "I thought the hardest part would be saying it out loud," he says. "The press conference, the cameras, the moment when the world learns the name I buried. But that was easy. That was performance. And this? This is private. This is me, alone, deciding whether to claim a self I abandoned." He looks up. "I did not expect it to hurt." Before she can answer, the door opens. Petra stands in the frame, her phone pressed to her chest, her face unreadable. "We have a problem." Raffaele does not move. "Which one?" Davor's counsel just filed an emergency injunction petition, not for the full asset freeze, a narrower scope. She steps into the room. They are seeking interim control over 3 specific Connaught holdings: the Luxembourg intermediary, the Vienna advisory subsidiary, and the Hungarian arbitration council seat. The air changes. Raffaele's hand stops moving. The pen is still between his fingers, but his body has gone still in a way that Seren recognizes, the stillness of a man calculating the exact dimensions of a trap. "Why those 3? Seren asks. Petra's jaw tightens. "Because they are the ones that connect directly to the 2011 wire. If the court grants interim control, Devo's team will have legal access to every transaction record, every correspondence log, every internal memo tied to those entities. Which means," Raffael says quietly, "they will find whatever else was buried there, whether I put it there or not." Petra nods. The room feels smaller. The paper with 23 signatures sits between them, the ink still drying, the name still raw. Seren looks at Raffael. His face has not changed, but she sees the calculation happening behind his eyes, the rapid assessment of assets, timelines, vulnerabilities. "How long until the hearing?" she asks. "The injunction petition goes before a judge in Vienna in 4 hours. If it is granted, Davor's forensic team will have access to those holdings by midnight." 4 hours. 3 hours and 47 minutes, if we count the filing window. Raffaele stands. The movement is deliberate, controlled, but Seren notices the way his hand brushes the paper before he rises, as if he is taking the name with him. Then we do not have time for split. Petra's face tightens. The registry entry will still be there tomorrow, but if Davor controls the Luxembourg and Vienna entities by midnight, he will have every document he needs to reconstruct a narrative that puts Karac money at the foundation of Connaught. "The registry proves my mother renounced. It does not prove I built clean." Seren stands too. "Then we split the work. Petra files the emergency opposition in Vienna. I go to split." Raffaele's head turns. The look he gives her is sharp, measuring, almost protective. "You cannot go alone. I am the one Davor does not account for. That was your board member's point. If you walk into the notary's office, everyone knows. If I walk in, I am just a woman with a language problem and a request for a document search. He has people in split. The old man was silenced mid-call. Then I will be careful." The silence stretches. Raffael's hand is still resting on the desk, inches from the paper with his name written 23 times. "The forensic team is inside the east corridor," Petra says. "They will photograph the ledger, the note, every surface. If Davor finds out the photograph is missing before we have the registry entry, he will file an obstruction motion before we can use it." Raffael's eyes do not leave Seren's. 3 hours, he says. "You have 3 hours to reach split, find the notary, and return with whatever your mother filed. If you are not back by the time the injunction hearing starts, I will have to choose between fighting for the holdings and coming for you." Seren feels the weight of the choice. 3 hours through winter roads, into a city she has never visited, toward a registry that may already be compromised. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out the photograph. She places it on the desk, face up, next to the practice signatures. "Your mother kept this for a reason," she says. "She was not hiding from the truth. She was holding it until someone needed it." Raffael looks at the photograph. At the woman holding the child, wearing the necklace, keeping a secret that could have stayed buried forever. Then he looks at Seren. "Go." Seren turns. and the door closes behind her with a sound like a seal breaking. Chapter 49. The Mercedes handles the first descent switchback with a precision Seren does not feel. Snow-churned asphalt, tree line closing in. The heating vents push warm air against her boots while her hands stay cold on the wheel because she has not taken off the gloves. The phone sits in the center console mount, Raffael's contact open, 3 bars fluctuating. She should call ahead to Petra. Confirm the Vienna filing timeline. Verify that Nayla has the East Corridor camera feed routed away from Deva's observers. There is a checklist of practical moves that need coordination, and none of them require her to hear his voice first. She calls him anyway. He answers on the first ring. Where are you? Passing the 3rd switchback, the one with the stone marker. 7 minutes ahead of schedule. Then I have 7 minutes to talk before I lose signal in the valley. Silence. Not the controlled kind she has learned to read in boardrooms. The kind where someone is deciding what to say and knows the wrong word will cost more than silence. I should have asked you formally, he says, before you left. Asked me what? What you need to stay, beyond the title, beyond the crisis. The road straightens for a moment. Seren lets the car hold its line while she processes the shape of the question. It is not about Split. It is not about the registry documents. It is about the morning after the legal war quiets down, when the cameras leave and the castle goes back to being a building, and he wakes up next to a woman he no longer has an excuse to keep. Formalize it, she says. What I need. Tell me. She takes the next curve slower than necessary, gives herself the space to arrange the terms in her head before she speaks them aloud. First, I write every document that leaves Connaught in a language that is not English. My name goes on it, not a credit line at the bottom. Author name. Done. Second, I have independent signatory authority on all multilingual filings. No review chain through your office for anything under a threshold I set. What threshold? 6 figures, single language. If it crosses either boundary, you see it before it goes out. Anything below that is my judgment. Done. The road dips, the signal wavers. She presses on before it drops. Third, I report to you, but I also have direct access to the board. Quarterly written report in my own voice. If I see a risk you do not, I file it in writing, and it enters the record whether you act on it or not. Silence stretches. Not resistance. She hears him calculating what that means for his control of information. You want the right to document my missed judgment? I want the right to document reality. If you miss something and I catch it, the record should show that. Not for blame, for the next person who reads the file and needs to know what was visible. And if I disagree with your assessment, then you write your version in the margin. Both versions stay. Anyone who reviews the file sees both. The signal flickers, drops to 2 bars. Done, he says. She exhales. Did not realize she was holding the breath. Fourth, I choose my own team. If I need another interpreter, a researcher, a contact in a jurisdiction you do not operate in, I hire them without your approval. Budget cap I will define in writing within 30 days. Done. Fifth. She hesitates. This one is harder because it is not procedural. It is the one that will tell her whether he understands what she is really asking for. If I challenge you in a room, in front of anyone, and I am right, you say so. Out loud, in the same room, not later in private. The pause is longer this time. She watches the bars on the screen, counts them, wills the signal to hold. You want me to publicly validate your challenge when it overrides mine. I want you to show the room that being challenged does not threaten you. Because if I am going to stay, I need everyone to know that my voice carries weight, not just your willingness to listen to it. The pause stretches into something else. She watches the road, the trees, the diminishing signal. Done, he says, and then quieter. That one costs me more than the others, but you are right to ask for it. The signal drops to 1 bars. Seren, I am here. When you come back, I want to sign whatever document you write, not because I am giving you permission, because I want my name next to yours on the page that says you chose to stay. The line goes dead. Seren drives into the valley, with the phone screen dark and the road narrowing ahead and the terms of her stay pressed into memory like ink into paper. She makes the next turn without slowing. The split road opens beneath a clearing sky, and she pushes the car harder, counting minutes, holding the shape of what she just built. By the time she reaches the valley floor, the signal returns. 3 bars, a notification chime, Petra's voice, recorded, tight. The Vienna judge granted the hearing, 22 hours. They moved the timeline. Seren's hands stay steady on the wheel. The road ahead is still clear. She does not slow down. Chapter 50. They are moving. Petra's voice on voicemail, clipped and precise. 22 hours. Vienna grants the hearing at 1400 tomorrow. I am filing the opposition before dawn. Do not stop driving. Seren does not stop driving. The road unwinds through valley light, past villages still frozen in early shadow, and she counts the kilometers like she counts clauses, one after another, each one bringing her closer to split, or closer to the moment the road closes. She makes the first call before the signal can fade again. Petra answers on the first ring. You are still on the road. Where else would I be? Half an hour ago, Davers people confirmed they have an observer on the A1 south of Karlovac. They know you left the castle. Seren's hands stay steady on the wheel. Then they know I am heading for Split. They know you are heading for something. They do not know what. A pause. Keyboard sounds. Petra is working while she talks, the way she always does. But they will not let you reach the notary uncontested. The question is whether they try to stop you before the registry or after. Before is easier to survive. Before is also easier to make look like an accident. The road bends. Seren takes it at speed, feels the tire search for grip on the cold asphalt. I need you to hear something, Petra says. I am moving the legal response to Vienna. Full team. Physical documents. I need someone in the room who can read the Croatian filings without a delay. That should be you. I am in the middle of the split run. Then I need you to finish it fast and get to Vienna before the hearing opens. The math lands in her head before she can stop it. 2 hours to Split, assuming clear roads. Time at the notary, unknown. 4 hours back to the nearest airport that can get her to Vienna before 1400 tomorrow. Weather windows, available aircraft, security clearances that may or may not hold once Divo's team flags her movement. You are asking me to do both. I am asking you to try. Seren lets the silence stretch. The road rises again, climbing toward a ridge that will drop her into the next valley. If the hearing timeline holds, she says, I need a car waiting at Split, not a rental, something that does not have my name on the booking. Done. I need a contact who can meet me at the notary, someone local who knows the building layout and can tell me if the registry has been accessed in the last 12 hours. Who? The old man's granddaughter, if she exists. Petra pauses. The keyboard stops. I will find her. And I need you to tell Raffael that I am not stopping for anything, including his calls. Another pause, longer. He will not like that. He does not have to like it. He has to trust that I know what I am doing. The road crests the ridge. Below her the valley opens, green and brown and cut by a river that catches the low winter light. Split is still hours away. I will handle him, Petra says. Drive fast. Call me when you reach the coast. The line goes dead. Seren drives. The next call comes 40 minutes later. Not Petra, not Raffael. Nayla. I am outside the service entrance, she says. Tell me you are still on the road. I am still on the road. Why? Because Davers people locked down the east corridor before the forensic team finished. They are not looking for evidence anymore. They are looking for a reason to keep the castle sealed. Something that lets them claim Raffael tampered with the record. Did he? No, but that is not what they will find if they dig deep enough. Seren feels the cold settle in her chest. What will they find? Nayla does not answer immediately. The line carries the sound of wind, stone, something scraping against concrete. Petra is moving the response to Vienna, Nayla says. That is the right call. But she is planning to use the main road through the pass. That road is watched. I have a map of the old service routes, the ones the castle used before the war, before the restoration. They are not on any GPS system. They are not on any file Davers' team accessed. Where is this map now? Folded inside my coat. I can hand it to Petra before she leaves, but I need to know you trust her. The question lands hard. Picture Liliv, general counsel, loyal to the firm before any individual. The woman who had Seren's title document pre-printed before she asked for it. The woman whose true allegiance has never been tested. I trust her to do what she believes is right for Connaught, Seren says. That is not the same as trusting her to do what is right for me. Then I give the map to you, not to her. I am 3 hours from the castle. Then you need to be closer. Nayla's voice drops. Someone already tested one of the service routes, from the outside, yesterday, before the forensic team arrived. They came up through the old hunting trail on the eastern ridge. They were inside the perimeter for 17 minutes before they left. 17 minutes. Long enough to plant something. Long enough to retrieve something. Long enough to make the castle a secondary crime scene. Who tested it? The cameras caught a figure in thermal, male, moving with the terrain like he knew the path. The feed was logged at 3:14, the same time the sterilizer triggered in the underground archive room. Daver did not send his forensic team cold. He sent someone ahead, someone who knew the old routes. Show Petra the map, Seren says. Tell her I told you to give it to her, and tell her to use the service route for the convoy, not the main road. If she asks how I knew, tell her I found it in the sub-basement files. Tell her anything. Just get her on that route. The wind picks up on Nayla's end. And you? I finish the split run, then I go to Vienna. Keep the castle standing until I get back. The line goes dead. Seren drives. The road narrows again, and she pushes the car harder, counting kilometers, holding the shape of what she is building. An old man silenced, a notary denied, a service route already tested from the outside. Someone inside the castle, or close to it, who knows the terrain better than the security logs admit. She does not know who tested the trail. She does not know what they left behind. But she knows one thing with the certainty that comes from 3 years of reading the spaces between other people's words. Davor Karat did not come to Falkenfels to find evidence. He came to make it. And somewhere on the road ahead, the real trap is waiting. Chapter 51. The castle hums with a different kind of silence now. Seren feels it the moment she steps out of the stairwell. The air has shifted. Too many people standing still. Too many glances that slide away when she catches them. She counts 3 staff members in the east corridor who should not be there. A housekeeper with no cart, a technician with a tablet showing a blank screen, a woman in kitchen whites who watches Seren pass without pretending to work. They all know. The billionaire at the center of the crisis is not just Raffael Connaught anymore. He is Matej Karac, a named heir, a titled target. The word has moved through the castle like water through old stone. Seren reaches the war room and finds the door propped open. Inside, Petra is on the phone, voice low and fast, one hand pressed to her temple. She does not look up. Seren moves past her to the far table where the briefing files are stacked. The legal bone. The media response. The multilingual archive Petra pulled from the network before Dever's team locked down the east corridor. She starts packing them herself. The first folder is clean, the second, the third, then she opens the fourth. The photograph is on top, not the one from her pocket. The ledger image, the one from the archive room, the open page showing Vienna bank transfers signed with a single K, timed to Connaught's earliest capital raises. Seren's hand stops. She did not put this here. Petra did not put this here. No one in this room touched this folder since she walked in. She looks at the photograph, at the K signatures, at the handwriting that belongs to a dead man, or a man who wishes he were dead. Someone inside the castle wants her to see this. Someone wants her to carry it. She leaves it where it is and closes the folder. The convoy assembles in the main courtyard 40 minutes later. 3 armored SUVs, dark glass, reinforced frames, snow tires that bite the gravel. Security personnel in plain clothes, but flat shoes and coiled postures. Nayla stands at the service entrance with her hands folded, watching. Petra appears beside Seren. We take the lead vehicle. Second car carries the backup files. Third car is decoy. Decoy for what? For whoever is waiting on the road. Seren looks at the vehicles, at the drivers who do not meet her eyes, at the staff watching from the windows like they are watching a funeral procession form. The old route, she says, not the main road. Nayla already showed me. We take the hunting trail to the valley floor, then cut west before the highway. It adds 40 minutes but bypasses every checkpoint between here and the border. And Devers' observer on the A1 gets to watch an empty convoy. Seren nods. She adjusts the strap of the bag at her shoulder, the folder with the ledger images inside it. She did not tell Petra about the photograph. She does not know why. The first crack comes before they reach the vehicles. A staff member, young, male, wearing the dock jacket of the maintenance crew, steps into Petra's path before she reaches the lead SUV. He speaks too fast in Slovenian. Seren catches the shape of it before Nela translates. He says someone already called ahead to the border post. The registration numbers of all 3 vehicles. He heard it from the housekeeper who takes the night calls. Petra goes still. Who called? He does not know the name, but the call came from inside the castle, 10 minutes ago. The courtyard tightens. Seren feels the temperature drop. Which line? Petra asks. The kitchen extension, the one that goes through the old switchboard. The old switchboard. The one that does not log calls to the network monitoring system. The one someone would have to know about. Nela's face does not change, but her hands move, one to her pocket, one to the radio at her belt. The map, she says. If they have the registration numbers, they have the route. Seren's mind moves faster than the words. Not the route, the timing. Devor does not need to know which way they drive. He only needs to know when they leave. Then we leave now, Seren says, before they adjust. She walks toward the SUV. The lead vehicle's engine catches. The second and third follow. The gates open. Seren sits in the passenger seat, the folder on her lap, the photograph burning a hole through the paper. Petra drives. The castle shrinks in the mirror. Falkenfels, stone and glass and old corridors, holding secrets that none of them fully named. Devo's team still inside it. The ledger room locked, the photograph of the diamond necklace still in Seren's inner pocket. The convoy turns onto the hunting trail. Trees close in. The road narrows. Petra's grip on the wheel does not loosen. I do not know who made the call, she says, but I know they made it from inside my security cordon, which means they are not on the staff roster Devere accessed. Which means they are on yours. Petra does not answer. The trees keep closing, and somewhere ahead, on a road that was supposed to be safe, the real trap is still waiting. Seren opens the folder. The ledger image stares back at her. The K signatures, the dates, the wire amounts that should not exist. Someone wanted her to see this. Someone wanted her to carry it. She does not know who. She does not know why. But she folds the photograph into her inner pocket, next to the diamond necklace image and the director document with her name on it. And she watches the road bend into the dark. Chapter 52. The castle does not sleep. Seren knows this now, the way she knows the rhythm of a sentence in 5 languages before she translates it. The way she knows the weight of the photograph in her inner pocket, the ledger image folded against the diamond necklace, against the director document with her name on it. She should be in the courtyard. The convoy is assembling. Petra is checking weapons. Nela is watching from the service entrance. Instead, Seren walks the old corridor one final time. The east corridor, the one they opened. The one where the archive room sits with its sterilized air and staged evidence, and the photograph she took before anyone could stop her. The lights are dim. The forensic team has finished their initial sweep. Devor's people are in the main hall, drinking coffee from Petra's emergency stash, waiting for the helicopter to arrive with the court-appointed observer. She should not be here. She keeps walking. Nela is waiting at the junction where the old stone meets the new wing. She stands in shadow, hands at her sides, something metal catching the low light at her belt. A ring of keys. Heavy ones, the kind that open doors the biometric system cannot reach. You should be outside, Nela says. So should you. I am, Nela says. And I am here. Seren stops. The corridor is empty, except for them. The cameras at this junction have been dark since the sterilizer triggered. No logging, no record. You have keys, Seren says. I have always had keys. Nela holds them up. The metal catches the light again, brass and iron, old shapes that do not fit modern locks. The kind of keys that belonged to the castle before Connaught Group bought it, before the security systems and the biometric panels the executive floor. These open the service corridors, Nayla says. The ones below the sub-basement, the ones that connect to the old hunting trail, the ones no one monitors. The ones Daver's operative used. Nayla's jaw tightens. Yes. 17 minutes at 3:14. I know. The same time the sterilizer triggered. Nayla does not answer. She does not need to. Seren steps closer. The photograph in her pocket feels heavier than paper. You gave me the map. You warned me about the ridge. You gave it to Petra, not me, because you wanted me clean. I wanted you alive. Then tell me who made the call to the border post. Nayla's hand goes to her pocket. The same gesture from the courtyard, the one that means she knows more than she has said. I do not have a name, Nayla says, but I have a direction. She holds out a slip of paper. Not a map, not a note. A bank transfer slip. Small, crumpled, the kind that comes from a regional lender in Croatia. Seren reads the name at the bottom. A staff supervisor, one of Nayla's own team. The woman who manages the night shift for the kitchen and the housekeeping rotation. The lender, Seren says, it is Karac-linked. Not directly. A subsidiary of a subsidiary. The kind of debt that does not show up on a background check. The kind that gets bought and sold and used later. Used how? Nayla's eyes do not leave hers. The supervisor has a son, young, studying in Zagreb. The tuition payments stopped 3 months ago. Then they resumed. From a different account. Whose account? I do not know. But the payments resumed the same week Daver's team started testing the perimeter. The corridor feels smaller, the walls closer. She made the call, Seren says. The supervisor. She used the old switchboard. I think so. Yes. Why? Because she was told to. Because someone has her son's debt now. Because she has been inside Falkenfels for 12 years, and no one ever asked where her loyalty lived. Seren looks at the transfer slip, at the name, at the date that matches the week the sterilizer triggered. Does Petra know? Not yet. Why are you telling me first? Nayla's fingers curl around the keys. The metal clicks, a sound like a lock turning. Because you are the one who decides what happens next. The footsteps come from the service stairwell. Not loud, not running, deliberate. The sound of someone who knows exactly where they are walking and does not care who hears. Seren's pulse lifts. Nayla's hand goes to her belt, not the keys, the other side. The side that holds something flat and hard beneath her jacket. The footsteps stop at the junction. A shape appears in the dim light. The old switchboard operator. The woman who took the night calls. The one who heard the supervisor make the call. Who passed the warning to the maintenance crew. Who chose to tell Seren rather than stay silent. She is older than Seren expected. Gray hair pulled back. Eyes that have seen 20 winters in this castle. She looks at Seren, then at Nayla, then at the keys in Nayla's hand. The helicopter landed, she says. Matej Karac is in the main hall. Chapter 53. The convoy rolls through the hunting trail gate at 4:22. 3 armored SUVs carving into the tree line where the old service route cuts through the ridge. Seren sits in the lead vehicle's rear seat, the photograph in her inner pocket pressing against her ribs like a second pulse. The window shows Falkenfels shrinking, its towers folding into the gray until the forest swallows the castle whole. Petra drives, hands at 10 and 2, eyes fixed on the rutted track ahead. 30 minutes to the valley road, Petra says, then another hour to the A1 junction. The observer on the A1 is watching for us. He is watching for the main road. The decoy vehicle left 5 minutes before us. It will pass the Collateral checkpoint at 4:45. And then we see if Nayla's map is worth paper. The SUV lurches through a frozen rut. Seren's hand goes to her pocket, steadying the photograph, the director document, the diamond necklace image. 3 pieces of paper that weigh more than the car. The service route is not a road. It is a scar through the forest, wide enough for one vehicle, cut into the hillside before the war and maintained by nothing but winter. Branches scrape the windows. The headlights catch animal eyes, frozen breath, the pale trunks of beeches that have stood here longer than the Karac family has held titles. Petra does not slow. "Who placed the photograph?" Petra says. Seren's chest tightens. "What?" "The ledger photograph. The one in your 4th briefing folder. Who put it there?" Seren holds still. "I do not know." "You found it before the briefing ended. You folded it into your pocket before I finished the sentence about the hunting trail. You saw that." "I see everything, Szabo. It is my job to see everything." The tires find a stone. The suspension groans. Seren keeps her hand in her pocket, fingers touching the photograph's edge. "I do not know who placed it," she says, "but I know why." "Tell me." "Because someone inside wants me to carry proof to Split, proof that Davor cannot afford to let me deliver." Petra's jaw tightens. She does not ask to see the photograph. She does not demand Seren hand it over. She just drives. The hunting trail ends at a cattle gate, rusted and chained, where the forest gives way to a frozen pasture. The second vehicle stops behind them. The third holds position at the trail's mouth. Petra kills the engine. 5 minutes, she says. We wait for the decoy to reach the checkpoint. The silence is worse than the engine noise. Seren can hear her own breath, the distant tick of cooling metal, the wind moving over the pasture grass like it is searching for something. Her phone has no signal. The satellite link is dark. "What happens if the decoy does not reach the checkpoint?" she says. "Then we go anyway. And if Davor's team is waiting at the A1 junction, then we do not take the A1. Petra turns in her seat. Her eyes are dark, steady, the same look she had when she handed Seren the director document, when she pre-printed it before Seren ever asked. "I do not trust you, Szabo, but I trust your judgment. That will have to be enough for the next 3 hours. Seren holds her gaze. It is enough. The radio crackles at 4:48. Decoy vehicle confirms passage through Karvalaf. No interception. Observers still in position at the A1 southbound lane, watching an empty road. Petra starts the engine. They hit the valley road at 4:53. 3 armored SUVs moving in formation through the dark. The sky is starting to lighten at the edge, not sunrise, just the slow gray bleed that comes before winter dawn. No media yet. No drones, no headlights behind them. The valley road runs straight for 6 kilometers before the first switchback. Seren watches the mirror. The second vehicle holds position. The third stays visible at the far edge of her sightline. Nothing moves behind them. The first sign of the trap is not a roadblock. It is a white van. Parked on the shoulder of the switchback, hazard lights off, engine cold, no driver visible. The kind of van that belongs to a utility company, a road crew, someone with a legitimate reason to be stopped at 5:07 on a frozen mountain pass. Petra slows. "Tell me that van has paperwork," she says. "It does not. You cannot see the plates from here. I do not need plates. It is too clean. No dirt on the tires, no frost on the windshield. It has been sitting here less than 10 minutes. Petra's hands tighten on the wheel. "Options? Speed through. Do not stop. And if they have a road spike, then we do not stop before it." Petra guns the engine. The SUV surges forward, tires gripping the frozen asphalt, and Seren braces as the white van fills the window. The van door does not open. The engine does not start. They pass it at 90 kilometers per hour, the SUV's wake shaking the van's side mirror, and Seren watches it shrink in the mirror, still parked, still dark, still waiting. "Decoy," Petra says. "They wanted us to brake." Then they know we took the hunting trail. They know we did not take the A1. They are adjusting. The radio crackles. The second vehicle confirms the van is still stationary. The third vehicle reports movement on the ridge above the switchback. 2 figures, thermal, moving parallel to the road. Seren's pulse hammers. "How far to the A1 junction?" 40 minutes. "Can we make it before they set the next trap?" Petra's knuckles are white. "We have to. There is no other route to Split." The rock slide comes at 5:31. Not a natural slide, not a slow tumble of loosened stone. A staged collapse triggered as the lead vehicle rounds the third switchback, sending a wave of shale and frozen dirt across the road. Petra brakes hard. The SUV skids, rear end fishtailing, and Seren's body slams against the door panel as the vehicle stops 3 meters from the pile. "Contact," Petra says into the radio.
Rock slide at kilometer 17, staged, requesting alternate route. The radio hisses. No response. Petra tries again. The second vehicle's driver responds, voice tight. We have visual on the ridge, 2 figures. One has a rifle. Flanking? Yes. Seren's hand goes to the door handle. Do not, Petra says. We do not leave the vehicle. Then we sit here while they pin us down? We sit here while the third vehicle circles back to the valley floor. There is a secondary route through the MD. Narrow, but passable. How long? 15 minutes. And if they fire before then? Petra reaches under the seat. Her hand comes back holding a compact handgun, matte black, unfamiliar. Then we fire back. Seren stares at the weapon, at Petra's face, pale but steady. You carry a gun. I carry a lot of things no one asks about. The radio crackles again. The third vehicle's driver reports movement on both sides of the ridge, thermal signatures, 3 now, not 2, spreading into a crossing pattern. They are being boxed. Seren presses her hand to her pocket. The photograph, the diamond necklace, the director document that has her name on it for the first time. She looks at the rock slide, at the frozen dirt and stone that someone spent hours positioning, waiting for the right moment to drop. This is not about stopping us, she says. Petra glances at her. What? This is about slowing us, making us late. So the Vienna hearing starts without the split documents? Petra's eyes widen. It is not the road, Seren says. It is the timing. The radio goes dead. The second vehicle's driver calls out, voice breaking static. They are moving. 3 targets descending the ridge, fast. Petra puts the SUV in reverse. Hold on. She floors it. The vehicle lurches backward, tires screaming on the frozen road, and Seren grips the door handle as the switchback disappears behind them in a blur of stone and sky. The rifle cracks, the rear window splinters, and the second vehicle's doors unlock to the wrong security code. Chapter 54. The rifle cracks again. The rear window spiderwebs, glass fragments showering the cargo compartment, and Petra wrenches the wheel hard right, sending the SUV skidding across both lanes. Seren's shoulder slams into the door panel. The seatbelt catches, burns against her collarbone. Third vehicle, status, Petra snaps into the radio. Static. Then a voice breaking through. Circling back, vineyard entrance is 300 meters south of your position. Tight turn, but passable. We are coming in hot. Copy, we will cover from the east ridge. Petra does not slow. She holds the reverse, tires chewing gravel, the switchback disappearing behind them in a blur of frozen stone and pine. The second vehicle's headlights swing into view, following. Then the third vehicle's engine note drops as it peels off toward the valley floor. Seren watches the ridge through the shattered rear window. 3 thermal shapes descend the slope, spaced wide, moving with precision. Not hired thugs, trained. Petra. I see them. The second vehicle, its doors unlocked to the wrong code. Petra's jaw tightens. I heard. Who else is in that car? 2 security, 1 legal aid with a backup file of the Vienna brief. Seren presses her hand to her pocket. The photograph, the diamond necklace, the director document. 3 pieces of a puzzle she still cannot name. If they compromise the second vehicle's lock system, she says, they can control the doors. Petra's eyes flick to the rearview mirror. The second vehicle is still following, headlights steady, maintaining formation. Then we do not let them stop. The vineyard entrance appears at 5:43. A narrow gap in the stone wall, barely wide enough for the SUV, flanked by frozen grapevines twisted on rusted wire. Petra cuts the wheel hard, the vehicle lurching off the asphalt onto packed earth and frost, and Seren grips the door handle as the world tilts sideways. The vineyard terraces descend in steep, uneven steps. The SUV bounces, suspension groaning, tires searching for grip on the frozen ground. Behind them, the second vehicle follows, headlights jolting through the dark. Then the radio hisses. A voice, not from the convoy, not from Falkenfels. Croatian, sharp, shouted over an open channel. Ne tirati vazilo teva do ne dobijete signal. Izvačenje. Ne eliminacija. Petra does not understand. Seren does. Do not touch vehicle 2 until you receive the signal, she says, voice flat. Extraction, not elimination. Petra stares at her. What? That was the ambush commander. They are not trying to kill us. Seren's pulse hammers, but her voice stays steady. They are trying to take the second vehicle, intact. Take it where? Across the border. The radio goes dead. Seren watches the second vehicle's headlights in the side mirror, still following the lead SUV down the vineyard terraces, still in formation, still obedient. And she realizes, they already have its doors. They already have its security code. She turns to Petra. Who is in that vehicle, exactly? 2 security, 1 legal aid. Does the legal aid know what is in the case box? Petra's face drains of color. The case box with the early transfer timeline, the hard copy corroboration, the only physical evidence Raffael has that the Vienna account was closed before he built Connaught. Seren's stomach drops. They are not extracting the people. They are extracting the evidence. The SUV hits the valley floor at 5:51. The vineyard terraces end at a frozen creek bed, shallow enough to cross, and Petra guns the engine, sending water and ice spraying across the windshield. The third vehicle emerges from the east, headlights flashing once in recognition. They are out of the kill zone. Seren looks back. The second vehicle is not there. The headlights that followed them down the terraces, that stayed in formation through every switchback and jolt, have vanished. No engine note, no radio call, no explanation. Petra? I know. The legal aid, the case box, the entire timeline. Petra's hands are shaking on the wheel. They took it. They took the whole vehicle. Seren thinks of the photograph in her pocket, the case signatures, the wire transfers, the evidence that someone inside the castle wanted her to carry to split. They wanted us to run, she says slowly. They wanted us to scatter, so they could take the one vehicle carrying the physical proof that the Vienna account was closed before Raffael built Connaught. Petra does not answer. The third vehicle pulls alongside, driver shouting through a cracked window. We lost visual on vehicle 2. They dropped off the ridge road. No response on any channel. Petra's voice is hollow. They are heading for the border. The rifle on the ridge, the staged rock slide, the decoy van. None of it was meant to stop them. It was meant to separate them. Seren presses her palm against the directed document in her pocket, the paper that says she chose to stay. Outside, the frozen valley stretches toward the first gray light of dawn, and somewhere behind them, a stolen vehicle carries the only proof that Raffael Connaught was never his uncle's creature. Chapter 55. The road unspools beneath them in a gray blur of frost and first light. Seren counts kilometer markers like pulse beats, each one a small relief, each one carrying them further from the ridge and the stolen vehicle, and the evidence now heading toward the Croatian border in someone else's hands. Petra drives with both hands locked on the wheel, knuckles white, spine rigid. She has not spoken since the third vehicle confirmed visual loss. The convoy has shrunk to 2 vehicles now, lead SUV, third SUV. No second, no case box, no legal aid. Seren's pocket holds 3 things, the director document, the diamond necklace photograph, the Vienna ledger shot. She touches them through the fabric like a woman checking for her own pulse. Where are we going? She asks. Vienna? Petra's voice is scraped clean of inflection. The hearing is in 7 hours. We cannot reach Split and return in time. Without the documents? Without the documents. The words land like a door closing. They cross the Austrian border at 7:14. The checkpoint officer glances at Petra's credentials, at the cracked rear window, at the frost line where glass used to be. He asks no questions. That alone tells Seren how far Connaught's reach extends, or how far Petra's authority bends the rules. The alpine light changes as they descend. Gray stone gives way to highway concrete, toll booths, billboards in German. The world becomes ordinary. That feels wrong. Seren's phone vibrates. She looks down. Luka Matic, you are not in Split. She stares at the screen. He knows her route. He knows she changed it before she changed it. Seren, how do you know where I am? Luka Matic, I know where you are not. The notary called me. Someone from Zagreb arrived at Strasmayer 12 at 6 o'clock. They asked for the Countess file. Her stomach drops. Seren, did they get it? Luka Matic, no. The registry does not open until 8 o'clock, but they are waiting. So Devo sent someone to split, too. The ambush, the extraction, the stolen vehicle, and a parallel team already at the notary's door. He planned for every branch of the road. Seren, where are you? Luka Matic, Vienna. Same hotel as the hearing. Asked me why. She looks up. The highway signs are counting down to Vienna, 23 kilometers. Luka Matic is in Vienna, she says. Petra's jaw tightens. The journalist. He says he knows where the duplicate record is. Petra's eyes cut to her, sharp and searching. You believe him? Seren thinks about the article, the blocked reference, the call where Luka told her someone inside Connaught wanted her trapped here. I believe he has his own reasons. That is not an answer. No. Seren puts the phone down. But we do not have another option. The Connaught Vienna office rises at the edge of the first district, a glass tower that catches the winter light like a blade laid flat. Petra pulls the damaged SUV into the underground garage, past a security booth where the guard does not flinch at the shattered rear window. He knows. Everyone knows. The elevator is all polished steel and silent hydraulics. Seren watches her own reflection distort as they rise, hair loosened from its pins, coat stained at the sleeve, shadows beneath her eyes that feel permanent. The doors open onto a reception area that smells of leather and cold air. A young woman in a tailored suit stands behind the desk. She looks at Seren, at Petra, at the dust and fatigue they carry. Dr. Iliv, the conference room is prepared. Petra walks past her without acknowledgement. Seren follows, feeling the receptionist's gaze on her back, assessing, categorizing, filing her away under unexpected arrival. The conference room is glass on 3 sides, overlooking the city. Vienna spreads beneath them in gray and gold, cathedral spires cutting through the winter haze. The room is cold, precisely lit, furnished with a long table, a video screen, and a legal printer that hums in standby. Petra sets her briefcase on the table and opens it. The files inside are thin. She pulls them out one by one. The director appointment document, a copy. The sealed registry notification from the old man. The reconnaissance notes from Falkenfels. Nothing from the case box. Nothing to prove that Raffael's Vienna account was closed before he was 20. Everything we had, Petra says, was in that vehicle. Seren watches her spread the surviving pages across the table. The physical evidence is gone. The timeline is gone. The only corroboration of Raffael's clean separation from the Karac network is now crossing the Croatian border in Davor's hands. We still have the photograph. Petra looks up. The photograph you hid from me? Silence. Yes. Seren pulls the Vienna ledger shot from her pocket and places it on the table. The case signatures, the wire transfers, the evidence someone inside Falkenfels wanted her to carry. Petra stares at it. Who put this in your folder? I do not know. How do you know it is real? I do not know that either. Then what good is it? Seren meets her gaze. It proves someone inside wanted me to have it. That is a fact. And facts are not nothing. Her phone vibrates again. Luka Mackin, 8th floor, room 812. Come alone. She reads it twice. Luka wants to meet. Petra's eyes narrow. Where? 8th floor, room 812. He says come alone. No, I am not asking permission. You are walking into unknown territory with a journalist who's already published one article that nearly destroyed us. Seren holds her gaze. The duplicate record, if it exists, is not in this room. It is wherever Luka is standing. And the hearing is in 6 hours. Petra does not answer. Seren folds the photograph back into her pocket and walks toward the door. Szabo. She stops. Petra's voice is hollow, scraped clean. If he is working for Dava, you are walking into a trap. Seren turns. Then I will have to be ready for that too. The corridor is empty. The elevator arrives without sound. She presses 8. The doors close. And she thinks about what she is carrying. 3 documents, 1 secret, no backup, and a man she does not trust offering the only thread she has left. Chapter 56. The cafe is 3 blocks from the hotel, a corner place with condensation on the glass and the smell of roasted chicory bleeding through the heating grates. Seren pushes through the door at 8:14, and the noise hits her first. Dishes. Steam. 3 languages overlapping at neighboring tables. Luca sits at the back facing the entrance. He has chosen the seat deliberately. Sees everyone who comes in. Sees the exits. She crosses the room without slowing, pulls out the chair across from him, and sits. He is younger than she expected. Mid-30s. Dark stubble. A face that has spent time in cold rooms reading other people's mail. His coat is draped over the chair beside him, not worn, ready to move. "You came," he says. "You said you had a duplicate record." "I said I knew where one was." He gestures to the waiter, orders 2 coffees without asking what she wants. "There is a difference." "Then tell me where it is." "Not yet." Seren keeps her hands flat on the table, steady. "You called me here. You asked for a loan. I am alone. Stop circling." Luca watches her for a long moment. The coffee arrives. He wraps his hands around the cup, and the posture is almost human, except his eyes never stop scanning the room. 2 years ago, he says, I published a piece about a missing customs official in Rijeka. The official had been processing shipments through a company linked to Karac for Waltong's Gumotsmie. The piece was accurate. I had documents. I had receipts. He pauses. 48 hours after publication, my source was found in the Kavar Gulf. Cause of death listed as accidental drowning. Seren does not look away. His wife called me 3 days before Daver's lawyer offered me a retraction that came with the job. Good salary, full benefits. All I had to do was stop writing about the family. You took it. I took it. He says it without shame. I took it, and I spent 14 months reading files that were never meant to leave the estate. I learned where the bodies are buried, literally, in some cases. The coffee sits between them. Then Luka Matic, the journalist, resurfaced, Seren says, 6 months ago, with enough distance to claim independence. Correct, but you are not independent. No. He leans forward. I am a man who made a deal with a monster and spent every day since looking for a way to burn it down without destroying myself in the process. The confession lands like a stone in still water. Seren holds his gaze. Why me? Because you are the first person in that castle who asked questions instead of signing NDAs. Because you walked into an ambush and kept going. Because Daver is afraid of you, and I have never seen him afraid of anyone. He reaches into his jacket. Slow. Deliberate. He places a key on the table. Brass. Old. The teeth worn smooth at the edges. There is a storage unit in the 13th district, registered to a former notary who died last year. The family liquidated his practice, but they missed one box because the notary's widow did not know what it contained. What is in it? The original codicil to the Kara estate partition, signed by the Countess. The one that separates Matej's inheritance from the family liabilities. Seren's pulse tightens. The Countess filed a public copy with Notary Biskup in Split, she says. De Vever's people are already there. The public copy is sealed pending a formal succession claim. The codicil I am talking about predates that filing by 6 months. It was witnessed by a different notary, a woman who understood what the Countess was trying to do and made sure a private copy existed outside the family's reach. Luca slides the key across the table. Seren does not touch it. What do you want? Promise me that when this breaks, the story is told clearly. Madre's escape was not the sin. The laundering was. The corruption was. The people Daver buried to keep it quiet. He pauses. I want the truth told, but I want it told in a way that does not let the real criminals pretend they were only protecting the family. And if I cannot control how the story is told, then you will lose the key. Seren picks it up. The metal is cold, heavy. It feels older than the building it belongs to. Where in the 13th district? Luca tells her the address. She memorizes it, says it twice in her head. My phone will be on, she says. If this is a trap, I will make sure Deva knows exactly who helped me. It is not a trap. He stands, pulls his coat on. But I recommend you move quickly. I am not the only person who knows about that box. He is halfway to the door when he stops. One more thing. She waits. The woman who witnessed the codicil. The notary. She did not die of old age. He walks out. Seren sits alone at the table, the key pressed into her palm, the coffee untouched, the winter light catching the condensation on the glass as the flash of cameras erupts from the street, and she sees, through the window, a cluster of journalists converging on the cafe entrance, with Luca already gone, and her face exposed in the frame. Chapter 57. The cameras are still flashing when Seren moves. She does not think. She slides off the stool, drops the key into her inner pocket beside the director document and the photograph, and walks toward the back of the cafe, past the restroom corridor, past the emergency exit she spotted when she sat down. The door meets cold air and a loading alley. She runs, not sprinting, controlled. The rhythm of someone who knows how to disappear in plain sight. She takes the first left, then a right, then slows to a walk as she emerges onto a side street with a pharmacy, a shuttered bakery, and no journalists. Her phone buzzes. "Petra, where are you?" Seren types one-handed as she walks. Back alley behind the cafe, journalists at front. "Luca gave me a key. Storage unit, 13th district." Petra's reply takes 12 seconds. "Stay where you are. I am 2 minutes out." Seren leans against the pharmacy window. Her pulse is loud in her ears. The key presses against her ribs through the coat lining, and she keeps her hand over it, as if someone might reach through fabric and take it. Petra's SUV rounds the corner at 8:31. Seren gets in without a word. Petra pulls away before the door is fully closed. "Key," Petra says. Seren holds it up. Brass, worn. The teeth smooth at the edges like something that has spent decades turning the same lock. "Where did he say it goes?" 13th district. Storage unit registered to a former notary who died last year. The codicil that separates Matej inheritance from the Kara liabilities. Petra's jaw tightens. "And you trust him?" "I trust the key." Seren pockets it. The man is a different question. They drive in silence through Vienna's morning streets. The city is waking. Trams glide past. People carry coffee and newspapers. Normal life happening 3 blocks from a war Seren is still bleeding from. The storage facility is a low concrete building behind a security gate. Petra gives a name at the intercom, Luca's name, and the gate opens. Unit 47 is at the end of a narrow corridor that smells of dust and metal. Seren fits the key into the lock. It turns smoothly, the mechanism older than the building, and the door swings open. Inside, one steel cabinet, one sealed document box, and nothing else. Petra checks the corridor behind them. Seren pulls the box onto the floor, breaks the seal with her thumb, and lifts the lid. The documents inside are yellow at the edges. Legal Croatian, typed on a machine that left uneven ink pressure. Seren reads the first page standing, her finger tracing the clauses. She reads it twice. "It is real," she says. Petra crouches beside her. "What does it say?" The Countess partitioned the Kara estate into 2 separate instruments. The land holdings, titles, and historical liabilities remain in the family entail. But the liquid capital, the investment accounts, the properties acquired after her marriage, those were separated into a distinct trust with Matej as sole beneficiary. The liabilities are not attached to his capital. Correct. Seren turns the page. There is a schedule listing every asset that cannot be claimed by the Kara house. It matches Connaught Group's founding capital almost exactly. Petra exhales. For a moment, she looks almost human. That is the foundation of the entire defense. If we can show the court that De Vader has no claim over the capital Matej used to build Connaught, the preservation motion collapses. Seren keeps reading. The relief is real. She can feel it settling in her chest, the weight of the stolen casebox lifting slightly. Then she reaches the annex. It is a single page, stapled to the back of the partition document. A list of supplementary records that were filed alongside the original codicil. Witness statements. Correspondence from the notary who drafted the partition. And one entry that makes her stop breathing. Appendix C, Witness Codicil, signed by Magda Besic, Trieste. Original on file with lead notary. Magda Besic, Milan Besic's wife. Petra. What? Appendix C references a witness codicil, signed by the wife of the Trieste agent who died in 2011. Petra takes the page, reads it. Her face goes still. "The archivist who processed this storage unit," Seren says. "Can we reach them?" Petra is already dialing. The call connects. Petra speaks in German, fast and precise. Seren watches her expression shift from professional composure to something colder. Petra ends the call. The archivist says the witness codicil was in the file yesterday. She processed it herself. This morning, when I asked her to confirm the contents of Unit 47, she checked, and it was gone. Seren's hand moves to her inner pocket. The key is still there. The director document. The photograph. But the codicil that could prove Matej's independence from the Kara network, signed by a witness who knew the truth about the Trieste years, is no longer in the box. Who had access to this unit besides Luca? The archivist says no one. The lock was not forced. The seal was intact. Seren looks at the key in her palm. Luca gave it to her. Luca knew where the box was. Luca walked out of the cafe 7 minutes before the journalists arrived. She trusted the key. She did not trust the man. "My phone will be on," she said to him. "If this is a trap, I will make sure Devo knows exactly who helped me." He looked at her and said it was not a trap. Seren presses the key into her palm so hard the teeth leave marks. The witness codicil was in the file yesterday, and Luka Matic has been inside Devo's organization for 2 years. Chapter 58. The apartment is too quiet when she steps through the door. The city hums below, muffled by double glass, but inside there is only the soft click of the lock engaging behind her and the distant tick of a radiator. Vienna at night, seen through floor-to-ceiling windows, spread out like a circuit board of amber and white. Seren drops her coat on the nearest chair. Her fingers are still numb from pressing the key into her palm so hard the teeth left marks. She looks at her hand. 4 shallow crescents, already fading. She does not know what she expected to find when she came back here. Raffael standing by the window, waiting for a report, or pacing, or on the phone with Petra, strategizing around the missing codicil. Instead, he is sitting on the edge of the couch with a glass of water untouched on the table in front of him, sleeves rolled to his forearms, watching her the way he watches a clause he suspects carries hidden meaning. "You are bleeding," he says. She looks down at her hand. A thin line of blood rises from one of the crescents. "It is not mine." He does not ask whose. He stands, crosses to the kitchen, and returns with a damp cloth and a small tube of antiseptic. He does not offer. He takes her hand and cleans the mark with a gentleness that makes her chest ache. "Sit down," he says. She sits. He sits beside her, still holding her hand, the cloth now discarded on the table. "Tell me." She tells him. The storage unit, the partition document, the schedule of assets matching Connaught's founding capital exactly. The relief that lasted 5 minutes. And then the missing codicil. When she finishes, the silence stretches. He turns her hand over, running his thumb across her palm where the marks still show. "Magda Besic," he says. "You know her?" "I know her name. I never met her. Milan spoke about her once. They had a daughter. He said she kept his books because she did not trust anyone else." "Did he tell her about you?" "He told her everything." Raffaele's voice is flat, controlled, but she feels the faint tremor in the hand holding hers. "That is probably why she signed the codicil, and why someone took it." Seren pulls her hand free slowly, not in rejection, but to reach for his face. She cups his jaw, turning him toward her. "We will find her. She might already be dead. Then we find the evidence another way." He closes his eyes. The mask slips. For a moment, he looks exactly as old as the weight he carries. "Stay here tonight," he says. "Not because I need to protect you, because I need you to stay." She thinks about her hotel room, the journalists outside, the missing codicil, the hearing at dawn. "Okay," she says. They shower separately. His bathroom is warm marble and steam, and the sharp smell of his soap, which she uses because hers is somewhere in a bag she left in the car. She wraps herself in a robe that is too large and stands by the window, watching the city breathe. When he comes out, his hood is damp and he has changed into a soft gray shirt that looks like it has been washed 100 times. Not the armor, not the polished executive, just a man in a room with her. She turns from the window. "Tell me about the person who helped you vanish." He stops mid-stride, studies her. "Why now?" "Because I am carrying your secrets in my pocket." Because tomorrow we go to court and everything we know might not be enough. Because I want to understand who you trusted when you could not trust anyone. He exhales, lowers himself onto the edge of the bed. His name is Leo Besic, Milan's older brother. She sits across from him on the floor, her back against the wall, knees pulled up. The robe pools around her. He was a notary in Trieste. When I came to him at 20, I had no documents, no identity, no proof that Matej Karac existed except the story I told him. He believed me. Because of Milan? Because of what he had already seen? Raffael's voice drops. Leo was the one who handled the Karac family's regional property transfers. He knew where the money came from. He knew the customs official who disappeared. He was waiting for someone to come asking for help. Seren's breath catches. He is still alive? He was 5 years ago. I do not know if he is still sitting on the board. The floor tilts beneath her. The board. Leo Besic is one of the 8 board members who called for my head last week. The room goes very still. A board member, someone who helped Raffael disappear 12 years ago. Someone who knows the truth about the Trieste years, the partition, the clean separation. And for reasons she does not yet understand, someone who stood with D. Vader's pressure campaign. Does Petra know? No one knows. I kept that name buried deeper than my own. Seren presses her forehead to her knees. The pieces are rearranging, sliding into a pattern she almost sees. He voted against you. Voted against me twice, on the restructuring terms, on the emergency ratification. Then he is either terrified of Diver, or he is playing a longer game than any of us. Raffael says nothing. She looks up. His face is open in a way she has never seen, raw and uncertain, as though the name he just spoke has cost him something he cannot get back. Why did you tell me? Because you asked. Raffael. He meets her eyes. Because you are the only person I have ever wanted to answer. The words land in the space between them, heavy and fragile. She gets up from the floor and walks to the bed. Not fast, not slow, just moving toward him the way she has been moving toward him all week. One decision at a time, in a language neither of them is spoken aloud. She sits beside him. Her hand finds his. Leo Besic, Connaught board member, Trieste notary. Yes, we need to talk to him. Before the hearing, he will not speak to me. Then he will speak to me. Raffael's jaw tightens. He will not. Because you are Matej. But I am no one. I am the interpreter who showed up with wet boots in a French press and no authority. He will underestimate me. That is the point. He watches her with an expression she cannot name. You are terrifying, he says. Good. His mouth curves, just slightly. It is not a smile. It is something closer to surrender. Come here, he says. She leans into him. He wraps his arm around her, pulling her against his chest, his chin resting on the top of her head. They sit like that for a long time. The city lights flicker beyond the glass. The radiator ticks. His heartbeat is steady under her ear. There are parts of this I cannot protect you from, he says into her hair. I am not asking to be protected. I know. She tilts her head back to look at him. His face is close enough that she can see the flecks of silver in his lashes, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Then what are you asking for? He does not answer with words. He lowers his mouth to hers, slow and deliberate, giving her time to pull away. She does not pull away. She rises into the kiss, her hand sliding up his chest to the curve of his neck, feeling the pulse jump under her fingers. It is not urgent. It is not desperate. It is the opposite of bargaining. It is a choice. They break apart. His forehead rests against hers. I want you to stay, he says. Not for the hearing, not for the fight. After. You do not know what after looks like. No, but I know I want you in it. She lets the words settle. In the morning there will be a race she cannot win, and a board member she needs to confront, and a hearing that will decide whether the life he built survives the winter. But tonight, there is only this. She leans into him, her eyes already closing. The smell of his skin, and the warmth of his arm, and the slow rhythm of his breath. Tell me about Trieste, she murmurs. And he does. His voice low in Croatian, the words soft and unhurried, finally spoken without translation. She listens until sleep pulls her under. The phone rings at 4:17. Seren wakes to darkness and Raffael reaching across the nightstand. His voice is rough, then sharp. He sits up. The sheets fall. Where is she now? A pause. How long ago? Another pause. Longer. Then he ends the call and turns to her, his face unreadable in the dim light. Leo Besic tried to leave Vienna tonight. His car was stopped at the airport exit. Someone shot out both tires. Seren is already standing.
He is alive?
Shaken, in police custody for questioning. They're holding him until the hearing. She feels the pattern shift again, a slide she cannot control. Who stopped him? Raffael meets her eyes. He says it was a woman, dark hair. She gave him a message before the police arrived.
What message?
Tell the interpreter the necklace was never about hiding. It was about mapping. The photograph in Seren's pocket, the diamond necklace, the grandmother who kept more than one secret, the woman in the bushes at Falkenfels, the old servant on the Croatian number, and now a shadow on the airport access road, sending a message through a man who helped Raffael disappear. The truth is no longer buried. It is calling her by name. Chapter 59. The call ends and the silence rushes back. Seren stands in the dark apartment with the photograph still burning in her pocket, the diamond necklace, the message about mapping, and now a board member in police custody who tried to flee Vienna before dawn. Raffaele is already reaching for his phone again. She needs to see him before the hearing. Petra will not get access until... She is not sending Petra. He stops, looks at her. The dim light from the window cuts across his face, shadows pooling under his eyes. You are going. I am the one the message was for. The dark-haired woman did not shoot out his tires for her own amusement. She wanted me to know he was stopped. She wanted me to go to him. That is a theory. That is a pattern. He holds her gaze for 3 beats. Then he picks up his phone and dials. Petra, find out which precinct is holding Leo Besic and tell them his legal counsel is arriving in 30 minutes. He does not ask Seren if she is sure. He does not warn her about the danger. He simply makes the call and hands her his coat. The precinct smells of stale coffee and floor cleaner. Seren sits in a windowless interview room at 5:47, the brass key still warm from her palm, the photograph still folded into her inner pocket. She has not slept. She has not changed clothes. She looks exactly like what she is, a woman dragged through crisis by the hem of her own coat. The door opens. Leo Besic is smaller than she expected. Thin wrists, gray stubble, eyes that have spent decades watching other people's signatures. He sits across from her without greeting. You are the interpreter. I am Seren Szabo. I know who you are. His voice is dry, precise, a notary's voice. I voted against your appointment. You also helped Raffael Connaught disappear at 20 years old, made him a new identity, sealed the papers that erased Matej Karac from public record. Leo's hands rest flat on the table. He does not deny it. What do you want? The truth, before the hearing. The hearing will decide nothing. Daver has already won. Then why were you trying to leave Vienna tonight? His jaw tightens. Because I know what comes next, and I have no intention of being the witness they drag through the press. You were his architect. You helped him build the identity that saved his life. I helped a frightened boy become someone else. Leo's voice drops. I did not expect that someone else to build an empire that would drag the Kara house back into the light. I did not expect Daver to reach this far. He reached further than you know. Seren pulls the photograph from her pocket, the Vienna ledger, the K signatures, the wire transfers timed to Connaught's founding. She slides it across the table. Leo looks at it, does not touch it. Where did you get this? It was placed in my briefing folder by someone inside Falkenfels. Someone who wanted me to follow the trail. Then you know what it means. I know it connects Raffael's earliest transactions to the Kara network. I know it looks like proof that Connaught was built with family money. It looks like that because it is. Leo meets her eyes. Part of it, anyway. The air in the room changes. What do you mean, part of it? Leo leans back. The chair creaks. When I helped Matej disappear, I did not only file papers. I found investors. I brokered introductions. I used my position to channel capital through clean intermediaries, most of it legitimate, some of it from sources that cannot withstand scrutiny. You laundered for him. I protected him. There's a difference. Tell that to the court. The court will not care about the difference. They will see a pattern. A notary who helped a Kara heir vanish. A Vienna account signed by K, a Connaught group founded on capital that traces back to the same family network. He shakes his head. I did not expect Devoter to find the trail, but he has, and now he owns the narrative. Seren feels the weight of the brass key in her pocket. There is a codicil, signed by the Countess, separating Matej's inheritance from the family liabilities, witnessed by Magdu Besic. Leo goes still. Magdu is dead. She signed the codicil before she died. Milan told her everything. The document existed in a storage unit in the 13th district until yesterday. And now? Now it is gone. Someone removed it without breaking the seal. Leo's face does not change, but his hands curl into fists on the table. Devor has operatives everywhere. Then help me find the evidence before the hearing. Tell me what you know about the witness. Tell me where Magda Besic's testimony might still exist. I cannot. You built his identity. You owe him the truth. I owe him silence. The same silence he has paid for with every contract, every referral, every year of protection. Leo's voice cracks at the edges. If I speak now, I implicate myself. I lose my license. I lose everything I built to help him. And if you do not speak, he loses everything. Leo looks at her. The silence stretches, then the door opens. A uniformed officer steps in, phone in hand. Mr. Besic, your legal counsel is on the line. They are advising you not to answer further questions without representation. Seren turns. The officer's face is neutral. Who retained counsel for him? He did, 10 minutes ago, from the holding cell phone. She looks back at Leo. He does not meet her eyes. The chapter ends with the knowledge that the one man who built Raphael's identity has already chosen silence over loyalty, and the clock is ticking toward a hearing that may decide everything. Chapter 60. The apartment smells of coffee that went cold hours ago, and the paper dust of Petra's printouts spread across every surface. War maps of language, a chronology held together by marginal notes, and the memory of what Seren read in a sub-basement she is not supposed to have entered. Petra sits at the dining table, spine rigid, speaking the hearing arguments aloud in a low murmur, testing how they land, finding every weak seam. Raphael stands by the window, one hand braced against the frame, not looking at the city below. His knuckles are white. He has not said a word in 11 minutes. Seren works at the corner of the table, her notebook open beside the brass key that no longer opens anything useful. She is building a timeline from memory. Chapter 1. The Korean Clause. Chapter 2. The French Liability Cap. Chapter 3. The Vienna Ledger Photograph. Every point where the language shifted, and someone tried to hide the weight. She writes in 3 scripts, Hungarian for the emotional logic, English for the legal sequence, Croatian for the names that keep circling back. The preservation motion, Petra says, not looking up, rests on the argument that Connaught's founding capital traces directly to Karac assets. If we cannot prove the separation predated the transfers, we cannot prove it without the codicil. Seren finishes. Then we fracture the definition. Raphael's voice is rougher than she has heard it, stripped of the polished command he wears in war rooms. Beneficial control requires intent. If the Countess partitioned the estate formally, before my first transaction, then the capital was never family money. It was allocated, settled. Mine by legal choice, not accident of birth. Petra shakes her head. The court will ask why that partition was never filed in the public registry. Because the Kara house does not survive transparency. Then you need a witness who can testify to the Countess's intent, a notary, a document, something that existed before the transfers. Silence. Raphael turns from the window. His face is controlled, but his eyes are not. They are the color of the lake at Falkenfels in January, frozen over, waiting for something to crack the surface. Leo Besic will not speak. Leo Besic built your identity, Seren says it softly without accusation. He channeled the capital. He knows exactly how clean or dirty each transaction was. If he testifies, he will not. Raphael's voice is final. I know him. He chose silence to protect the life he built, the same life he used to protect me. Then we need someone else. Who? Seren looks at her notebook. The name she has written in the margins. Lolang Besicus, dead in 2011. Magda Besicus, dead. Codicil missing. The notary who witnessed the original separation, murdered. The old man on the Croatian number, silenced mid-call. Every witness Davor has already buried. Petra, Seren says. The partition document we retrieved from Unit 47. It names the assets. It names the trust structure. It names the date. If we can match that to Connaught's earliest registration filings, we already tried. Petra's jaw tightens. The registration filings in Luxembourg use intermediary entities. The trail exists, but it takes weeks to reconstruct without a court order for discovery. We have 9 hours. Raffael moves, not toward the window, toward her. He stops at the edge of the table, close enough that she can see the shadows under his eyes, the line of tension along his jaw. Tell me what you need. She meets his gaze. Winterstone, but beneath it something raw and exposed. The man who wrote his real name 23 times on a sheet of paper and could not stop until it felt true. I need the hearing to last long enough for Petra to find a crack in Davor's motion. I need Leo Besic's silence to become so loud, the court wonders why a notary who built an identity is afraid to confirm it. I need the Countess's partition to sound more credible than Davor's claim, even without the codicil. And if none of that works, then I need you to tell the truth in your own voice. Not through a lawyer, not through a statement, directly, unfiltered, the way you told me in the kitchen at Falkenfels. He holds her gaze. Something shifts in his face, a softening he would never let anyone else see. I can do that. Good. She looks down at her notebook. Because the hearing is one battlefield. Davor is fighting on 3 others. The press, the asset freeze, the inside actors he still has planted in our network. We win the hearing, and he pivots. Petra's phone buzzes. She glances at it, then sets it face down without answering. For the record, Petra says, I still believe the direct testimony is a risk that exposes us to cross-examination on every ambiguity in the summit language. It is a risk, Seren agrees, but hiding behind legal syntax is what got us here. Davor counted on Raffael staying silent. He counted on me staying invisible. He counted on the codicil staying buried. She closes her notebook. Tomorrow, we make him count wrong. The apartment settles into the rhythm of preparation. Petra drills the argument structure. Raffael goes to the kitchen to make coffee that none of them will drink. Seren stares at her notes, memorizing the shape of every document, every phrase, every hesitation in the ledger photograph that might hold a second truth. At 12:17 a.m., her phone rings. The screen says, Budapest. She answers before the second ring. Nagi mama. Agnes's voice is measured, the tone she uses when something is wrong and she is deciding how much to say. A woman called tonight, from Zagreb. She asked about my school records, my old teaching certificates, the year I taught at the Institute for the Deaf in Budapest. Seren's hand tightens on the phone. What did you tell her? Nothing. I asked who she was. She said she was verifying employment history for a pension review, but she knew things. The year I started teaching, the name of the school's director, the address of the building that was demolished 30 years ago. Did she ask about me? A pause. She asked if I had a granddaughter who worked for Connaught Group. I said I did not know what she was talking about. Seren closes her eyes. The room feels smaller. Nagi mama, I am not telling you this to warn you away from him. I am telling you so you know what they are willing to reach for. Agnes's voice is steady, but there's an edge Seren has never heard before. I have been invisible for 40 years. Someone pulled my file from a city archive that should not exist. That is not a pension review. That is a message. The line goes quiet. Are you safe? I am old and stubborn, and I have outlived worse men than whoever sent that caller. But you need to know, Seren, the pressure is not stopping with you. It is reaching for everything you love. Seren looks at Raffael, standing in the kitchen doorway, coffee cup forgotten in his hand, watching her with the careful stillness of a man who has learned to read disaster in other people's faces. Thank you for telling me. I love you. Do not let them make you small again. The line goes dead. Seren lowers the phone. The silence in the apartment is absolute. Raffael does not ask. He waits. She meets his eyes.
And for the first time since Falkenfels, she feels the full weight of what they are fighting for. It is not the company. It is not the name. It is not even the truth. It is the fact that Dever has already decided that no one she loves will be left untouched. Chapter 61. The courtroom smells of old wood, wool, and the particular tension of arguments that matter more than the law itself. Seren sits in the second row behind Petra, her notebook open, pen moving in automatic Hungarian shorthand. The judge is a woman in her 60s, with silver hair cut sharp as a blade and reading glasses she never puts on, only holds. Vienna Commercial Court, 3rd Division. The chamber is full enough to feel watched, journalists in the back, a sketch artist, 3 people Seren does not recognize who take no notes and watch everything. Dever's counsel rises. A woman Seren has never seen, dark suit, dark hair, voice calibrated to sound reasonable while delivering damage. The court must consider the following sequence of facts. In 2011, a numbered Vienna account held by the Karac family trust authorized a transfer of 400,000 euros to an entity that did not yet exist. 6 months later, Connaught Group registered its first capital filing. The founder, Matej Karac, has acknowledged under oath that the funds reached him through a family intermediary. She pauses, lets the words settle. We are not here to argue whether Matej Karac had the right to leave his family. We are here to establish whether the assets he used to build Connaught Group were cleanly separated from the liabilities his family incurred, and the evidence before this court shows they were not. Petra stands, objects. The judge waves her down. Proceed. Dever's counsel opens a folder. The Countess's estate partition, filed in split, lists liquid capital and investment accounts as transferred to a trust with Matej Karac as sole beneficiary. What it does not list is the source of those funds. The Countess was a beneficiary of the Karac family entail. The entail carried debts, liens, and contingent obligations to creditors who are still active. If the funds in the trust originated from the entail, they are not separate assets. They are family assets that were moved to avoid seizure. She turns a page. The respondent's argument rests on a partition document that was never publicly registered, a private agreement between a mother and her son, witnessed by a notary who is now deceased under circumstances this court may wish to examine separately. The word deceased lands like cold water. Petra rises again. Your Honor, my colleague is characterizing the witness's death without foundation. I am stating a fact, Dever's counsel says smoothly. The notary died. The codicil supporting the partition has been removed from its storage location. What remains is an unregistered document that could have been drafted at any time, by anyone, to support any claim. The judge's reading glasses click against the bench. She still has not put them on. Counsel, you are arguing that the partition is a fabrication. I am arguing that the respondent has provided no independent verification that the assets were cleanly separated from the Karac family liabilities. No public registration, no surviving witness, no chain of custody for the partition document itself. Seren watches Petra's shoulders shift. She is losing the framing battle, and she knows it. The judge turns to Petra. Response? Petra lays out the timeline, the Countess's signature, the matching schedules, the Luxembourg filing that corroborates the capital structure. She is thorough, precise, everything Seren would expect from her. But the room is not shifting. The journalists are writing. The 3 silent watchers are still. Dever's counsel is barely concealing her satisfaction. Seren reads the room the way she reads a contract, looking for the word that changes everything. Dever's counsel speaks again. The respondent's entire defense rests on a single proposition, that Matej Karac's success was built on independently acquired capital, separate from the family liabilities. But the evidence shows he had no independent income at the time of Connaught's founding. He was 20 years old. He had no credit history, no collateral, no professional track record. The funds arrived from a Karac-controlled account through a Karac-employed intermediary and were structured to appear clean by a notary who had every reason to keep the arrangement hidden. She pauses. That is not a legitimate separation. That is beneficial control exercised through a trust structure designed to obscure ownership. Beneficial control. The words hit Seren like a current. She sees it. The entire claim, the entire argument Dever has built, rests on a definition.
Under Austrian and Croatian succession law, beneficial control determines whether assets held in trust are treated as independently owned or as extensions of the original estate. If the Countess's partition created a genuine trust with Matej as sole discretionary beneficiary, the assets are separate. If the trust was structured to allow the Karac family to retain control over the funds, they are not. The missing codicil. Appendix C. The witness codicil signed by Magda Besic does not just confirm the partition. It confirms the trust structure, the independence clause, the language that severed Matej's inheritance from family control. That is why someone took it. Without the codicil, the partition document is incomplete, a skeleton with no spine. But the definition of beneficial control has a fracture point. Seren flips through her notebook, the ledger photograph, the case signatures, the wire transfers timed to Connaught's capital raises. If the trust was genuinely independent, Matej would have had to authorize the transfers himself. If the signature is his, the control was his. If the signature was not his. She looks at Raffael. He is sitting 2 rows ahead, his face carved into stillness, watching Diver's counsel dismantle his defense in real time. He has never confirmed whose signature that is. She writes a single line in Hungarian shorthand and slides it forward to Petra. Ask him about the K signature. Ask who authorized the transfers. Petra glances down, reads, does not react. The judge is speaking again. The court will adjourn for 1 hour to review the submitted filings. I expect both parties to address the beneficial control question directly when we reconvene. The gavel taps. The room exhales. Petra turns, her face unreadable. I need to see the photograph. Now. Seren's pulse is already climbing. She reaches into her inner pocket. The photograph is gone. Chapter 62. The courtroom exhales around her, but Seren feels none of it. Her fingers press deeper into the inner pocket. Empty. The lining flat against the wool. She pats again, as if the photograph might have slipped to a different seam, folded itself smaller, migrated to the lining's edge. Nothing. The hearing is adjourned for 1 hour. The judge's gavel is still an echo in the air. Petra turns fully now, her face stripped of professional calm. Szabo, the photograph. Gone. Someone reached into her pocket during the hearing, while she sat in the second row, while she watched Devor's counsel dismantle their defense, while she calculated, strategized, felt the shape of the evidence against her ribs. She did not feel a thing. The 3 silent watchers are rising from their seats near the back wall. One of them, a woman with dark hair pinned tight, does not look at Seren. She adjusts her sleeve and walks out through the rear door. The dark-haired woman from the airport, the one who shot out Leo Besic's tires. Seren is moving before she finishes the thought. Past Petra, past the bench, through the door into the marble corridor where the woman has already vanished into the stairwell. The heavy door swings shut. No echo. No footsteps. Gone. Szabo. Petra's hand closes on her arm. What the hell just happened? The photograph is gone. Someone took it out of my pocket during the session. Petra's jaw tightens. She does not ask how. She does not waste time on shock. The woman in the back row? The same one who stopped Leo at the airport. Petra releases her arm. Her phone is already in her hand, thumb moving across the screen. I can pull the security feed from the courtroom lobby. But that takes authorization, and we do not have an hour. Then we find another way. Seren's mind is already flipping through possibilities. The judge's chambers, the witness list, the hearing transcript. None of them replace the photograph. None of them prove the case signature was Matej. But the codicil. She stops. The woman in the stairwell did not just take the photograph. She could have taken anything. The director document, the brass key, the notebook with the Hungarian shorthand. She chose the one piece of evidence that ties the case signature to the beneficial control argument, which means someone told her exactly what to take. Petra, who in this building knew I was carrying that photograph? Petra's eyes narrow. No one. You did not tell me until you wrote the note. Then someone knew before I did. The implication lands between them like a dropped glass. The photograph was planted in Seren's folder at Falkenfels, led to the storage unit, led to the missing codicil, led here, to a hearing where the most critical piece of evidence is the one thing Seren carried closest.
She was never meant to use it. She was meant to be caught holding it. Luka Matej knew, Seren says slowly. He gave me the key. He knew about the storage unit. He warned me someone else knew about the box. Petra's phone buzzes. She glances at it. Her face shifts. Speaking of Luka Matej, he is in the lobby. The lobby is a glass-walled cube at the front of the courthouse, pale marble floor, chrome benches, a security desk that looks more decorative than functional. Luka is standing near the window, coat on, hands empty, watching the street like a man who expects company. He turns when they enter. His face is unreadable. "You lost something," he says. Not a question. Seren stops 3 feet from him, close enough to read his micro-expressions, far enough to run if she needs to. "Tell me you did not plant that photograph." "I did not plant it, but I knew someone would take it." Petra steps forward. "Then you know who took it." "I know who hired her." Luka's eyes do not leave Seren. "She is Davor's fixer, the one who collects loose threads. She has been following you since the storage unit." Seren's pulse presses against her throat. "And the codicil? The Appendix C?" "Still missing, but the witness is not." The air shifts. Petra's voice cuts through. "Magda Besic is dead. Leo confirmed it." "Magda Besic is dead," Luka agrees. "But the woman who signed the codicil was not Magda Besic." Seren's mind snags on the sentence, rewinds, rereads it. "The signature is Magda Besic's, the witness is Magda Besic, but the woman who appeared before the notary and signed her name used a different identity for the rest of her life. Milan Besic's wife died in Trieste 4 years ago, under a different surname. The name she was born with, the name she went back to after Milan's accident." Petra is already reaching for her phone. "If we have a name, we can find her." "She is in Vienna, has been for 3 years, living in the 9th district under her maiden name." Luka pulls a folded slip of paper from his coat. "But she will not talk to you. She will not talk to anyone from Connaught. She agreed to meet one person only." He holds the paper out. Seren takes it, unfolds it. An address on Servitingas, a name that means nothing to her. "What did you tell her?" "That the interpreter who found the partition document would come in person. No lawyers, no security. Just the woman who read what the Countess wrote." Petra makes a sound low in her throat. "That is a trap. Everything is a trap now." Luka's voice is flat. "But if she is real, she has the original codicil, the one she took from the storage unit before Davor's people could destroy it." Seren's fingers tighten on the paper. "Magda Besic took her own codicil?" "She knew someone would come for it. She worked for Milan long enough to understand how the Kara family operates. She took it the day after the notary died, kept it safe for 12 years, waiting for someone to ask the right questions." Petra shakes her head. "And she just happens to be in Vienna when the hearing starts?" "She has been in Vienna for 3 years. She did not move. The hearing came to her." Seren looks at the address again. Servitungasa, a narrow street in the 9th district near the old university buildings, the kind of street where people live quietly and do not answer unexpected doors. "She will only see me alone." "Yes, the same way you wanted me to meet you alone in room 812. Luka's jaw tightens. "Room 812 was a test. If you walked into that room without understanding who I was, you would not have made it to the storage unit alive. But you asked the right questions. You found the partition. You earned the next step." Seren holds his gaze. "And if I walk into this apartment alone, what happens? You find out whether the codicil is real, or you do not come out." Petra sets her hand on Seren's arm. "I am not letting you walk into an unknown location based on a piece of paper from a man who spent 2 years inside Davor's organization. Then come with me." Seren meets Petra's eyes, just not inside the building. Petra's jaw works. She does not like it, but she does not argue. They step out of the courthouse into gray Vienna light. The air is cold, damp, carrying the smell of wet stone and diesel. The Ringstrasse is busy, trams sliding past, pedestrians moving with the practiced efficiency of a city that does not stop. Seren stops at the curb. The black sedan is idling across the street, engine running, windows tinted. It has been there since they stepped out.
She does not look at it directly. She tucks the paper into her coat pocket, turns left, and begins walking. The sedan pulls away from the curb, follows. Petra falls into step beside her, voice low. Dark-tinted Audi, Vienna plates, driver alone. He matched our exit speed. Message or tail? Message. We're not hard to follow on foot. Seren keeps walking. The sedan matches her pace 20 meters back, close enough to feel, far enough to deny. Sovietinga says 7 blocks away. The sedan will be there when she arrives. The question is whether it is Defoe's message or someone else's. Chapter 63. The black Audi paces her like a heartbeat. 20 meters back, 15, 20 again. The driver does not accelerate, does not fall away, just matches her rhythm through 3 intersections as if reading her stride from behind tinted glass. Petra walks close enough that their shoulders almost brush. He is not trying to hide. No, he wants us to know we are watched. Seren keeps her eyes forward. The address is in her coat pocket, folded against her ribs. Serbetingas, number 14, apartment 3, a name that means nothing until she says it out loud. They cross Wingerstrasse. The tram clatters past, passengers pressed against wet windows, faces blurred by condensation. The sedan pauses at the intersection, lets a taxi cut in front, then resumes its crawl. He could take us both before we reach the door, Petra says. Easily. In public. Make it look like anything. Then why hasn't he? Petra does not answer. Seren turns left onto a narrower street. The buildings here are older, 19th century facades with worn plaster and wrought iron balconies. A pharmacy. A bakery with the shutters half drawn. A woman walking a small dog who does not look up. The sedan stops at the corner, engine idling, waiting. Seren stops too. She turns and looks at it directly. The windshield reflects gray sky, gray stone, gray light. She cannot see the driver's face, but she holds the gaze long enough for him to know she is not afraid of being seen. Then she turns her back and walks the last 30 meters to Servetingas 14. The building is narrow, 5 stories, with a dented brass intercom panel and a door that needs paint. She presses the button for apartment 3. A long pause, then a voice, female, older, crackling through the speaker. Who? My name is Seren Szabo. I work for Connaught Group. Luka Matic gave me this address. Silence. The intercom breathes static. Alone? Yes, then come up. The lock clicks. Seren pushes the door open and steps into a narrow stairwell that smells of boiled cabbage and old plaster. The stairs are worn concave in the center, centuries of feet softening stone. Petra stops at the threshold. I will be on the corner. If I do not see you in 20 minutes, I come in. 20. It is a trap, Szabo, you know that. Everything is a trap now. Seren meets her eyes. But if she has the codicil, it is our trap. Petra's jaw tightens. She steps back, hands sliding into her coat pockets, and begins walking toward the corner where the black sedan still waits. Seren climbs. Apartment 3 is on the 2nd floor. The door is wood, old, painted a faded gray that might once have been blue. No peephole, no chain. She knocks twice. The door opens. The woman is smaller than Seren expected, maybe 65, with iron gray hair pulled back in a knot and eyes that have spent decades reading columns of numbers. She wears a plain cardigan over a cotton blouse, comfortable shoes, no jewelry. She looks at Seren for a long moment, then steps aside. Come in, quickly. I do not want the neighbors to remember a visitor. Seren enters. The apartment is small, clean, sparsely furnished. A table with 2 chairs, a shelf of books in German and Croatian, a single window overlooking the courtyard below where the light falls gray and muted. The woman closes the door. Locked, chain. You are younger than I expected. Most people say that. I am Mariga Lovrich. She does not offer her hand. Sit. Seren sits. The chair is wooden, hard, the kind meant for short conversations, not comfort. Mariga sits across from her, folds her hands on the table. The hands are steady, the nails short and neat. Accountant's hands. You found the partition document.
Your husband's brother helped Raffael Connaught disappear 12 years ago. You signed the witness codicil, Appendix C. Maria does not flinch. I signed it because Milan asked me to. He told me everything about the boy. The real name, the money Devo had been moving through the family trust for years. He said the Countess was dying and wanted to fix what she could not change while she was still alive. So I signed. And then Milan died. Car accident, 3 months later. Her voice does not change. The notary who filed the codicil died the same week. They called it a heart attack. He was 51, ran 5 kilometers every morning. Seren lets the silence hold. Then she leans forward. Why did you take the codicil? Marisa's eyes hold hers. Because I knew someone would come for it. Devo's people, or the boy himself, or someone in between. Either way, the document would not survive if it stayed where Milan put it. So I took it. That night, before the body was cold. 12 years. I have been waiting 12 years for someone to ask the right question. Not who signed the codicil. Not where is the document. The question no one has asked yet. Seren waits. Marija watches her. You did not bring lawyers. You did not bring a recorder. You came alone, on foot, with a man in a dark car following you, and you still climbed my stairs. I need the codicil. I know what you need. Marija's voice sharpens. The question is why? Why do you care whether Matej Karac keeps his empire or loses it to his uncle? Seren holds her gaze. Because I helped build the language that saved it. Because I spent 3 years invisible inside a company that never said my name. Because the man who built that company is the same man who ran from his title. And if Dever wins, the story becomes that he was always a Kara, always part of the corruption, always guilty by blood. And that is not true. She does not look away. I am not here for Connaught Group. I am not here because Luca Matique sent me. I am here because the truth about what the Countess did, about the separation she created, about the choice Matej made when he walked away, it needs to exist outside of family's sealed archives. It needs to be spoken in a room where it can change what happens next. Marija is very still. Then she reaches into her cardigan pocket and pulls out a folded envelope, yellowed, worn at the edges, sealed. The original, notarized, signed by the Countess, witnessed by me, filed with the district court in Trieste under a private docket number Milan paid to keep closed. She sets it on the table between them. I kept it because I refused to let Dever Karac rewrite history. But I will only give it to someone who asks for the truth without hiding behind corporate language. She slides the envelope across the wood. Seren reaches for it. The fire alarm screams, a shriek so sharp and sudden that Seren's hand freezes, fingers inches from the envelope. The sound rips through the small apartment, drilling into the skull, impossibly loud for a building this old. Marija is already standing. That is not a drill. How do you know? Because the building manager tests the system on the first Tuesday of every month. Today is Thursday. Seren's hand closes around the envelope. She shoves it into her coat. Footsteps in the stairwell. Multiple sets, moving fast, coming up. Marija's face goes pale. They are not evacuating. They are coming here. Chapter 64. The envelope is in Seren's coat. The fire alarm is a wall of sound. The footsteps are coming up. Marija moves before Seren can speak, crossing to the door in 3 quick steps, pressing her ear to the wood. Her face is stone. 3, maybe 4. They're not slowing down. Seren's hand closes around the envelope through the fabric. Is there another way out? Kitchen window, fire escape. But if they have someone watching the back, we walk into the same trap. The footsteps are closer now, a floor below, 2 flights. Seren looks at the front door, then at the window. How fast can you move? Marija's eyes narrow. Faster than you think. Then we go out the front. That is insane. They expect us to hide, to go down, to find the fire escape. Seren is already moving toward the door. So we go up. Marija stares at her for 1 beat, 2. Then she unlocks the chain. The sound is swallowed by the alarm. The door swings open. The stairwell is gray concrete and screaming electronics, the air thick with dust from decades of footsteps. Seren steps out. Marija follows. They go up. The stairs are narrow, the banister loose under Seren's palm.
She counts floors in her head. 4th, 5th. The footsteps below are still climbing, but they are climbing to the 3rd floor, to Marija's door, to an empty apartment with an open window. 6th floor. The alarm is louder here, the siren mounted directly above the landing, drilling into the skull. 7th. A door. Steel. Marked roof access in faded German lettering. Marija pulls a key from her cardigan pocket. Building manager gave me this 10 years ago. Said I was the only tenant who never complained about the boiler. The lock turns. The door swings open onto gray sky and cold wind. Vienna spreads beneath them in winter light. The roofs are slate and copper. Old chimneys, satellite dishes, a city holding its breath. Seren steps onto the gravel. The cold hits her face like a slap. What now? Marija is beside her, breathing hard, the cardigan pulled tight. Now we find the fire escape on the other side, and we move. They cross the roof fast, gravel crunching underfoot. The edge comes into view, a rusted iron ladder bolted to the brick, dropping into a courtyard 5 floors below. Seren looks down. The courtyard is empty. No movement. No black sedan. We go. Now. Marija grips the ladder. Her hands are steady. The woman has been waiting 12 years for this. She does not hesitate. They descend. The iron is cold through Seren's gloves. The rungs groan under her weight. She keeps one hand on her coat, on the envelope, on the thing she came for. The ladder ends 3 feet above the courtyard pavement. Seren drops. Marija follows, landing with a soft grunt. They're in a service courtyard. Dumpsters, a locked gate, a door marked Wirtschaft, Marija points. That leads to the side street. Serverkindets, bends around the corner. Seren moves. The door is unlocked. They step through into a narrow corridor that smells of bleach and old potatoes. Emergency lights pulse red along the baseboards. The side street opens ahead. Gray light. Empty pavement. They step out. And stop. Raffael is there, standing at the mouth of the alley, coat open, phone in his hand, eyes scanning the street with the focused stillness of a man who has been hunting. He sees Seren. The tension in his shoulders breaks. He does not rush to her. He does not ask for the envelope. He looks past her at Marija, and something shifts in his face. Recognition. Not of her name, but of what she represents. Marija stares at him. The wind lifts her gray hair. So, she says, you finally came. Raffael says nothing. Marija steps closer. The distance between them closes to inches. I signed for you 12 years ago. I kept the document because Milan asked me to. I waited because I believed you would eventually stop running and face what you left behind. Her voice is not angry. It is something harder, something that has been waiting longer than a single conversation. But you did not come for me. She did. She tilts her head toward Seren. Matej. The name lands between them like a stone dropped into still water. Raffael does not flinch, does not correct her. You have spent 12 years letting lawyers speak for you, letting contracts define you, letting silence protect you. Marija's eyes do not leave his. But silence is not protection. It is a cage you built yourself and called freedom. She holds his gaze. I will speak. I will testify. I will stand in any court and say what the Countess intended and what I witnessed. But I will only do it if you stop letting others translate your conscience for you. The word hangs in the cold air. Translate. Seren feels it land in her chest. Marija is not talking about legal strategy. She is talking about the distance between the man who disappeared and the man who stands here now. Raffael is very still. Then he says, quietly, in Croatian, Hvala ti. Thank you. Marija nods once. A car engine turns over at the end of the street. Seren looks past Raffael and sees the black Audi. It is still there, waiting. Raffael follows her gaze. His jaw tightens. We need to move. Petra is 2 blocks north with the car. I came ahead. Seren looks at Marija. Can you walk? I can do more than walk. She pulls the cardigan tighter. I have been waiting 12 years to say what I know. I am not going to stop now. The Audi's engine idles at the corner. Raffael steps between it and them, positioning himself as a shield without asking permission. He looks at Seren. Your call. Not his, hers. She holds the envelope through her coat. She has the codicil. She has the witness. She has the man who is finally asking instead of deciding. "North," she says. "Fast." They move. The Audi pulls away from the curb. Chapter 65. The hotel room is too warm. Seren has her coat open, the envelope pressed flat on the low table between 3 chairs, a lamp, and the remains of room service coffee that Petra ordered without asking anyone. Maria sits by the window, watching the street through a gap in the curtains. She has not spoken since they entered. Her hands rest on her knees, steady, waiting. Raffael stands. He has been standing since they arrived. His coat is off, his sleeves are rolled, his hands are empty. No one has said the name, the one Maria used on the rooftop. Matej. Seren looks at the envelope, the sealed notarized edge, the private docket number in Trieste, the thing 12 years of waiting produced. "We need a second statement." Petra stops pacing. "We have a statement, the one from this morning. That one was legal." Seren keeps her voice level. Distancing language. Hedging. The kind of document designed to survive cross-examination, not to tell the truth. Because cross-examination is what we are facing in approximately... Petra checks her watch. 16 hours, assuming the adjournment holds. 16 hours is time to say something real before they define you as someone who hides. The room goes quiet. Raffael does not look at her. He looks at the envelope. At the seal. At the name he has not carried in 12 years. What would it say? Seren turns to face him. The truth about why you left, not the legal version. The human one. The corruption you witnessed. The structures you refused to inherit. The people who enabled what Devar built. Enablers include Connaught. His voice is flat. Including parts of my own culture. Yes. Self-indicting language. Civil liability. Criminal exposure. Petra's tone is clipped. Careful. The voice of someone who has spent years keeping clients out of rooms they cannot leave. A statement like that generates discoverable material. Every word becomes evidence in the succession claim, in the freeze motion, in every action Devar's counsel files between now and the next decade. You are not confessing to a priest. You are writing a document that will be read aloud in court. Then I want it read aloud in court. Raffael's voice does not rise. It drops. I have spent 12 years letting documents speak for me. Contracts, NDAs, board minutes, distancing language. I want one document that says what I should have said the night I left. Petra holds his gaze. That is strategy, not confession. Maybe the strategy was the problem. The silence stretches. Marija watches from the window, her hands still on her knees, her face unreadable. Seren pulls a notebook from her coat, the same one she has carried through every session. The margins are dense, with annotations across 3 scripts. She opens it to a clean page. Sit down, both of you. Petra hesitates, then she sits. Raffael does not sit. He moves to the table, braces his hands on the edge, and looks down at the blank page. I do not know where to start. You start with your name. He inhales. My name is Raffael Connaught. I was born Matej Karac. Seren writes. The words come slowly at first. Fragments, stopped sentences, things he has never said aloud and has to pull from a place that has been locked for 12 years. Devar, the laundering network, the family meetings where money was described as goodwill, and he understood, even at 16, that goodwill meant blood. The choice to leave, the false identity. The notary in Trieste gave him a new name and asked no questions. Milan Besic. Maria's hands tighten on her knees. She does not interrupt. The Countess, his grandmother, the partition she designed to separate him from the estate, the protection she built without telling him, knowing he would refuse it if he knew. I did not know she had filed it, Raffael says. Not until Seren found the photograph. Not until I saw the signature. Seren keeps writing. The foundation of Connaught, the capital that originated from her partition, the companies he built without knowing what he was building on. Keep going, she says, and he does. He talks about the silence, about letting lawyers speak for him, about the culture he built, where people like Seren did essential work and received no credit because he had learned that visibility was dangerous and taught that lesson to everyone around him without ever saying it aloud. I do not want to be that person anymore. The words land, raw, unpolished, true. Petra is very still. When she speaks, her voice is quieter than before. If you release this, Daver's lawyers will depose every person named in it. They will subpoena every reference. They will argue the document proves beneficial control, that you always knew the capital came from the Karac estate, and your grandmother's partition was a sham. Then Marija's testimony proves it was not. Marija's testimony is one witness against a coordinated legal apparatus that has been preparing for this moment for 12 years. Petra's eyes shift to Marija. No offense, none taken. Marija's voice is dry. I have been a witness for 12 years. I know what I am worth. Raffaello looks at Seren. What do you think? The question lands differently than it would have a week ago. He is not asking for permission. He is asking for her to tell him the truth. I think Petra is right about the exposure. He does not flinch. I also think exposure is the point. You cannot win this war by being more careful than Daver. You will never be more careful than a man who has spent 40 years burying witnesses. You have to be more honest. His jaw tightens. You have to stop translating your conscience through legal syntax. The phrase is Marija's. Seren uses it deliberately. A long pause. Raffael looks down at the page, at the words he has spoken, at the shape of a truth he has never let anyone write. Finish it, he says. Seren writes. She captures the foundation of Connaught as a story of escape that became a story of inheritance. The capital that saved him was not stolen, but it was not earned either. It was given by a woman who trusted him to build something that would outlive her name. He has not always earned that trust. He has repeated patterns he swore he would break. He has asked people to work in rooms where their names were never spoken. He has let discretion become erasure, but he is saying it now, in the open, on the record. Petra's phone buzzes. She glances at the screen. Her face changes. What? She reads the message once, twice. A Croatian wire service is reporting that a second witness with knowledge of the Karac estate records has been located and is cooperating with authorities. The room holds its breath. They are not naming the witness. Raphael's eyes meet Seren's, but they are not naming the witness as alive. The words hit like cold water. A missing witness, not yet confirmed dead. A leak designed to make the world wonder if Marija has already been found. Marija's hands do not move. She keeps watching the street. Seren looks at her phone. No messages from the number she does not want to recognize. The black Audi told them where she was before the fire alarm. If Divo knew Servaltingas, he knows the safe house Petra chose. They are not naming her, Petra says, because they do not know her name yet, but they know someone exists, and they are telling the world she is already gone. Raffael looks at the drafted statement on the table, at the page that says what he should have said 12 years ago. If we release this tonight, he says slowly, we tell them who she is before they can manufacture her silence. And if we release it, Petra counters, we put her name in every headline between Vienna and Zagreb. We make her a target we cannot protect. Seren looks at Marija. The older woman meets her gaze. Steady, unafraid. I have been a target for 12 years, Marija says. I did not survive by being careful. I survived by being ready. She stands. If you are going to name me now, before they name me dead. Raffael picks up the page. His hand is steady. His eyes are not. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Mark it open. Raffael picks up the page. His hand is steady. His eyes are not. The room waits. Marija stands by the window. Petra is frozen over her phone. Seren watches him hold the truth he has never let anyone write. His thumb moves across the edge of the paper. A nervous gesture. A seam of vulnerability. Then he sets it down. Before we release anything, we need to know what happens when markets open. Petra exhales. 40 minutes. Then we wait. The 40 minutes stretch like wire. Marija makes coffee from the room's machine. Petra paces between the table and the window. Raffael sits with the drafted statement in front of him, reading it over and over as if memorizing his own confession. Seren stands apart. She watches the street. The black Audi is gone. That does not mean they are not being tracked. Petra's laptop chimes. She is at the screen before the sound finishes. Opening. The room compresses. Seren moves closer. The index loads in increments, blue bars crawling across the white field. Then the numbers populate. Connaught Group trades down, 4%. Raffael does not flinch. The screen refreshes, 4.2. A flicker at the bottom that looks like the start of a cascade. Seren counts seconds, 5, 10. The drop slows, 3.9, 3.5. The algorithm finds a floor. The sell orders thin. Institutional holders are not dumping. The summit language did what it was supposed to do. The creditors did not panic. The structure holds. Petra lets out a breath she has been holding since the hearing. It held. Raffael nods. Once. The relief does not reach his eyes. It held. Petra repeats. Market cap down 3.1%. Manageable. The press coverage is bad, but the numbers are stable. We have breathing room. For a moment, the room is almost light. Then Petra's phone lights up. She looks at the screen. Her thumb hovers. Her face changes the way Seren has seen it change twice before. Once in the convoy after the rock slide. Once in the courthouse lobby. What? Petra does not answer. She reads the message. Then she opens another window on her laptop. A different terminal. Institutional banking interface. She reads. When she looks up, her voice is flat. Devo just filed a separate motion. Where? Luxembourg. The word lands like a blade. Emergency freeze petition. Connaught Fund 3. He is arguing the entire asset partition was fraudulent, and all holdings derived from Karac Capital are subject to immediate injunctive hold. Seren knows Fund 3. Everyone in the room knows Fund 3. It is payroll. It is the institutional health sector portfolio. It is the fund that gives Connaught credibility with the pension networks. So Fund 3 freezes. The company does not survive the month. What basis? Raffael's voice is measured, controlled. The voice he uses when he is already calculating the response. Beneficial control. Same argument. He is claiming the Trieste trust structure was a concealment mechanism, not a clean partition. He cannot freeze a Luxembourg fund on a Croatian succession theory. He can if the Luxembourg Commercial Court accepts emergency jurisdiction before we can file a response. Petra's thumb scrolls. And he has. The hearing is scheduled for 1700. That gives us 6 hours to prepare a counterfiling, or the fund locks until the Vienna decision. Silence. Seren looks at the drafted statement on the table. At the words Raffael has finally written. They need that hearing to go well. But if Fund 3 freezes before the hearing, it does not matter what the Vienna judge decides. The company will already be bleeding out. The Luxembourg filing is in French, Petra says slowly. Commercial code procedures. We have a firm there, but they will need time to translate and align with the Vienna strategy. Give me the code title. Petra looks at her. What? The French commercial code article he filed under. Give me the title. Petra hesitates. Then she pulls the document up on her phone and hands it to Seren. The screen burns blue in her hands. She reads, Emergency interim measures. Dense. Procedural. Pinned to a single assertion. The asset partition was a sham, designed to shield Karac Capital from legitimate claims. The French is technical, layered with case citations from Luxembourg precedent. But there is a seam. Seren reads it twice to be sure. He cited the wrong article. Petra steps closer. What? The freeze requires a showing of immediate and irreparable harm to the petitioner. Stair's filing argues the asset separation itself constitutes that harm. But he filed under Article 523, which governs contractual disputes. Succession claims fall under Article 531. Different burden of proof, different timeline. Raffael is watching her. You are certain? I am certain. Seren looks up. The room is very still. We do not fight the freeze on the merits. We challenge the jurisdiction. We file a procedural motion to dismiss before the freeze hearing even opens. It forces a delay. It buys us the morning. Petra is already typing. I am calling Luxembourg now. I need you on the line for the procedural language. Then put me on. Seren does not wait for permission. She takes the seat beside Petra, pulls the laptop closer, and starts reading the full filing text aloud in French, marking the article references as she goes. Raffael does not move. He stands by the window, watching her, the same way he watched her correct the Korean clause on the first night, the same way he watched her face Orin Dean across the war room table. but different. Because she is not translating for him, she is building the defense herself. Petra finishes the call and looks at Seren. Luxembourg Council will have the motion ready in 30 minutes. They need your name on the filing as the recognizing authority. Seren does not hesitate. Then put my name on it. Petra types. The room shifts. Maria watches from the window, her coffee untouched, her eyes on Seren. You are not the same woman who knocked on my door this morning. Seren looks at her. This morning I was still asking permission. And now? Seren glances at Raffael. He is still watching her, still holding the page with his truth on it. Now I am done asking. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. A message from an unknown number. No text, just an image. It loads slowly. When it resolves, Seren's breath catches. It is the diamond necklace, the one from the box, the one the dark-haired woman called a map. But it is not the archive photographs. It is a new image. The necklace is lying open on a legal document, a seal in the corner she recognizes. The Trieste notary. Below the image, a single line of text. The map is the key. Do not let them lock the door. Seren stands. What is it? Raffael's voice is sharp. She does not answer. She is already looking for the door. Chapter 67. The hotel room is too small for the energy in it now. Seren stands by the door with the phone still in her hand, the image of the necklace burning on the screen. The Trieste notary seal. The text. The map is the key. Do not let them lock the door. Seren! Raffael's voice is sharp enough to cut. She looks up. He is still by the window, the drafted statement still in his hand, but his attention is entirely on her face. Who sent that? I do not know. But she knows the necklace, knows the document beneath it, knows the dark-haired woman is still moving pieces she cannot see. You are going somewhere. It is not a question. Seren meets his eyes. The Trieste notary, the same one who witnessed the original partition. If the necklace is a map to that sealed evidence, and De Vere is moving to lock the door before we can open it, then I need to be there before the hearing. The hearing is in Vienna. Then you stay here. Petra fights the freeze in Luxembourg. Maria prepares to testify, and I follow the thread. Raffael sets the statement down. He walks toward her. Maria is right. His voice is lower now. You are not the same woman from this morning. I am not asking permission. I know. He stops in front of her, close enough that she can see the pulse at his throat. I am telling you that if you go, I go with you. Petra looks up from the laptop. The Trieste train takes 3 hours. Even if you leave now, you cannot be back before the Luxembourg filing deadline. Then I file the procedural challenge before I leave. You are not a licensed attorney in Luxembourg. I am the recognizing authority on the counterfiling. Seren's voice is steady. That is enough for the first motion. The Luxembourg firm handles the rest, but the notary evidence in Trieste is the only thing that stops De Vere from locking the door permanently. Maria stands. She walks to the window and looks down at the street. The notary's office is on Via del Toro, number 22, second floor. A man named Edvard Horvat. He is old now. He remembers the Countess's instructions because he wrote them himself. You know him? Everyone who kept the Countess's secrets knows each other. Maria turns. But if De Vere's people know about the necklace as a map, they know about Horvat. You will not find his door unlocked and waiting. Seren looks at the phone again. Do not let them lock the door. Then I will find a way through it. Raffael reaches for his coat. Petra, call Luxembourg. Seren and I are taking the next train. Petra does not argue. She is already dialing. The train station smells of diesel and wet stone. They buy tickets at the automated kiosk. No names attached. No digital trail through Connaught accounts. Raffael pays in cash. The platform is half empty. Commuters. A woman with a violin case. A man reading a newspaper in Italian. Seren watches the board. Wien Meidling to Trieste Centrale. Departure in 14 minutes. Raffael stands beside her, shoulders squared, face still. He has not asked her what she expects to find. He has not asked her if she is sure. He asked her once if she trusted him. She said she trusted what she saw. Now he trusts what she sees enough to follow without questions. The train arrives. They find a compartment near the rear, empty. The seats are blue velvet, worn at the edges. The window faces north as the train pulls away from the platform. Seren sits facing forward. Raffael sits across from her, one knee bouncing slightly, the only tell he lets through. "Tell me what the necklace shows." She pulls out her phone and opens the image again. The necklace is spread flat on the legal document. The chain is unclasped, laid straight. The pendant, a deep blue stone set in silver, rests on a column of text written in Italian. She zooms in. The document is a notarial certification, dated 18 November 2009. She reads the visible text fragment. The undersigned confirms receipt of the enclosed materials for safekeeping, per instructions of the Kara estate representative. She looks up. That is 4 months before the Countess filed the partition, and 4 months before she died. Raffael's jaw tightens. Then the necklace was never just hers to keep. No. Seren looks at the pendant again. It was a key to something she wanted opened after her death. The train moves through the outskirts of Vienna. Buildings thin, fields, open meadows, and Seren holds the image of a dead woman's jewelry in her hands, knowing the next 3 hours will decide whether they reach the lock before Daver's people close the door forever. The compartment door slides open. Seren looks up. A man stands in the doorway, mid-50s, gray suit, no luggage. He looks at her, then at Raffael. "Hvala vam ste došli. Thank you for coming," in Croatian. Raffael's face goes still. "Who are you?" The man steps inside and slides the door closed behind him. "My name is Everett Horvat, and you have less than 3 hours to decide whether you trust what I am about to tell you." Chapter 68. The compartment settles into the rhythm of the train. Edvard Horvat does not sit. He stands with one hand braced against the luggage rack, the other in his coat pocket. His eyes move between Seren and Raffael's with the patience of a man who has spent decades waiting for this moment. "You found the necklace," he says. "That means you already know more than Daver wants you to." Seren keeps the phone in her hand, the image still glowing. "The Countess left it with you." "Not with me. With the certification. The necklace and the document are 2 halves of the same lock." Horvat's voice is dry, precise. "She came to my office on 18 November 2009, 4 months before she died. She told me she was partitioning the estate to protect her grandson from a man who would bleed the family name dry for another 40 years. Raffael's knee stops bouncing. "She told you about me. She told me about Matej Karac, a boy she had already lost to a world that would eat him alive if he stayed." Horvat looks at Raffael directly. "She did not know the name you chose. She did not want to know. She said, the less anyone knew, the harder it would be for Daver to track you through the people who loved you." Seren feels the weight of that sentence. The less anyone knew. It is what Raffael did to everyone, to her. A calculation that felt like control, but was really just the Countess's lesson, passed down like a wound. "What did she leave with you?" Horvat reaches into his coat. He pulls out a folded envelope, yellowed at the edges, sealed with the same burgundy wax. The tower and the star. Her sworn affidavit, signed and dated before witnesses, stating that Matej Karac was excluded from all family liabilities, debts, and criminal exposure by her deliberate act, and that any attempt to bind his assets to the Karac estate is a direct violation of her documented will. He sets it on the seat between them. That is not all. She also left a sealed statement detailing the laundering network Daver built using the family name. Names, dates, accounts, the Trieste corridor, the Vienna intermediaries, everything she was too afraid to file while she lived. Raffaele stares at the envelope. Why now? Because the necklace was found. The second lock turned. Horvat's jaw tightens. "I was instructed to deliver this only when someone arrived who could describe the necklace without seeing it. Someone who understood what it meant. The Countess said that person would be the one worth trusting." Seren's throat closes. She did not know the Countess. She never met her. The woman who partitioned an empire to save her grandson also built a test that led straight to Seren. The train breaks. Trieste Centrale, 10 minutes. Raffaele picks up the envelope. His hands are steady. Then we have what we need. The hotel room smells of coffee and old paper. They arrive back before noon. Petra is on the laptop, Maria at the window, and the Luxembourg filing has been accepted for procedural review. The freeze hearing has been delayed by 72 hours, but the wire service story is already mutating. Petra turns the screen toward them. The headline reads, Connaught CEO's Hidden Interpreter, Questions Over Undisclosed Relationship. Below it, a photograph of Seren leaving the courthouse yesterday. Her face is clear. The caption reads, Multilingual interpreter Seren Szabo, whose rapid promotion has raised concerns about transparency in the Connaught restructuring. Rapid promotion, Seren reads aloud. They make it sound like I slept my way into the title. Petra's voice is flat. The story frames you as an unexplained variable, someone who appeared from nowhere and was elevated without public record. De Vere's people are building a narrative that your role is evidence of concealed family connections, not professional merit. Raffael's face goes cold. I will issue a statement. Full disclosure of every decision involving her role, every draft she authored, every clause she corrected. I will take the hit for the relationship myself. Take the hit how? Seren asks. I will state that the relationship began after the summit closed, that your promotion was merit-based, and that I recused myself from the decision. Recused yourself. She hears her own voice sharpen. That makes it sound like I needed your protection to be qualified. It protects you from the implication. It protects your narrative, not mine. The room goes still. Raffael's jaw tightens. Seren, no. She steps toward him. You just offered to make me invisible again, cleaner this time, with a statement that says I was promoted despite you, not because of my work. That is the same erasure in different language. I am trying to shield you from the media. I do not need a shield. I need you to stop treating my visibility as a risk you have to manage. Maria watches from the window. Petra's hands hover over the keyboard. Raffael holds Seren's gaze. Then tell me what you need. I need the record to speak for itself. My annotations, my marginal notes, my drafts in 5 languages with the timestamps that prove I was the one who caught the Korean clause, the cross-reference discrepancies, the liability cap misalignment. Let the receipts tell the story, not a statement about who recused themselves from what. Petra looks up. It would take hours to compile. Then start now. Marija walks to the table. She sets down the notarized affidavit Horvat gave them. This document proves the Countess partitioned the estate to protect Matej. It also proves she kept a record of everything Thaw did. If the media wants a story about hidden connections, give them the real one. A countess who hid evidence for 12 years to protect her grandson from a criminal network. Seren looks at Raffael. She does not look away. I am not asking for permission. I am telling you that hiding me to protect me is the same thing Thaw does, just with better intentions, and I will not let you do it. He holds her gaze for a long moment, then he nods. Petra, start compiling. Petra's fingers move across the keyboard. You have an employee file, signed NDAs, annotated contracts with your initials in 3 scripts. I will need the war room logs from Falkenfels and the time-stamped correspondence traffic. She looks up. This is going to expose the full extent of how much you actually did. Are you prepared for that? Seren feels the weight of the question. She has spent 3 years invisible, 3 years letting her work speak for itself while other people took credit. She is done. Start with the Korean clause correction, the original mistranslation and my revision, then the liability cap discrepancy, then every marginal note I made that changed the final language. Petra's eyes flicker with something close to respect. Your name will be everywhere. That is the point. The phone buzzes. Seren looks down, a number she does not recognize. She answers. Seren Szabo. The voice is low, male, Croatian. You just made a very loud decision. Dima knows you have the affidavit. Who is this? Someone who wants you to know that the boarding school file is already being prepared for release. Not the one De Vere leaked. The one your grandmother's caller was really looking for. The line goes dead. Maria's neighbor was a trap. Chapter 69. Petra works through the night. Seren watches her pull files across 3 monitors, the glow painting sharp shadows across her face. Raffael stands at the window, back to the room, hands pressed flat against the sill. Maria has not moved from her chair since the call ended. The boarding school file, Seren's grandmother's records, a trap disguised as a neighbor's curiosity, and she walked right past it because she was thinking about documents, not about people. The Korean clause correction. Petra's voice cuts through the silence. Original draft, your revision, the timestamp showing you caught it within 43 seconds of the mistranslation being read aloud. The conference log confirms you were the only interpreter in the room. Seren does not answer. The liability cap discrepancy. The cross-reference anomalies in the German and French versions. The unified writer you drafted in your own hand. Petra scrolls. I have marginal notes in 3 scripts that match clauses in the final ratified document. The timestamps are continuous. There is no gap where someone else could have inserted themselves. How long? Raffael asks without turning. Another hour to compile everything into a single release packet. Maybe less if I stop verifying and start publishing. Verify everything. Petra's jaw tightens, but she does not argue. The phone on the table vibrates. Seren reaches for it before anyone else moves. Luca, she answers without greeting. Tell me you have something. I have something. His voice is flat, measured. But you are not going to like how it connects. She already dislikes it. Talk. The shell office Daver used to file the Luxembourg claim, the one registered to a Vienna address with no physical presence. I traced the signing authority back through 3 intermediaries. And it is the same payment channel that sent the retainer to the Falkenfels staff supervisor. The room narrows. Raffael turns from the window. Marija's hands stop moving. Seren holds the phone so tight her knuckles ache. The supervisor, she repeats. The one who let Daver's people into the old corridors. The one who gave them access to the biometric logs. The same. When was the first payment made? Luca pauses. She feels the hesitation before he speaks. The retainer was issued 12 days before the summit began. 12 days before the snow closed the airport, before the outside advisory team was stranded, before Seren corrected the Korean clause and Raffael looked at her for the first time in 3 years. The conspiracy was already in motion. Daver's operation was already inside Falkenfels before the first delegate arrived, before the first contract was reviewed. Before the first mistranslation. They were not reacting to the crisis. They were building it. Luca, her voice is steady. Do you have proof? The transfer record, the intermediary's ledger entry, a time-stamped email from the supervisor confirming receipt of the first tranche. Another pause. I also have the name of the person who authorized the payment on Davar's behalf. Tell me. Davar's personal legal secretary, a woman named Branka Majiks. She has been with the Kara family for 22 years. 22 years. Longer than Rafia has been hiding. Longer than the Countess has been dead. Seren looks at Raffael. His face has gone pale. Branka, he says, not a question. You know her. She was my mother's secretary. His voice is low, stripped. Before Thaw took over the estate, before my mother died. The implication lands like a blow. The person who authorized the Falkenfels infiltration was the same woman who once worked for the Countess, the same woman who knew the castle's layout, the security protocols, the staff rotation, the blind spots. She did not need to research Falkenfels. She already knew everything. Petra stops typing. The release packet, she says. How does this change the timing? Seren looks at her phone, at Luca's voice still on the line, at Raffael's frozen silence. It changes everything. She brings the phone back to her ear. Luca, can you send the evidence to Petra's secure channel? Already encrypted. I am sending it now. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. There is one more thing. She waits. The boarding school file Daver is preparing. It is not about your grandmother. The words land wrong. What do you mean? I mean it is not about Agnes Bodrogi. The caller who asked about her was building a pretext, creating a reason for you to focus on the past while they moved something else into position. What are they moving into position? I do not know yet, but the file Daver is actually preparing is about Matej, something that happened when he was 14, something the Karac family paid to suppress. Raffael moves. He crosses the room in 3 steps and takes the phone from Seren's hand. Luca. A pause. I know what file you are talking about. The room holds its breath. Petra's hands hover above the keyboard. Maria rises from her chair. Seren watches Raffael's face as he listens, his jaw working, his eyes fixed on a point no one else can see. "It is not what Deaver thinks it is," he says. Another pause. "No, it is worse." Chapter 70. The decision takes less than a minute. Petra has already pulled up the Falkenfels security architecture on her laptop, the local server map, the backup protocol Nela mentioned weeks ago. The payment channel Branka used to authorize the supervisor retainer had to go through a system the castle controls. Wire transfers leave fingerprints, server logs, router handshakes. If the physical trail still exists anywhere, it lives in the stone walls above the Snowline. Raffaele is still holding Seren's phone. He ends the call with Luca without saying goodbye. "Petra, how fast can you get us back?" 3 hours if the pass is clear, 4 if it is not. Then we go." Maria does not argue. She stands, folds her cardigan over her arm, and looks at Seren with something between approval and warning. "You are walking back into the castle where his people already had 12 days to bury evidence." "I know. Then you already know what you are looking for." Seren meets her eyes. "I am looking for what Branka Magic touched before she paid the supervisor." Maria nods once. "That is enough." The drive north is silent. Petra takes the wheel, pushing the sedan through the dark switchbacks while the alpine glow fades behind them. Seren sits in the passenger seat with the encrypted evidence packet on her lap. Raffael is in the back, his face unreadable, his hands resting on the Countess's affidavit like it might burn through the envelope if he presses too hard. The castle appears through the tree line at 2247. Falkenfels, lit from within, smoke rising from the old chimneys. The gates are open, and Nela Ver is standing in the gravel courtyard with her arms crossed, waiting. She knew they were coming. Petra did not call ahead. Nela walks to the driver's window before the engine cuts. "You have 4 hours before Dever's people file a motion to seal the castle systems as evidence in the Luxembourg petition. I received the notice 30 minutes ago." Seren is out of the car before the sentence finishes. "Where is the local server bank?" "Sub-basement, behind the panel I showed you the night of the breach." "Take me." Nela does not ask why. She turns and walks, and Seren follows, with Raffael 2 steps behind and Petra locking the car and bringing up the rear. The sub-basement smells of cold concrete and older dust. Nela unlocks the panel with one of her brass keys, revealing a rack of servers humming behind a mesh grill. The backup protocol. The local archive that bypasses the cloud. The system that records every door log, every credential swipe, every network handshake that passes through Falkenfels. Branka Magic worked here for 22 years, Seren says. She would have known exactly where to plant access, exactly which logs to delete, exactly how to leave no trace. Nela's jaw tightens. She would have had help. Who? From inside. Someone who already had credentials. Nela pulls up the server interface on a small monitor bolted to the wall. The payment channel, the retainer authorization, the shell office paperwork Branka used to wire the supervisor's first tranche. If any of that passed through Falkenfels' network before the summit, the handshake will be here. She types. The monitor flickers. A directory tree expands. And the system goes dark. Not a crash, not a power failure. The screen goes black and then displays a single line of text. Archive segment 12, Nav 1403, 14 Nav 6 o'clock. Purged per remote authorization. Nela stares at the screen. Who authorized it? She does not answer. Nela, who has the authority to remotely purge an archive segment? She turns. Her face is pale. 2 people. Me and the other. The system administrator who built the backup protocol. He left Falkenfels 3 years ago. Retired. I have not seen him since. And you trust him? I trusted him. The implication lands like frost spreading across glass. Seren looks at the screen, at the purged window. 12 November, 1403 to 14 November, 6 o'clock. The exact window when the retainer was issued. The exact window when Branka's payment channel would have touched the castle network. Someone purged the evidence. Someone who knew the system. Someone who had remote access. Someone Nela trusted. Raffael steps forward. He is looking at the screen, but his voice is aimed at Nela. What is his name? Nela hesitates. A flicker of old loyalty, or maybe guilt, crosses her face. His name is not the problem, she says. The problem is that the remote authorization came from inside the castle. Seren's blood goes cold. Show me the IP handshake. Nayla types. The monitor flickers again. A routing trace expands across the screen, hopping through 3 proxies before landing on a local address, a Falkenfels address. The purge was not triggered from Zagreb, not from Vienna, not from a shell office in Luxembourg. It was triggered from inside the castle. Tonight, while they were driving north, someone is still here. Nayla's hand moves toward her pocket, toward the brass keys. We have to lock down every corridor, now. But Seren is already looking past her, at the service corridor door at the far end of the sub-basement, the one Nayla showed her weeks ago, the one that leads to the old hunting trail. The door is slightly ajar. It was closed when they walked in. Raffael sees it the same second she does. He does not speak. He moves, one hand reaching for Seren, the other already pulling her behind him as the service door swings open and the corridor beyond stays dark. Chapter 71. The dark corridor beyond the service door breathes cold air into the sub-basement. Seren's hand finds Raffael's arm before she decides to move it. His body is already between her and the open door, one shoulder turned, weight shifted to the balls of his feet, ready to close distance or pull her back. No sound comes from the corridor, no footstep, no breathing. Just the low hum of the server rack and the faint whistle of alpine wind through old stone. Nayla's hand hovers over the keyboard. Her face is unreadable in the screen's glow. The door was closed, Seren says, low, not a question. I locked it myself when we came down. Nayla's voice is flat, controlled, the kind of control that costs something. Raffael does not look away from the dark opening. How many people know about this entrance? Everyone who has worked here more than 5 years. The hunting trail is not a secret, it's just not used. Until tonight, Seren steps sideways, keeping Raffael's body between her and the corridor, and reaches for the monitor. The purge trace is still visible. The local address. The Falkenfels IP. Can you tell me which room that address maps to? Nayla's fingers find the keyboard without her eyes leaving the door. She types one-handed. The screen flickers, and a new line appears. Terminal. East Wing, 2nd floor, Office 214. Seren's breath catches. Office 214 is the Operations Coordination Room, the one the staff supervisor used, the one Nayla's trusted system administrator worked from before he retired, the one with direct line of sight to the sub-basement entrance. Raffael turns his head just enough to see the screen. His jaw tightens. He is not retired, he says. He is inside. Nayla shakes her head once. I saw him leave 3 years ago. I walked him to his car. You walked him to his car? Seren repeats. Did you watch him drive through the gate? A pause. I watched him turn the engine over. The gate was open. I had a maintenance call. Seren looks at the dark corridor. At the door that was closed when they entered. At the purge trace that originated from inside the castle, from the office of a man who supposedly left 3 years ago. Old backup protocols, she says. Nayla, the night of the breach you told me there was a parallel recording loop, the one that captures everything the primary system sees on a separate physical drive. You said it was installed before the cloud migration. Nayla's face changes. Something behind her eyes shifts from calculation to memory. It is still there. Where? Behind the main rack, cabled directly to the old security panel. No network connection. The purge would not have touched it. Raffael is watching Seren now. She feels the weight of his attention sharp and waiting. Show me, she says. Nayla moves. She crosses the sub-basement to the far wall, where the server rack hums behind its mesh grill. Her hands find the latches without hesitation, the same economy of motion Seren remembers from the breach night. The panel swings open. Behind it, a second drive sits in a metal cradle, connected by a single, thick cable to a black box mounted on the concrete wall. No lights, no screen. Just a physical port and a label written in permanent marker. Loop 7, Nav 7, March 12. That span, Seren says. Does it cover November 12th to 14th? Nayla's finger traces the label. November 7th to March 12th. The 6-month window when the primary system was being beta tested. The parallel loop was the failsafe. Does it still record? It never stopped. The cable runs to a separate power circuit. If the castle loses main power, the black box switches to battery. 3 days of continuous capture. Snowline looks at the dark corridor, at the door that is still open, still breathing cold air into the room. Pull the footage from November 12th, 1400 hours, to November 14th, 0600. Nayla hesitates. Her hand hovers over the black box. If I connect a monitor to this port, the system will register a new device. Whoever is watching the network will see it. They already know we are here. Nayla's jaw tightens. Then she reaches into her pocket and pulls out a slim cable, coiling it from the black box to a small portable monitor she produces from under the server rack. The screen flickers to life. A directory tree appears. Older interface. No encryption on the file mails. Nayla navigates by muscle memory. 3 keystrokes. 4. A list of date-stamped files populates the screen. 12, Nav, 14 o'clock, 12, Nav, 15 o'clock, 12, Nav, 16 o'clock, 13, Nav, 1 o'clock, 13, Nav, 3 o'clock, 14, Nav, 0 o'clock, 14, Nav, 4 o'clock. The exact window. Seren's chest tightens. Open the first file. Nayla selects it. The screen goes black for a heartbeat, then resolves into grainy footage shot from a fixed camera angle. The east corridor. Wide. Empty. Speed it up. Nayla doubles the playback speed. Shadows shift. The light through the window at the far end of the corridor changes as clouds pass. There. Seren points. A figure enters the frame. Male. Mid-50s. Gray suit. No luggage. The staff supervisor. He walks to a point in the corridor where the camera angle changes, where the old hunting trail entrance is hidden by a structural pillar. He stops. He waits. 90 seconds of nothing. Then another figure emerges from the opposite direction. Seren does not recognize the walk first. She recognizes the stillness, the controlled economy of movement, the way the person stops exactly at the pillar, exactly at the same point where the supervisor is waiting. The person turns. The camera catches the face. Seren's hand goes cold. It is not the retired system administrator. It is not Branka Majic. It is someone she saw in the war room. Someone who sat at the table during the summit. Someone who nodded along with every vote, who signed every document, who smiled when Raffael announced the close. A Connaught executive. One of the board, one of the 8 who voted against Raffael's restructuring terms. The face is clear for exactly 4 seconds before the screen goes black. Nayla jerks her hand back from the keyboard. What happened? I did not touch anything. The monitor is dead. The black box is silent. The cable is still connected. Seren looks at the server rack, at the mesh grill, at the dark corridor. The purge was not the only attack. Someone inside the castle knew they would find the parallel loop, and they are deleting it now. From somewhere in the sub-basement, a low hum shifts pitch. The server rack's cooling fans change tempo. Then a single line of text appears on the dead monitor. Cascade initiated. All backup segments marked for deletion. Estimated completion, 90 seconds. Nayla's face goes white. Get the cable, Seren says. Get the drive. Get whatever you can carry. Nayla does not argue. She yanks the cable from the black box, then rips the entire metal cradle from the wall, wires sparking as the connection breaks. The drive comes free in her hands. The monitor goes dark. The hum stops. The sub-basement is silent, and the service corridor at the far end of the room swings open wider. This time, there is no cold air. This time, there is a silhouette. Standing in the frame, watching them. Chapter 72. The silhouette does not move. It stands in the frame of the service corridor door, backlit by nothing, a cutout of darkness against darker dark. Seren cannot see a face, cannot see hands, cannot see whether it is armed. The only sound is Nayla's breathing, ragged and controlled, the drive cradle still gripped in her hands. Then the silhouette steps back, into the corridor, away. The door begins to swing closed. Raffael moves before Seren can speak. He crosses the sub-basement in 4 strides, shoulder catching the door before it latches, and disappears into the dark beyond it. Raffael. Seren follows. Her feet find the old stone by memory and momentum. The corridor beyond is narrow, walled in rough-cut granite that sweats cold moisture. No lights. The only illumination comes from the sub-basement behind her, a wedge of white that shrinks as the door swings shut. She hears him ahead. Footsteps, a heavier tread farther on. Then a sound she has never heard from Raffael Connaught. A growl. Low. Animal. Pained. She rounds a corner and finds him pressed against the wall, one hand braced against the stone, the other gripping his ribs. His face is tight. "He hit you." "Ran into me." He straightens. Stairs. 30 meters ahead. He is going up. "Who?" The answer to every question we have been asking. He moves again, faster now, and Seren stays at his back. The corridor bends twice, then opens into a narrow spiral stair, iron treads set into stone, rising into absolute dark. Raffael takes the stairs 2 at a time. Seren follows, counting rotations. 1 floor. 2. The air changes, warms slightly, picks up the smell of carpet and cleaning solvent. They are back inside the main castle now, somewhere in the east wing, the service corps that Nella showed her on the first day. A door stands open at the 3rd landing. Raffael stops. Seren steps past him and looks through. Office 214. The operations coordination room. The room where the purge was authorized. A single desk lamp is on. A computer terminal glows with a half-closed session, and behind the desk, breathing hard, one hand on the keyboard, is a man she knows. Gray suit, silver hair at the temples, narrow shoulders, and a voice she has heard issue instructions in 4 different war room sessions. Derek Henshaw, Senior Operations Chief. Connaught Group, 15 years, board member. He looks at them both and does not run. "Close the door," he says, "before someone hears us." Raffael does not close the door. He steps into the room and stands between Seren and the desk, shoulders squared, hands empty but ready. "You purged the archive. I did what I had to do. You met the supervisor in the East Corridor on November 13th. You voted against my restructuring. You blocked a reference." Raffael's voice is flat, measured, the voice of a man counting bodies before he names them. "What else?" Henshaw's jaw works. He looks at Seren, then back at Raffael. "You should not exist." The words land like a punch. "Connaught Group was clean," Henshaw says. "I helped build it clean. No family baggage, no old country debts, no criminal nephews waiting to surface with a claim. Then I found out about the Kara Trust, about the capital that came through Besic, about who you really are." He taps the keyboard. "Matej Karac, you made the entire company uninsurable the day you were born into that family. I spent 3 years trying to figure out how to unwind it without destroying what we built. So you sabotaged the summit. I protected the company." Henshaw's voice hardens. "I made sure the terms would fail if you stayed in control. I made sure the Luxembourg filing would force a receivership that would separate the clean assets from the Karac taint. Everything I did was to save Connaught from your name. And Seren?" Henshaw's eyes flick to her. Something shifts in his face, almost regret. Her reference hold was not personal. She was too valuable to lose to Geneva. If she left, the summit would collapse faster than I could stage manage it. I needed her here, translating, finding the discrepancies, doing what she does. "By trapping me," Seren says, "by keeping you where you mattered." He says it like it should be a comfort. "Devers people approached me 6 weeks ago. They already knew about the Karac capital. They already had a plan. They did not need to pay me much, just enough to speed up what I already wanted." Which was to force the separation, to make Matej Karac visible enough that the board would have no choice but to cut him loose, to let Devers take the family poison and leave Connaught standing. Raffael steps closer. "You destroyed evidence. You compromised the summit. You put a gunman in the tree line on the East Ridge." "I did not. You authorized a purge from inside this room tonight. You knew the parallel loop existed. You knew Nella would find it. You triggered the cascade the moment she connected the monitor." Henshaw's hand moves toward the keyboard. Seren sees it. She crosses the room before he can type, her palms slamming down on the keys, scattering the half-written command across the screen. "No." Henshaw looks up at her, and for the first time, she sees something beneath the corporate calm. Fear. "You do not understand what Devers will do." he says. He does not want the company. He wants the boy who ran. He wants to drag Matej Karac back into the family business and burn everything else as proof of loyalty. And you helped him. I helped Connaught. His voice cracks on the last syllable. I helped the clean part survive. I did what none of you had the stomach to do. Raffael pulls a phone from his pocket, presses a single button. Nela, office 214. He is contained. Henshaw's face drains. You recorded that. Every word. Then you have just convicted me of conspiracy, sabotage, and obstruction. Henshaw's hands drop to his sides. And I will tell the court everything. The names, the channels, the timing. He pauses. But you should know. Daver paid me once, just once, to speed up what I already wanted. He looks at Seren. That payment was for one specific delivery, not the purge, not the summit sabotage. His voice drops. The boarding school file was never about Agnes Bodrogi. It was never about you. He looks at Raffael. It was about the boy who died at the Kara estate when Matej was 14. The one devil let him take the blame for. The room goes very still. And somewhere in the castle, a door opens. Chapter 73. Nela steps into the doorway, her phone already pressed to her ear, eyes scanning the room before landing on Henshaw. He confessed, Raffael says. Every word. Audio? My phone. Nela shakes her head once. He will say it was coerced. You chased him through a dark corridor. You cornered him. Any defense attorney will paint that as intimidation, not evidence. Henshaw's mouth opens. Nela is already moving. She crosses to the desk, pulls a slim black device from her pocket, and sets it next to the keyboard. A portable recorder with a directional microphone. Tell me again, she says. From the beginning. While I am standing here as a neutral witness who was not in the room when he was cornered. Henshaw looks at the recorder, at Nela, at Raffael. I will tell you everything, he says. But you need to understand. I did not put the gunman in the tree line. I did not authorize a convoy ambush. Daver kept those compartments separate. I only knew about the archive purge, the contract sabotage, and the reference hold. The boarding school file, Seren says. Henshaw's eyes flick to her. Daver paid me for one delivery, one file, the sealed record from the Kara estate that was supposed to stay buried. That file was already in transit to Zagreb when the summit opened. I did not read it. I did not want to read it. But I know what it contains. Then tell me. He shakes his head. It is not my story to tell. And if I tell you here in this room, it becomes admissible testimony that will be shredded by Daver's lawyers the moment they cross-examine me. Nela taps the recorder. Then tell it to me, off the record, so we know what we are facing. Henshaw's hands grip the edge of the desk. His shoulders sag. The boy's name was Nicola. He was 15. He worked in the Kara stables. He saw something he should not have seen. A transfer. A vehicle. A face he recognized from the news. He stops. He went to Matej, not to an adult, to another boy. He told Matej what he saw. Seren feels the air change, and Matej told Davor. Henshaw's voice drops. No. Matej tried to protect him. He told Nicole to leave. Told him to go to the police. Told him he would go with him. But Nicole was afraid. He ran. And when he ran, he fell from the stable loft. Broke his neck. The room is very quiet. Daver found them. Found Nicole dead. Found Matej kneeling beside him. And instead of calling an ambulance, he called his lawyer. He told Matej that if he spoke the truth, the family would be destroyed. That Nicola's family would be crushed by the investigation. That the only way to protect everyone was to let the record show that Nicole fell alone. That Matej was not there. And Matej agreed? He was 14. He had just watched a boy die. Diva told him it was his fault. That if Matej had not told Nicola to run, he would still be alive. That the silence was penance. Seren's hand finds the edge of the desk. And the family paid to suppress the file. Paid the coroner, paid the stable master, paid the local police commander, paid Nicola's family enough to buy a new house in a different town, and the file was sealed. Karac estate records, no public access, no criminal inquiry. Henshaw looks at Raffael. That file is what Davar is moving into position now. not to expose you, to remind you, to make you choose between letting the world see what happened to Nicola and coming back to the family where the file stays buried. Raffael has not moved. His face is stone. Mask. The same controls Seren saw on the first night, but she sees his hands. They are white at the knuckles. Nayla picks up the recorder, presses stop. "I have enough," she says. The purge, the sabotage, the reference block, the confession about the payment channel and Davor's approach, that will survive any cross-examination. She looks at Henshaw. "Security is 3 minutes out. You will be escorted to the holding room in the West Wing. You will say nothing until Petra arrives with legal counsel." Henshaw nods, then he laughs. It is a small sound, dry, spent. "Davor paid for one more thing." Raffael's head lifts. "The gunman in the tree line," Henshaw says. "I told you, I did not put him there." He glances up, toward the gallery above the office, the mezzanine level that overlooks the operations floor. "But I knew he was coming." Glass shatters. The sound comes from above, a single sharp crack that echoes through the stone walls. Then another. Then the thud of something heavy hitting the floor. Chapter 74. The glass is still falling when Raffael's hand finds Seren's wrist and pulls her down. She hits the floor with her palms flat, knees cracking against stone. The second shot punches through the desk behind them, splintering wood where her ribs were a heartbeat ago. "Stay low." Raffael's voice is not a request. He is already moving, one hand on her back, the other reaching for the edge of the overturned desk. "Nayla, I see him." Nayla is pressed against the wall, phone already at her ear. "Mezzanine gallery, east balcony access. He is moving toward the north stair." 3 seconds. That is all the time they have before the next shot. Seren's pulse is a flat drum in her throat. She can hear the echo of the first crack still ringing in the stone, the way sound travels in this castle, the way old architecture bends noise into false directions. He learned that on day 2, when Raffael showed her the acoustic map of the war room. The shooter is not running for the exit. She knows it before she can name it. The north stair does not lead outside. It leads to the communications room, the satellite uplink, the room where a single upload can outrun any legal filing. "He is not fleeing," she says. Raffael's head turns. His eyes find hers in the dim light. "He is going for the comms array." Raffael's jaw tightens. He does not ask how she knows. He does not ask if she is sure. What route? Seren's mind is already tracing the old corridors. The mirrored gallery on the second floor. The maintenance ladder behind the tapestry in the east alcove. The service passage that runs parallel to the main stairwell, the one Nayla showed them on the map. There is a mirrored corridor off the east alcove. If he takes that, he can reach the comms room in under 2 minutes without crossing any open floor. Nayla's phone clicks. "Security is 3 minutes out. They are coming from the west wing." Too slow. Raffael is already rising, one hand braced on the desk. "Nayla, cut power to the satellite uplink. Do it now." "I cannot cut it from here. The breaker panel is in the communications room itself." The silence that follows is very short. Raffael looks at Seren. "I know where the east alcove is," she says. "I know the service passage. I know the blind spot where the tapestry hides the maintenance ladder. I am not sending you. You are not sending me." She is already moving, her voice low and steady. "I am going. You cover the north stair in case I am wrong." He holds her gaze for 1 second, 2. Then he nods. 3 minutes. If you are not back in 3 minutes, I am coming through that corridor with or without cover. Seren does not answer. She is already running. The east corridor is dark. The emergency lights have not kicked in, which means the shooter did not cut the main power. He is moving silent, moving fast, and he knows the castle. So does she. She counts doors. 14 paces to the east alcove. The tapestry is still there, heavy velvet the color of dried wine, hanging from a brass rod that has not been dusted in years. She finds the seam, slides behind it, and her fingers find the maintenance ladder bolted to the stone. The rungs are cold. They do not creak. She climbs. The second-floor gallery is empty. The mirrored corridor stretches ahead, a hall of glass and reflected darkness that makes every shadow multiply. She can see herself coming in every panel. A woman with pinned hair and a pale scar on her thumb, moving fast through a maze of her own making. She stops, listens. Footsteps. Not ahead, below. He is already past this floor.
She was wrong. No, she was wrong about the route, but the destination is the same. He is using the main stair, faster than the service passage, and he is gaining time. Seren turns and runs for the communications room. The door is ajar. Light spills through the crack, blue-white from the monitor bank. She can hear the hum of the satellite uplink, the low thrum of servers breathing in the cold. She reaches the door, pushes it open. The room is empty. The monitors are running. The uplink status bar shows a file transfer in progress, 92% complete. The file name is 7 characters long, all numbers. No metadata she can read at this distance. She moves to the console. Her hand hovers over the abort key. Behind her, the door closes. She does not turn around. "I would not do that if I were you." The voice is calm. Female, Croatian, with a Zagreb accent that has been polished smooth by years of practice. Seren turns. The woman from the courthouse, the dark-haired fixer who stole the photograph from her pocket. Daver's operative. She is holding a gun. It is aimed at Seren's chest. "Step away from the console." Seren does not move. The transfer is at 94%. If I abort it now, Daver loses his upload window. Whatever he is sending, it does not reach its destination. The woman smiles. It already reached its destination. This is the confirmation loop. The file has been in transit for 12 minutes. By now, it has been received, copied, and distributed to 3 news agencies, 2 legal registries, and 1 very patient family lawyer in Zagreb. She gestures with the barrel. "You are too late." Seren looks at the monitor. The upload bars picks 96%. "I am not too late for the next move." The woman's smile does not waver, but her eyes shift just slightly toward the secondary monitor in the corner. Seren follows the glance. The second screen shows a different file. This one has not started uploading. It is queued, waiting. Its status light blinking amber. The file name is visible. Nicolat 2010 sealed_record.pdf. Chapter 75. The woman's gun does not waver. Seren looks past her at the secondary monitor. The amber light on Nicolat 2010 sealed_record.pdf blinks steady, waiting. "You have already lost," the woman says. "The first file reached to Zagreb 12 minutes ago. By morning, every newsroom in Europe will have the sealed record of what Matej Karac did at 14. Allegedly did." Seren's voice is calm, colder than she feels. "The file is sealed. No one has verified the contents. The court will verify them, in public, with his name attached." Seren keeps her hands visible, keeps her breathing even. The abort key is 3 paces to her left. The breaker panel is behind the operative, against the far wall. She cannot reach either. 3 news agencies, she says. 2 legal registries. 1 Zagreb lawyer. That is a narrow distribution. Daver is not trying to destroy Raffael. He is trying to control him. The file is leverage, not a kill shot. The woman's smile thins. "You talk too much. I am an interpreter. Talking is what I do." There is a crash somewhere above them. Heavy, structural. The operative's eyes flick toward the ceiling for a fraction of a second. Seren moves. Not toward the abort key, not toward the breaker panel. Toward the secondary monitor, her hand closing around the edge of the screen, pulling it off the desk before the woman can bring the gun back to center. The cable snaps. The monitor hits the floor. The amber light dies. The woman lunges. Seren is already pivoting, using the momentum of the swing to carry her sideways, putting the main console between them. Her hip catches the edge of the desk. Pain, bright and immediate, but she does not stop. The gun comes up again. "Clever." The woman's voice has lost its polish. "But the primary file is already out, and I have other copies." She gestures with the barrel toward a briefcase on the floor near the door. Closed, latched. "That one contains the full Nico record, printed, signed, ready for delivery to the Zagreb courthouse by 8 a.m. Seren's mind is moving faster than the seconds. The primary file is already distributed. She cannot stop that. The second upload is interrupted, but the operative has a physical copy. The shooter is still in the building. Raffael is somewhere in the north stair.
Security is 3 minutes away, but 3 minutes is an eternity when someone is holding a gun on you. She needs to buy time. You work for David directly, she says, not through an intermediary. You were at the courthouse. You shot out Leo Bessig's tires. You stole the photograph from my pocket. You are his fixer. The woman does not confirm, does not deny. You are also inside Falkenfels tonight, which means you either arrived before the road closure or you have been inside the castle all week. Something shifts in the woman's expression, not fear, respect. You see more than most. I see that you did not shoot me when you had the chance. That means Davor wants me alive. He needs me alive, because I am the one who reads the documents. I am the one who can authenticate them. The woman's finger rests alongside the trigger guard, not on the trigger. You are correct. The Count told me to keep you breathing. He wants you present when the file is unsealed. Wants you to translate it yourself into 5 languages so the world hears every word in their own tongue. The silence that follows is cold and clean. He wants me to do his work for him, Seren says. He wants my voice on the record of his nephew's destruction. Your voice is the only one the journalists will trust. You are the woman who saved the summit, the woman who corrected the Korean clause, the woman who stands beside him. If you read the file aloud, no one will question its authenticity. Seren's hand is still on the console. The upload status bar says frozen at 97%, the connection broken when she pulled the secondary monitor, but the main system is still live. The satellite uplink is still active, and the woman does not know about the service corridor behind the tapestry. I will not read it. You will. The woman's voice is certain. You will read it, because if you do not, the file will be released with a different introduction, one that names you as his accomplice, his translator, the woman who helped him hide. Seren feels the weight of the director document in her inner pocket, feels the weight of the codicil envelope that Mariji gave her, feels the weight of everything she has carried through this week. I am not his accomplice. I am the person who closed his summit. I am the person who found the codicil. I am the person who brought Maria Loverick forward. You are the person who will bury him. The woman takes a step forward. The gun does not waver. Outside the room, footsteps, fast, coming closer. The woman's eyes shift toward the door. It is a small movement, a fraction of a second, but it is enough. Seren drops. Her hand finds the power cable behind the console, the thick black cord feeding the satellite uplink, and she pulls. The cable resists, catches on something underneath the desk. She yanks harder, her shoulders screaming, and the cable comes free with a snap that echoes through the room. The monitors go dark. The hum of the uplink dies. The woman's face goes still. Then she raises the gun and fires. The shot is loud, impossibly loud in the enclosed space, and Seren feels the heat of it passing somewhere above her head, feels the spray of something that might be plaster or metal or glass. She does not stop moving. She is already rolling, already reaching for the briefcase by the door, her fingers closing around the handle as the woman swings the barrel toward her again. The door explodes open. Raffael fills the frame. He is breathing hard. His shirt is torn at the collar. There is blood on his knuckles. He does not have a weapon. He does not need one. The woman hesitates. A single second of calculation, her eyes moving between Seren on the floor, Raffael in the door, and the dead monitors behind the console. Then she lowers the gun. You are too late, Matej. The file is already out. She steps backward toward the window. Her hand finds the latch. The first one is already in transit. The second one will follow. And when it does, the world will know what you did. She opens the window. Cold air floods the room. Tell Seren I hope she survives the week. The Count would be disappointed to lose her. She is gone before Raffael can move. The window swings empty. The cold air pours in. Seren is on the floor, the briefcase pressed against her chest, her heart hammering so hard she cannot hear her own thoughts. Raffael crosses the room in 3 steps. His hand finds her arm. His eyes search her face. Are you hit? She shakes her head. The file. The first file. It is already out. I know. He pulls her to her feet. His hand stays on her arm. Nayla is securing the west wing. The shooter is contained. The operative just escaped through the window. She has a copy, in the briefcase, the printed record. Raffael looks at the briefcase in her hand, then he looks at her. Then we have the only copy that matters now. Outside, the snow begins to fall again, thick and silent, and somewhere below them, Seren hears the sound of the briefcase's latch clicking open in her shaking hand. Chapter 76. Her shaking hand clicks open the briefcase latch. The seal is official. Red ribbon, embossed crest, the Republic of Croatia's stamp in fading ink. She lifts the cover and sees the first page. A coroner's report, signed and dated, the name Nicola Barashi typed in the header field. Below it, a family acknowledgement. Below that, a receipt. Raffael stands beside her, breathing still ragged. His knuckles are wet. He does not look at the document. He looks at her. "Don't read it," he says. "Not here. Not yet." She closes the briefcase. The latch clicks again. Somewhere in the castle, glass breaks. The sound is distant, muffled by stone and corridors, but distinct. A window, or a panel, or something deliberate. "Nela." Raphael's hand goes to his collar. "Report?" Static. Then her voice, tight. "West Corridor Junction. He is coming down from the mezzanine toward the east wing. I can see the rifle." "How many?" "One. Moving fast." Raphael's eyes find Seren's. "The shooter is still inside. He is heading for the server corridor," she says. "There is a backup cable panel on the east wall. He can restore the uplink from a different circuit." "How do you know that?" "Because I traced the cable map with Nela this morning. He does not ask her to stay behind. He does not offer to shield her. He just moves." Seren follows him into the corridor, the briefcase pressed against her side, her other hand finding the cold stone of the wall to steady herself. The service passage angles left, then right, then opens into the narrow corridor that runs behind the server room. The shooter is 50 feet ahead. He is crouched beside a metal panel on the east wall, a rifle slung across his back, his hands working the locking mechanism. He has not seen them yet. Raphael's hand comes up, a signal. Wait, but they do not have weapons. They do not have cover. They have maybe 10 seconds before the panel opens and the satellite uplink gets restored. Seren makes a choice. "Pituhodnikshukist." She says it low, conversational, as if speaking to someone beside her. The shooter cannot see her face, cannot see who she is talking to. Fifth corridor is clear. The shooter freezes. His hands stop on the panel. He tips his head, listening, trying to place the voice, the language, the threat. It is half a second, but it is enough. The lights die. Every light in the corridor, in the server room, in the east wing, dead. The hum of the ventilation cuts, the security panels go dark. And in the sudden, absolute black, she hears the rush of feet, the grunt of impact, the clatter of the rifle hitting stone. Security has him. A flashlight beam cuts the dark, then another. Shapes move past her, Raphael's guards, 2 of them, hauling the shooter up by his arms, zip ties already around his wrists. Nela's voice echoes from somewhere behind the metal panel. "East circuit is dead. He cannot restore anything now." Seren's knees want to fold. She does not let them. She stands in the corridor, the briefcase still pressed against her side, her breath coming in shallow gasps, and watches them drag the shooter past her. He is young, younger than she expected. His eyes find hers for a moment, flat and empty, before the guards pull him around the corner. Raphael's hand finds her arm. "You just bought us the only clone win we have had tonight." She shakes her head. "I bought us a few minutes." The lights flicker back on, emergency power. Amber, dim, but enough to see. Raphael's phone buzzes. He looks at the screen. His face changes. "It is Petra," he answers, listens. His jaw tightens. Seren watches his expression shift from relief to something harder, something colder. He ends the call. "What?" She has been monitoring network traffic from the castle's perimeter since the first file went out. The satellite buffer flushed during the transmission. "I pulled the cable. Not fast enough. A partial data packet escaped before the shutdown. 1.2 gigabytes. It reached the same targets. News agencies, registries, the Zagreb lawyer." Seren's stomach drops. "Among the file index," Raffael says, his voice flat, "was a sealed boarding school incident linked to the Karac estate. Time-stamped 2010, tied to the disappearance of Matej Karac. The silence between them is absolute. The briefcase in her hand feels heavier. The file they captured is complete, but the world already has a fragment. And fragments do not need context. They need speed. Petra is still on the line. Raffael raises the phone again. How long until the story breaks? 30 minutes, Petra says. Maybe less. They already have the headline. Seren looks down at the briefcase. Victory. Or the beginning of something far worse. Chapter 77. Raffael does not move. He stands in the amber emergency light, the phone still in his hand, Petra's voice a distant murmur through the speaker. Seren watches his face cycle through something she has never seen before. Not cold, not controlled, not calculating. Empty. As if the leak has hollowed him out from the inside. Raffael. He does not respond. Raffael. Look at me. His eyes find hers. They are the color of the winter stone outside the window, gray and fractured and full of old damage. The story breaks in 30 minutes, she says. We need to decide what we do with the time we have. The time we have. He repeats it like a phrase in a language he does not speak. She steps closer. The briefcase is still pressed against her side, the sealed documents inside it, the coroner's report, the family acknowledgement, the receipt for something that should never have had a price. Tell me. He blinks. Tell you what. What you have never said, what you told Henshaw was worse than Deva thinks. The truth about Nicola. The name hangs between them. He looks at the briefcase, at her, at the door where the shooter was dragged away. He was 15, Raffael says. His voice is flat. Not the flat of calm, the flat of something crushed so long ago it no longer knows how to rise. His name was Nikola Birsic. He worked in the stables at the Karac estate. He was good with horses, quiet, did not ask questions. Seren waits. He saw something he should not have seen. A transfer. Couriers from Trieste arriving at the estate with cash ledgers and shipping manifests. He came to me because he trusted me. Because I was Matej and I was 14 and I thought I could fix things. His jaw tightens. I told him to go to the police. I told him I would go with him. I told him I would protect him. The silence stretches. He ran, not toward the police. Away. He ran into the stable loft because he heard someone coming and he was afraid. He fell. The loft railing was old. It gave way. Seren's hand finds the edge of the table. She holds it. By the time I got there, Dever was already standing over him. Nicola's neck was broken. His eyes were open. Dever told me not to touch him. Told me to stay very still and very quiet. Raffael's voice does not crack. It is worse than cracking. It is stone laid over a wound that never closed. Dever made a call. The coroner arrived within the hour. The stablemaster signed a statement saying Nicola had been drinking and fell. The police commander accepted the report without visiting the scene. Nicola's family received a payment and a promise that the Karac house would look after their other children. He stops. Seren does not fill the silence. The file was sealed in 2010, the same year my mother filed the partition, the same year she died. Davo made sure the records followed a different trail. Boarding school, juvenile incident, a cover name. So if anyone ever searched for Matej Karac's record, they would find a boy who caused a death and ran away. And Davo told you it was your fault. He told me silence was penance. He told me that if I ever spoke, if I ever told anyone, the file would be opened and the world would know what Matej Karac did. He told me I was not fit to carry the family name, that the only thing I could do for Nicola was to never let anyone know the truth. Seren's chest tightens. How long did you believe him? Until I was old enough to understand that he had killed Nicola more surely than any fall. That Nicola died because Davo's system existed. Because Davo's couriers were using the estate as a transfer point. Because the boy saw paper that could have put men in prison. He looks at her. But by then, the silence was already part of me. I had spent years learning how to disappear, how to build the life under a name that did not exist, how to make sure no one ever asked the question that would open the file. Seren steps closer. She does not touch him, but she stands where he can see her. The partial leak, she says. 1.2 gigabytes. It reached the news agencies, the registries, the Zagreb lawyer. I know. 30 minutes until they publish, maybe less. I know. It contains the sealed record from 2010. The boarding school file, tied to the disappearance of Matej Karac. He nods. Once. A blade of acceptance. De Vere framed the narrative, she says. He made sure the fragment tells the story he wants. A boy who disappeared. A death. A cover-up. He will let the world assume the worst, that Matej Karac killed someone and ran. Yes. That is what he wants you to believe too, that the fragment is enough, that you cannot control what happens next. Raffael's eyes meet hers. I cannot. No, Seren says. But we can. She opens the briefcase. The coroner's report is inside. Signed, sealed, official. A document that tells a different story, not because it is false, but because it names the system that killed Nikola Berishich as surely as the broken railing. We have the complete record, she says. We have the signed acknowledgement from Nikola's family. We have a receipt that proves Devar paid them. We have Henshaw's confession on your phone. We have Nella's recorded session. We have the timeline. Raffael is watching her. We have 29 minutes, she says. Maybe less, but we have the truth, the full truth. Not Devar's fragment, not his silence. The truth about a 15-year-old boy who saw something he should not have seen and died for it. The truth about a 14-year-old who was told his silence was penance. The truth about a system that has been running on coercion and cover-up for decades. She sets the briefcase on the table. We release it, now, before Davar's fragment hardens into the only story. We release the whole file, the coroner's report, the family acknowledgement, Henshaw's confession, the timeline. We release it with Raffael Connaught's name on it, not Matej Karac. We release it as the record of what Davar did, not what was done to him. Raffael is silent for a long moment. Then he says, if I release this now, I am admitting I am Matej Karac. You are. To every news agency, every registry, every regulator watching. Yes. The asset claim becomes ironclad. The creditors panic. Connaught Group does not survive the week. Seren holds his gaze. Connaught Group survives, she says, because you stopped hiding. Because you told the truth first. Because the world sees a man who carried a 30-year silence for a crime he did not commit. And when he finally spoke, he spoke to protect a dead boy's name, not his own. Raffael's breath catches. It is the smallest sound, barely audible. But Seren hears it. What do you need from me? He asks. She picks up the coroner's report. Petra's number, a secure line, 29 minutes. He hands her the phone, and for the first time in 30 years, Matej Karac does not close his eyes when someone opens the file. Chapter 78. The phone is warm in her hand. Raffael's phone. The one that holds Henshaw's confession, Nela's recording, the full weight of what they have. Petra answers on the second ring. You are going to tell me you have a plan. I have a plan, Seren says. Then tell me it does not involve releasing the sealed record before council reviews it. It involves releasing the sealed record in 23 minutes, with the confession, with the receipts, with Raffael Connaught's name at the top of every page. The silence on Petra's end stretches long enough that Seren checks the signal. You are asking me to authorize the self-indictment of my client, Petra says finally, on a timeline that leaves no room for privilege review, no room for redaction, no room for the kind of precision that keeps people out of prison. I am asking you to authorize the truth before Devar's fragment becomes the only truth. Another silence. Then Petra says, put him on. Seren passes the phone. She watches Raffael's face as he listens to his general counsel lay out the legal cost. The asset claim becomes ironclad. The creditors trigger acceleration clauses written into every fund document. Regulators open inquiries that take years to close. He does not look away from Seren. Do it, he says. Petra speaks again. Seren catches fragments. Fiduciary duty. Board notification. Personal liability. I know, Raffael says. Release the full record. Nela's recording. Henshaw's confession. The coroner's report. The family acknowledgement. The receipt. My full statement. No redactions. Another pause. Tell Seren to draft the header. I will read it on record. One take. No rehearsal. He ends the call and hands the phone back to her. He will do it, Seren says. Yes. Petra will fight for it to be clean, legally defensible. She will try to strip the human language out. Let her try. Seren opens the briefcase again. The coroner's report sits on top, its official seal catching the dim light. Then we write it together. They work in the comms room. The destroyed monitor leans against the wall. The cable Seren pulled still lies coiled on the floor. Snow presses against the window where Dever's operative escaped. Seren writes. Raffael dictates. She starts with facts, the date, the location, the name of a 15-year-old stable boy who saw Trieste couriers delivering ledgers to the Karac estate in July 2009, the name of a 14-year-old boy who told him to go to the police. He was trying to protect him, Raffael says. That is what the record shows. That is what happened. She writes it exactly as he says it. Then she adds the part that makes his voice catch. That Nicola ran into the stable loft out of fear. The railing gave way. He fell. Dever arrived before the body was cold. He was already there, Raffael says. He was watching. She writes that too. Petra calls back after 9 minutes. Her voice is clipped, legal, and carrying the tension of someone who has just had a very short, very direct conversation with her firm's ethics partner. Luxembourg will not preempt us. They will file an emergency protective order on the full record if we submit it before Dever's media fragment publishes. We have the parallel loop footage showing the board member at the hunting trail entrance. That gives us procedural standing to claim evidentiary contamination. She pauses. The statement you are writing, it cannot be a confession. It must be a disclosure. What is the difference? Seren asks. A confession takes responsibility. A disclosure names the system that made the event possible. The boy who fell is not a criminal. He is a witness. The man who carried the silence is not a fugitive. He is a victim of coercion. Seren looks at Raffael. Then that is what we write. She takes the phone back. Petra gives 4 more instructions, none of them optional, all of them precise, and then the line goes quiet. The clock shows 17 minutes left. Seren finishes the header. Raffael reads it over her shoulder, his breath warm against her hair. Personal statement of Raffael Connaught, founder and CEO, Connaught Group. Regarding the sealed record of the Kara estate, 2010, full voluntary disclosure. Is that accurate? It is the first true thing I have said in 30 years. She looks up at him. His face is hollowed out, but his eyes are steady. Then we record it? Nayla sets up the camera on a stack of briefcase documents. The light is harsh and unforgiving. Every shadow on Raffael's face is visible. He stands behind the table. No notes, no teleprompter. Seren stands beside him, just out of frame. When you are ready, Nayla says. Raffael takes a breath, then he speaks. My name is Raffael Connaught. I was born Matej Karac. I have spent 30 years trying to outrun a death that was not my fault, but that I was told was my fault by the man who caused it. His voice does not waver. On the night of July 14, 2010, a 15-year-old stable boy named Nikola Birusic died at the Kara estate. He died because he saw something he should not have seen. He died because the man who runs that estate, my uncle, Count Divor Karac, runs a system that kills witnesses. The camera records every word. Seren holds her breath. When I was 14, I told Nikola to go to the police. I thought I was protecting him. Instead, I sent him running into a trap. Divor was already there. He let the boy fall. He made sure the railing broke. He paid the coroner. He paid the police. He paid Nikola's family. He paid every person who could have spoken. He pauses. And then he told me it was my fault. That silence was my penance, and I believed him for 30 years. Seren watches him. This is not the controlled CEO. This is not the hidden heir. This is the boy who has been waiting his whole life to tell the truth. The recording ends at 14 minutes. Nella saves the file, backs it up to 3 separate drives, and sends 1 copy to Petra's secure server. The clock shows 3 minutes until Dever's fragment publishes. It is out, Seren says. We beat them. Petra's voice comes through the phone. The agencies are receiving the full record now. The registries are updating. The Zagreb lawyer is reviewing. Dever's fragment landed 12 seconds ago, but it is already being overwritten by the complete file. She pauses. We have control of the narrative, for now. Raffael sits down. His hands are shaking. Seren takes his hand. You did it, she says. We did it. But before she can say anything else, her phone buzzes. A text from an unknown Croatian number. She reads it once. Then again. He will answer. Tonight. From the family chapel. Live. L.M. She shows it to Raffael. Dever is going to speak publicly. she says. From the Karac estate, live. Raffael's eyes meet hers. Then the war is just beginning. Chapter 79. The statement goes live at 7 minutes past the hour. Seren watches the upload bars complete on Nela's laptop, then watches the counter tick up as the file spreads across the 3 agencies, the registries, the Zagreb lawyer's secure inbox. 9 seconds from submission to confirmation. She does not move. The comms room feels smaller now, colder. The shattered monitor lies on its side against the wall. The satellite cable dangles from its port like a severed nerve. Raffael stands beside her, his hand still locked around hers. "It is out," Nela says. Her voice is flat, professional, but her shoulders drop a fraction. "All 3 confirmations. Petra is sending the procedural filing to Luxembourg now." Seren nods. Then her phone begins to vibrate. She looks down. The screen fills with notifications, email headers, news alerts, Twitter embeds. The first wave of response, before anyone has read past the header, she does not open any of them. Instead, she watches the second wave begin as the larger outlets pick up the wire feed. The first headlines are cautious, using conditional language. Connaught CEO releases statement on sealed record. Raffael Connaught admits identity as Matej Karac. Then the third wave hits. Full disclosure reveals Davor Karac's role in Stable Boy's death. Connaught CEO names uncle in cover-up. Sabotage trail emerges. Insider payments, data purge, blocked reference. Seren's own name appears in a subheading. Interpreter turned strategist Seren Szabo identified as architect of counter-disclosure. She reads it twice. Her name, in print, attached to the work. Raffael's thumb moves across her knuckles. A single, slow stroke. "You are visible now," he says. "There is no going back." She does not look away from the screen. "I know." The comms room door opens. Petra steps through, her coat still dusted with snow, her phone pressed to her ear. She ends the call without a word and looks at them. Luxembourg has accepted the protective order. The parallel loop footage is filed as evidentiary contamination proof. Davor's legal team is trying to block the release of the full record to the commercial registry, but they are already fighting against public domain. She pauses. The board has called an emergency session. They want to speak to Raffael within the hour. Raffael does not move. "Tell them I am occupied." Petra's jaw tightens. "They are not going to accept that. Then they can watch the recording of my statement. It covers everything I am willing to say to them tonight." Silence. Petra nods once. She leaves. The clock shows 11 minutes past the hour. Seren's phone continues to vibrate. The notifications have not stopped. She scrolls through the first few. Journalists requesting comment. Legal analysts parsing the timeline. A Croatian news outlet running a side-by-side comparison of Davor's fragment and the full disclosure, highlighting the gaps. She reaches a post from a Zagreb-based legal reporter. The killing of the narrative is complete. Davor Karac's fragment was designed to make Matej look like a killer. The full record shows a 14-year-old boy used as a shield by the man who caused the death. This is not a confession. This is an indictment. She shows it to Raffael. He reads it. His face does not change. "He will not stay quiet," he says. Davor has been planning this response for 30 years. He will have prepared for this moment. Seren knows he is right. She looks at her phone again. The text from Luka Matic glows on the screen. He will answer. Tonight. From the family chapel. Live. She types a response. "When?" The reply comes within seconds. 22 minutes. He's already in the chapel. The cameras are set. She shows it to Raffael. He looks at the screen for a long time. Then he looks at her. "If we do not respond, he will control the next cycle." "If we do respond," Seren says, "we are fighting on his ground, the chapel, the estate, his narrative." "Yes," she thinks. The door opens again. This time it is Nela, holding a satellite phone. Luka Matic is on the line. He says he has something that cannot wait for text. Seren takes the phone. "Luka." His voice comes through crackling, low, as though he is speaking from a tight space. He is not just speaking from the chapel. He is speaking from the altar, the Kara family altar. He has the estate priest with him. He is going to give a blessing before he speaks. Seren's hand tightens on the phone. "A blessing?" A public prayer for the soul of Nikola Brisic, framing himself as the grieving family elder, the one who has carried this burden alone, while the boy who caused the tragedy built a fortune in hiding. Raffael's face goes still. Seren feels the cold spread through her chest. He is going to weaponize prayer, she says. Yes. She looks at Raffael. His eyes are empty. The boy who has spent 30 years believing silence was penance is watching the man who taught him that lesson prepare to absolve himself on live television. What do we do? She asks. Raffael does not answer. The satellite phone crackles. There is more, Luca says. Before the cameras went live, I saw a courier enter the chapel. A sealed envelope. Count Daver's personal seal. He read it on the altar. Then he smiled. Seren's blood runs cold. A sealed envelope from whom? The seal was yours. She goes still. What? The Kara family seal. Count Daver Karac's personal seal. But the handwriting on the front was yours, Szabo. I saw it on the courthouse filings. I know your hand. She looks down at her own hands, the hands that have written clauses, annotations, statements, hands that have never written a letter to Daver Karac. I did not send him anything. I know, Luca says. That is the problem. He has a letter with your handwriting on the altar, and he is about to read it aloud to the world. The comms room goes silent. Raffael's hand finds hers. She does not feel it. She is already calculating how to stop a dead letter from becoming the next weapon. Chapter 80. They stand in the comms room with the satellite phone still warm in Seren's hand. The castle has gone quiet. Not the watchful quiet of the past week, the kind that meant someone was calculating in the dark. This is different. The silence of exhausted systems, of people who have stopped running. Nayla appears in the doorway. She does not enter. Security sweep is complete, she says. East wing, west wing, all service passages. Nobody left but us. The operative? Gone. Tracks lead to the hunting trail. Snow is already covering them. Seren nods. Nayla hesitates. The staff are asking what happens now. Raffael does not look up from the table. Tell them the castle stays open. Tell them I will speak to them in the morning. Nayla studies him for a long moment. Then she nods and withdraws. The door closes. They are alone. Seren sits on the edge of the desk. Her hand is still shaking. She does not try to stop them. You need sleep, Raffael says. I need to know what that letter says. It does not matter what it says. Of course it matters. No. He looks at her, and his eyes are the color of winter stone. It matters what we do about it. But the letter itself is just ink on paper. Devo spent 30 years learning how to weaponize documents. This is what he does. He will keep doing it until we stop him. He has my handwriting. He has someone who copied your handwriting. She closes her eyes. The exhaustion is a weight behind her skull, pressing against the roof of her mouth. She has not slept in she does not know how long. The timeline of the last 2 days has become a blur of snow, gunfire, and paper. When does he go live? 22 minutes, Raffael says. But we do not have to watch it. We cannot stop it. No. She opens her eyes. He is watching her with an expression she has never seen on his face before. Not the guarded cold, not the controlled intensity. Something softer, something unarmored. What? She asks. Nothing. That is not nothing. He is silent for a moment. Then he says, I have spent 30 years believing that the only way to survive was to never let anyone see me. Not all of me. Not the parts that could be used. She waits. Tonight, I let the world see every part, and the person I wanted most to be watching was you. Her breath catches. I was watching, she says. Then you know. Know what? He steps closer. Everything I said in that room was true, but the only truth that matters to me right now is standing in front of me. She looks up at him. The war room lights are dim. The snow is still falling beyond the windows. The cameras are dark. The microphones are off. It is just them. We do not have a plan, she says. No. We do not know what the letter says, where Devea will strike next, or how long the disclosure will hold the creditors. No. We have won exactly one battle tonight. The war is just beginning. Yes. She does not look away. Then why do you look like you have already won? His mouth moves, not quite a smile, something smaller. Because I am standing in a room with the only person in the world who has ever made me want to be seen. She feels the words land. They land in her chest, warm and heavy. I am not going to keep you safe, he says. I cannot promise that. I cannot promise that Connaught Group will survive this. I cannot promise that the name Kara will not destroy everything I built. I know. I have no castle, no title, no clean narrative. The only thing I have left is the truth, and I gave that to you hours ago. I know that too. Then what do you want, Seren? She looks at him. The CEO who did not know her name for 3 years. The man who built an empire on the lie of a false identity. The boy who carried a dead friend's weight for 3 decades and never told anyone until tonight. She steps forward. I want to stay, she says. Not because you need me, because I choose this. He does not move. Choose what? The fight, the risk, the exposure, the work of building something that is not just a shelter but a truth. You are choosing a war. I am choosing a partner. His hand finds hers. His fingers are cold. The knuckles are still raw from the fight in the corridors. The hands that have signed 1,000 contracts without flinching are shaking just slightly against her palm. Then we face it together, he says. No shields, no concealment. Just us. Just us. He does not kiss her. He does not need to. The space between them holds something better than a kiss. It holds the shape of a promise that neither of them has spoken aloud. The snow begins to fall again, larger flakes this time, slower, the kind that settles on the glass and stays. Seren watches them accumulate against the dark. Somewhere in the castle, a generator hums. Somewhere in Croatia, a man in a chapel is preparing to read a forged letter to the world. Somewhere in Vienna, Luxembourg, and Zagreb, lawyers are already drafting the next move. But here, in this room, there is only the quiet, the cold glass, and the warmth of a hand that is finally no longer hiding. Her phone vibrates. She looks down. Petra. She answers. What is it? Petra's voice is tight, controlled. Deva's broadcast is delayed. He is not going live in 22 minutes. Seren's chest tightens. Why? Because he has already filed, 2 hours ago, before your statement landed. Filed where? Slovenia and Switzerland. Seren goes still. 2 separate preservation motions, one in Ljubljana, one in Zurich. Identical language. He is not just defending his narrative, he is expanding the battlefield. Seren feels the cold spread through her. On what grounds? On the grounds that the disclosure proves Matej Karac is alive and in control of Connaught assets, triggering succession claims under Slovenian inheritance law as a domicile jurisdiction. Seren's hand tightens on the phone. Domosale. Falkenfels Castle, Petra says. He is arguing that Raffael's principal residence for the purposes of succession is the castle, not Vienna, not London, Falkenfels, which makes Slovenian law the governing jurisdiction for the asset claim. Exactly. Seren looks at Raffael. He is watching her face. He already knows. What do we do? She asks. Petra is quiet for a long moment. Then she says, I do not know. We have never fought a succession war in 2 jurisdictions at once. The disclosure bought us credibility, but it also confirmed everything Dwyer needed to file these motions. Every piece of evidence we released becomes a document he can cite, Seren thinks. The snow falls. The phone hums against her ear. Then we need more evidence, she says. Evidence that predates the disclosure. Evidence that proves the separation was completed years before the summit. Where? Seren looks at the window, at the snow, at the shape of the castle against the dark. Here, she says. The Count has lived here. She planned the partition from here. If there is a document that proves Falkenfels was never a Kara domicile, it is still in this castle. Petra is silent. Find it, Seren says, before Dwyer's lawyers arrive with a forensic inspection order. Silence. Then Petra says, we have until dawn, maybe less. The call ends. Seren looks at Raffaele. He looks back at her. The snow keeps falling. There is more, she says. I heard. He filed in 2 jurisdictions. He is coming for the castle. Yes. Then we find the document first.
or we do not. She meets his eyes. We will. He does not argue. He takes her hand. Then we start now.